contemplating all my time. My thoughts make me tired, just running through my mind. Wonder if there's peace that I could find, instead of always being on the grind. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away. It gets so loud that I can barely hear, but your words speak much louder than all my fears. Sometimes I just wanna disappear, running until I can feel you near. I need a new purpose, I'm looking for so much more. Don't leave me here searching, you're just what I'm longing for. When times are getting crazy and everything seems hazy, is there some place for safety I could go? Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away, you're never too far to run. Run away, run away, run away into your escape. Run away, run away, run away. Run away, run away, run away.
one-way shit.
When they're smoking, guys, when they're smoking, middle one way. They will be afraid to go out.
One out donut.
From
He's
indoors.
sniffing A.
Are you safe?
Up shooting an A.
End A.
Chafing. End A,
We're ending
yes.
A.
You guys are gonna fake me.
It's clear.
Take it slow as you can.
They're gonna pull the defense over. Remember, the bomb is still gonna finish at the A bomb site. Madden needs to do something big. All 5 players from ENCE are on the wrong side of the map.
Can you rush donut now, boys? To split A?
I'm ready.
Okay, rush donut.
Donut.
Flashing going.
One more noob. 2A, 2B, 2B. Safe go.
Go and hold the donut for you.
Donut clear. I have donut.
I flash right side and we take the pull back, okay?
Yeah.
Flashing drive.
Temple up,
No, no, no.
temple up.
As well. I'm with the city.
I have it.
2 temple.
I have donut.
I'm flashing in front of Bubble. Side, default, I'm dinked. Look at that.
Donut dead.
FaZe are dragging it back. It's overtime looming, and FaZe have done it. Carrigan finds the way to the perfect round right at the end.
He had him on a string, pulled him every which way, whichever way he wanted.
Back side now.
Every side. No.
What's it up?
Nope.
I don't know.
Let's spam.
Right,
Let's
one,
spam.
2v2. One to
Elbow.
Another game, man.
He's done it. The other guy was done it.
Have up under
I'm
you.
Molo.
Two molos on Fen.
Default. Fun. Maybe he went to cave.
ENCE did not expect to have a chance in this, but suddenly one is presented to them.
Give it the smoke, Pavel. Give it the smoke. Give it.
I smoke.
They have to take it. These are the moments that don't come often.
Molo full bomb.
We're gonna go banana, bro.
The molly's not used for the plant either. It's used to try and dispel them. They're moving in. D has onto the site.
D stick
Maybe
it?
he has to tap it, get on it, stick it through. Robs isn't getting it. Oh my goodness, D!
Let's go! Well played, Merson Pavel.
And still uncomfortable to plant.
Left side plant. One temple.
Nothing cheating.
Hey, lobby. Hey, lobby.
Donut.
And it is Brokey who thrusts himself into the clutch. And Brokey, he knows you're in his temple, you're in his home, and he is going to look for you.
Nice, Brokey. Good fucking shit, Brokey.
I love you, dude.
I love you, bro.
Is it right?
I have best pawn. I will fuck them
Okay,
up.
okay.
Is it dark? Is it light? Am I
Last day. The rushing gate, rushing gate.
And Robs hears all the
Flashing small
footsteps. Madden's coming through.
Dead donut. Like.
Stay in donut,
Back.
stay in donut.
One side.
Side one.
I flash CT.
Plan. I have backside. Take backside.
Sided.
Yeah.
Temple dead.
Nice.
There's a second angle to this attack onto the bomb site. Oh, Brokey goes quick.
Oh, he's
he goes
moving.
fast. Before the plant, Sun Pius handles it.
Elbow plus. Elbow pushing. Elbow pushing. Look for him. Look for him.
We have molly also.
I'm just sticking it.
Yeah, take it.
And the molly goes in. That can make the difference.
It's too late. It's too late.
He's burning and the defuse is already through. Carrigan's gonna take it. Sure, some bias at the end makes it look nice. There was a little bit of spice, but it's certainly the round for FaZe.
Eight be dead.
Nice! Fucking nice ball, Lord.
Is it dark? Is it light?
Boys.
Am I lost?
Together now.
Good job.
Can you
Anything in A?
One more.
Pushing one more. One more.
FaZe Clan, they do not break through. They do not get it done. And this game is over.
We are never giving up, Bray.
ENCE are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
This series is gonna be legendary. Let's win it.
Default. Long.
Tobias, he cannot lock it in. He cannot confirm this round.
He's gonna
and now
stick it.
Diha on the defuse again. Oh, it's dastardly. Oh, it's a defuse chance, and he's done it.
Great plays, Pavel.
1 second. You're done.
Dildo.
as Rops is now in a 1 versus 1. And this round is certainly beckoning for FaZe. The tap, the run, and the Rops round again. The FaZe better play, but this is going to be enough. Rops, he finds the only sanctuary, and Proki will help. Breaking them apart time and time again. Just some bias, and FaZe have a clean round.
Flash. Oh, no shot, man.
Smoking door.
Good face.
Side dead.
Cave close.
I smoke him, I smoke him.
Outside.
One more.
Okay, deep city.
Hold the phone, this is gonna slow down. Rops is on a flank.
Mini elbow. Opdekken. Done it.
D-Hut doesn't care. Get out of here. He says as Rain twists back. It is only Rain.
Nice!
That means that one up flashing mid.
Window.
And cannot feel comfortable running out, but they try. But Rain's already here.
Left side. Let's go, boys.
ENCE are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
This series is going to be legendary. Let's win it.
Play down for the game.
Nice, give me 2 boys.
1A, 1B.
Some bias, and Madden once again find a path to be competitive.
Can be right side.
Should be right side.
He composes himself,
Up elbow.
Up elbow.
and the timing has worked so well for him to drop back into cave, and they pull him in.
Elbow last up. Nobody's behind. Chill now.
Madden denied. No bomb plant. FaZe Clan get the first round of overtime 4.
Keep pushing.
I'll take him.
Follow him in.
Side.
One more dead.
Corner.
Last alone. LG, I'll be dead.
I smoke city. I'm only with 10 for guys.
Go side. Ready.
Uh-oh, you can't plant there! Not in face of Rops!
Is he picking? Side to side.
No chance, no rounds for ENCE in this side of overtime.
They limp out with 3 players, and they attempt to plant the bomb. ENCE are cracking under the pressure. They are starting to break.
Let's get it on CT, boys. Don't lose hope, eh? Don't lose.
Round by round, guys. We can make it, okay?
This series is going to be legendary. Let's win it.
Oh no, they line up! Sun Pius!
ENCE stay in this matchup.
In miss.
I have a smoke here.
I'm dead.
Nerds, he's the man that is tasked with dealing with it, and he is not going to do it. But Twist falls. Madden hits the shot. Remember, Diha is still here.
Close right, Dud. Pushing out.
Outside.
Out there, boys, side. Playing for Donut.
Sample CT. Sample up. CT AK.
Look at Rain. Oh, this timing is so sick. If FaZe can just hold on long enough, if Rain can get there quick enough.
Up temple.
Holy table.
Flashing CT or something.
Can be out CT.
Two CT.
Last grip. Top side.
One more side.
On aiming.
Hey, lobby. Behind. CT.
It does come down
Is
to
that good
Rain,
enough?
but the defuse is in. It's not spreading, and we have to go again.
What a retake from ENCE. I cannot believe it.
The never-ending war.
On their feet, 3 in a row to bring it right back.
Patience. Precision.
pinpoint accuracy. A weapon that unites many of Counter-Strike's holiest names, but only granting the scepter to those who can withstand the pressure. This is no imitation game. Aggression paramount to some. He doesn't make mistakes, he buries them. Walking straight through the fires of hell to ignite again.
He's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple!
And again.
Jumping casually into the side, he's gonna fall down here and down. What is it from Simple?
And again. He proves that age is no limit. Not a factor to whether you sink or swim when the river rises. No matter how rapidly they shift, you move faster. Going against the grain to catch your enemies off guard. Creating new angles, forging new dimensions.
One, he's gonna get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's gonna take a play. Stop blowing my mind!
Distinct in his nature and always one step ahead. The librarian silences those in his path. Preparation and calculations clearly paying off. But for the select few, making the unfathomable look like second nature. It comes with ease. Never breaking a sweat. There's a reason why he's the chosen one. Others let the action come to them. Sure, perhaps more passive, but certainly not submissive.
Flashbang. Could get a couple more out of this one. Fantastic! I'm starting to crumble. What's going on?
Exacting efficiency comes with the territory. Play the odds in your favor and pounce precisely when the time is right. Cool, calm, collected. And clutch as fuck.
Brokey! Hello! And the ball's not burning for Hobbit!
From 10 down to 5 bullets in the chamber, precision even more crucial for those hungry to make magic.
Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch. And so second by second, Cadian knows he can't do this. Surely, one man left standing, safes him behind him. Cadian breathes and leads by example.
If patience is a virtue, then he is a god.
Unfortunate, otherwise maybe he tries to put some pressure. He's still going to go for it. He picks up that one. Oh no! Out of this world! Game! Are you kidding?
Or the devil. The great pilgrimage to worship the deities leads us to our cathedral. The trigger pulled and led roaring from the earth to the heavens. One final tribute to Global Offensive's monumental marksman.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Intel, Asus Republic of Gamers, DHL, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, Monster Energy, and Gaming Malta.
Well, would you believe it that we've already arrived at the very end of Group B? That's right, already at the end of the second week of Pro League. That's 5 weeks long. And, of course, for us, a lot more goals, lofty goals, ambitions, perhaps even, as I welcome you back to ESL Pro League. What are you doing, Ball? I asked you to go to your home. Now go to your home.
Let me try. I'm putting left-handed here, Trace, for the point of the shot. But for those people who are as old as us, you might get the Happy Gilmore. There it is.
Nice!
It's the Happy Gilmore reference. Nice. You know, it was crowbarred in there. Something we thought about just before we went live.
Yeah, the idea of using this was Dinko's, actually. Hey, what's up, Dinko?
Yeah, what's up, Trace? That's definitely woken me up this morning. I'm ready for
Why weren't you awake, Dinko?
Day.
It's another day of Counter-Strike. What have you been up to?
You're not excited about this? No, I am. There's just a slight problem. Harry and I have kind of got addicted to ping pong and played very late into the night again.
Well, the Pong League was last week, mate.
Yeah.
There's worse things to get addicted to.
That's very, very true.
Especially late at night.
Yeah, but we're moving on to bigger and better things.
Like Throbbo.
I think we're going to go for the World Championship ping pong.
What's
soon,
the competition next week?
I don't know. We haven't thought that far, Matt.
Maybe back
next
to ping
week.
pong.
We just thought of a thing on the spot.
We're doing segment at a time around here.
Hole in one.
You cool, Trace? Or?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I haven't seen that movie in a while.
Right?
Need to go back and watch it.
We
Bob
really
Barker
should.
passed not long ago, so it's probably in tribute about time to go back and watch.
What was the guy that
homage,
lost his arm?
Chubbs.
Yes.
He lost his hand.
Yes, to the bloody alligator.
Adam Sandler goes and shakes his hand.
Is there someone that falls out a window as well in that movie?
Yeah, that's him. That's
the one.
One of the aliases on my alt account is Shooter Mac Gavin.
Okay.
Shooter Mac. That's a good
A bit of a classic.
That's good. That's good stuff. Let's take a look at the schedule real quick. Then we can fly in the brackets real quick. And then we can continue with the silly games quickly after that, surely, if that's okay with everybody. We do see EG, MIBR to start things off here. Now, the winner of that game will have to play Monte later on. But that middle game, Big and ENCE. Anyone got any words of wisdom here?
I think EG MIBR is an underrated game. I think it can be a pretty good game. I think both teams are playing some solid CS, I think better than expected for both of them. And I think either of those teams can make it by beating Monte. So, yeah, Heroic isn't here. That's unexpected, obviously. But I think we have an exciting day of CS.
Heroic's the headline of the day for sure, right? Them not being in the tournament thus far, they can't get into the playoffs. That as some people would say, unacceptable. Simply unacceptable, Trace. I think for Heroic standards, this is the first time in a very long time that they haven't made the playoffs.
I think Kenny made a tweet. Yeah, exactly. Kenny put out a tweet about the first time this year, and you know it's a new low for Heroic, and we'll see what the future holds for them. But it's that big ENCE game Harry keeps talking about, and I'm looking forward to that.
Bro, but it's like Heroic lost to Big. The only team they beat in this tournament is Rooster.
Yeah.
They lost to Big, then they lost to Mount, then they lost to Monte.
Look, we need to think about as well. MIBR taking a map off of ENCE means ENCE might not be in the hottest form, and Big are looking real good. So you never know what's going to be happening here in Group B. Might just be full of upsets. This mid-bracket, of course, all filled out now. Mao's making their way into the playoffs, and MIBR, they started real strong, but now they're all the way down in the last chance bracket. So you're going to see them playing a whole lot of Counter-Strike today. If they take out EG, they're going to have to play Monte as well in the evening to try and qualify. It's the last chance. There's one spot. Monte, MIBR, and EG all looking to make that lowest bracket run.
Now, I don't want to be the one to pull the trigger here too early. But is this the resurgence of evil geniuses?
No, but it could be. I'm with Yanko's conference there because last time around EG beat them. I know it was online, but in a head-to-head in recent history, EG won. I think that there's in this type of a matchup, EG don't consider themselves the underdog as much as they would against a bigger name. MIBR, there was some conversation about them coming in here and being a little bit exciting, and they have been. But in terms of now the three teams that are left in this race, they're all at pretty equal pegging from where we've seen in this event, right? So we've come in with different expectations, and now we find ourselves on the final day. The biggest boon is for Monte, who only have to play one game today, but we saw how that worked last week, and it was better for Furia, though, right? So they played 2 games in one day, and they ended up getting through. So I'm not quite sure who's favored anymore in those scenarios. I guess it's preference by the teams.
I think you're exactly right. I also think we saw a very emotional SDY last night. You could tell that was a big win for him to grab onto, which certainly we'll be talking to when it comes to Monte a little bit later. For EG, MIBR, it is an upset, so I have to alert you. It's an upset alert.
Elimination alert?
Yeah, elimination alert. They gave me the buzzer. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Maybe it'll run in 4x3 as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. We don't have we have 3 days of competition before we start to eliminate any teams. And then yesterday we eliminated a couple, and today we're going to eliminate a couple more. So it's an elimination alert.
Yeah, it's close.
You might get eliminated this week, Trace. Last week Pimp got voted off. It could be you this week.
It's about time.
I know you're the captain of the ship over there for Team Strike, but if you keep making those type of blunders, mate.
There was a point where you disappeared for a whole day this week, so maybe you're the man getting voted off.
I don't want to say I committed some nefarious activities during that time, but that's exactly what happened, Max. So perhaps we'll see a little bit of that later. Don't worry about that. That's okay.
That's a clue.
Don't worry about that. That is a little bit of a clue.
Ketchup, brother. What do you mean?
Yeah, it's a little watery ketchup.
I know you can't see it, but he does have some blood on his shoe.
If we zoom in right here. For free?
Look at those calves, though. Give him a
They're
flex.
calf implants.
Look at them.
Zoom in on the calves.
It's not even on the bottom of his soul. You've got a bloody soul, Trace.
In fact, no. But there will definitely be a very cool content piece coming your guys' way here a little bit later, I hope. That is the plan. So again, we do round out Group B today. We do either send EG or MIBR home right away. Middle, Big, and ENCE. For ENCE, though, that's another team where we
don't
talked
really
about.
care. Look, here's the thing. In that matchup, both teams are in the playoffs, right? So in terms of the Counter-Strike we're going to see with that game, we're not distinguishing who's going to win. I don't care. All I want to see is if Big can keep up that type of form, or the matchup overall. It doesn't change too much of the day for me. I want some good Counter-Strike. That's it. The ramifications,
But ENCE, the world beaters. That was the storyline we're trying to build, right?
Out of this world was at the start in the 1x back is where we put ENCE. We also put Heroic there.
Yeah.
I guess they are just
they didn't make it
the
out
other
of orbit.
way.
They didn't make it out of orbit. Heroic, they're kind of taking a bit of a nose.
There was
out of this
a
world,
critical malfunction, and the space shuttle just disintegrated on the way up, and ENCE is coasting towards Glornak 7.
This isn't the Challenger League. Too soon?
I see what you did there.
It's kind of dark. I'm not
It's
gonna
like
lie.
30 years. It's not too soon.
Is this like? Did we do the theme of Space Jam this week and we didn't realize it?
Oh, I've got my bloody. What is it?
Yeah,
Tune
yeah,
Squad.
you have
just had it
the
in the back.
Tune Squad.
Maybe that's why it was in my head. Because we were talking outer space over there. They're not mutants or anything over there at ENCE, though, are they?
I don't know.
You think there's mutants on ENCE?
I mean, they're pretty good.
Depends on how we're going to define mutant. Dinko,
Like
this is
the
a walking-
X-Men,
This,
There's
okay.
a positive way of looking at it. The X-Men mutants are pretty sick, and I'd say a couple of them certainly have superpowers.
That was probably the best way you could have dug yourself out of that situation.
Yeah.
I'm proud of you for that.
Dinko reminds me of that guy whose superpower is he can stretch his arms and his limbs.
From the Fantastic Four.
Yeah.
Inspector Gadget.
I have Professor X as a commentary partner coming soon as well, so we've got the Marvel heroes coming.
Professor X.
Jason Getchins Trace.
Are they from different worlds? The Fantastic
Moses
Four?
and me? Yeah, definitely.
Well,
yeah, but
it's all Marvel, isn't it? So
I don't know, man. I'm a boomer. I don't know which universe is which.
So you've seen Lord of the Rings, so that's the main thing, right?
Well,
That's the best.
the real universe.
And you know what's the best thing about Lord of the Rings, Chad?
No.
They don't have superpowers. They're just a couple of hobbits.
There's some
pushing
elves
through.
in there. They seem.
Elves don't have superpowers.
Some elfish
they're
guys
just,
even.
They're
I
just
don't know. Their ears are pretty
superior
cool.
race.
Yeah.
Elves have traits. Have you not played Baldur's Gate yet?
No.
There's all these things.
I'm not good with the wizardry. I don't know about the
Well,
spellcasting.
it's a good thing you don't need any sort of
Please,
Fantasia
Trace.
broomstick to clean this one up, Chad. What I can tell you
That's a good
is that
movie
the
too.
people that are not going to be joining us for this part of the bracket, well, those will be the teams that were eliminated. We're
Yeah.
talking about the big names that come through here. We talked a little bit about Heroic, but yeah, there's a Gamer Legion in there. There's an NIP in there.
Gamer
Yikes.
Legion, this is one where I would say they've been punching for some time. They've definitely have an inflated rating based off of their performance at the major. Then they had two of their best players poached, right? So for Gamer Legion, we're still trying to work out where they actually are in World Counter-Strike. NIP are another team that is in this limbo state where we don't know how to categorize them. We were talking about their identity last week, but Heroic is the biggest conversation. We were talking about it just before, Yanko. We had a big conversation with Snappy about it last night, you and I.
Yeah, that was great. Keep an eye out.
Yeah.
That was 3 hours of conversation with Snappy, pure CS talk.
Yeah. Well, we're not plugging our gear right here, but I was kind of trying to get us into the point that Heroic may be a little bit overrated at the moment, was the general senti.
Yeah.
That's short for sentiment,
and
by
I
the
think
way,
also
guys.
he made actually a good point, I think even online or on the broadcast earlier, saying, because we tend to say, oh, it's harder to stay on the top than get to the top. And he was like, nah, it's easier to stay on top, because once you get to that high seed, your brackets, now they opened up against EG, and he says 6 months ago we would have opening games against G2, against Vitality, Heroic, and all these teams. So that might have sort of masked some of the problems for Heroic, the fact that they had easier brackets to get to playoffs, and that's why they had such a great run. Even at Gamers 8, they played Falcons first, then Gamer Legion, right? And as soon as they hit a good team, which was ENCE, they got 2-0'd easily.
Chad, do you think, you're always playing on a level playing field? You talk about things being easy. Does everyone have the same individual matchmaking experience?
It's not true. Can I get a bunch of self-reports here? Who's got their rank so far in matchmaking with their numbers, their digits, just me and Mac? You took some risky games out there, Mac. You went and risked a lot. You went and risked a lot out there, mate.
I did.
You put it all on the line.
I solo queued in Europe. People, they got some mental issues over here, man. I just need to put that out there. There's something going on. And look, it's fine. Everyone's got their demons, but please don't fucking bring them into my solo queue games. It's put me so low. I'm going to have to win like 40 in a row to get where I feel like I should be with the rest of my boys back home.
Is there a chance that your feeling is a little bit off and maybe you just suck because you're playing with superior players in Europe?
It could be a skill issue. It could be a skill issue, but I feel like I've been pulling my own in a couple of the games I've been playing.
Harry and I will also vouch for him. We queued a game. Harry and I late at night.
Oh, if the great Dinko will vouch for him. Well, it's not Titan of CS. Well, then shit.
The Rat King himself.
It was more so Harry. He was having a carry performance, and we still couldn't get it done,
So another genius.
Look, we had this is the thing. I queued a bunch with making sure with either 3 or 5, right, for those matches that I played for the placement.
And what's your rating, Chad?
It was like 19.6 or
You're
something,
like the
right?
1%,
Which is almost
the 1%.
max. I think 20K.
It was that. So I only lost 1 game out of the 10,
30K
right?
players,
So I had to play 11 games, I think, right? So you needed to win 10. So I was in the 19K range, which I'm disappointed I didn't, win all 10 and get straight into the 20K, but it is what it is.
Chad, so you're telling me we played Chavo, who had 20K rating, and he just dominated
Yeah, but it's more about his face at Elo. I think it's like a 4K plus face at Elo player, so that was a bigger issue. Where are you, Mac, on this?
Screw you, Chavo.
Bit above 10K, almost 11K. So once I get home, I feel like obviously there'll be more games played.
Farm noobs back
There's less work to do, maybe some noob farming.
And hopefully it resets.
Yeah.
Right? I imagine the beta will so you're not condemned to this prison forever.
I think they keep it.
And the thing about over here as well, I don't have a lot of Steam friends living in Europe, right?
True.
So I didn't really have people to queue with. And I kept jumping in the old Rush League TeamSpeak, checking what you guys were doing, but you always had 5, so I couldn't shuffle my way in.
We need to start two lobbies. We've had enough at points for 2 lobbies.
10-mans are back.
Well, we can't even do 10-mans at the moment. You have to because the functionality is not
You have to try and queue
open.
at the same time. But I have a thought about it.
Well, we could play with you from Oz. We tried playing from Blair, from India.
Don't start with that.
Dude, it only took like
That
forever.
went great. We were in the queue for 40 minutes and people were like, why doesn't it match? I'm like,
I just don't understand what's going on.
The distance from Bangalore to Frankfurt and it's 8,000 kilometers and I'm like, guys, I'm not sure.
Look, you
I
can just
think
play
I have an answer. And they're
But then
like,
it was so weird
well,
when he
let's
left.
try it without Blair. In 40 seconds, we find the game. It's,
It's
like,
true.
oh, wow, this is unbelievable.
Yeah, but we
wow,
wanted
this
to play
is so
with Blair.
strange.
We wanted to play with Blair, man. It was sad.
You can play on NA servers. You just got to set your VPN through Guam. So that way that somehow it works out in some weird way.
I couldn't even find that on a map, mate.
That's a weird.
Is it somewhere near
Guam?
Hawaii?
Yo, it's way out there. It's just
There is a
little-
server
Hawaii,
that's
you
supposed
keep
to
going.
save APAC Counter-Strike that is there, that they're trying to get working, and it's...
Who do we need to send out there? Yanko's our tech guy. Do we send Yanko out? Can you go to Guam
I'll go
to fix
to Guam.
the server?
I'll go to Guam.
Look,
Honestly, it's probably as big as Malta, like the island on the map. It's just, like north of Indonesia. Like, Trace, have a crack at finding it on maps. Go.
yeah, you could be our geoguesser.
I think that might be a little. There we go.
Yeah, look at him. He's hacking the mainframe right
Trace
now.
knows
Getting in there.
there's a big US base there. So
No.
He's going
It's
hard in the paint
It's
right
actually in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those geography tests where you like fail for no reason because
somehow
you
made
can't
it to
find
Google
Guam on the map.
Flights.
He's buying a flight to Guam
We're going
as
to
we
Guam
speak,
right
actually.
Oh,
now.
you want to book a flight for Yanko to Guam?
I think
going to Guam
Americans have
right
bigger
now.
problems than finding Guam.
So this is going to save
Finding
saw the
Guam.
videos.
Australian Counter-Strike.
There's no flights there for the next 2 months. I guess we're
I am
swimming.
kind
I
of
guess
busy
we're
as
swimming.
well.
Let's just see.
Well, when you go down for IEM Sydney, Yanko, then you can go from there up to Guam.
Yeah, it's just a quick 14-hour trip.
Yeah, we'll get you a boat. A catamaran or something. We'll get you out there. We'll get you there.
But can I go to New Zealand first to see where the hobbits live?
Yeah, we can send you to the Hobbit House and then we'll send you up.
Bro,
to
you
Guam.
should be take that weekend trip to New Zealand before you go home.
Bruh.
And you got to say New Zealand correctly.
How do you say it?
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Fish and chops.
Fish and trips.
Yeah, well,
Auckland.
you were close. Look, can
So
I?
I just sound like someone dropped me on my head when I was a kid.
Well, that's. Okay.
Chad, where were you going to go with
said
that?
it, not me. I was going to go. Look, Trace, I wanted to go to a direction here because.
Okay, we're about to go to break if you'd like.
We're only going up.
Well, I can do it after the break.
Okay, let's do that.
Yeah, I'll
then.
do it after the break. I'll have my rant after the break.
And just in case you want to know, it is 25 plus hours minimum travel to Guam from Malta. Anyway, we go to a break, we come back, we tell you a bunch of other useless tidbits that you didn't think you'd learn today. Happy Sunday, everybody. It's
We're
the last
going to
day
Guam, baby!
of Group B.
Football's back,
Send it.
baby! Woo!
2 angles and twists will remain supreme.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
of winning this major. And you said Cloud9, if they wanted to do it, they'd have to do it the hard way. And he's taken down. Tarek is not done with this major yet. Here it is, Tarek! They stay alive for one more round. Again they stay alive. Timeout here from FaZe. And they definitely need it. Cloud9 are dangerous no matter the situation. But so does the rotation. Maestro has been taken out towards the B bomb site. Nothing else is going on. He's got to go back. Stewie's on his own. But look at the time. Look at the time. There's 7 seconds to got the bomb. They're trying to build forward, but it's not play. Stewie's on the roll. We're going to overtime. They came back all the way.
Never smile. Never smile. Never smile.
Nobel Prize winner.
So what do we have here?
Inspector Parler. Looks like 2 joggers found him on their morning run.
Captain Spears.
Oh, that's really close. Oh, that's so close. I'm so close. Oh my god. Oh my god, that was incredible.
I can feel it in my whole body. I want to taste it.
You did what? Get right? What did he do? Did anyone catch that?
Taste it.
Oh, sorry. Actually, I didn't have the earpiece. I really couldn't hear. So.
No, I wasn't listening.
Oh, that too.
Give us the rant, Chad.
Which rant?
Yeah, you had a rant.
Oh yeah, I did have a rant.
Do you remember the rant?
Yeah, because we were talking about the CS2 rankings, right, or rating, or whatever the official name is, which I think is great. I think it's incentivizing people. You see Rops every day. He's streaming. It's great to see people actually playing the official servers. But now we kind of have this at least community discussion about the servers again, right? You've just seen this crop back up with the rumored 128 tick versus the 64. That's a massive conversation, and then people are worried about that segmenting the community once again. But I think the bottom line with all of this. And throughout, and look, this is a long conversation and there's answers to everything back and forth. But when we played coming up, the biggest issue with matches was you wanted to make sure that you were playing something that you felt secure. You didn't want to think that you were having a bad experience or that you were being cheated, right? Those are two things that you want a good server and you want to believe that nobody in the server is cheating against you, or like at least the best possible belts and braces with online counter. That's why we love LAN, right? That's why this is so important, is because it's pure. Everybody has the same. But at home online, we don't have that setting. So if Valve's anti-cheat, is not going to be up to the standard, and there are going to be lots of cheaters out there still, and you can't go into a match. And if the leaderboards are dominated by cheaters, or I don't know how all this is going to play out, but if that is still a plaguing issue, then of course people are going to still use third-party systems, especially as well if the servers are better on these third-party systems. And the game, I know I'm going to use the term feels because that's what a lot of what we do as gamers, but we need to come up with better ways to define that feeling or show that feeling. And it's really difficult to do because I'm sure when Valve read people saying, oh, it feels better, it's like, what the fuck am I meant to do with that? Like,
Feel it out.
Fuck your feelings.
As a coder and stuff, like as somebody who's creating a game, what are you meant to do with that? It's just, I don't want us to end up back in a situation where I have to learn 2 different nade lineups, Yanko. I'm fed up of knowing 2 different nade lineups.
Yeah, tell them, Chad. But
that's why I know none.
Kind of OP if they could code feelings.
Yeah, actually, yeah, it could save us a lot.
I could use that upgrade.
How much of it do you think it is just the fact that, you know, a lot of the people talking about 128 are either people that always play Faceit or play on LAN, for example, versus the people and they're just sort of used to playing
or
128.
people like Mac who suck but just use it as excuse, you know, blame it on the game.
Confident this morning, mate.
Yeah, I'll take it, man. Whatever. I'm bending over.
Yes, you will.
I think the 1% on like Reddit and stuff of people who are more, especially professional players, are more used to that experience, whereas the majority of players are not. They're used to the 64
So they're
experience.
calibrated to the 64 tick experience. The smokes they know are on that as well, right?
True.
So when they go to 128 tick, they're like, their smokes don't work.
They might never go.
Yeah, they probably don't go to 128 tick, right? So they're just completely used to 64 tick. They know no different.
Imagine not knowing that overtime exists, and then you play matchmaking for the first time, and then now it exists, which is nice.
Yeah.
You know,
But it can only go to 30 rounds, though, which is nice, too.
I just want to touch on something that does exist. I saw it on Reddit. There's a sick jump on Inferno now. It's from where the bike used to be in pit, like that barrel
into
now.
Graveyard?
Yeah, up to the top of Graveyard. So if you get the crouch jump, a little bit of air strafing there, you can do a little bit of sick movement, maybe turn that into a clutch. I don't think you could do that before. It was too high.
I actually like that because now that Graveyard's open, right? With it being closed, it was just another angle you had to worry about clearing up.
It feels kind of useless, though.
What do you mean?
Well,
no, for what Mac just explained, though, it actually has a use case now. So if you're a pit player and you want to reposition, you can jump from the barrel in the pit up in a Graveyard and reposition.
Yeah, but reposition in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
what do you mean?
On the
but if there's a smoke there, you've smoked to stop that molly coming in on the half, or you're smoked off.
You have a chance to get out, basically.
A T perspective, you know, you jump down into pit out of like an apps pop, and they're isolated short, and maybe there's a smoke, and you can jump up, and there's a moto smoke.
Shoot over the smoke. Look, the theory, it's going. He's not a movement guy. You can tell on his face he's not a movement guy. That's fine. Well, let's move on to the conversation.
You're a movement guy, are you, guy?
He likes surfing.
Me? I'm a KZ player.
Right.
Look, why don't we jump away from this?
More deathmatch and you wouldn't have 11K rating.
All I'm saying is, look, Elfish guy's got like 5K more rating than me, and that's saying something right now.
Saying something about the regions is what it's saying.
It's pretty sick.
Ancient Mirage Nuke, that's all great. It's Tim Taw's birthday. That's also great. He did play on a lot of teams. Some of them, Nihilum. Anybody want to recall that lineup?
Can you name us all the players that are on that roster?
Professor Chaos, Sanks.
Wow.
Automatic at one point. Hiko got in there for Professor Chaos. Anyway,
Symphus, maybe?
Yeah, we could probably do that. Symphus, yeah.
And Rambo, right?
Like John Rambo or
like the
method,
the 3D Rambo.
Definitely a different Rambo.
Semph is currently looking like Rambo, by the way.
That's true.
That is true.
Wild stuff. Anyway, happy birthday, Tim Taw. Maybe EG doesn't get eliminated
How old is Tim now?
That's a good question. It should just say it right here, right?
After the last couple
26.
of years,
He's only 26.
Born September 10th, 1996.
I feel like Tim's been around forever. He's only 26.
What time is it in America? Is it the 10th in America?
Mornings.
Yeah, it's about 6 a.m.
Yeah, 26.
So he's definitely, it's happened. But everyone's sleeping over there right now. I wonder if anyone is awake. Maui's been doing the co-stream, and we had his nunchucks yesterday on the show. I wonder if he's up early doing the nunchucks and doing the co-streaming.
I wonder. That's a good question. Maui, if you're out there, let us know. I doubt
we could have him call in between map 1 and 2 if he's around.
We really could.
Yeah.
In fact, that might be what happens. But we do know our maps. We don't have players sitting down. Anyone want to take a stab at this one? Dinko, you look like you're ready.
I have a question about the sort of ranking system in CS2.
Okay, that'll work.
Yeah,
that works too.
I want to get
fine.
into it because at a certain point,
you've only got about 2 minutes.
Is there
Dinko.
a cap, right? Is there a cap to how far you can go?
Doesn't seem to be.
Right, exactly. So as a new player coming in, how are you ever going to catch up? If someone's been playing for like years.
Well, I imagine it's a seasonal leaderboard, which should be changing like every couple of months, right? Every 3 to 6 months, something like that.
But how much would that adjust? Because then if you're coming back, just reset back to...
I don't know. I guess maybe your placement games, and that places you somewhat at point at 20K, and then you go up from there, right? But I don't think it's measured properly. I've seen people having the discussion about the maths and distribution.
If you feel like you've been unfairly calibrated, you can always make a new account, buy Prime again, and start over, Dinko.
That's true.
I don't know if you can, though.
We're giving Valve a lot of money, though. I don't recommend that to you.
Didn't they just ban a lot of people in Dota 2 for smurfing?
But Mac will buy a new account once he gets back
But
to
didn't-
us.
So I got like
I think I heard about
CS
that.
is
Like
free.
some 100,000 plus.
Yeah. CS is free.
You
Dota's free as well.
just need a phone number.
Yeah, but you need Prime.
But Prime, you just need a
Prime
phone
for
number.
Premier, I'm pretty sure. You
Right?
need Prime for Premier.
Yeah.
You got to have those because otherwise your experience
I paid
will
for
suck.
360. There's no stats in CS2 right now.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
You should send a support ticket in, dude.
Yeah, it's like $1 Australian
How
a
often
month.
did you use the 360, Chad?
I don't. It's just I support the game I've been involved in playing for the better part of my lifetime. So
Tax
it's,
write-off as
How
well,
much
yeah.
did you all pay for CS, by the way? I paid $6.99. Oh, that's
I don't
British,
know.
British pounds back in the day on a Christmas sale.
I think it was
So
like 18 bucks.
That's all
or
I contributed
20 bucks
there.
back in
20 bucks?
2012, 20. When did it come out?
I think about 100 bucks from a guy in an underpass.
Sweet.
I bought a low-digit Steam account on eBay. Just kidding. Didn't do that. Low digits do not matter anymore. But what does matter is us going to a break. We can actually get the game started. So what we'll do is we'll cut to a quick little break. We'll come back. We're going to see who outlives each other here between EG and MIBR. You're watching ESL Pro League's 18th season, y'all.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
Good morning, Counter-Strike fans. Shout out to all the real ones on a Sunday morning joining us for some EG versus MIBR action. I'm YNK. I'm here with Mac. Dinko will be joining us. We just sent him out for some coffee because that's all he's good for.
Yeah.
Oh,
Looks like he's brought the food, he's brought the goods, he brought lunch.
Well, he's done great. And today we're in for a more of an educational stream, guys. Join us on this journey where we sort of teach MacMate how good Counter-Strike is played, how us Europeans approach queuing, solo queuing, matchmaking, so he can sort of look a little bit more inwards other than blame external factors.
Exactly.
For him being a scrub.
We'll learn together how to get our rating up, kings and queens and in-betweens all out there. It's a battle of the Americas, and Yanko seems to think we've got a few takeaways that we can learn from here. And we've got a Dinko back on set as well. What'd you get for us?
I got Yanko's coffee just how he likes it. I've learned that one over the years. For you, Mac, I'm sorry.
You didn't grab the monster I asked for, man.
I'm sorry. I'll do better. I'll do better next time.
Dinko.
I'll be right back.
You know, it's okay. We'll get it in a little bit. We're still got a moment for now.
Go.
Yanko's sending him off.
He thought I was trolling him.
The white one. The closest fridge is this one over here. And the closest pistol is happening right now. Breno going to be cracking open the festivities. Hex answering with 2, though, and taking this mid control. MIBR, how do they answer here?
I like it. Some early aggression from both teams. Insani, you've seen do some great things so far. Drop on the flank. Junior was watching, gets the kill. Exit with the dualies, gets 2 kills on Insani, and they turn it around immediately. MIBR. That was a fiery start.
The noise. They're back, and Dinko is too.
finally
I hope that's the right one
all
for
the
you.
ingredients.
This is the right one, thank you.
All right, here we go, guys. All sorted, ready to sit in and enjoy this cast of MIBR versus Evil Geniuses. What do you make of the veto, Yanko? What do you think of the mass we've got in play here?
It's all right. I think it's more about how the teams play. I think they've shown some good things so far. It looked good for EG initially in this round. I think it's just sort of, you would have liked them to freeze a little bit more as you're going for an eco A-pop, trying to get the bomb down.
Ooh. Nice push from ENCE. Almost cost him his life. Good movement to make his way away, enduring all these T's. 2 picks found, but no bomb on the ground. So
this is great.
MIBR 2-0.
This is great for EG. You know, we talked to Snappy last night, me and Chad, and we were talking a good amount about the economy. And he said, for example, that he never wants his team to do a full Glock eco. Like that, at least one guy can buy a Deagle. It doesn't matter. He'll drop him an AK and have a Mac 10 because he still feels like people don't understand as well as they need to, maybe, how important it is to keep the pressure on your opponent's economy, right? So, and you can see MIBR takes out a timeout here because probably, you know, they've lost 2 guys, so now they have to rebuy. And they know that obviously EG is going to have a full buy of their own. AKs are coming out, so you don't want to lose this round.
Now talk to me, Yanko. Someone sent in a question, I think to a good friend El Jacko, about why and what this paper on the desk is for, and it is an educational one. So when you were a coach, when you had all the notes for your players on the desk there, was it just tendencies? Was it strats? Was it keywords? What is it?
To be honest, at the time, we didn't use it as much, only towards the end, because the strats started to pile up, and it was mostly that, so people can just take a glance and remind themselves, okay, in this call, who's doing, what are they doing, and know their role.
Yeah, okay. So you're throwing this util, you're standing here, you're going here. Little set of directions, safe though. Finding some safety on site, over towards that cutout, EG. They managed to take the lane control, but they won't hang around. Bomb going to start to rotate back through T-spawn towards the A side of the map.
And you can see the conversation in the timeout was to try and do that. Now they're going to re-aggress, trying to fight for that control. Don't want to let EG get too comfortable. Hex gets blinded.
Gets behind cover though, so he can stand there for a little bit, and they didn't get a whole lot of info on Hex does, but they do see it as pretty clear outside of the B lane, so they're going to make adjustments based on that information. 55 seconds left in the round. George no longer snorts. He's going to be looking towards Donut. And then Sani in the corner, about to be cleared out. Actually, that molly's going to go to the back of Donut, limiting the position Insani could play. He's going to go for a peek around the corner, but in the meantime, Hex has made the solo play into B and has got a double entry. That might as well just be the round.
Big push. And we'll see how much MIBR favor their economy. You can see them tucking away, and yeah, certainly not overextending.
The name of the game is, how do we save all 3 M4s, right? Understanding that that was just a solo play really from Hex, and that some guys are still lurking towards A, most likely. And it's really important for them to keep all 3 guns. That would allow them to buy in the next round. And you can see there, right? Even though we didn't see the kills, Rush, it's okay. It's only like the first game, but you did a good job of showing.
I forgot to bring him as morning coffee.
You did a good job.
It was a distraction.
Don't talk while I'm talking.
I was like kind of focused on the situation going
I'll
on.
cut off your mic, bro.
Dinko, right? I'm gonna.
What's up,
in
Rush?
this week off, I'm gonna try and get some T-shirts made, you know, because Yanko's a bit of a, I don't want to say a bad word, but he's a bit of a prick to you too, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going to form the Yanko Hate Club, I think.
That's not,
and I'll get some T-shirts made.
Which version of the club is this, Rush? 4th, 5th?
Well, this is the 5th edition, I
This
think.
is going to be the first under your real name and not aliases.
Okay, come on, Yanko.
Yes, make like a private group on Steam as well, and we can get the clan tags going. Hey?
Mac will join you as
You have
well.
to say fuck Yanko at the top.
Beautiful.
Well, great to talk to you, Rush.
What a great call-in, huh?
Lovely.
It's kind of sick they give him a microphone.
Really
It's-
nice.
It's great to have the Rush Lee call-ins whenever we want it.
What would we do without him?
Great question.
Probably much better.
I don't know if that's the answer, but Hext again looking to crack open the B site. Dropped doing work. Him and Breno going to be able to lock down B for now. Breno finding the double, and it's just George and Junior. to try and be king of the jungle here.
Oh, George creeping ever closer to long. No one's peeking here for MIBR. George goes to the pre-fire. Hasn't worked out at all, and it is quite an uncomfortable position here for EG, but George is wrapping around the back. He actually might get a pick out of this. He's got the right read to the left side too, and George needs to do everything because his teammate has fallen, and George loses half of his health. He goes again, but Breno will take him out of the play. 3-1, MIBR leading.
I like the call. It was good. You just need to trade drop there. Like, he can't be allowed to get 2 kills from that position with an MP9. I felt like Hex had him as the first guy coming in, but Volko really needs to get that trade.
Well, yeah, he probably wouldn't have got that second, but Breno managed to lock onto him through that smoke there. Like a little spray, finding the sound. And now we're going to see MIBR go for a 1-2-2 split, looking to battle it out at mid, and so is Automatic, who has the spawn, has the timing, and a couple of flashes to back him up. But the donut control there for MIBR, as well as Red Room. And EG deciding where they want to go, with 4 members lurking towards the bottom of mid here. Pumping the brakes.
And you can see now they only left Breno on B, right? Understanding that after that last round, EG is probably not going to go back, and we're going to see some RG-Bargy in middle.
RG and Bargy here for Insani. Gets closer, sees the butt of Volko, and will go down and reply to Junior. So 4v4 established early, and over a minute left for EG. They'll creep into Jaguar, and no resistance yet. Pretty passive setup here for MIBR for the remainder of the players. Earliest information will be gathered from Exit and Donut if they were to push through middle, but he's only got an MP9, and it will be the transition of focus towards this B site instead. 2 players in defense now caught. Hex did see Breno just crossing forward, and now comes the pop for EG. Breno looking to hold them at the ramp. Let's see if he's got anything up his sleeve here. Breno going a little creep down the ramp. Actually, some aggression into it has worked out perfectly. Even though it's his birthday, Automatic not having fun there on B side. It is going to be George. He should have taken that one. That was completely free.
Oof. Should have been the equalizer. Junior. An opportunity goes awry, as his head does as well. Breno locking it down in the tunnels. On low points of health there, and Hex a 1v4 with no time and no bomb. There's no shot he does anything here.
Well, Mac, I have to say, yesterday you were being quite the model streamer, right? You were shouting out the Twitch Prime subs. You know,
Yeah.
we got everything, but I hear you've been combing through the threads and getting the community consensus on your professionalism, Mac. Is there anything you'd like to say for that?
Oh, yes, I'm unprofessional as fuck. Yeah, my superiors
Yeah, no
here
shit.
at ESL definitely said, like, look, you're allowed
That's why
to
we
swear.
hired
You probably
you.
shouldn't.
That's why, yeah.
But you're Australian. We don't want to, hold you back at all.
Exactly. Look, just be your full, authentic self. You nearly
There's no
capped off one of
threads
the
being
best
put out
players.
there. Rush, he's got like minimal words to say, comes in, drop like 2 F-bombs before. Think about that, huh? That's like a 50% hit rate.
Yeah, and who the hell is he?
The greatest
An observer.
The greatest observer.
Hey, what's going on? You check out that kill right there. You see that?
Yeah, you got that, man.
Watch this one. Yeah? See that? And now look at this. Look at this. See, this is 6 here pushing. He's probably dead, but maybe not. Gets one. Falls back now. His job is done. Oh, but safe, eh? He is here. And ramp clear. That's what he's calling right now.
When you
Drop.
get to the
He's gonna
level
push.
of observing the rushes at, you start calling players by numbers, and
Damn right. 2 and 4
they lose
here.
their names here.
2 and 4 pushing back to spawn. Grouping up with number 3. 9. He's the only one kind of interested in A, but it looks like it will clear a bit of mid control here. And it might be the perfect play here. 9 and 0. Coming in here, but 3. With that deagle, you got to be careful. Might bite a head off. Here it comes. It did not bite the head off, and 0 mops him up. Clean it easy.
Sick play from 0.
For those unaware, Rush's real name is actually John Nash.
Who the heck is that?
You are.
Oh, okay.
The brilliant mind. Google it.
It actually takes a lot of skill to commentate and observe at the same time.
Yeah, I
Really
mean, it
does
does help
understand
that he is calling them by numbers.
Of course. Of course.
Nothing that Rush does is extraordinary. The bare minimum, really.
I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
Look, he's
I
no
try
MC.
my hardest, man, you know what I mean? Look at Zero's spam.
That's okay, your ceiling
He
is just
kills one as
low.
well. He kills one too. Oh, he's doing it again. He's doing it again. He's got another. It's a buy round. It's a full gun round.
He is good with numbers, Mr. Rush.
Show the flankers. They already have B control. Thank you.
All right, mate.
Maybe focus more on your job instead of talking to us.
Look at 7.
You're not as good at multitasking as you
look,
think
Drop
you are.
knows. He knows. He's rotating.
Well,
4. This is a good position from 4, though.
Yeah, this is fantastic from Automatic.
Birthday 4, we call him. But look at Breno, man. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the flank has been coming a long time, Rush.
Oh, they're going to clear mid. Automatic might get a lot of kills here. Oh, the timing's terrible for me, but oh, it's just all going to work out now. 9 might kill 3. 7's going to flank, and he might even mop up the round here. Now he's going to keep it clean, keep it tight.
Tight.
And Jorge looking for something, and Breno, he closes around.
Like
what a flank.
I like
good
that.
control on the B area, you know.
You're
Send and
welcome,
drop
Rush.
for the early rotate. Good clearing of mid here to clear out Automatic. What a beautiful put together round.
Well, it's great to...
Back to the desk.
Yeah, thank you very much for that one, Rush. Great to get inside of the mind of our observer here. See the numbers.
A bit terrifying, though, not gonna lie.
You know, Axe is pretty good with the printer. I think Chad brought that up recently. Every time I see this guy, he's at the printer.
He's pretty good with the forearms there. Look at that. Absolutely vascular. That's what you want in a coach. He's
big and vascular, man.
I'm not really sure that's what you want in a coach, but all right, Mac, you probably know better with your 11,000 rating.
Hey, all I'm saying is Rooster had the best dressed coach here, man.
Oh, they absolutely did, didn't
they? Look how far they've come.
It wasn't the coach's problem.
Who was the problem?
They took a tactical yesterday, I heard. I wasn't even here for it. That would have been something to celebrate.
Oh, we recorded that for you.
The first tactical.
You can take the USB stick home.
He just stood
From
there looking
Rooster.
pretty, I guess, behind the team. So,
in like 4 years.
I reckon they should get you as a coach next, Mac. That would be kind of sick. Automatic yet to get a kill here. He's got a Mac 10 out, and he's looking to try and get through the donut. The rest of his teammates trying to push through a main. This has become a very one-sided game. It hasn't really got going at all for EG, has it? There was that one round where Hex just popped into the B site on his own and was able to get a double kill. That's not really sustainable. You're not going to see him replicate that time and time again.
I mean, even him, he got a double kill in that round, a double kill in the pistol, and that's been it. I think that's the problem so far for EG. Just individually, they started off slow, and they're still pretty cold. You know, they're losing a lot of these fights. MIBR is feeling it. We saw Breno a lot of times. Even now, look at the aggression in Sunny. That last gun round, a couple of kills through the smoke. That's going to help. So EG has to find a way to sort of get their players into the game, you know. And actually, we've talked about this to Snappy yesterday, and a way to do that is, and that's a little bit on the in-game leader, really, a way to do that is call something that's a little bit more set now. That doesn't mean you need to call a B rush or a B execute or something like that. It can still be a defaulty round, but you tell people what you want them to do in the default. You know, you two guys do this cave take, or let's do this mid take, and then we're gonna do this ending, right?
Yeah.
So even though it's a default and people are spread out, and you know, from the outside it looks like a default, they know step by step what they're supposed to do, and that way you eliminate them having to talk too much or take initiative on their own. They're just being told what to do, and hopefully they hit a couple of shots and you win a round or two, and then confidence is back.
Let's see if they can get some of that confidence flowing through the team here.
How's your confidence, Mac, after a couple of weeks playing CS in Europe?
That's fine.
Gone?
Just my angle hit all-time high, so I stopped playing.
I mean, you've impressed a lot of the production crew, Mac. I think there was a lot of people saying you could win the whole 1v1 tournament yesterday, so there was a lot of people in your corner.
Guys like Rush.
There was I
think they said that.
A lot of opportunities, and some that were 1v5s.
What does that mean, guys like Rush? What does that mean?
Guys who don't know what they're talking about.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Of course.
I'm looking forward to some Rushly surprises a little bit later on today, Rush. I think it's
there might be a segment coming up.
Observe the tease for once in your life.
All right, watch this. There you go. How's that?
Ooh.
Little spammer.
That was nearly sick, Rush.
Yeah, well.
That nearly really worked out there. Hexed on the wall bank, does a bit of damage. And now Hex creeping up the B ramp, gets into the beehive.
And Automatic trying to get in the behind.
I enjoyed your play-by-play cast the other day, Yanko.
You did? Yimpat!
Sad we won't get to see him on the server for the rest of the week, but here we go. It is safe. Oh, on the site, overrun, overwhelmed, and here they go. George running right into the lines. Then it is Insanity to rip his head off, and Junior. Oh no, Junior. He's going to start planting the bomb, and that's not even allowed. This is rough for EG.
He is not.
It is a little bit rough. And there's one more thing. So when you're in a situation like EG is right now, you also need to adapt your calling, right? What I mean by that is MIBR is 8-1 up. They're playing with a lot of confidence. They're running around. So you need to start getting a little bit of fakey boys in there, right? Abuse their confidence. Abuse the fact that they're going to run around a lot and then try to cut off rotation, try to punish off those aggressive moves, really, in a way. Like, you need to take that into account when you're thinking in freeze time what to call. You can't just play default, try to take some map control and really show presence on one area and then try to end in that area. You'll have 3-4 guys waiting for you every single time, or someone will flank.
Breno, oh, he's going to be spotted. Isolated on this short side of Cheetah. Oh, fights his way up for 2. Best case scenario for him there for sure.
How'd that flashbang taste, Junior? Now George's turn up the B ramp. This is a limping EG, isn't it? So sad to see, because I mean, we've been talking about EG being so good in this tournament so far, and
this
really
is their map pick.
Yeah, and they just haven't done anything on the T side at all. It's wild. I thought this game would be a lot more competitive than this. Maybe it still has the potential to be, but.
And you look at that reset round, the fast B play, and Drop getting 2 kills from long. Breno also doing a good job spamming through short. And how different things
Everything's going wrong for them. We do have the power to get the thoughts of the Twitch chat, guys, which is something we need to wield.
Is that really a power?
Yeah, it is a power, actually.
Yeah, they called you a bully, Yanko. Leave me the fuck alone.
Let's take a look.
What are you going to do about it, Twitch chat?
Yeah.
Nothing. Sit there and
type harder.
Chat. Type harder. Use more caps, and maybe I'll change.
Look, to be fair,
all right. Anyway, I was going to get the thoughts of the chat on if they think EG are going to come back into this one. So let's see if we can use the power to start things off, see if it's working. Let's get a little poll, seeing if they think EG is going to come back.
I can tell you, you don't even need the poll. Like, yeah, do it anyway. But the prediction was straight down the middle at the start of the map. It was 2.1 million points.
Yeah, but surely that's going to change based on
millions of points in play now.
Millions. Double your points.
Millions of points.
Throw them in there. Put your ticket in the hat.
You ever want a raffle, Mac?
Yeah, I want a meat raffle back when I was like a kid. Kind of, like, I didn't even buy the ticket. Dad was like, "Here's your ticket, son. You know,
meat raffle.
We'll win this
Let's
meat."
see.
You don't do meat raffles?
UK? Probably. I just never entered a meat raffle.
Of course.
I was more trying to win technology or something along those
Dinko
lines.
had plenty of meat when he was growing up.
Yep. No, you're right. That's why I'm so big and strong, Yanko.
I guess. For a 12-year-old.
Yep. Never seen a 12-year-old like me.
What's the best thing about Europe? Well, I've only gone to Malta, and Malta's the best thing about Europe so far.
Malta is like the shitty part of Europe, and I say that coming from Serbia. Like,
I disagree. I think it's quite beautiful, you know? Lovely sunshine, good food, wonderful people, Yanko.
Yeah. It's reminding me of home.
We'd like to thank our sponsors, Gaming Malta, for making this tournament possible.
Oh, they even had a good flash play and just Hex gets mowed down.
Sponsors hate him.
I should be sponsored by the Sith.
Well, says don't deal in absolutes, but Sani is absolutely insane. And he's going to be holding outside of Donut. Here they come, running right into the rifle. It's just 1 kill for Insani, and here's the flank from Breno. My God, this isn't really a Counter-Strike match, is it?
It's looking pretty grim, and it's hard, right, for EG. You know, you have that play for Hex, and then he dies. MIBR has all the information. You want to try to beat the rotation and just sort of speed up A, but you weren't really putting pressure there, so they have smokes. The counter utility comes in, and it becomes an impossible round, right? It's just one of those games where on top of you being a little bit cold individually, just MIBR is really feeling it. They're getting the good reads. They're making the correct plays and hitting the shots, so it's tough. I feel like for EG at this point, it's about salvaging the game so you can get something going so this just doesn't roll over into the second map and they just snowball the entire series.
Yeah, it would really suck for them to build all this confidence and all this positive momentum out throughout the tournament, and you get into a game that you would say is winnable for you against MIBR, and you get absolutely bodied like this.
Well, they have 16 kills in 12 rounds.
Yeah, it's just not...
A kill per round, automatic is 0 and 11. Happy birthday, bro. I guess.
Happy birthday.
To him.
Damn.
What is he number? He's number 4, isn't he?
0 and 11.
0. 2 number 0. No, that's insane.
Zero bomb, as they call it.
A look at Save. His position is great for this round.
Yeah, he's going to get at least one here. Surely. Boost over the top, that might work, but Safe is going to react in time. Junior's head taken off his shoulders, and now Safe, of course, he's going to get the second. He might get a third. Absolutely will. Safe, get out of here. EG destroyed at the door. Mom, get the camera.
You guys watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
I've watched a little bit, only of the first season. Why?
You're lucky, Dinko, that I'm a good person. I had a zinger there.
Well, should have used the Yanko. Should have went all out.
And I'm just too nice, right, Rush?
You've only been nice to everyone today,
He's
brother.
super nice, man. Very nice. There's one time you slipped up. I remember in Dallas, you that was the game you casted in Dallas like a year ago or something.
Yep.
And you're like, oh, that was an easy game. Thanks. You made it easy, Rush, to commentate. And I was like, oh, thanks, Yanko.
And that's why I cast with the Yanko as well at that tournament.
Did he say nice stuff about you? Maybe it was just a day.
Yeah, it was a great time.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling really well that day.
He wasn't himself.
No, not at all. But it was nice. I'll hold on to that for a few years, I guess.
Exactly. That's what
See,
makes
it
all
gives you
worth
little
it.
dribs and drabs, and then actually ends up being a luxury.
There's a word for it, but I don't know what.
You wouldn't appreciate the good without the bad, Rush.
Yeah,
you know?
maybe, but...
If it was just sunshine and rainbows all the time, I mean,
I suppose.
you take it for granted.
Look, you're not just a Serbian spin doctor in ping pong. It's like out of server, you build us up, you make us feel good about ourselves, and then as soon as we get
Break
on
you
camera,
down.
get on the microphone.
It's all about...
just laughing in our faces. All right.
I mean, it's all about building up that mental strength, right? So you're able to deal with adversity. That's all it is here.
Of course. Life lessons getting taught here by
12
SSD.
Well, they actually really need that, don't they, for evil geniuses? They need to go deep into the school of stoicism and find their way out of this hole, because right now they are absolutely destroyed. And you got to build something out of this, so you don't have a lot of tools to do it. There's not a lot of money left over. Round 14 is in play. And is Automatic got his first kill yet? We'll have to see. No. So, yeah, it's been a really rough half overall for EG. Just not really hitting back. They're getting bullied and they're not fighting back. Haven't heard a Hex scream yet either.
Maybe a cry out for help.
Maybe that'll be coming real soon. We'll see. Maybe second half. We'll hear that one. We're positioned perfectly to hear the screams of terror. But this is about to be another one of those rounds where MIBR should take 13-1. Look at the purchase for EG. I got a message yesterday, Mac, about the sea urchins. Someone actually hit me up on Twitter and told me a story about their experience with sea urchins.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find
Please
it.
tell us more, Dinko.
Yeah, it's really fascinating, actually. He used to work on a sea urchin boat off the coast of California, man.
What?
And one time a full bike smashed against his leg and he got sea urchin spikes in his shin. Oh, there you go.
In the shin.
And he thinks they taste delicious, like caviar. So there you go.
So he was like a sea urchin farmer, but copped some spikes in the shin. That's like the thinnest bit of skin too. Nothing to go into except bone. Oh.
Well, it's going well for MIBR. They've come out with the first couple of kills, and Sandy's having a field day, 16-4. Starting to farm some points here. And Junior, nice shot on the deagle. Ooh, landed that one too on dropping. We're just hoping for a highlight, but it isn't going to happen. 13-1. Next round coming up will be the last round of this half of Counter-Strike. Not much more to say than that, really.
I'm even talking to Chad, like I'm talking on the couch. Say, Chad, I'm gonna, to take the first game. I think it'll be a good game, I think they'll do well. Close game, entertaining. The worst stomp we've had so far in the group.
Might be one of the worst in Pro League history. Who
Whoa,
knows?
it could be.
Dude, Rooster actually played better against Heroic than this, which is depressing, really.
Why do you always have to bring it back to Rooster, man? Haven't like Australians suffered enough?
We can talk about Orcs.
You're such a bully, Dinko.
Let's bully Orcs for a
I
little
really
bit,
am, you know. It's I do feel like Australians need their time in the sun, isn't that right, Mac?
Where are all the great teams from Northern Ireland?
They really do not exist.
Exactly, so shut your mouth.
Our population's very, very small.
Well.
Better Enezan now in a great position. Oh, there's the smoke. Ugh. Let's just stay on automatic rush and see.
Yeah, let's just do that.
How
That'd
it
be
looks
great.
like. Why is he not getting killed?
Birthday
This is why, because
X-ray off his crosshair.
by the time he, gets into action, like his teammates have all died. How are you supposed to get kills in a 2v5?
Oh, this is miserable.
Okay, here I go again.
He's just watching everybody die in front of him.
What my flashes?
Oh, there he goes. Oh, and he goes down. I mean,
that was brutal to watch,
what a really sad birthday experience here.
God, now I understand why he's having a rough. Like, what can he do there?
Yeah, there's nothing he can do. 14-1 MIBR versus Evil Geniuses continues after the break.
Well, MIBR doing aimbots, getting ready for that match later today. It seems 14-1 at the half, and it might not be too much of a second half if EG don't pick it up. And, you're looking at this as well. It is just a rough affair for all of the NA fans out there right now.
Bro, my man didn't have like a straight-up duel once. Look at this.
He's just throwing flashes and then walking out into Death Sworn.
Either shot in the back or blind.
Pulling the party poppers.
All right, this pistol is so important for EG.
Shut up.
Well, P254 Insanity. This could be the quickest half of Counter-Strike. And here he goes. Automatic. Really the only player we want to watch at this point. Let's see if he's able to get himself that kill in this half.
Oh, they're going B.
Drops coming out of the K. Smokes are up. Hex held behind it. The ball plant being locked in for safe. He'll put the digits in. And now EG, it's actually a winnable round. They can play the retake here.
Still a chance. Still a chance, no matter how little it is. At range, Insani is looking to stop this retake from EG. And tucking away in the beehive, as you mentioned. Benizenizen going to be able to find one there, but it's looking good for EG on the retake. The Julies doing work for George.
Don't stand the fire.
No time, that's it.
That's
spun around by MIBR.
Oh, the molly comes in.
Automatic on a kill.
He did it. He got the kill, and MIBR will win the pistol round, which will probably mean the map in a few moments. But they came so close to the retake, as you were saying, Mac. It did look so good on the retake for EG, right? They were getting all those kills, but it's the utility right at the end. Thrown onto the bomb by MIBR. George couldn't stick the defuse, but this is all that matters. Automatic with his first kill of the game. That's the birthday present we're all looking for today.
On the board, getting ready for the next map. That's what matters, right?
Boom. So good, we had to see it 4 times.
I wonder if I saw a smile on Bit's face, so I wonder if this was something they saw in prep for the pistol, that EG likes to play retake, and they don't buy a smoke in a kit, so if they just save a molly for post-plant, that can maybe just secure in the round on its own.
Automatic has the rifle, the only rifle here in play as well for the CT.
Yes, but Beranazan has an AK. That's how the real casters call him.
Beranazan.
Beranazan.
Yeah, Breno.
You see, Mac, that's why you have 11,000 rating. You need to do better.
Beranazan.
If you want to have something you never had before, you have to be willing to do things you've never done before. Right, like cardio.
I reckon I'd outrun the fuck out of you, just low-key. Huh? Nah. I did leg day. Let's hit the tradies after this, huh?
I mean, if you're talking about Dinko, then sure.
Dude.
I used to be a long-distance runner. EG.
Used to be.
Used to be. Unfortunately.
Now you're a power lifter.
The cardio games just aren't quite there.
Well, don't need much cardio for this game. It's quite the sprint we've got here. 34 seconds left in the round. MIBR is really going to close it here and now. It is going to be drop taking Automatic out of this game. Could finish it on the 1 kill. And Walco is pushed through elbow, getting around the backside on the 5-7, and here comes the final 17 seconds of this round. It's Junior getting everything, or it's over for EG. The Deagle, from the American is not going to land at all, and here comes Hex back in from the temple. Better pray he can do something magical here. Perhaps some divine intervention for EG to stay alive, and they're doing their best, but Exit will take them out. 16-1 for MIBR on the first map of this series. They are absolutely looking like the team that's going to be moving forward today.
Og en AK på.
Ja. Okay, lille eller hvad? Vi kan lave en face default. Kan jeg få en ekstra flash til nogen, eller ikke penge til det?
Jo, du kan godt få
face default.
Ja.
Og ruller og ras. Face default.
That surely is the big test right now. If they can make it past that, and it's a test for Wonderful as well. He played so good in the opening map.
Ruller ikke. Smoker ikke monster, vær klar dårlig køb. Nej, ballon monster. Ned, graffiti nu.
Flash tæt, flash tæt.
Pikker her, René.
Ja. Giv mig din næse, og så hold det pikning. Jeg kan sætte dig.
Der er ikke UK. Jeg dodger.
Ja. Han er foran fra grusmålen.
Der er ikke. Han er væk igen. Det er chopper. Jeg klar piknik. Jeg klar piknik.
Det var mange her. H1 bliver meget lyd.
Chopper with a good opening in this round, taking down Tessus. And maybe that could afford a little bit of space, but he's sticking around Wonderful. I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Jeg tror bare, vi skal gå af i stedet, okay?
Ja.
Bare vent på, om det kan frem, altså.
Det kan være, Kasper, du kan give den gode graffiti-plads til mig. Eller bare...
Ja. Okay, jeg bliver her. Ras, løb tæt. Jeg flasher for dig. Flash.
That's a great equalizing kill found by Shush, and now Spirit's defense.
Du kan steppe tæt op på piknik.
Vi laver væltelund, hvis jeg får din nades.
Smoker monster. De her kommer ikke til at blive skåret fra graffiti af, hvis der.
Giv mig her, giv mig. Okay, ja.
Bare B, gutter. Step pres. Jeg smukker fra resten af lidt. Monster. Ja. Jeg smukker her også.
If Yabby gets a kill here, this round might be over. You can see Shush and Yabby on different sides of the map are both ready to challenge their respective bomb sites on their own.
Kom med ud mod kortpapir. Tæk noget af. Det var på døren. Truck der.
Jeg har en dildo. Jeg flasher ud kort. Jeg var kort.
Der puster.
Hug ham. Ned.
Nice. Lort.
Oh, and Yabby, he's here to open it up. Another strong headshot to take down Siren. And they turn around just barely in time. He's going to get that bomb plant, and Cadian wants to get out of the range of that M4.
Jakob, sindssygt nice, men lytte til mig. Jeg siger, du skal komme og clear kort for os.
Mind gobbling on these nuts. What the fuck is that? I'm out.
Oh, this potential. That's the fucking line.
Oh, hey man. Oh. No, yep.
Even his own lawyer didn't want to associate with such a criminal, mostly because he was a UKCS fanboy.
Another sleepless night? Well, I've got the perfect solution. Resident Sleeper.
My name is Rafael, my nickname is Exit. I play for MIBR and I've never been to summer camp.
MIBR should be the best team in campus this season because we are 5 baiters, so we'll probably be safe everywhere we go, so yeah.
If I could only eat one food for the rest of my life, it would be barbecue, Brazilian barbecue.
I just love chicken. I've been eating chicken for the last 60 days. Hot dogs in Brazil are much different from the one that you guys are using in Europe. Yeah, I would go for burgers. It's like most common and it's the same like everywhere you go, so.
The worst position inside the game, maybe B on train and maybe A on Anubis.
I've had to play and I'm still playing there. It's the B on Mirage. There's no one coming, never. And when they come, it's like 10 flashbangs, 2 smokes, 6 molotovs and stuff like that.
Biggest threat we pose against the other teams is that we are a new team. We didn't play too much officials. They don't have too much information about us. You should pick MIBR as the best campus team because we put a lot of work to be here. I've been playing CS the whole day, so root for us, and that's it.
Stop the clock. This may go down as the quickest game in ESL Pro League history. Now, don't quote me on it. I don't have the stats. I don't have the number men working this one out. Surely somebody will be, because this game of Counter-Strike took roughly, what, 33 minutes? I'm joined by Rushley, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, what's going on? How are you?
From an observer's perspective, Rushley, what would you label that game? Absolutely bollocks?
Yeah, not too great, to be honest. It's sad to see, though, because EG on certain maps, they really have been doing all right, but this was very hard.
So how do the people?
What's going on?
Yeah, so we don't really have a whole lot to talk about from that map of Counter-Strike.
No, I can imagine not. I mean...
it's an elimination game. You're hoping...
were playing well.
It was their own map choice.
Yeah, true.
You got to wonder what happened this morning. Did EG get up on the wrong side of the bed? It's a very slow start. MIBR looking hot to trot. If I'm MIBR, make it as quick as possible, get the game done and dusted, go have a nice break, maybe go back to bed, do some more prep, have a chill time before your match against Monte later in the day. Yeah, so look, we're going to fill this segment with something we've been doing most mornings. We didn't get around to it this morning, but it's going to be discussing What does that mean?
That's me rubbing my hands together.
Well, you want to get started for everybody? Because we should probably take your, both of us are on Reddit, right?
On my side here, obviously the biggest
Wonderful.
talking point at the moment is the whole 128 tick to 64 tick
You can't get
comparison.
enough of it, can you?
I'm fed up, you know.
You can't get enough of it.
I'm pretty depressed, if I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, I mean, this has made me really sad. I mean, you know, Counter-Strike 2, we were all hoping that this was the moment where we can ditch the whole 64, 128 tick, you know, debacle and just everybody play on the same, you know. And now
Who was hoping that?
I was hoping that.
Okay, just keep. I want it to be clear.
Now,
you were
obviously,
hoping that.
you know, it's coming out that smoke lineups are different, and it's just like we're going to be back to square one in my
But
opinion.
we're back to having jump binds when we weren't meant to have jump binds either.
That's fine. That's fine. I don't care because, like, honestly, I've been not using a jump bind because it is super easy to throw a jump smoke without it. So you don't. A jump bind in CS:GO is necessary. In CS2, it is, in my opinion, still not necessary. It's nice to have.
Can we take a look at this video or no?
Well, I haven't clicked on it.
Let's see what happens.
But yes, this was like a little thing.
Relevant
here.
people, Launders. That makes sense. Okay, here we go. Let's see what this does.
You know, Launders is putting out some fire at the moment as well. But
so this is a red smoke.
Yes, apparently this is one that does work on the 64 ticks, and then this is on 128 now.
I love how the demo looks and they're gliding everywhere.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah,
yes.
okay.
We'll get there. CS3, man.
Well, that is what it is.
So yeah, that's an example, you know, and the community is a little all out there on it. To Valve, you know, on 64, 128, there's a petition here. You know, what I'm saying
a petition on Reddit. They're normally pretty good, huh? They normally get a lot done.
You know, well, Reddit's a bit flip floppy, you know, but it's sad for me, to be honest, because I really hoped this would be the moment where we can just combine everybody together.
So what happens, Rush, though, if Valve come in and say no 128 tick service? What if they just say this isn't possible? They put some way to restrict or constrict that. How does that make you feel?
I don't like that. However, if they did come out and say that, at least, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
Would you prefer the game to be worse for everybody so
that's
they could
the problem,
all play
right?
on the
That's
same
the
level?
problem. I mean, I wish they would just bite the bullet. Just do 128. I know it's a smaller scale sort of thing. They can afford to have 128. Well, let's be honest. Valve can afford it, you know. I'm sure it's not
so
cheap.
then we
They
have
a
to
lot of
discuss the
servers.
rationale. There needs to be a rationale as to why they're not doing this, right? They've obviously tried to come up with sub-tick as a way to solve the problem with the servers.
Yes.
It's
Which I, you know, good job. You know, I mean, I think that's an honourable cause that they've done.
Sure.
Sub-tick.
Now, look, I'm not going to pretend that you and I are server geniuses by any stretch of the imagination.
Definitely not.
So we can't talk about any of these things with authority, but we can try and speculate as to the information that we do have of maybe why it's falling one way to the other. Do you think that the old conversation of people having bad computers still holds up?
No, I mean, you can't do that. Not especially with a new game. You know, people say like, oh yeah, they put this fancy water in the game.
But why would they
which
be
tanks my frame
restrictive?
rate.
Why would they want to be restrictive to the community?
It's really tough. I mean, I understood the arguments before about, you know, bad PCs and all that kind of stuff,
Sure.
but to a certain degree, you can't cater too much to that. I mean, I understand the player base of CS is massive, obviously. Not everybody does have a good computer, but we're on a new game. It looks better. It's more intensive to run. So at this point, I think you just got to do it.
Well, maybe we can jump over to my screen right now for a moment here, because this was another problem that we were discussing during the pre-show, one that I think is still going to drive people to be playing on third-party platforms. It's going to come down to the anti-cheat. We know that Valve don't want to do anything that's too embedded, right? It feels like they don't want to release. Look at this. Look, there's a guy who's yep. All right. Well, okay.
Yeah,
CS2 beta. He's just testing his cheats.
I mean, I have some thoughts on the whole cheating thing because obviously, you know,
Let's play that one again for everybody at
We
home.
did play a lot of matchmaking, you know, here and there. You know, I would say, you know, high trust and all that kind of stuff coming across a cheater is fairly rare. I will say that when we queue, it's not common at all that we do come across cheaters. Obviously, in
I don't know. You should ask Jay and Hugo. They seem to have different opinions
yeah, but
on the type of players
come
that we're
across
going up
cheaters
against.
on platforms as well that are external. It is possible, but it's just. I don't know.
But isn't that you want to feel that you're in an environment where you're not being cheated, right?
Oh yeah,
so,
of course. In Counter-Strike, of course.
So let's see what else we've got going on here, because this is a big part of the conversation today. This is all anybody appears to be talking about. This is what you just brought up, the heroic news that we discussed a little bit earlier, of course.
I do have a Gabe follow. Did you have it as well?
No, bring it up. You got the Gabe follower one?
Yeah. So on my PC right now, I do have a tweet from Gabe follower. Basically, TLDR, I'm sorry or happy for you, depending. But no, he goes in to explain like. I will click this, you know. You gotta be
bravery.
I mean, there's a lot of text here, you know. If you
gonna read it?
Pause the stream right now if you really want to watch it all. But I mean, read it all. But he's like kind of going on about more like in depth on the whole like, I wish it would come out, because, you know, there's been a lot of talk about feelings, chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, this feels better. I changed this command. It feels better. And I think a lot of it is a little, you know, a snake oil to a certain degree.
Snake oil?
So I would love for it to come out where it is like, yeah, 128 tick, 64 tick. There is no difference. I haven't played the 128 tick. You have. You say it feels better. So
I need a larger sample size. I've only played 2. I've only played 2 games. I need a larger sample size. Do we have any other news? Anything else?
I've got no more news. But
all right,
you know,
let me have a quick scroll here. We'll let the people at home do the hard work for us. Just one quick little look. What about this Cadian round? Did you see this one yesterday?
This was bonkers. I didn't do this game, but my lord, if he got this, that would be insane. Like, the shot on the guy coming CT is insane, and then to follow it up like milliseconds after with the short kill, that's bonkers. I think that word is perfect.
You want to reuse bonkers one more time?
Yeah,
well, this is probably the perfect way to take us to break, because we did end up losing Heroic.
Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah,
those two are fine. That one's crazy.
This is the one. Bang!
That's crazy.
Whoa, that is the one.
And you can see his face. And look at Demke, man. He can't believe it either.
Yeah,
LMPT's face was hilarious in this, by the way. Watch his face. Look, he's like smiling. Like, what was that?
All right, look, we got a second map of Counter-Strike where I think maybe the coach of EG might be pulling a similar face very soon. 16-1 on Ancient. We are heading into Mirage, the battleground of MIBR. I was taking a little bit of a look. This is going to be a rough game for the North Americans. Let's go to a break. Let's get into game number 2, or map number 2, and we'll be back with you shortly. Bye.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo one more time. Are you ready?
Welcome back to ESL Pro League. I hope you've got some rest after that marathon of a first map, but hopefully things will be a little better as we head into Mirage. Second map of the series, the Eagle has landed, and we're heading into EG. I mean, actually, the Eagle's somewhat fallen out of the sky, I suppose. It kind of is pretty apt for EG's performance on map 1.
If this is NA's hope, this is what it's looking like right now. Big skydive straight into the bloody table, straight into the ground, but EG, can they do it? They get their choice of sides here moving into map 2, which is Mirage. And I don't want to stew on it. I don't want to think about it too much because I just want to celebrate Tim's birthday. You know, automatic, of course. That was an unfortunate start to the day for him. Maybe he was celebrating last night. Maybe he was doing something else. Who knows?
No.
What's he doing here?
Chad's getting
Russia's
that observer bag as well.
Russia's getting food. I used him for a segment. Now he needs to get some food.
Oh, must be nice.
Can't be starving,
people
Rush.
Take your shifts because you're hungry.
Oh, keep track of the observer. We've got Chad on the buttons today. There's a feature that that Rush was doing, Chad. He just doesn't call them by the player name, just by numbers, reduces them to numbers. And we'll see what Hex can do because forward catch is safe. Breno able to come back, and George is no longer with us on the server. So a 4v4 established and a push in towards automatic, and Walco is still in this fight from behind of the apartments. The bomb needs to get out of there, needs to get out of the danger zone.
MIBR is overcomplicating this a little bit. Get out, plant the bomb, and then worry about flanks and taking market control and such.
Trying to figure out how much they can play with here. Breno going deep towards the market line, expecting someone here, and there is going to be Junior waiting, slowly pushing in, but ready. That's a crispy one. This is a better looking EG right now. Kicking it off with a pistol would be nice, wouldn't it?
They've actually matched their previous score already, so it's a great start, and it is going to be Exit trying to prevent that from happening, but they will get that first round of the board, an automatic on the board in the first round of play. A little different than the previous map, so I think
that's the best round EG have played.
Yeah, that is actually the best round they've had.
In the whole tournament or this series?
I think this series. Sorry, guys. Rush, I'll let you know, Rush is back. He's eating now, so I shouldn't have to do this for too much longer.
What's he got for lunch there, Chad? What's he
looks like he's eating some olives. I do see
he is an olive
some
lover,
potatoes. That looks like fish. I'm not a big fish fan, so I won't be getting catering today. All right, anyway, round 2.
Well, there's always the 2 types of protein because, you know, just in case people are allergic to fish. You got an option there, Chad.
Chad's allergic to fish?
No, but he said he didn't like it. But I'm just saying that there's 2 types of protein.
He eats sushi, though, so he's a liar. Just like his friends Russ.
Sushi is super nice, though.
Oh, right now, that is value. That is huge.
That is sick from Hex. Right through the smoke. Breno could do nothing about it. Smoke comes in, blocks off Insani, and this is actually a really scary buy for MIBR. Considering they got the bomb plan, they get a really strong force buy.
Yeah.
It's a massive opening for EG because this round could definitely get out of hand.
Yeah, now it gets a little bit weird. All right, Safe doesn't take any damage there and gets the tag, so now they'll have some space to work mid. Or will they?
Oh, George sniffs himself out a drop. And now push through the ramp coming through from EG. He's going to be the final attack out from Insani. The MAC-10 gets the first kill, but does not best the MP9 of Hex. There's still 2 players up here for MIBR, and in particular, the weapon I'm interested in seeing is Safe's AK-47. So he's moving in towards this B site, wrapping his way around the back, and it might actually pay off here. If the Brazilian can get that AK to light up a few kills in the final 35 seconds of this could be around, and if he shoots right now, he did have a lineup of 2 players. He doesn't know how close he is to a round-winning play. And the flank through the apartments, Walco eventually has arrived.
Exit has a flash for him too, but...
Oh, Safe's got it. He's got the kill on the bin player. Now Exit coming up from short. Needed a bit more of that from Safe, and it will be a 2-0 start for Evil Geniuses. They doubled their score here, so fantastic work.
Yanko, talk to me. In a situation like that, is the element of surprise more important or just trying to fish for what you think could be lurking behind that smoke?
For this part?
No, that part towards the end.
Towards the end.
Towards bench.
I think in the 2v4 you need to try and do something really, but I think EG did a good job of being patient and not overextending. You see Hex playing for time, right? His teammates were nowhere near him, and MIBR was also slow themselves, trying to wait for a sort of a mistake that they could punish, but that never came to fruition.
Here goes George, or Jorge, as Rush called him a little bit earlier on.
Ignore what Rush said.
Exactly what Rush said. What do you made of Chad's observing versus Rush's, Yanko?
I can't tell a difference.
I think it's because Rush is actually back. Yanko's back too. That wouldn't have been an incorrect statement.
I'm still going.
Okay. See, maybe, just maybe, it isn't as hard as Rush makes it out to be. And now he's there fuming for me saying this, and he's like, oh yeah, but it's Mirage. Of course he can do it on Mirage. Let me see you do it on Nuke. And then I did it on Nuke yesterday, and he was out of argument, so.
There he is, Rush, enjoying his lunch.
Olives and fish, almost as salty as Twitch chat. Now, what are we going to get going here? The boost in window is torn to shreds, and EG races here. 3-0. Lots of damage done to the EG members.
He wasn't hitting everything, Mac. He was not hitting everything, though, without the Eagle.
Wow. I think I've got one more round, and then Rush should be taking back over. Right? I'll just get through this first gun round.
This is a gun round. Will you be able to handle it?
I hope so. I know that Breno will be the aggressive mid player. Exit's going to be setting him up safe with the AWP. We're looking for picks, and Sani is going to be the A lurker, and Drop will be the B lurker. So that is what I'll be taking into this round from the T side perspective.
I'm sure Rush knows all of that too.
Rush knows the numbers. He's a numbers man. A quick play from drop down into the underpass. It is Junior who will be looking for an opening move in towards short side. Slow passive default here from MIBR, just sitting all the way back at top middle, waiting for EG to make their move. MIBR obviously had a really lightning hot start over on Ancient, but more of a tentative approach to Mirage so far from them. All with 1 kill each. Junior's had enough of just sitting back in the short position. He wants to get a little bit more aggressive. It might pay off here for Junior, but he misses the shot. Now he needs to get back to safety, and he will do exactly that into the connector. And MIBR have middle.
What are they going to do with it is the question I'm asking. Automatic and be able to get away with that and his life. 53 points of health still there. And rotating into jungle. The full reposition, and EG happy to play retake towards A with this A main control.
Well, Junior has repositioned back to B already, and a great shot from the American sniper. He wants another one, but he re-peeks, and yeah, you don't like to see that. Safe was waiting for that re-peek and nails him, punishes him. 30 seconds left for MIBR as they move into the site desperately. There's one player at van, one to the back of the site, and Hext, he's been waiting in behind this van for the whole damn time, and it's going to work out for Hext. His patience will pay off, and it's 4-0.
All right, guys, I hope you enjoyed what I had to offer here today. I'll be putting Rush back in the seat, so have a great day.
Thank you.
Can we get visuals of you picking him up and putting him in the seat? I'd love that.
He's got too big these days.
That's really good, Chad. Thank you so much. I think now EG is playing some proper Counter-Strike, right? Like we've seen in some of the earlier games. You saw Junior with early mid aggression doesn't work out, but then Hext flashes mid from B for automatic, who peeks, gets a kill, they lose mid, they take A main control, people rotate back to B, you know, they're being proactive, they're getting the information. The only bad thing was the re-peek from Junior because his teammate was coming with a flash, so someone could have flashed for him and then he could have peeked. This was a little bit too brave. And we'll see how they'll fare with this A hold.
Oh, it is the standard A execute, and Walco out from the back of the triple box. Instant execution onto Breno. Sees his second victim of Tetris. Everybody's favorite game, apart from Counter-Strike.
Drop playing his own game here. A sneaky one. Almost Assassin's Creed with a flank like that. However, spotted over towards the bottom at mid, and EG very far from being out of the round. But the same can be said for the Brazilians. MIBR just letting that clock tick down, letting EG use every bit of util.
Drop's got the Darth Maul Tech 9, and it has not worked out. George turns around, Drop somehow doesn't get that kill, but Insanity will help, and it's going to be a 3v3. Pistols still have a shot at winning this one, but they've got to get through the off of Junior, and a missed shot from the Gungnir.
They do have all the members here for EG. You can see Hext worried that maybe there's a late flank coming through. And Junior again posted on the line. Walco spotted underneath the balcony, going loud. But he's not going to be able to find the double spray down. Still a chance for either of these teams. But Hex is showing up just in the nick of time, and there's no control on the site to get that bomb down. 5-0, EG waking up deep in the second.
A little bit labored from EG in that round, but they get it done. That's the most important thing. You could see even like on the, I think it was Volko, waits for a flash to come in from his teammates, then peeks, gets this here, really nice and clean. Uses a defensive smoke after that, keeps buying time in these rounds. That's the most important thing. They won't have a lot of utility, so if you can deny them the plant and their smokes pass, the round is much easier from that point on.
Well, timeout taken for MIBR, and Bit is reading off the strat page at the moment.
Well, I think it's probably just another default, but maybe a little bit faster paced for MIBR this time around. I think it could be too early for them to just switch into a, you know, straight up execute or something along those lines. And EG probably doing something aggressive based off of the spawns. George had the best spawn, 2 players jumping down mid.
There we go. Quick mid take coming in from MIBR. It is going to work out for EG though. 3 kills, and the round has just started. Well, it's pretty much over at this point. That mid fight, 50-50 head-on fight. And EG come out on top. Now Hex waiting on top of the van at the B site. The most boring position in all of CS. Some might argue. It's going to be a slow burner right to the end. We have a full minute here, Mac.
Yeah.
Anything interesting you got up to today before the show started? I know you've been traveling around Malta.
Straight from the deadlift platform back into the studio, still sweating. It was rough. I did have a shower in between, and it was worrying me. But meanwhile, while you two were just talking, there's this new thing going around called Voice Cell. I don't know if you guys saw it.
No, I haven't.
It checks if you are a deep voice Chad, and the level is 85 hertz for a deep voice Chad. Chad is 100 hertz, so we'll see if that's accurate when we check Chad later. You're a voicel if you are 130 hertz, and above it, it's Jova. So you guys were both mid at about 100, 113 hertz median.
What's my blood waffling about?
He's called us mid, bro. Like,
no, actually the app called you mid.
Well, you read it out, so...
How about you do your job, Matt?
I was a deep voice Chad. I'm doing my job, man. I'm talking.
I feel like if you are closer to the microphone, it would help.
Of course.
So...
You can have a second chance later.
I'm going to have a second crack at that. We'll see if I can get the numbers up, but... Alright, Hack's starting to get loud now. He's actually winning some rounds, so good to see that.
He's got that cheeky grin going, so he's feeling it. EG looking like a fresh-faced team, 6-0. But we've seen some crazy things happen here so far in the B group of ESL Pro League Season 18, and this could be another one of those funny affairs.
Yeah, I'm happy that Hex is in this team because I think he injects a good amount of personality into the team, right? It would be too quiet across the board if it wasn't for him, you know, having a bit of personality, willing to chat a little bit of shit. You know, it's good to see. Woo, here goes Insani. Well, he definitely got the objective of rushing B. Unfortunately, all of his teammates rushed B and stopped, and they've gone away because of the utility. They can look for plan B.
I love the change in pace, or at least the attempt of it.
I think what's cool here, you know, you saw that last round, MIBR did try to, you know, they had 4 guys mid, so they anticipated maybe EG is going to keep fighting for mid, so let's send more bodies. They just ended up losing out on the fight, and EG hit some great shots.
Yeah.
So now it gets a little bit more tricky for them in terms of calling, right? What we talked about on Ancient, you want to exploit and take advantage of your opponents having a lot of confidence and, you know, feeling it. So I think, for me, what would be the best call for MIBR next round? And you always want to feel your opponents, like you always want to make them feel smart. So if I'm MIBR, next round, I'm making it look like I'm faking default and popping A, let's say. So I'm just throwing like a top mid smoke and a flash and make it look pretty weak. Then I throw bench stair smoke or maybe even top con jungle smoke, and I use 2 guys to throw all of their util, right? Maybe even 1 guy to show up ramp. Just really try to sell that fake, and meanwhile I have the rest of the team just running out top mid and running out cat and taking that space and hopefully catching someone off guard, or at the very least getting a lot of real estate. Because right now EG is probably thinking, you know, we stopped them default a lot. They need to make some sort of an adjustment, and that way you're making them think they're right, but actually you're sort of baiting them a little bit. Also, it is legit for MIBR to be like, hey, just try that damn default again. You know, we need to win that fight. Everything else is more difficult to do.
Are we seeing exactly what you expected?
I think they're just gonna go away, really, or try to walk out taps. Let's see.
Baiting out some early util from EG. 2 smokes, 1 molly towards the top of mid, and another resmoke at con. EG trying to fake that they are fighting for mid, but you can see that they are making a bit of a misread here. Getting aggressive up on the balcony. 2 men pushing straight deep into apartments. And in comes the smokes for the top of con and window, making it maybe EG think that they are in the right position, but meanwhile MIBR just contacting out on the A site, taking names and maybe taking their first round.
The bomb plant. Perhaps that smoke in abs giving them a false sense of security. Hex gets a kill on the flank, but I feel like they're way too far. They're too far from the site, and actually their money isn't amazing considering they're 7-0 up. So probably best to not chase any further.
Well, MIBR finally have their first round on the board. Yesterday we had a crazy 1v5 attempt from KD, and I think the community reactions were interesting to look at yesterday. A lot of people believing that that clutch with the Deagle would have been the best in CSGO history, Janko. Would you have agreed with that if he had pulled off that 5th kill?
I think it's a disservice to these teams, Dinko, for you to try to swap the discussion to a team that's already eliminated for the tournament. They're playing for their lives here. EG is 1 map away from being out of ESL Pro League, and you want to talk about Cadian's 1v5 attempt in a game they lost?
Yeah, I do actually. It's
That's the best you have for me?
Yeah, it was kind of a sick, but I guess you don't have an opinion on it.
Get your shit together, Dinko.
All right.
This is embarrassing. All right. Really
Rosh, how are those t-shirts going? How are those t-shirts going, Rosh?
Don't worry, they're being printed right now, bro. They're being printed right now.
Beautiful, hot off the press. Well, let's see if MIBR can double it down here. Looking like we are going to see the run boost out mid, but the molly stops them in their tracks. Looking to go for a later approach now. Second time's the charm. Going right on across, and that top mid smoke as well hadn't faded, so EG not aware.
And you can see, you look at the minimap, you've seen George and Volkor playing close, right? Because they're thinking, okay, maybe they try to repeat the same thing. So you want to be in front of the executor, some pop play, you have a double shadow setup, right? So that's a little bit unexpected as well for the T's if they do that. But that leaves obviously more room for MIBR to work mid, which is exactly what they're going to be doing. Second round of smokes comes in. And EG has to make a decision here. Do they push the sides? Like, do they push ramp and apps or something like that? You know, you can't just stay in limbo now and give them all this space and not react. But we do see Valko inside ramp. So they are prepared for this split.
Sani coming out of Palace. It is going to be Automatic sitting back at CT.
Nice.
A double kill from Automatic. Lovely shots coming in, and now drop left, and he can't really do anything. So MIBR find their first round in the previous, and then immediately they follow up with a loss. So we might be seeing EG walk away with a big win.
And it's all a matter of a few seconds. You saw how George was able to use the incendiary, right, and some counter utility towards connector, and then he just manages to slide away and Automatic comes CT as the apps guy is coming out to trade him. If that all happens like 2 seconds faster for MIBR, they might be able to get a kill on him.
Wow, that was kind of long.
And that split could actually work for MIBR, but...
Do you want to have a guess at who that was?
I'm going to say Hexed.
Ah, you were wrong.
Wrong. Who was it?
It was Axed.
Axed?
Yeah, man.
All right. Just let it out.
I had to look over. It was long enough to
just all the energy built up over the rounds as a coach. Just wanted to let it out.
I think they're just sharing up the old vocal cords, you know? Yeah. Big tactical going to be coming through.
Would you say at your time as a coach, Janko, you were sort of emotionally suppressed, you know, sitting behind them? You know, there was times where you just wanted to let some frustration or excitement out when you're standing behind them?
I don't think I was suppressed. I was miserable or ecstatic a lot of the times. It's hard to be suppressed, right? And I had players who were also, you know, getting fired up and stuff, so didn't really, you know, if I had a bunch of, I don't know, Finnish people on my team, probably no point in getting too fired up.
Taking jabs at everyone today.
No, they're just more reserved.
Yeah.
I think here, if I'm MIBR, you just sort of have to give up the default a little bit at this point. You know, it's just not been working. Even though you're getting, even when you get the space, the endings don't really work out. So try to play a little bit more grouped. I mean, you won that one round, and sure, it was a little bit of a surprise for EG, but you're 8-1 down. Just try it. Maybe that's something that works and something that EG struggles with, and you can get 4 or 5 rounds. That's all they can hope for at this point.
Well, speaking of grouped, there's 2 teams getting eliminated today. And that's a good start from Walco for the 10th here. Nice aggressive positioning.
What is happening? This is like the most one-sided map again. It's going to be a chance for 9-1 here. Junior out from Ninja Box. He gets away. He's going to run all the way back to safety at CT, where Automatic covers off his retreat.
I know, Dinku, if you were paying more attention to the game instead of thinking about Cadian's 1v5, maybe you would know how this has happened.
Well, that is true, Yanko. It's just burned into my mind, that sick clip. But it was more of a rhetorical question. More of a rhetorical question.
I'm sorry this is boring for you, but...
You know what, Yanko? Let's go full serious cast then. You know, I'll throw everything I've got into this one, since it's all full survival on the line. MIBR in the 2v4. Breno's down to 10 HP. Take it away, Yanko.
Nice, Dinko. This is all you have. The best exit can hope for here, I guess, is some damage. There's still a small one hexed, and yeah, he just can't win in the first fight.
Well, sick retake. So that's going to be Evil Geniuses up 9-1.
Your options are really limited, you know, when the opponent is ahead by this much and different things didn't work and they're playing with a lot of confidence. We already talked about how you try to maybe use it against them. Another thing you can try and do is try to bait out some early utility, but making it look like a B rush or a B pop. Then slow it down, sort of throw some mid nades so it looks like a default, and just try to swing B if they don't have, you know, if you did indeed bait out that utility, try to just have the numbers game, you know, or just a straight up A rush.
Well, Junior's kind of stopped that right in his tracks, and here goes Walco out from default. It's a couple of kills for Walco, and that's another round. It's going to be 10-1 for EG. Wow.
22nd round.
Really wish there would be like a Cadian-like 1v5 attempt here from Exit. That would be kind of sick.
I need to say, EG, their utility, this map's so much better than what we saw over on Ancient. You could see there were timings, like especially you're looking at that last round of that first half, where Automatic, he had flash lineups, throwing them. They just weren't connecting. This time, you've got great protocols. I think it was Junior there, just popping the flashes across to keep Walco alive and let him just swing, do whatever the hell he wanted there from default, picking up a couple of kills.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of, you know, a Hail Mary really from MIBR, but at this point in the half, I don't mind it at all. But that's how you see these set plays, you know, it can look really bad when it doesn't work. But let's say Junior was actually window, and if Walco was playing CT, well, then they would probably be able to get the bomb down and make something happen. Unfortunately, this is sort of the perfect counter with the Opera managing to get a kill before he really gets flashed, or even if he does, that's an easy angle, and then Walco is default, which is perfect position to play against the people coming out ramp, you know, because they can't really punish him. He waits for the utility. It was also a flash from Automatic coming from somewhere, and Junior from CT. At that point, he gets a couple of freebies, and that's why it looks so terrible for MIBR.
And for the most part, on the A-site defense, we've seen them playing relatively aggressive. You see him going double towards A main, double shadow, like you mentioned, just playing really into the site. So if they did get locked in, if the util was a little bit better for MIBR, you know, in towards the site, not just trying to lock them out, lock them towards CT and jungle, then it might have gone a bit better this half for MIBR, but EG, with the aggression, it's working. They're playing confident, and it's started to let them feel themselves, which might be the answer for them to get back into this series.
The most important thing for EG now is to not get complacent. In this round in particular, right? Don't lose now to Tech9s or a Deagle or something, and don't make this 10-5. Right? Like,
yeah,
I feel like
yeah,
the
yeah.
least,
We see that too
the
often,
least they
right?
should get should be 12-3.
Well, the B-pop might work. There's a double setup of rifles in towards short. Both of the smokes have come in for market window and door, and he executes him, but there's no follow-up behind it. So you've just used all your utility up, and you're not really popping with it. So now it's just going to get really difficult. You really are relying on this flank from Breno to make something happen on the Tech9. And automatics turn back at the right time to check it, and it doesn't even matter. He still loses the fight. It's the Tech9 for Breno. The body shots him away. And now with a lot of time still left, MIBR can start to trickle into B instead of just pouncing out.
The reason they're not going B is because they didn't kill the B player.
Yeah.
So they are aware it's, you know, two more
Waiting
guys
on the smoke
there.
to fade so they can split him, right? So you get that rifle in from market and through the apartments at the same time.
And Hex has been playing wonderfully so far, only dying 2 times, and there's that third. Breno going to be able to make that backstab happen. George trying to stop the cross to sight. We'll find one. Oh, almost gifted another here. Exit playing with fire, but in the 3v4 EG, they're still thinking about this. They've got a decent amount of cash in the bank.
I mean, it's looking very good for MIBR to close on the second round here, and it might become that reality that Yanko was talking about, right? The fact that they could now have a chance to 10-5 this half if EG don't pick up this retake. They're still staying in on it. They're still going for it, but they're running out of time, and they're not getting any kills. They're doing quite a bit of damage with the utility. They're using their nades up, but they're falling like flies. Just drop Tech9, swats them away. It is now just Junior on the AWP. Shot is good in the first, but not landing any follow-ups, and they throw everything in. They give a lot of upgrades to MIBR too. Have this AWP, have these AKs, take whatever you want into the next round, and that's going to be a second picked up for MIBR, and a chance now to try and build into that 10-5 half, which is the best case scenario for the Brazilians.
And this was a sick shot from Berenezan, but I'm not really sure about that peek from Hex. It seemed like, I don't know, it just seemed off. Like you know he's there, so I feel like if you're peeking into that angle, you're almost pre-firing it, right? But it seemed like he was a little bit caught there, and that was the kill that really made the round incredibly hard for EG, as MIBR is now picking up the pace.
How does it feel, Yanko? You've wielded the caster curse, the legendary power of the caster mic. You've actually made this a reality for MIBR to come back and 10-5 this.
Well, we'll see. It's about for EG to show some character here and win the round right back.
Oh, that's a good transfer from George. Stays on the spray. Impossible in CS2 according to the fans, but George has done it here. And go. And now we've got ourselves a 3v4. It is EG, thanks to that play, up a member.
Good recovery from EG.
If MIBR can maybe get some presence over towards the A site, there's still that util to lock out EG, isolate some fights, and EG, they've got a couple of flashes to get back in. And with the form they're bringing in so far, I'm liking their chances at a late retake. But MIBR, we know they're solid. With that bomb crossing to sight with some presence over towards CT, and that pick, that might be the difference maker in the round.
Yes, indeed it might be, Mac. Here they go again. EG having to play the retake. Failed to do so last time, but this time they have the player advantage. Not a lot of utility though. There's only one flash left for this retake attempt. And Insani pushes deep in towards CT, catches George, and what a recovery. Yanko said just a few moments ago, but EG have fallen apart again. And now this post plant, it's looking good. Safe has had a very quiet Mirage, but this AWP is now loud and proud. It's got itself a double kill to close it. And what a turnaround from MIBR to get a third up on that board.
Who's getting loud now?
Not Hexed.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately for EG, you know, I don't really like it when teams give up that much space, but they did a good job of playing passive in these rounds with advantage. This was the mistake from Junior. It's if your teammates, if you're already given them the site, then give it to them and wait for your teammates to come along. He's the only player at CT at that point, so he gives too much space. There's no one there to get the trade. You should just wait for that push, hold it from tank, really, from CT spawn, while your teammates all group, and then go for the 4v2 retake, right? If you're already out of position and have to give up the bomb site. So I think after he died, at that point, MIBR has the advantage in the 2v3 situation because Safe has a lot of freedom to peak for kills. And yeah, just emotionally a massive round to win for MIBR. They don't get reset, they win a 2v4. EG takes a timeout here, understanding, you know, I mean, Hext is on a 5-7, but everyone else has, there's 3 M4s, there's an op, but if they lose this round, it's pretty much 10-5. And you want to try and still win at least a round.
Oh, and a movement. There we go. He got back up. George into the ladder room. And MIBR, they want to go for a heavy set piece out of spawn here and towards this A bomb site. It's going to be the standard smokes coming in. Just waiting out that ramp smoke thrown by the CTs. It's now gone, so here comes the reply. Flashes will follow, and Junior likely to cop a flash to the face here. He's going to be blinded and go for the shot anyway. Just about misses. That would have been a big defensive kill, but it has not come through here for EG, and he goes into the re-peek. Once again, punished by Safe for doing so, and now that's the site taken for MIBR. One of the biggest guns for EG on the defense is gone. And this is now looking very likely to be a 4th in play. There's not a lot of options for a retake here, Mac.
Yeah, not a lot at all. But the numbers, and what we need to focus on here, and EG know if MIBR, chip them down too much, then you're looking at the economy, EG, they need guns in the next round, and they know an 11th would taste that much sweeter. But without guns, MIBR have that much more of a chance of stacking on 5 on the T side, which arguably can be par depending on the team. And this game is only just getting started.
We'll see. I mean, even if it ends 10-5, that's still a really good half for EG, right? Even though MIBR is the one that will end the half with some momentum. If you end up winning the pistol and converting, that should be more than enough rounds for you to work with and close out the game.
Well, what are we expecting to happen in the final round of the first half here on Mirage? Looking like MIBR are turning their sight towards mid.
What position on Mirage do you call Diggity, Mac? You know, there has to be one on every map, right?
It's probably like, usually it's like a short A, right? So you're probably looking at A main, somewhere around there.
All right, cool.
Lots of little corners, lots of little places to
like
stand
the ramp,
up.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if there had to be a Diggity, it's probably right where Insani is right now. That's the Diggity check, if. But theoretically, anywhere can be Diggity if you want to.
Yeah, literally anywhere and everywhere will and can be Diggity, I suppose, Mac. That is the law. And this big control being established for MIBR, there's no resistance coming in from EG. And, I mean, we've seen Junior miss some shots with the AWP. Now he's got to do it with a scout. Oh, it's going to be tough having to face off against Safe like that. He does land the shot. If it wasn't AWP, he would have won that duel. But Safe just has the bigger weapon.
Oh, Hex playing a dangerous game. If he can maybe get an upgrade, be helped out by George to take that first contact, then maybe they can get this one drop. Could have heard that jump up as well. How's his ears is what I'm wondering. He's knowing there's players close there.
Oh, they don't check for George. Oh, George! There we go. He recovered it.
That's the 2 for 1.
Where's Walco? He's coming on over in that rotation. George still in the apartments. Hey, Georgie! Here he goes. Nice shot onto exit, but traded out by Breno. And now Safe is watching for the walkout from Market. It's a really strong position here for the Brazilian AWPer. There's no utility, no flashes at all to get him off the angle, but now they might be able to double swing him. And the scope is at the ready, misses the shot, and it's going to work out for EG right at the end. They're 11-4 half from the North American side. They've recovered in map 2. Can they close it?
Both sides, Canadian nails the shot. 3 kills
sweep remains supreme.
11-4, Evil Geniuses certainly have recovered this series, and they might make a meal out of it and send us to map 3. There's some believers, though, that MIBR can come back into this. Mac, are you one of those?
I certainly am. We saw what they could do on the CT side of Ancient, and this game, as I said earlier, is just getting started. If the CT pistol goes the way of MIBR, then they can get back into the game quick, smart. EG, what have they got for us? A couple of sets of util. And a P250 in the hands of Junior, looking to be the money man, the point man, and that has worked out. 2-tap. Hex finding one bink and Junior to finish, but can they follow through for more?
Setting out with the advantage, EG looking to follow it up, and good shots landed on towards Brenner. A lot of damage done, and they're going to be drifting that defense back over towards CT. The bomb is looking for a B play, and Automatic has already got himself out into the side. George could even start a lit flank. He could cut off rotations here. And with Automatic so deep already in the site, I don't know if they're going to be ready for that, and he's going to be able to strike on the first, nearly the second low HP player falling, and the bomb has gone elsewhere. Through the connector, it will run. Drops. Stands behind the triple stack. Good shot. That's the bomb rolling to his feet. He's not here alone. He's got Exit. And Exit rips their heads off. EG had the B site. They barrel back to A, and they run into a strong defense lying in wait.
It's a rough mid round because George is in jungle and he hears a guy rotate B, but and they saw a guy short as well, so you're thinking that's the third guy going B, so guys just come back and he's holding off the rotate, but that's not the right info, not the right call really in that situation, especially if you have Automatic already down in the site. You know, it's like you're going back up connector long range against USP, so I think that was just a bad mid-round call from EG, overcomplicating it, right? If you already have George in that position, he can still cut off rotation from A to B, or he can just also play. When you start jumping out into the B bomb site, he can come flanking, and you know they can't hold everything at the same time. MIBR also, EG had information that they gushed a couple of guys, so I feel like you want to just group and make sure you get those trades.
That's the power of the USP.
And now it can get weird. MIBR did just enough in the first half to give themselves a fighting chance.
That's an call.
Somehow sneaks with the Glock and gets a kill on save. So this game is not over yet.
No, it is not.
11-4, the most dangerous scoreline, but
it is absolutely the most dangerous scoreline in the history of any scoreline. That's going to be a 6th round for MIBR. Sure, they lose one play to the Glock, but they are able to recover it.
This round is really important for EG. They don't necessarily need to win it, but they need to start doing damage and plant the bomb so they can keep buying, keep putting the pressure on MIBR. The one thing that you don't want to see now if you're EG is a clean round for MIBR. You know, 4 guys staying alive, no bomb plant, because then they're starting to get their money up, confidence. It's another eco then for you if you're EG. All of a sudden it's 11-8 and they're doing really well.
Oh, Volko not ready for the aggression coming off the back of the nade there, and MIBR are going to be very happy with the position they're in. Upgrade for potentially one of those members if they go and grab that weapon, but safe. He's just going to go for the big flank. They've read the A hit. They know this util's coming through, and the members from EG are getting picked apart, picked to shreds. Oh, George! Oh, only able to find one there. The spray, it looked good, but he just couldn't bring it back. Hexed on 51 points of health. Automatic, no birthday luck. Oh, but he might get a birthday fuck up in Palace.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's definitely how you could put it, Mac. It's not going too well for him at the moment. And EG, that 11-4 scoreline is shrinking very, very quickly.
This is now MIBR's game, sort of to lose, almost to an extent. And that sounds counterintuitive, considering, you know, they're still 11-7 down, probably going to be 11-8, but still down. But you look at the last 5 rounds of the first half and how this second half started there on what? 6-1 run, soon to be 7-1 run in the last, you know, 8 rounds. And you can see how loud they're getting. So here it's about EG showing us what they're made of and showing a little bit of that mental fortitude and the fact that the momentum is on MIBR's side. You know, you still have a big lead. Show us what you have on that T side, and despite their confidence and their economy, you know, show us that you're able to win a couple of gun rounds in a row, step up and close this game out.
Well, 4 rounds the gap now. EG almost starting another travesty of a round. The nade tickling George into the corner, and he's cooking in the kitchen. What's the George taste like? That's the question people are asking.
Chewy. Here we go. Pushing towards the side. It is going to be ENCE sitting behind triple, or rather ticket, and he's just going to take his time. That is Sani and Breno are killing everybody, so he'll take his time, peek out, collect Walco, and that's it. That's going to be a goal completed, is getting the bomb down.
But I think you also need to take note of how MIBR has started this CT side, right? First gun round, 4 players up mid, pushing up mid. They left A completely. They killed the one guy. Then all of those players come back to A and immediately start fighting for A. They're not sort of letting EG plant the bomb, post up, all of that stuff. Then against the half by aggressive move into B apps. They're really getting into EG's face. They're bullying them, you know, being down in the game. So it can be really disturbing, I guess. You know, EG needs to find their footing here. And if MIBR keeps playing that way, you need to punish them.
Boost down into Con. Oh, but it's
Another
safe
opening
with the pressure.
Yeah, it's automatic getting caught by that one. Safe just runs through the
Look
underpass.
at Breno.
Junior's trying to cut off that fallback, and he'll do it. Now he'll heat up behind those top boxes, and yeah, Breno has already pushed all the way through the apartments.
This round's over.
So much map control lost, but there's still a chance, Yanko. We've got to give them a shot on this A play. If they're quick.
I don't think so. He just has really good timing on this flank, and he's not stopping. And MIBR should stop blocking them on A at this point. Well, they don't have any utility really anymore, so just let them come, and Breno will take care of the rest with the flank.
I'm loving the positioning too. Sandwich as well as Shadow.
There
Solid crossfire.
That's the bomb as
deal
well.
with the bust, and that's not even happening. Bomb goes down, and that might be the round of the bag. 50 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, they would have to have gone a little quicker than what they did, and Breno is the player that unravels the whole plan. And now Junior must decide, okay, where am I going to save this up? That's going to be a 9th round for MIBR. So 11-4 to 11-9, and it feels like it's happened in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Must be
and I have
confidence breaker.
And you need to do better than that. If you're automatic, that just you died very cheaply there. You know, he sort of wasn't even ready for that fight underground, and you have to be focused in, you know, locked in really, especially in those defaulty rounds, right? When you're the only guy, you give up so much, and that's a really difficult, you're really making your life difficult for your in-game leader, right? You lose all information there, a guy has pushed up underground, you lose all control. It seemed like almost he wanted to kind of pre-fire like jiggle peek, but you get caught in the spray, you know, he just couldn't really fight back in that duel. Safe just takes him down, sprays him down.
Not only was this 11-4, but it was also 10-1, right? So it has just been MIBR sort of in control of this game for quite a long period of time now.
Oh, this game's interesting to you now, Dinko?
Yeah, it is. It's becoming interesting now that there's a couple of teams playing in this one, rather than just the one-sided affair.
Well, EG looking to go all in with a late lurk from Walco at mid. Don't have a large amount of util. Well, they've gone out A main with just that single flash. Slotting into Sandwich. The smoke as well under Shadow. 11 no exits here, but he's going to fight for himself. Flash across the top, supporting util from MIBR. Looking damn good, and still exits alive. Another flash for him to thrive, and he's not found anything as EG. They fall back into main.
Ooh. Not too far off there, Junior. MIBR taking mid-control together. Breno is the player walking up, and Walco is just sitting behind those top mid boxes. Breno won't go any further. We won't force that issue. And he'll drop back to safety inside of Con.
Look at this angle. the space that Save has. I mean, there's no way they check this. It's a free kill. Sees the bomb, smoke, run away now.
And Walco does get that mid-fight. So Insanity's gone, and EG, 30 seconds left, and there's not a whole lot of options left for them. They must go through the underpass and try and get up through that connector into the A site for a last-ditch effort. And the setup here is quite strong. So Drop's got the window. He can quickly rotate over towards jungle to help with Breno, who's playing at top gone. And if they come to the window, they would have to hope for a shot like that. Automatic. Oh, Walco as well. And suddenly, 10 seconds left. They have to start planting. Exit could still unravel all of this. And Junior peeks into him. Couldn't go for the plant. Decides to fight. And Exit with the 4K.
How about that noise from MIBR?
I don't know if that's just from the players or if it's coming from the couches as well. There's a little viewing party going on over there.
Oh, you really thought that was like they're going to steal it away, EG. A couple of 6 shots from Automatic and Walco, but Exit, great timing to peek, finds the all 3 kills, and 11-10 now with EG on a half buy, but I mean, I hate to say it.
That's the confirmation. That sound was certainly coming from the couches.
Well, Hex, you caught that one in your back pocket, and now comes this A-pop. Tech9s and Galil's thrown into the mix, and Exit this time. He gets absolutely destroyed by Hex. But the replies are there from Safe and Insani, and the smokes are up. So EG, they're still not comfortable at any point here. There's just so many players. It feels like an infinite conveyor belt of players arriving at CT spawn. Kill after kill, we're all tied up. 11-11.
That's the B player. Already
at CT.
Already at CT, you know, just relentless from MIBR. And Hex pre-fires really Exit as he got him in the previous round. But that previous gun round is what bothers me. You know, Hex is out, like they're doing this sorts of an A execute, and he's in sandwich, and his players are, you know, his teammates are still in ramp, and no one pushes with him. They don't try to take any space. They sort of just bow out from that round, and that doesn't really show you any confidence. While MIBR keeps making these plays, keeps making moves on the CT side.
Here's Safe's AWP again in the underpass. Automatic does not die this time on the opening turn of the round.
And he's pushing too. Pre-scoped, waiting, maybe able to find a timing. He's hearing a lot here from George over towards apartments. And EG aren't fully sure of what they're doing, running back and forth, and knife out, Automatic. Oh, there's that fight we were waiting for at the start of the round.
Yeah, it comes in. Safe's patience pays off, and now he's trying to retreat back up towards the window. The movement fumbled a little. Must use a smoke for defensive purposes. They have retreated for a mid. They will relent, and now they'll go back in towards this B setup, and Drop is the only player within the site. He must do a lot of work here as they drop in towards him. He's got the rifle at the ready, and they're creeping ever closer. Breno's made the rotation over, and once again, MIBR with a speedy rotation, making the difference.
Whoa,
but Hex,
hello!
Okay, wallbangs and double kills, and Hex doing everything he can, and there's just one more needed. He's put a Hex on them. Some magic, a dark curse perhaps from Hex, as a perfect clutch is collected. An ace with all 5.
Man's had to do that himself. 24-12 now. It was a while between drinks for him after a stellar start to that first half, being that B-site player. But now, you know, back where he feels comfortable on that B-site, able to just tear MIBR apart for that first round for EG to maintain the lead. Bit of heat on it.
If only we could have caught that double wall bang.
All right. Wasn't a wall bang, it was a collateral, but yeah.
Oh, I don't know, I haven't seen it.
It was a wall bang, wasn't it? He shot through the wood.
I don't think so, no. He shot him through, well, maybe actually. We'll find out in the replay.
Okay.
That's what they're there for.
Get that one sorted.
You gotta give the replay guy something to do, Rush, right? You otherwise would be out of a job if you were perfect every time.
He's been working overtime this event, but nice early aggression from MIBR on mid, finding George
Washington.
That was a great round for Hex, but you know, still he was the only guy left alive, so you can see the buy a couple of Galils in there. Not a lot of utility left, and now in a 4v5, it's always about winning consecutive rounds. We talk about it time and time again. If they can't convert here, MIBR back in the driver's seat.
Seems like we've got a few NA fans in chat. Really, they were quiet for a while there, but they all showed back up for that one. Understandably, great play.
Here when it's good, gone when it's bad. Still could just immediately fall flat after that big Hex round, though. Because you lost their first player, you lost George. 40 seconds left, but this B side seems like the prime opportunity.
You're 5v4 MIBR, you don't need to play 4A. Even with that smoke.
Oh, they might just walk through that, right? The boost over the top. Oh, Hex is looking crispy. That's ridiculous. Now the AWPs come over. Breno on that double AWP. He'll be posting that up, but Shore misses the shot, and now they know exactly what they're up against. It's 15 seconds, though. Breno, he could just run out and try and deny, but he runs right into Hex, so it's an easy pick there in the end for Hex, who's now 26 kills. And for MIBR, that gamble to stack over towards A has not paid off, and so they must lick their wounds and cut their losses and drop a little further back for the save call. That's going to be 13 rounds. EG, got to thank Hex for keeping them in this game right now.
Yeah, great shot from him.
Do we have that replay? I'd love to see it right now.
I don't know why they're overthinking this. I know they had two guys sort of B apps getting some deep info early on, but you're in a 5v4. You have two ops, right? Retakes are going to be hard. Just play the sides, you know, play standard, play 3-2, and I think this was really MIBR sort of gifting EG this round. I take a timeout here, maybe, even if I'm bit. I don't know if you should still have at least one, I think. And just sort of tell them, hey, you're owning them, really. Don't overthink it. Let's just play standard. Keep doing your thing. Now their money is almost depleted, too. And EG is at 13. They will be able to buy the next round, no matter what.
Well, EG have been finding quite a bit of success towards that B bomb side in the last few rounds here, so no surprise to see more of a lean towards that side of the map. Volko out behind these top mid boxes, waiting for that short push, and well, there's a push coming, but it's not from short. And Sani's down in the underpass, covering off his teammate of Breno.
Well, with Breno there as well, there is that chance of a late boost up if they do get the info of Volko's position here, but looks like it's going to be that
check automatic. Oh my goodness, automatic gets a double in the underpass. Comes away with Insani and Breno. That's an overperformance, overachieving, and Safe gets caught with nades in hand. Fumbles it. It must be drop hero or zero here for MIBR. He would have to step up with one of the best anchor rounds we have seen, and the first few bullets go away. He's going to need a little bit more than that, and it won't happen. Hex just rips him apart. Exit must run away, and it is now EG up 14-11. They have found a second wind.
Some more work for the replay operator in this round.
I would just like to say replay operator has done nothing wrong here. There may have been a robot situation.
Oh.
If I speak, I am in big trouble. Big trouble. And I don't want to be in big trouble.
Are you at gunpoint, Rush?
Okay, Mourinho.
We'll come and save you, Rush.
Do you need me to come and whack him?
iRobot, we got to worry about iRobot. 14-11. What a turnaround for EG. And a timeout is now through. It is the last timeout for MIBR, so Bit will have his final say.
Yeah, Safe can buy an op here, so might not even be bad for him to buy an op and for the rest to buy pistols, and that way you try to steal this round somehow. But even if you lose it next round, you know, he can get an op from someone and a player can play with an MP9 perhaps. That way you're sort of giving a chance to yourself in both rounds to make something happen. I think it's just a weird feel. You lost a 5v4 because you played 4A, and then Automatic gets a double entry when you have players set up underground. You know, I feel like that was strange, because the guy who was supposed to watch underground was the second one to die. I don't know what was going on with MIBR there. Maybe he pulled a nade at an inopportune time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like that. Yeah, there's just a couple of moments here that are just slightly missed for MIBR. They created the chances for EG, and they have taken them. And maybe Safe can get something magic out of his AWP. So that is the only hope and dream here for MIBR.
Dish out the first on the A play. It is exactly where you want them to go, though, isn't it? MIBR stacking the A site. EG setting up for an A execute. This is the best chance for MIBR to win this round.
Exit. Hitting the ground there and won't be able to find that palace control, which would have been so damn crucial. But as you mentioned, the stack is here and safe. He's hitting. That's going to be all the bomb on the ground. And EG, they have to go out to find that. Junior connecting onto Insani and Breno.
What is happening?
He's been found over towards Firebox.
This is wild that EG are getting this scrappy into the round. The bomb is loose, and that's the problem right now. They are fully fixated on trying to get that back, and Breno is creeping ever closer, and that might make this scope uncomfortable. Junior is paranoid about Safe, and so that reveals a chance for Breno. He will absolutely take it, and Safe is repositioned, waiting for the Palace exit. He still has Drop, but Drop doesn't have much in hand. It is just that USP still for him. But Safe will be watching for the cross into the site, knowing that the bomb is still dropped towards ramp. They would have to cross in front of his scope if they want to put that bomb down. And so a nice reposition from George to climb over the scope. Figures out the Safe is likely there, but here's the flank from Drop. If he can get one of those weapons down in the ramp side, this flank might work out for him. There's a rifle, there's an AWP, and 9 seconds left. That's the bomb. You have to get it back, or you have to get the kill. You have to get the kill, and it isn't going to happen. Drop gets around the corner, and MIBR pull off a ridiculous round. Daylight robbery from EG.
He's done it. He's ran at him. Why has he done that? Good couple of questions that everyone probably has. EG still in the lead and still with a bit of cash to play with, but that was an unfortunate one, but a lovely position and timing. Drop that shot, saving the day and maybe bringing it back a little bit closer to that 2-0 for MIBR.
I think this had to have been a timeout from EG, you know, losing such an emotionally difficult round. You want to just give your players a breather and try to kill that momentum from MIBR. I think they have some timeouts left. For me, this is like the worst thing that EG can do. After you lose that round, you're sort of playing a slow default. Like, your players are not gonna be super, there's a miss smoke, like they're not going to be super confident to take initiative. No one wants to be the guy that dies first now and sort of makes you lose an important round.
Oh, like cross in the open. Walco is that player to die first. Breno traded by Junior though. Automatic battle scarred as he hides under the window. 50 seconds, under 1 minute left. That bomb still positioned at top middle for EG. Looks like their best chance here is possibly that A split. You've got Hexed up in Palace, who can get a couple of plays into the connector. You could even have Automatic try and climb the window late into the round here. Let's see what call they make. Up the connector they go. George sends the molly at short. Exit plays at CT in a crossfire with Insani. It's going to work out for Insani's first kill. Drop coming in as well. And MIBR looking damn solid on this hold. The defense is going nowhere, and Hext is now the last remaining player with 15 seconds left. No hope in the world at winning the round, so he's gone. He's naded out, and it's 13 for MIBR.
In the dying moments as well. They will have to... What do we got here? We got EG probably looking for a half buy, maybe go for the full investment in the next. Are they going to take the risk and go
now
for the
they take a timeout.
At this point,
really need
to, a round too late, right?
I think this is something, you know, it's a little bit of inexperience. You need to, it's all about momentum, and you needed to have taken a timeout in the previous round.
Do you feel like it might be a little bit of inexperience from a young coach like Axe, right? For knowing when to call that timeout, you know, a more experienced coach might come in and ask his teammates to call for it.
Yeah, that's just why I just said it might be the inexperience. You're listening to me, Dinko?
Yeah, but I'm saying as, you know, specifying about the coach
course,
himself.
Yeah, sure, but you know, I didn't really want to shit on the guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like directly say, oh, this guy's his fault, Dinko. But if you really want to make it about that,
I mean, let's not. I mean, you're handing out to everybody else, Yanko. I thought I might as well focus in on the.
You need to deny them that momentum, and especially in that previous round, you can't play around after losing in the way they did. That can't be the call for the previous gun round, and it was bound to fail, and it failed. And now it's difficult. Now you took a timeout at this half buy to say something, but this round is tough to win just straight out of freeze time. So And then if you take another timeout at 14-14 because you have one more left, they had 2 left, now they have 1 left. Well, then you've taken 2 timeouts, 2 rounds in a row. I think that's also you're adding some nerves to your players. You don't want to overdo it either. So a little bit of fumbling tactically, it feels like, or strategically towards the end of this game for EG, and we'll see if they can snap out of it. Perhaps still this round. Who knows?
Perhaps, Mac. What are you feeling? You got EG winning this one, Mac. Make a prediction right now as this B play is about to come in.
Group B, man, it's just been crazy. I have no idea how it's going to go, but let's see if the Tech9 is going to be what's doing it for EG. Doesn't look like it. Numbers here in MIBR are all set up. Playing
why is Styler keep doing this?
Again. The right clicks, they're deadly, they're fatal, but so are primary weapons in MIBR. They got lots of them, as well as a 14th round, securing the fact that we're going all the way to the end of regulation here.
Well, 14-14. EG. Is there any other player that can step up and give you that big clutch? That opportunity. You've had a golden ticket already to close out this map. Now this is the final chance. The AK-47s, the Galil, the AWP, everything you could need coming into round 29. For EG, this round is more important because obviously no money left over. MIBR has some residual cash.
MIBR playing heavy towards that jungle side. First line of defense will be exit. Here at Sandwich, just waiting for that smoke to fade. We'll see if he repositions. But with where EG currently are...
It's going to be a contact play. Looks like straight out and towards this A site. And Exit's playing a Sandwich is a good spot for it, actually. Hex crosses over. Ooh, Hex really should have got that one, but Hex with a Galil able to pepper him up. And now Insani's turned over the top of the stairway, peels away with 1 kill. I thought he was about to turn on automatic. Missed shot from Safe, and EG are going to be grabbing 15 rounds. They just hit the shots, essentially. That's all it comes down to. They just win every jewel they take.
Couple of bangers. Barely even using that util, just the top con smoke, bottom con smoke as well. And now they're looking to try and rip this AK out of the hands of Drop, who's scurrying away right now. There's certainly timing there. So EG will find their 4th for the half, but they need a 5th to close it and take us to a 3rd. There it is. Crispy ones from George. Looks like they the replays are back online too. Hey, Rush.
The bot did well there.
Beautiful. You can't call George a bot, man. Not like that. That's just toxic.
Not George, man. Come on.
Well,
not George.
Poor Rush getting thrown under the bus here, Rush.
Of course.
We know. I know what you meant, Rush.
Yeah. Thank you, Dinko.
Contextually, though, you just can't, you know. Georgie Porgy getting his pudding and pie, and maybe Mirage in the bag as well.
Yeah, that really could be a map 3 out of nowhere here for EG. They haven't had the best T-side. I think there's no denying that, but they've had their little individual moments that have just about got them to this point, but it still could be OT. In fact, it might be the most likely outcome here for Exit on the double kill. Safe over the top of the ticket, punches George's, and now it's Junior out of Palace. 2v3, and so much time left in this round. Hex is pushed into jungle, comes away with a pick on Breno. It is now a 2v2 and a lot of time still left.
Where do they want to go? Bomb down, Junior worried about grabbing it. And it's Insani to try and lock it down, but he's given the objective, still a minute on the clock, and will reposition to Pal instead to try and get in between both the EG members. Meanwhile, you've got Drop slowly but surely rotating in from CT. But with all this time and no information, EG might just get in their own heads here. Junior now in a dangerous position, and Hexed not in a great spot to try and trade, but that can all go down to the timing. Shadow, it's seen, and we are locking in OT.
Well, EG barely survived, but they managed to get to 15, and it felt like MIBR were coming for the 2-0 in regulation. The opportunity to 2-0 reopens for the Brazilians. As we head into overtime, they will start on the CT side of OT, and here is EG again facing the T side of Fair. Now, a lot of those rounds picked up by individual moments. How many have they got here in the bonus rounds? Good start from Save.
Able to find the mid control, but MIBR going heavy on the extremities. Ooh, Insani. Going for a fish through the smoke there, and EG posturing to make their way into B up short. How's the timing? There's no smoke denying the vision. It's just the flashes in Insani going to be completely tearing him a new one. Breno chiming in, and MIBR flawless in the first of OT.
Do you feel like now we got the overtime, Yanko, it does feel like MIBR are just going to have the extra pieces to close this one out?
I think so. I mean, they're the ones who managed to come back, really. They were 11-4 down at the half, so momentum is on their side.
Definitely felt like they've been the better team ever since sort of they took that control away from the good start that EG had. EG leaning towards B against on their standard B defaults to leave Walko out towards top mid, and they will start setting up into under around the apartments. Automatic and George walking together through the underpass. No movement from MIBR. Comfortable just holding their positions out of spawn. This one's going to be a bit of a stalemate for at least the first few moments, but EG shaping up for a B hit. And the rotation is a little far off for drop, so kind of has to perform on his own here. The AWP from Save can come back in, but likely to be smoked out at short side.
Window smoke
utility will start to come in.
And there's plenty still for EG to just burn the hell out of this B site. Plenty of mollies, and they're going everywhere. No one able to stand close. It's all backside, all short. They got to worry about, and Drop, he's done his job. Safe chiming in as well.
Yeah, that's the bomb dropped as well, right in the vision of Safe. So got to use up that smoke to get him away from that. Severs his information flow. And George is pushing up in behind the smoke. A good flash, really good play here to set up George to leap through that smoke, take that fight, and pulls the AWP out of it. He'll drop back to safety with the rest of his teammates into this post plant, and Automatic sends the shot right through Insani. They know that Brunner's coming in from short side, so they have the information of at least one remaining player here, and Exit will reveal his position inside of the market. A great kill on George, but Evil Geniuses, I feel good about this. They got a player up in the apartments of Volko, and Automatic confirming Exit's spot again. Time will start to tick for Exit. The Brazilian in-game leader has to find a way back into this one, and the time is kind of eluding him at this point. He's not getting those kills, he's not getting that chance, and that is now going to be 16-16, all tied up again.
Just going that little bit too slow. Will fall to the bomb, but EG taking a round is crucial if they want to take a W here in OT. I was a little curious with that double off setup in the post plant. Thought it could have been an undoing for EG there, but all's well that ends well.
That was a great play from George. Also after that kill, not really chasing the second guy, even though he was blind, and just picking up the AWP and falling back and playing the percentages. Great awareness from him.
Oh, it's another quick beast setup here for EG. It's a back-to-back, same round, really. Breno is going to bring the secondary AWP over to the apartments to try and deal with that B threat instead of leaving Drop just kind of as that jump spotter. So the defense is adjusted to the same play, and it's worked out pretty well here. It's an opening kill from Breno. That's going to give MIBR the advantage to toy around with, at least for the time being. They've actually got a lot of control into his ramp here too. I feel very comfortable about those MIBR CT rounds so far. Breno can get his scope up to the window. Should be another one for him, and then you have sort of the attention drawn away from Drop, and that's a great fade time for Breno. Not so much for Hext. And now Breno hears those steps coming towards him. He's got the scope out. looking to wield that AWP in shotgun form. Breno with another close shot. And remember, Drop is still here. There's no real need for Breno to give up his life. If he just stays alive, it forces them to walk in towards him, and then Drop will have the chance. The bomb is down right in front of him, too.
Why is everyone still on A? Now they're moving over towards B, but yeah, this should be an easy round for MIBR to close out.
Yeah.
Nice quick shot from Junior out.
Maybe the comms just taking a while to get through, however...
There's still a world in which they lose this, Mac.
Yeah, it's working out right now. EG all boils down to this timing for them. Can Junior make his way in? Volko, they knew that he was there. Breno, he's done his job in this round, but it's all down to how everyone else can do it. The flank comes through in the market just in time, and with the market control, they can get it planted. It's Junior to knock us into that second overtime.
Oh, they lost that one.
Oh, God.
That was a round locked in. Tied up, posted away.
I don't know what's going on. Why are they were in A for so long? Like, no one was rotating B. Yeah. Breno was killing people. He kills the bomb. Like, there's more utility being thrown by the opponents.
It's the fact that Junior doesn't have to take the shot because Walco gets the kill right. And then he's able to keep that flank going. It goes all the way around the back of Market. Oh, that is a terrible round to lose for MIBR.
That might just seal the game for EG.
Yeah, remember MIBR in that first half on the T side. Things took a while to get going for them.
This was actually the strat that won them the first gun round. So let's see if it works again in OT.
Ridiculous.
Smokes mid, and now they just walk out on timing.
They go out at the top of Palace, dropping down. Perfect two openers here for MIBR, but let's see, it could still all go wrong. Automatic gets a double. Puts it within touching distance here for his teammates. It's certainly doable. Hex has broken that 30 bomb barrier. You'd like a little more. Smoke up towards CT. It's not the best smoke, and actually will offer a chance to climb up, and Junior's so close to that second shot through the smoke, but it is going to be dropped, cleared out by Hex. Just Exit now left. He's got a molly for this post plant, but it's suddenly flipped back once again to EG. And Exit is going to hold and gets an easy peek there. It is going to be Junior to take that frag. 18 rounds for EG. MIBR, once again, a favorable post-plant scenario, and it goes the other way.
I think we're witnessing a meltdown live on stream, really, from MIBR. First that 5v2, and now also 3v2 post-plant. Why is Safe taking that peek in the 3? Why is this, what is this peek for? Stairs are mollied, like the bomb is planted for CT. What's the rush?
Yeah, meltdown, I think. You know, found themselves in back-to-back advantageous positions. Here's this boost. Might work out for MIBR here, but won't count against the speed of Junior. Sees the crossover and, yeah, puts himself in a almost unwinnable position there once you've committed that far wide.
Caught in between decisions, of course. Unfortunate for him. But MIBR unable to put a foot wrong here. If they want to make their way into another OT, it's only EG that can close here in OT number 1. Oh, and drop. Almost tears them both apart here in apartments. Good trades. 2 alive though, and I'm not counting EG out just yet. There you go, automatic, slot and 1 on the safe. 2v3, still achievable.
I think they're way out of position. Doesn't look like they're really even going for it.
Double overtime, calling it now. We're gonna see it. MIBR are gonna make this T side comeback, destined to go forever. Walco getting closer, but Exit has found himself a comfortable position around the corner. Actually, just gives him the peek. A couple of times that's happened now, but this time it's ticking, and Walco's still running for it. There's no way he gets away with this. There's surely no way, and it won't happen. Automatic will carry the AWP over. And that is going to be a 17th round now for MIBR. 1 away from tying things up and going again for a second bout of overtime. This was Junior peeking into safe. And quite comfortable for him. And that is the final timeout being used for EG.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Automatic has a could spawn. He has one of the two ops. Actually, both hoppers have the two best spawns. So we'll see what is it that they decide to do. Does automatic maybe try to jump cat? Do they go for an underpass play? Maybe a fast B boost? That might be the timeout, sort of just organizing everything around some of that early aggression. Nice job by our context observer. This is not Rushley doing this.
Nope, this is J-Rez.
Shout out J-Rez.
Not a robot.
J-Rez. He doesn't get a camera or anything fancy, but
J-Rez get?
And he doesn't get any time off, but we all talk about his rush.
Oh, airstrike.
That's how you get a nice pick to
This is the first time they did these nades, no?
Birthday surprise, birthday bangers.
Wow. What a way to start off the last round. EG just took a timeout as well.
All right, guys, automatic's going to go peak. The bottom of the connector is going to be great. It's going to be how we start this round. It's going to be a 6 start.
Look at this position, though. George as well. He wasn't too phased by that. Heard them potentially running away from top mid and might be able to work on a flank later on in the round. So top mid control, crucial for EG, especially with the man disadvantage. But MIBR will see if they're going to be able to lock it down for double OT, or if Volko can hold here from default. He's the only man at A. If he falls, that should be the round, but we'll see what EG have for us. They have to go for it.
Yeah, well, we have seen MIBR lose more favorable rounds than this, so we'll see if they can pull this one off. A 5 versus 3 will put nothing beyond them for now as George starts his flank around the back of Palace. Perhaps he'll start his reign as he's looking into the head of ENCE. That's going to be a free kill. Gotta take it eventually, George. There we go. Headshots in. Second chance. Oh, the sandwich kill is in, and now a 2 versus 3. Perfect position for the molly. That'll force Breno into the open. Big headshot. Focused on the jungle pick. And now it is just George doing everything he can, but it will not be enough. MIBR survive. Even after a few rounds go away, it is still them to tie things up. 18-18. Double overtime.
Crazy scenes. And MIBR straight back into the game. Almost not, though. That molly, I loved that. The fact that Breno was able to get a pick swinging out of it on the jungle player of EG.
And that was EG's last timeout too. So now both teams out of timeouts, coaches out of this game at this point. 10 players on the server are the only ones who can impact things now. And I feel like MIBR really managed to salvage, you know, that first OT. They had a 5v2 that they lost, a 3v2 that they lost.
Yeah, I mean, EG have had all the chances, right, to close it out. Multiple opportunities to get it done, and when you can't knock them out, you just can't get that final piece of the puzzle. You wonder if it even exists. Is it ever going to come for EG, or is it going to be an MIBR 2-0 victory? And they'll move on to have that second game of the day as well. I mean, that is a talking point in and of itself, right? You want to, if you're the team having to play 2 games today, to get a 2-0 victory in the first, it would be ideal. Have as much time to reset and focus up for that later game. .40 seconds left in this round, and yet nobody has fallen. It is going to be MIBR walking up through short, though. And Breno, well, he's about to find George. George, hello?
Ooh.
Gone. And now Hext's turn. He has to step up from the back of the bench. He's had a good game so far, but it is just 1 for Hext.
Can EG bring this one back? And are they going to expect ENCE on the lurk here, who's picked his timing perfectly? Eyes on the prize, though, automatic. Bringing it back to that 3v3, but the time it's ticking away real damn quick. MIBR. Look at these post plants. Safe, real close AWPing here. Over towards mid, over towards short, and misses his opportunity. EG are cooking.
Oh no, Safe with a missed shot, and now we've got to see Drop and Exit close this one out. Now it's only Exit up on top of the Ninja boxes, desperately looking left and right, and Volko around the corner. Another round pulled off by EG that looked locked in for MIBR. How many of those can MIBR take?
Well, a lot, apparently.
Yeah, that's true.
They're still here. They're losing these rounds, but they're winning some other ones that matter. But those are the kind of rounds, right, Yanko, where you need to be locking them in.
You really do. It's a 4v3 post plant where Insani is on the lurk and he loses out there, but that's the problem of such a all-in position by Safe too. You miss that shot, you're dead. Then his teammates are boxed in the side. Just a couple of weird misses.
Lots of conversation going on from the players.
Well, it's about to be this walkout for MIBR. They're creeping ever closer into this A side, and Insani will erupt around with a headshot on Volko. George and Automatic making sure that revenge is felt. Insani goes down, and now George leaps behind the smoke from the bench, and the bomb plant is denied by Automatic. He sends that AG right towards default, but Brennan undetected. Sees George, had a second chance up towards the top of the stairway, but Automatic and Junior bring them down. And EG, 20-18, they come out in overtime too, looking fantastic.
They win it with util. There was a molly, I think, from George over towards default, forced whoever had the bomb over into Firebox, and then the nade placed perfectly on his face, thanks to Automatic. So great rotations coming in. There it is. Good bowling, straight off the backboard, slots it in.
It was a great utility and everything. That's why those post plants matter for MIBR. You're not going to get into the site every single time. You're not going to have that favorable situation. Now EG on the offensive.
Yeah, going straight up mid. Wolko, he is hunting for this one. Oh, that could be the bomb on the ground, but Wolko drops the ball at the wrong moment. Hext doesn't want to go too far, doesn't want to overcook it. How can EG bring this numbers disadvantage back again?
I think a bullet just about went over the top of the head. That George is staying committed in middle, playing from the chart. And they're not coming to mid, so he's gathering info on that they still have mid control. And MIBR are going to be repositioning all the way around towards A. If you take a look at this defense on A, there's no one there at the moment, and Hext is trying to come back up through connector. He'll smoke out Palace. It's only a matter of time before MIBR's full execute rains down on that site. So the move here for Hext is either you play on the side of the bench and hope you can pick up one, or just drop back and play retake, but they're down a player here.
Well, boost. He's chosen the option that wasn't even there. George across the top is going to be able to pick off Insani, and then might even go for more. Ooh, wasn't quite spotted with that flash over towards jungle, and the open plant now for MIBR. Where are they going?
Automatic on the flank. Let's see how MIBR can hold on to this post plant.
They need to create some space for him, right? Junior has a smoke, 2 flashes. He needs to start using that utility now. They need to start peeking slowly, so Automatic is going abs. There's no time for this, I don't think.
Well, maybe he can bring down one, but they've got to get moving elsewhere. There's Automatic's kill. Junior follows up, and now just Breno. They've somehow done it again. They have to get onto the defuse, and they clear it out. Junior's on the defuse, and Evil Geniuses coming back in with another successful retake. A flawless first half of overtime, too. And now a lot of chances here to take this one to a third map. This is wild how many post plants MIBR have kind of messed up on both sides of the fence.
I think it will prove to be one too many. Really, I feel like this is where EG will be able to close out and take us into a third map.
Okay. Let's see if they can. Or if MIBR dig deep here on the CT side. It's a faster approach. EG with a shift in pace. And looking to get a line found onto Insani here. Who's been a thorn in the side of EG as this con player. But they haven't been able to find him yet. Refresh on that window, smoke, the creep in, Insani controlling jungle. But you can see that bomb as well, still positioned over towards Palace. So it might be a late split towards A for EG. Wolko starting to make his way up connector. But when does that contact come through? I'm looking at Safe. I'm looking at this aggressive A main position and what he can do to go in behind enemy lines once EG take this A site.
Insani waits at jungle. Smoke will be too deep from the CTs to really make it uncomfortable for Walco and Hex, who will just start walking out through connector now. And Sani turns back, nearly gets there in time, but just couldn't get his crosshair in the right place before Walco rips his head off. And now they cross over to Safe, who's playing on ramp side. They do have a decent enough crossfire between him and Exit, but it's now broken apart, forcibly removed. And Safe has no sanctuary on top of Tetris. The fire comes in and just burns that away. And now the taps are drop. What is happening here? They've given a chance on over, drop it short side. Shots just land, automatic has to go deep into CT, and now they're floundering. There's 20 seconds left. Safe is still alive inside of the ramp. There's so many areas they have to worry about, and it's the X-Furia combo looking to win this retake because they have allowed that bomb to go down. Oof. Over the top, drop again, goes to the silencer once more. And Junior just standing on default. What a clutch this would be to close out map 2 and force a third. Junior, not the most comfortable position for the AWP, but he's going for it. Misses too many shots here, and that will cost him his life. It's not done yet. MIBR survive for at least a round more.
There's been a few times where we've seen Junior crumble under the pressure today.
Yeah.
In those odd positions, stuck on the corners, just missing those quick flicks, which he is mostly known for. You see him historically, usually thriving under the pressure, but today it feels like something's off. A couple of cracks showing, and maybe that is the start for MIBR to get back into the game.
And you can see the chaos and a little bit of confusion from EG going for that cat plant when, I mean, cat is open, a player can be there. You don't know where the third guy is. That's the B player, so...
Well, frustration seeping through for EG there. And MIBR, what are we going to see from them? This close A main setup, again, has been very successful. Junior waiting for someone to put one step too far through the A main arch. Creep in, Walco. Jiggling on his own, spacing not great, but they will change that. George going to be going through, but Insani fighting too! Oh! And MIBR inches from 20.
Yeah, that's a great start of the round for Insani. But obviously a little bit more to do here for MIBR to close this round out. For Evil Geniuses, really at the bottom of the barrel with options here. Trying to figure out how they can get back into this. They've got quite a bit of utility left. They have pumped the brakes for just a moment longer. They might get out before that smoke. Safe did see that peek out ramp, and Sani is then told to go and kill. And Automatic will feel the wrath of the AK-47 in the hands of Insani. He wants more. Insani so close to the 4K, but the no scope from Junior is there. Just stop shooting, perhaps even ran out of ammo, but it's Junior and Hex now on a 2v4. Doesn't feel like this is going anywhere for EG.
That one hurts for Insani. Junior looking a bit more accurate without the scope this round.
Not as much as it hurts for EG, Mac, because now they... how many bloody opportunities are they going to have to close this game out and just not do it?
At least 6 more. At least 6 more, if not 7 if you include this final round of this half of OT. OT number 3 on the horizon. Unless EG pull themselves together and close it out right here, right now. Still that opportunity. But the rounds have not been looking too crash hot here on the T side for them. Mid control will be taken. Thank you. Thank you, J-Raz. Just so you know, they have to make noise if they take that mid control. If they even put anyone in window, it feels like EG haven't gone for that approach too much. When they're going to sites, they're just going up con and splitting A, or going up short and splitting B. No real late flanks through market. There might have been 1 or 2 rounds where that happened.
I think when you want to have such a setup on A, this is a good adjustment, right? Because the rotation is slow towards B, and you're deep ramp, and you let the op like play these long angles. But in case they do boost up and try to go behind, you know, Safe would have to watch out for that. And now you have a sound cue, which makes it easier to play the setup they have on the A side.
Oh, that molly just barely missing the mark there.
That's a heavy nade as well. Here we go, EG. B-Pop, if Drop can do something about this, MIBR might be looking at another overtime, but he whiffs completely, and so does Bruno. Have EG finally done it?
This is it.
Map 3 looks surely locked in. Safe and Exit have to come back in on a 2v4 retake attempt. They must go for it, but it doesn't look like it's going to be happening here. We needed more out of Drop if we were to get another overtime out of this. And Bruno fails to connect from the bench. Not enough done from the B setup. And EG have finally broken through. A disastrous first map. And it could be disaster yet here in this round. Safe with a kill, but they've got to get moving quickly. And now Safe that is alone. It really shouldn't go anywhere else but map 3. Nuke will be the decider. EG survive. Map 1, a disaster, but a recovery on the second. EG are now here to play.
Eu drop e KS fazer ganhar paredão. Não consigo. Sim, você quebra KS.
Ó, não vai ter montado top 8.
Quebra e banca terra, tá KS, vamos montar o bar. Não, pode quebrar e monta o bar. Quebra e montar o KS, foi mira paredão, tá?
Vai bem um pouco. Vou quebrar e montar o bar, isso?
Isso. Ganha paredão, tá drop.
Furia, this is their moment. Do they take the lead here and now?
Sim, senhora. Não terra. Não terra.
Vou B. Já fica fora. Vou ficar vermelho agora. Vou ficar vermelho vocês dois.
Calma, espera, tô longe. Terra aqui, que eu acho que tem uma
terra. E eu vou separar vermelho, tá safe depois.
Dentro terra.
Preciso falar com você, drop.
Tô pronto. Ok, curta.
Bola safe, finish drop. Art. Olá. Vai dar pé pra mim?
Lá terra aí, galera.
Electronic waits. Here's this fight. Opening up, Safe with a TK. Art a little too fast for his own good, but he can't outrun the guns on this one.
Guys, pera. Vai tudo seguir no tá tudo seguir no aqui.
Vamos chorar bem agora, tá cansado.
Desceu tudo. Fez barulho. Vai bater meu. Tá, firma, lobby. Vamos pra. E ele tá atrasado.
Pra na mira. Aqui. Vai pra cima do azul.
Eu tinha mole em cima do azul, quer?
Cola lá, drop.
Pô, eu tô em cima do azul. Coloca no KS, drop.
Tá.
Bora, vai colando terra, Yuri. Vai lá tudo sair, tá?
Não, vai tá lá. Fala, falei. Vai do CT. Pegar um em cima aqui, KS.
Siga, Yuri.
Ah, sim, coxa, mano.
Vai pra terra, guys. Tá, cai tudo, clear.
Dedo bom.
Aí, bomba. Ah, nossa, joga. Terra, terra.
Winnable. Does bring it back into a 2v3. Heaven Plant Bit could face this, but he won't. He wants to play it safe. That's given Furia a bomb plant drop. Oh! And they're forward. Perfecto. 1v1. He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
That's right, it is the last day of Group B, and as you can imagine, we had to take this one through all the digits, all the rounds. Please, guys, go, it's okay. It's okay, you're good. Y'all are feeling it right now. EG, don't get in their way. That was the lesson we learned really the hard way for the side of MIBR. We do find ourselves going to a third map. How do we get there after a 16-1 on the first? I'm not entirely sure, but I can't tell you it did take 40+ rounds to figure it out, and in which case we got our tech setup figured out as well. We're going to be taking a look at what's going to be the next map of Nuke. Again, this is an elimination game, and one of these teams has to play later today.
You did well. Good pacing there. Camera had enough time to follow you. We only blocked EG getting out of there. It was not too bad.
No, they still got through. It's not. Oh, my bad. Yeah.
You're right. You can sit between either or. Anyway, it's you, me, and Harry. Look, you're right. We are going into Nuke as the next map, but I do appreciate that, Harry. EG deciding after map 1 they wanted to actually make a series of things here. An OT affair. A good game of Mirage, and now we actually have the game that Yanko was hoping for. Because you missed the start of the day. Yanko thought we were going to have a game on our hands.
Yeah, I mean, dude, I mean, with how the first map went, it felt kind of weird seeing the second one open up like this, right? It was like really dominant in favor of EG for a moment there, and then there was the big comeback from MIBR. Then we ended up churning out OT after OT. But it's sick that EG are kind of warmed into this and are playing well.
Yeah, because the first map was a non-starter.
Exactly.
I hate to say it, it is what it is.
And they feel that way, but it's good to see them waking up here for map number 2. Now, we can dive into my PC's POV right now. We're using Skybox Edge here. Now, Trace, the reason I wanted to highlight a bit of EG's perspective is because the other day, we got to talk to a couple of guys from ENCE after they beat EG, and Nuke was one of the maps they played. It was 16-14 win for ENCE, loss for EG. Yeah, so I wanted to talk about what I think we had, was it Madden and Nerds on the couch? And they were talking about their top hits. Maybe it was Senpais. Either way, we had two of the guys from ENCE, and they were talking about their top hits from EG and how they just kept coming. So today I just wanted to dive into some basic stat stuff to do with EG and Nuke, and then look at some of these top hits and actually make Harry and maybe yourself can play against them here. So
I was watching Harry do it a little bit. It is terrifying.
Yeah, I want to tell you right now. I can see why ENCE were talking about them after trying to play against it for the last like 15 minutes.
You're solo holding A side, so you know we're trying to get you back
naturally,
up.
I think it was a big challenge, but you know, I don't know. We've cast a good bit of EG. I think they're playing really well. I didn't think they were bringing all this sort of heat to the.
So let me just get through some of the lead talking points here. So right now with this using Skybox Edge, I have it filtered to EG on Nuke and their CT side last 3 months full buys. I've taken ecos out, I've taken half buys out, I've taken pistols out. You got automatic as your yard rifler. You have Junior, he's going to be rotating around everywhere with the AWP. Your Walko, he's going to be your ramp player. And then the top side is going to be held by George and Hex. Now it's good that automatic is up here in terms of like his KD because he plays a very important position on this map, being the yard rifler. I would say his position alongside of Junior's are probably the 2 most important. So you need these 2 to be firing up and showing up in the server. On the T side, automatic is going to be one of your yard lurks. Junior again, he's got the AWP all over the place. Walko over towards lobby. Same thing for Hext, and well, yeah, George will be a secondary yard player. So that's what you can expect these guys on the gun rounds, right? Remember, that's the full gun round filter I've used. And when you keep going with that, you can take a look at some of these top pops. So here's a little breakdown for everybody. Here's one of the rounds and one of the variations of this that they used against ENCE just the other day, right? And this is very standard. You see this from a lot of teams. It's more about the pace and when you throw these strats in, but you still need to be able to pull them off successfully. So in that opening little foray, right, you see Squeaky get blown off, you see a nade come into main, you see a molly top hut, you see the flash is about to rain in towards the top side as well. And this is one of the rounds, Harry, we can probably start jumping into your perspective here and have you play against this, because this is one of those rounds that I expect to see coming up against MIBR. So we're using refrag here. We've got you in the versus mode against EG in this execute, and you've been trying to hold top side.
Solo, may I add. Solo.
So how's that been going for you, Harry?
Not super well. They've got some gnarly flashes. Right? So I've been dropping in here, getting behind main. I'm going to dodge this first flash. There's a main flash, and then a separate set of util that comes out the hut. And then ultimately doesn't even matter because Walko's just going to delete you anyway.
Well, show us again, Harry. Let's see if you can get a little bit more damage here, mate.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to use a bit more early util this time.
Yeah, I think I've got limited nades on for you as well. You can even throw 2 mollies. Like, it's not just you holding.
Wow. Okay, I can role play. There you go.
Wow.
Right, check this out. So I've kind of done a really loose door molly, just dodge all 100 pieces of util, swing out,
he's got a couple kills,
and then get absolutely shit on by automatic.
This wasn't Walko there because he has been owning you out the hut.
Yeah, he has, man. I mean, you know, this Bolt Walko is like even sharper than the real thing. It's kind of terrifying.
Bolt Walko sharper than the real thing?
Yeah, bro. Check this out.
You on that?
I'm watching it. Here we go again.
I've hit them with some early util. Gonna dodge all these early flashes. That kind of leaves me in a weird spot. Swing out, deleted.
All right, so we might be able to.
I kind of wasted.
We might be able to jump over to my POV again.
Yeah, go on, Chad. I think
so. We can take a look at exactly this from the perspective of the teams in the server, right? So let's go previous round, and then we can go next round, and I'll operate here as a CT. Let's hope that they don't want to shoot me because I don't think I enabled ignore. But let's have a look. Where's my no clip at, man? I'm going to join them. I'm going to join the Ts. I'm going to be part of them. I'm going to be part of the T side here. So automatic up on the roof. I'm going to have to do this again. I'm sorry, everybody. You know, sometimes these things happen. You know, sometimes these things happen. Previous round. Next round. No clip unbound. I'm really fed up of never having my config on these PCs. It might actually be the thing that is my undoing. Here we go. So going up on the roof. Tim, he's going to throw the molly. He's going to go through the windows. That's going to land on top of the heart position. You're going to get Squeaky blown off. You're going to see more nades coming in towards Squeaky door. The extinguish. And they're pushing through the flashes. The smoke plumes. They're in. They're fighting Harry, who's in the side. Not this time. So you can see the pathing here as well. I guess we can go previous round. I'm going to join the spectator. This might make things a little bit easier for me, actually. As let's fly in again. Here we go. We can see it from the CT's perspective here, Trace.
Yeah.
Squeaky blown off. If you're a main guy, you're about to cop some more utility in front of your face. Oh, it's a different round.
I was about to say because
it's slightly different there, Trace. Sorry, Harry, do you want to take back over, man?
It's okay. No, we're
job at this than all
we're
of me.
doing good.
I would imagine.
Yeah, look, you wanna see me try and beat it with a bit more aggression, see if maybe that's the answer.
All
yeah,
right.
maybe, you know. I'm gonna play up close, they're gonna lob a little flash through the hut that I gotta turn from, then a second one, because they can't ever let you have fun.
Oh,
let's
this
go.
could be it. Harry Russell, it's aggression.
Oh no.
So you were telling me MIBR just need to push hard against the top rushers?
Yeah, basically.
Oh boy.
Fuck! And then Junior just comes back. Damn it, bro. That was nearly sick. That was nearly like play of the year maybe in refrag.
Well, who do you think's gonna win map 3?
Yeah, I think that's important.
You know, I've really enjoyed watching MIBR, but I have this weird feeling, man. I got a good feeling for EG right about now.
Do you now?
So, yeah.
Well, Yanko seems to think that even if EG could win this against Monte later today, they might even be able to have a crack at winning the whole thing. I think between these three teams, right, EG, MIBR, and Monte, it's not clear cut which one of them deserves or will earn that spot out of all of them. I think today we are going to have a whole lot of Counter-Strike on our hands that is unknown. Even with the Big versus ENCE game, ENCE go in as heavy favorites against Big, but Big have been looking pretty good.
And Big have kind of upset everything every step of the way, right? So yeah.
And you know, Monte's just been sitting there since last night watching these games and this situation sort of develop, which is exactly what we have to do. Gents, thank you very much. I think this was sick. I think it was actually awesome.
Harry, you nailed your part. You did
good job.
great,
You remember when I nearly 1v5'd EG?
Let's go ahead and let's head into break, gents, if that's okay with you. We need to come to a deciding map here of Nuke. We're going to find out who's going home, EG or MIBR. We'll be right back after this.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready?
Evil Geniuses taking on MIBR has gone the distance. It's gone to a third map, a series that started off in a very dominant fashion for MIBR. One that looked to get run back by EG in the second, that ended up going into a shed load of OTs.
Thank God.
And now we've made it all the way to Nuke, Chad.
We needed that. Look, map number 1, it was probably the quickest
map 1 was sad.
It was flying by. It was like 33 minutes, and I don't even think I took the ad breaks out of it. That was such a quick game of CS.
This was what happened to me this morning, Chad. I put the game on. I was watching it in my room. I was like, I got time. We're 4 rounds in. I'm going to go have a shower. When I had a shower, came out the shower. Oh, first half is over. It's 14-1. Game's about to end.
I've never seen anything quite like it. And it was one of those scenarios where it just didn't feel like EG could get anything done. But Mirage, a different story. A close affair, a great first half. But we're about to get into map number 3, and that music, I don't know what it is, but it's getting me damn excited.
Yeah, I feel like we're in an anime right now. EG taking on MIBR, baby. Let's go. Map number 3, and it's a little bit of Nuke. We just went over how gnarly some of the EG execs are on this top site. We're going to have to wait till the second half if we want to see those. MIBR with a T-side opening here. Pretty limited util for a pistol round as far as it goes. So let's see what they've got up their sleeve.
Yeah, safe searching yard here with the P250. And Hex actually giving over a chunk of burn damage. Now, we will be subbing Dinko and Mac back into things when they return. Harry and I are only here temporarily. So we'll see how long we can go. That's George. Spots 1. Drop down. Unbreakable. We'll have the exchange, but backs off. Space given up. This is where you traditionally see the CT start to push lobby. But Drop, he's got this ramp position already under control. The timing against him. George fluffs his lines. The space still taken, so MIBR down secret. They've got a whole lot of real estate early, and they can't even get the hub push. EG scrambling here.
Yeah, this is kind of awkward. Everywhere they've tried to come through with the aggression looks to be punished, and punished in a big way. Insani lines up 2 on the hut push. That's 3 total dead trying to aggress through the hut. And now just George and Walco 2v5. To say the odds are against them feels like a bit of an understatement here. This is an MIBR pistol just waiting to happen.
That was kind of meant to be a Walco's kill, wasn't it? So George will steal that one away. And now I think this one is just going to peter out. Really? They're going to give it a look? This isn't happening, lads. Yeah, I guess.
Ooh.
Sure.
He has a flash. He has a flash.
Oh,
he's landed a dink as well.
Here we
I
go.
don't know. Something's happening, Chad. Something's happening. Into the back of the site, but Walco dies immediately. George is giving so much in this pistol. 3 kills from the man. A dink. He did like, he did 430 damage or so in the pistol.
But EG had nothing. EG didn't have Secret. They didn't have Heaven. They didn't even have Ramp. Like, do you see just how much...
It was kind of wild because like one of the things, you know, coming in that we noted about the pistol was like what we had util-wise for MIBR was like they had like a molly nade flash, which is like a super weird util combo to have anyway. It's not like they had, you know, smokes out in the yard to try and get across or to take this space.
Yeah,
they got given a lot of room there.
Yeah, it shouldn't be happening. Well, we've got Dinko back. We just need to get a Mac attack, and then we're...
I don't know where he's gone. He's just kind of disappeared.
Well, both of you disappeared before the start of the third map. It's fine. Harry and I don't have any issues subbing
out of reality. What were you up to?
My temporary absence was communicated.
No, we knew that was happening. Don't worry. That's why we're here.
This isn't a grilling. This is just, you know.
It's just a state of the nation right now.
Well, EG were temporarily absent from map 1.
That's true.
Hey,
Let's see if they're going to be having the same fight as they did on Mirage here on Nuke. It would be good to see EG actually round the tournament out with a good performance here on this map.
Well, right now we're playing musical statues. I don't know if this is a game that any of you can play at home, but as soon as you know, the music starts again, they will start moving. So if production could press that button, that'd be great, because nothing's happened for the first 55 seconds. The hurry up and wait.
This is some rat play right here, Chad.
Well, this is making sure that there's no aggressive maneuvers to unravel you, but this is taking it to the nth degree right now. Automatic, as long as he can hold on to this smoke, it will mean an awful lot. Squeaky has faded now. Smoke towards, sorry, Molly top hut. There's main, and Automatic has blocked, so in towards the A side they go.
Hex
that. It's ramp.
Yeah, there's going to be that ramp play coming in. Insani going back over with Drop. Walco, he's in the perfect position for this 5-7 to get something done here. 1 kill is all he'll get, though. Safe rips him off the top.
2 players down towards B already.
And George is one of those alongside Hexed. 5-7 at the back of the side. What a flick out from Hex. Good recovery, but he's under a lot of pressure now, and eventually he will crumble under it. It's Junior and Automatic coming back in on this retake attempt, and Junior spots the Rafters player, does as much damage as he can, but it is going to be MIBR closing out the 2-0.
And that right there, EG did a great job of just forcing them to sit and wait out the limited utility that EG brought into that force. If you are going to play that type of game, if you're MIBR with no information, you need to hope all the jewels go in your favor late round. You see, they had to pivot. Squeaky was blocked again. They had to go towards ramp. They even gave up that opening pick, but were still able to trade their way in towards the site. So if you're EG there, I always said there was already 2 bodies lower, but they weren't ready for that prong coming in from the secret side. And that's where it all fell apart. So MIBR working hard in the early stages of Nuke. And as we just discussed, Dinko hardly working.
Damn. That's brutal.
I mean, I'm here, man.
Look, I don't know. You're the punching bag right now.
Yeah, you are the punching bag. So
yeah, I did see a great thread recently. It was Yanko versus Dinko, and it was it might just be one for the ages, really. That it's developing this sort of battle is brewing throughout the Pro League.
Well, no, Henry and Rush want to have a boxing match against one another.
I mean,
so.
Rush has been catching some today too. Rush, you've got all your title fights lined up.
Well, we're gonna make a little T-shirt chat. I don't know if you heard.
No, I missed the T-shirt conversation.
Yeah, Yanko Hate Club.
Oh, okay. So it's gonna be a whole thing. Got a bit of fanfare behind it.
Extreme, really.
Might even have a
Rush,
Discord channel.
I mean, you have like a lightsaber fight, but with just real sabers.
Okay, so what, swords? I think a sword fight.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure, if you want to.
Dude, I don't know.
Why you guys want to inflict so much violence on each other?
Well, no, I didn't. Like, we wouldn't hurt each other that
Talking about having a fight with real lightsabers. What do you think's going to happen?
We'll use the back of the swords.
Yeah, back of the swords.
The back
and
of the
you have to hold
lightsabers.
the blade.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you two really need to think about this. I tell you, it's not going to go well for either of you. And
how about you just use ping pong paddles instead? Maybe that could be good.
Well, Harry thinks he's transcended into.
I think me and Dinko both are on an upwards trajectory in the ping pong.
People need to be looking out for you in the world rankings.
That's it. We'll be joining you soon, Chad, on that Valve World Ranking. We'll be one of the top 50 table tennis teams.
Top 50.
Yeah.
That's what, you guys playing duos?
Yeah, that's it. That's how we're going to take on the world, Harry. Pen grip and
You're gonna rely on someone else, Harry? You're gonna take you, or you're gonna be a singles player?
Well, you know, I mean, I think I would want to be a singles player. I hate 2v2 in ping pong.
Yeah,
having to rely like someone else just getting in the way. I just want to hit him with the paddle.
Violence.
You know,
violent meditation.
Right over there, like
that's a paddling.
That's a good sound.
Being hunted here.
Oh, exit. Will he get away with
How's
it?
this happen? Exit's
being
being hunted by the CTs. Ooh.
Yeah, exit's like
Didn't even get the gun. Didn't even get the gun.
Exit's like that one animal in the wild that strays off from the rest of the pack, and a bunch of hyenas hunt them down right there. But yeah, they got the kill, but didn't get the gun.
Well, it is going to be the EG buy here anyway, so we will see kids come in, the silence them forward, so plenty of util around this. Automatic even having the luxury of getting into some head armor. AWP out in the hands of Junior. Let's see how EG want to open on the defensive side of things, and where MIBR are looking to set the tempo, because the first few rounds have been quite pensive, quite slow. They haven't really been in a rush, waiting out the util, as you can see. Junior aggressive. Has a lot of information that nothing is poking or prodding towards Yard whatsoever. Automatic currently covering his silo. And this should put the A defenders on quite high alert here. Oh, Hexed. Stack nade. He's in so much trouble.
Triple naded.
How long can you keep this forward stance toward Yard for before someone has to cheat back? And that's the thing. If one of them cheats back, then one of the positions is now susceptible. So this late Yard wall will not do anything. They're playing ahead of the smokes. EG should have all of the answers here off the back of Junior and Automatic. It's about how the other three are able to defend once the call comes through.
I feel Safe's pain here.
Yeah. I was going to say,
the
Harry,
smokes always be rolling, man. Like, every single time you try and do the yard smokes, there's always one that just won't agree.
You turn around and just rolled away. Sometimes Inferno rolls down the drain.
They know it's a fake. Well, they should know it's a fake.
Already got that info. They're playing
There's
ahead
Automatic going.
He's having a little look down B. And here comes this top site. Molly's raining on in. Walco up on the rafters, blinded. Hex does one. There's low health to at least get one, but it's even trades back and forth. 35 seconds left. Still a lot of ground to make up here for MIBR, and it doesn't look like they're going to break through. Automatic, that was the play. Comes up through the vent. That's exactly how we envisioned it happening. And Safe now on a 1v3. What a clutch this would be as we head into the final 20 seconds of this round.
Yeah, Safe through the heavens. But the bomb down the vent, so he won't be attempting this. We'll save. He will just look to get out with this AK and armor intact. And so EG get on the board here. That's what you like to see. They're going to grace the scoreboard early on.
Yeah, it's me, Chad Birchall, ready to keep casting the game.
That's,
Yeah, what's up, Chad? How you doing? You got a bit of a sore throat?
Yeah. Stay away from me.
You're smoking on that Source 2 pack.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Look at this.
Shout out to the boys for just, you know, jumping in, having some fun. But we're back and well fed. Decent lunch today.
Ooh. So that's what y'all were up to.
Yeah, mate. Having a cheeky bit of chicken korma, you know?
All right. You try some of those spiced potato wedges, Mag?
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, they're pretty good. They're pretty good. Got to hand it to them.
They were double cooked as well.
They were double cooked, Rush. I could see you would notice that and appreciate it.
We've got some potato fans chilling in the
Hell
studio.
yeah. All right. For MIBR, what's the game plan going to be here? Util rains out outside, but this time it's not a fake. This time they intend to use it. They've got that wall down over by the garage, and they're now creeping up behind main. Automatic already down in secret. Flashed in by his teammates over in the yard. Wildcoat lends a helping hand, rather. And so it's a nice way to open. Breno was able to elude capture. He was that second man walking over towards secret. But right now, he's got a nice bit of room over here towards heaven.
How's this timing? Ooh, the drop down. Not sure if it was silent. Didn't look like he could from that spot. Either way, EG trying to turtle up. But that is potentially the straw that broke the camel's back. Safe, getting back into the round. Wolco dropping the bomb in hut. And who knows how this one's going to play out. 30 seconds.
Oh, Walker's done well, hasn't he? Another kill for him on the CT side here. Double kill and lobby control. He's acting as sort of a turret, stopping them from getting to the bomb. And Junior with the final 2 kills. He'll take that and push Evil Geniuses up to another one on the board here. It's going to be a competitive game throughout, I think, on this third map, considering, you know, we have good starts, one-sided affairs, and back-to-back maps from either side. Now we're actually getting this sort of back and forth starting right away on the final map of play. And, you know, it is a great point to remind the viewer at home, the winner of this will have to go on and play another game later today, right? Another best-of-3 lies in wait to try and qualify in that final spot in the playoffs.
Harry.
Yeah.
Would you consider yourself a screamer if you were a coach?
If I was a coach.
Yeah, if you were standing behind the players.
Would I scream?
Would you be a screamer, or would you be, you know, like Monte
I don't
coach?
know, actually. I've never really thought about it. I just think, like, yeah, I'd probably be screaming. I like a good reaction, you know. I'm not very vocal in a game of CS, but if I was stood behind someone and, like, my job was
if you're not playing,
yeah, right, exactly.
Sure. I can see
you got pipes. You're just so chill. I'd just love to see.
No,
Harry Unchained.
No, there's some clips of like Chad getting some gnarly, you know, like 1v5 or whatever, and I'll be there like in the background, you know, like
the back Here we go, pop out ramp.
I hope that could have been a moment for the screen, but instead it's just the one and done for a while.
Clock, isn't it? Though the clocks are coming through, the pistols are running down, and automatic out from the decon door. Dishing out the final few frags alongside George. It's all evened up again. Harry, I tried to ask Yanko this earlier, but he shut me down.
Look at that and do it too.
Yeah. What do you think of the KD and saying 1v5 attempt plus reactions? Because that was incredible. Do you think that would have been the best clutch in CSGO if he had pulled off the final kill?
Ooh, it would, you know, probably, you know, it could have been. It could have definitely been. I mean, it was gnarly. I love a good Deke play, man. You know me, like it's such a biased one. And I also think Cadian's like great.
Yeah, well, not so great at this
time, man,
unfortunately.
It didn't happen. We don't have to worry about it.
I know, you're right. Well,
I know you've been thinking about it all night because you got 4 out of 5, 1 bullet left, could have been sick.
Would you have hit the final shot, Harry?
No, the guy was behind him. You know, like Cadian, who had already done that, couldn't do it.
Well, here we go,
come
Junior.
On. Oh, they're getting closer with every missed shot, and they're right there. They run him down. One more man down the vent. Hexed. Good bit of resistance here as he fights for this control, but look at him. They've got him boxed in. They've got him backed into a corner. The claws are out for Hex, and he'll keep on holding the line. This is great. This is so well played from Hex, just to buy so much time to whittle down MIBR. They don't even get into the B site because he slows them. They don't get out. They don't get into a position where they can look to get this bomb planted. Instead, they've got to give room to ENCE. They've got to give him a bit of room to work here, to try cook up the opener that will allow this bomb plant. Ooh, that barrel.
Ooh, the tip pointing out of the box. Gotta look out for that. Thanks, Aaron. Oh, his Walco.
You didn't choose your words wisely there.
No, I did not. It's Walco just still here.
Crisp.
In the darkness of the corner, and Sonny and Save clearing him out together. It's just George now, and he's coming down the vent, making no secret where he's coming from. And that is not secret. He's coming forward towards the double door stairway. And we're getting the George chance. The crowd are going wild. And for that, he pulls the 5. He pulls the flash buying. Why has he done that? Don't fumble with your nades in that position.
Sad way for it to go if you're EG, but fantastic for MIBR.
The George chance were just started, man.
I know, man. The crowd was going mild, but didn't relay across. EG didn't get the memo, and now they're force buying down into this round. 3 M4s, 2 MP9s, 1 kit for Hext. Kind of feel bad for Hext, man. He really gave it his all in that.
It's the same on Mirage, right? He was the player that got them back in at Mac. Remember that big clutch from Hext? A couple of other rounds he had which were not nearly as notable as that one, but definitely impactful. And ENCE, the door's blown open towards his top side. He's looking for that kill off the top of the hut, looking to rip them off the ripper. That big ENCE game later on, everybody's talking about, Harry, huh?
Yeah, no, I mean, that is, you know, the one that everyone's talking about. But, man, I don't think that could take away from the majesty that has been this game, from a 16-1 start to an ultra-competitive back and forth.
Quite the roller coaster, isn't it?
This game is a roller coaster.
The full flip, the full flop. Getting everything here. Automatic. Will struggle to find everything here at Mini, unless they walk through the smoke at him. No info gained.
Well, go with a smoke in hand. Just a little pixel is all he'll see, and he'll get peppered, but smoke will go down, and he'll hide behind it, shielded and covered by the grayness of his screen. And 27 seconds left, automatic holding the retreat. If they want to come back through A main quickly, they would have to run into the MP9, and I'm running out of time looking at MIBR. They're starting to stress me out here, and finally they are able to break through. They get rid of automatic. Hex able to step up for one, but they're breaking through. The defense is 10 seconds is all they have left. They must sprint with the bomb, but it is down on the ground, and Junior has done enough. They cannot win this round, and Sani would have to play for elimination, and they just disperse. They do not want anything to do with this, and it will be EG winning it on the time.
And, you know, that was just super smartly played by Walco down towards lower, right? Like playing the pixel jiggle down towards the secret stairs. As soon as he gets that info and drops the smoke, there's, you said it, there's 27 seconds left. Like, they can't wait for that. They either had to go through or end up in this weird decision of trying to fast crunch through main. Automatic, I was so nervous for him there, bro. Like, he forgot he plays this game 4 seconds in the future or something. Just started spraying off at nothing. But luckily enough, Junior, the rest of the gang, they're able to make up for it. And so it's a tie game after all. MIBR looking like they want to explode ramp. They're waiting for this smoke to fade, and then they're coming at EG fast.
The pressure of elimination just forcing little mistakes here and there. Either way, EG bail out the ship in the previous, and now might need to bail out Walco from this position, who is hiding, not spotted initially. And one here is arguably good enough. Junior turns it into a 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the second time you've used that position already in this half, you really want to get more than one from it. But he'll take the 1-for-1 now because the trades were efficient elsewhere, and now with under a minute left, it is MIBR who smoke out the control room window and creep ever closer. But I say smoke out the control room window. They've actually left a massive gap in the top left corner that Automatic has found and used very effectively to take out Safe. So that bomb, it's not safely crossed to the site just yet.
Flash down. But MIBR not committing to anything. They want information. They're getting hungry. George. They want that brain power. George going to be able to find one there. Drop. Quick on the trade. And a quick rotation too towards the upper site for both parties. Ladders a little bit shorter coming out of the vent. But has the timing. Hex knows he doesn't have the range to play with. But he might have strength of position. Creeping forward. Not spotted. Oh, drop. Just doesn't get the Galil in hand in time. And there you have it, Hex saving the day for NA. But before he defuses, he's putting a couple of clips into that ragdoll.
Gotta do that. Gotta cover all your bases, don't you? 5-4. With that round completed, Hex dragging them through it. And the 1v1 against Drop, that'll put EG into the lead. And that's the upgrade as well, kick that Galil. Give it all he's got there, Hex, and then nearly forgot about the bomb. Nearly forgot his objective.
Dude, this is such a wild game. It's sick to see EG being able to have kind of the longevity to pull this back.
Yeah. Well, there has been that discussion, right, that this may be the best EG roster yet. For a long time. Oh, Insani, almost that downwards transfer. You don't see it often, but it almost happened here.
Yeah, nearly pulls it off. If there's one player that's mechanically gifted enough to do that, it would be Insani here on the server. And the walk down in towards ramp, it's Walco waiting. Walco with the Galil. A tail is all this time. And he's gone. And here's the play in towards the B site. It's going to be the rundown from Drop at the lead of the charge.
Yeah, EG still all up on upper, and they're going through the lobby, which means a triple ramp retake is what they're going to be left with. Everyone coming from the same position. This could give them the 3v1 onto Exit. What we're looking for out of Exit here for the rest of MIBR is kind of, at worst, he needs a one and done in this position.
Yeah.
Can't afford to go down untraded.
Surely he gets one, though. He definitely gets one.
Any more for Exit. It is the one and done to leave this in an even odds bout. 2v2, drop back of the silo. Gonna have no support from Breno. It's set up for him to win it. So 1-on-1 from Drop right there.
Oh, it's such a good
now it's left just to Hex, and Drop will deal with him. Makes it look nice and easy for MIBR as they walk that 3v3 over the line.
Yeah, that volume, I don't know if you guys could hear that as well as we could inside of the room, but the sofas of MIBR staff and the players all just getting super loud about this Drop play.
The fan squad, mate. The fan squad. Those are the rounds, right, that MIBR were missing on Mirage. They'd have numbers, they'd have everything going for them in rounds like that, but they'd somehow lose it in the post plant. And it seems like they're starting to tighten those up. Brazilian CS here on a map like Nuke can be dangerous. And now they're looking at 5T rounds, staring down the barrel of maybe even more.
Yeah, their after plan certainly struggled, didn't they, over on that previous map of Mirage. They really were getting into favorable positions. Probably could have came away with a 2-0 win if they had won a few of those, right? So definitely letting them down, but that's a far better post plan. And we're all tied up again. I mean, we're going to see everything being thrown into this. Emotions will be on the line. Everything you've got coming into this final map of the best of 3 facing elimination. Your playoff dream will still live on if you're able to complete Nuke. M4 here for Automatic. It's his birthday. Give him the hero rifle. Everybody else on the Deeks. I have to say, Harry, big fan of your purple jacket today, man. Looking really good.
Thank you.
I like
Thank you. You know, purple, it's kind of my color.
It is.
Everyone's always said that. Everyone's always knowing that.
It's a land grimace.
I kind of...
Sorry.
I don't know
what that means.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, all right. Mac, you'll have to explain.
Yeah, Mac.
Right, I'll sort it out. It's probably better you don't know.
We were just sat in silence hoping I knew, and I hope you knew, and we didn't in the end.
Oh, okay. No. I do.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that.
It's the right
I
color.
have seen this.
That's right. Give me that. Give me that. I think you actually look spiffing as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And it is kind of like...
Oh, this is going to look fantastic. Look at this fight's about to come down towards ramp. It's about to be an absolute massacre. Head-to-head fight. The CT's running right into it. And Exit's killed his own teammate in the craziness of this round, but Exit makes up for it. But here he is. George! And now it's Breno in a 1v1.
Breno's sat bottom of the board as well. 1 kill to his name in this game so far. But he could win this round for MIBR. He grabs the bomb. George is so low. Breno needs the plant. He can't lose this. He can't lose this to a 4 HP George in a 3v1. Breno will deal with him. As he gets his 2nd kill, it's a big one. It's going to put MIBR back into the lead and break the money of EG.
Well, that round had it all, didn't it? Exciting play into the ramp room. Everybody sort of marching towards each other. Guns at dawn. And there it is. Exit killing his own teammate in the midst of it all, but it wasn't enough for our boy George.
George a bit too curious there.
Indeed.
MIBR with the 1-round lead now, and the economy heavily in their favor. EG taking the tactical. Just have a quick chat about what they want to do with the lackluster buy, or really anything. You're looking at Hex there. He's got 3.5k in the bank. Surely can bring in some kind of pistol to find influence. Maybe some util, of course. A very key factor on a map like Nuke.
Bro, we're at like this point in the series where it's kind of, you know, it's almost sad either way. I mean, I wish there was like a last chance bracket, you know, like just one more after
really
this.
do need one last
just
go,
because, you know, mate,
Yeah,
like
put Heroic in there, Rooster, and whoever loses this one.
Well, dude, like for MIBR, they had that close series versus ENCE. They've looked legit as hell throughout the tournament, I think. For EG, I feel like this is a team that need a win, and I think with this iteration of the squad are playing some of their best, or they're playing their best CS yet. So, you know,
But that's Counter-Strike, man, right?
Yeah. Why can't we just all win?
You know, that's true.
Ooh. Exit's opened up this round. This is not one that you ever needed to get worried about in the first place. So, MIBR, it's all just about keeping it clean.
I'm just having so much fun thinking about the contrast between Harry, who wants people to get participation awards, everyone wins, and Yanko, who was here before, who was completely the opposite.
Oh, dude, it's like whiplash, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hey, Rush.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you feeling?
Much better now.
But look, man, that's why Yanko, I think, probably more interesting. You know, mine's like, hey, give everyone a trophy.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Yanko though, because you know his vein of thinking. I'd have to side with that. I think it's nice to have some winners because, you know,
it's kind of the
point of what we're here for, guys.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I tell you what, we're all winners right now, getting to watch CS and being involved, you know. I mean, I feel like a winner, so...
No, of course we will do.
Everyone in Twitch chat, you're all bloody winners as well.
Rush, who's your favorite player on the server right now?
Ooh, Insani is kind of nuts, to be honest.
Oh, so what number is he right now?
He's 7 right now.
All right, number 7 is your favorite player.
We always stick with the player main outside at the start of the round, because usually they see the most contact. Big nade, does nothing. Automatic pushing through. Take it away, Harry. Harry.
Well, Harry is taken away. In fact, he's coming to probably find you, I would say, Rush. He's on a little journey somewhere, but we're going to continue this one into Breno and Safe. A couple of big kills. George and Automatic out of the round. And Junior climbing out of heaven. The ult is caught by ENCE down at the vent. Now 4 versus 2. Looking good here for MIBR, but Walker looks to try and change that with that ramp push, but ENCE quickly turns back into lobby and starts Walker from getting any further.
That's one of those positions as well where we've seen, you know, moments of players getting good flanks off. You get that one pick and run away. This time EG maybe pushed a bit too far, and Walker, yes, it was a nice flank, nice kill, but unfortunately couldn't double down. Had the crosshair in the right place to expect that door swing, but just couldn't get the track, wasn't expecting the wide swing. MIBR with a 3-round lead now. Looking like they are in a different category of Counter-Strike, a different tier even. Here on Nuke, at least. It'll be really sad if EG don't make this competitive in the second half. After how hard they played on Mirage, man.
I mean, it was competitive even at the start of this game, right? And right now, MIBR is starting to grab control. at the later ends of this first half. Could be a 10-5 half in the end. Actually, get 10 T rounds on Nuke. Could be very happy with that. This should be a 9th. It does feel like EG have had to stomach a lot of these lower tier buys, right? Upgrading a few pistols here and there. We've seen a full eco from them at times too. It's been pretty rough. They haven't really got solid control of the economy at any point, really, it feels like, throughout the CT half. So MIBR definitely playing with the better foot forward at the moment.
Creeping out is an MIBR. Might go for the full wrap. EG with this heavy stack towards A. Might have made the right read. Smoke towards Mini. Allow that wrap around, but we'll see if they go down instead. Safe having a sniff down the stairs. And if they follow through, then maybe, just maybe, that B site will show them some greener pastures.
Just on a little journey down in the lower bomb site, getting a nice view of how they're going to split this. You can see exit will go towards decon. The others, the double door, will probably see someone walk all the way up here to the control room. So that's how you take the lower site. You can't just all go from the same side. You want to get as much control of the lower bomb site as possible, then execute your ramp utility. Brenner can come back from control room to assist in the clearance of the full site, and then they'll be able to comfortably plant the bomb. And now we're looking at EG not really in a position to contest for the retake. So that's going to be 9 rounds, and a really nice overview there to see how to take that lower bomb site effectively.
And if there was any pistols in there,
they would have been cleared out, right?
Dead for sure. Unless.
It's good to see. That's
There's always
something
an unless
for you guys to try at home. What have you? So I've seen. I've played a few games of Nuke in CS2, Mac. I don't know if you've played too much of it.
Oh, it's terrible. The sound, it needs fixing.
I've got you started. I've got you started on it.
The fact that you can have people at the top of secret.
Welcome.
Okay, don't hang on. You can have people shooting at the top of secret. You'll be just around the corner at the bottom, and you will just not hear them at all. You'll hear like faint, distant shots coming through. As soon as you go through, like your view model or whatever goes through this vertical sound box thing, you're halfway up the stairs, they're right next to you, and you can't tell. There's nothing that makes it sound like it's appropriate.
So it's very jarring, yeah.
Touched on for sure before Nuke gets a full release of the game.
All right, well, round 15, last round of this half. And like we said, it could be an MIBR 10-5 half on the T side, which you would have to say puts them in pole position to take this series away. And they've managed to vent dive the bomb. Oh, the bomb just makes it down the vent, but it's not on the back of a player. It's just lying there on the floor, so they've got to go back and get it. And actually, with Walco's kill, it is now EG up a player, and they've got all the time in the world because Exa has to waste time going back to get that bomb.
This is better from Walco as well, right? Gets that pick, doesn't overcook it, doesn't overextend, and just locks down the ramp control, waiting for a reroute from MIBR. Hexed almost dying there as they tried to transition on a flank into secret. But in comes that plant, and it looks like EG going to be going all in on ramp for the retake here.
And Sani just sitting at the bottom of the ramp. Walcott, he goes down first. And Sani's just going to chill, rifle at the ready. Hext overruns him and puts Exit in a more uncomfortable position towards the back of the site with that nade. It doesn't even matter, it's the AK for Exit! And a stellar finish to the first half for Exit and MIBR. 10-5, they're looking good to close out this series.
Swoop remains supreme.
MIBR in this decider map have put themselves in a fantastic position to close on EG. The North American hopes must be resumed as we head into the second half. 5 rounds is all they managed, and it was pretty competitive towards the start of the half, and then it just fell apart. It absolutely fell apart, Mac.
Yeah, the big, brutal Brazilians smacking EG in that first half, but can they keep it up in the second? And how are EG going to reinvigorate themselves? Well, a Teak-side pistol is a great place to make that happen. Let's see where they opt to go. Presence towards outers, as well as over towards that trophy. Just sort of expecting MIBR to be the aggressors here.
Hey, Dinko.
Hey.
We're going to 1v1 after this game, all right?
Where'd you come
from? Harry, I'm ready for that rematch.
Yeah, we're 1v1 and I'm taking you down. Anyway, cast the game, fools.
We've interrupted this important matchup for a breaking news report. And now it's Exit sitting on the ramp. A great headshot on automatic. And George, he's planting the bomb. It's going to be a 2v3 here for MIBR to try and recover. And Mac, I favor them. They've got the Julies. They've got the headshot. And now they've got a chance on Wolko. It's going to be an MIBR retake. It didn't even take that long.
Yeah, it's almost happened. Now, I'm just trying to figure out where Harry was. I think he's
away warming up, man. This is an unfair advantage, really, to be honest.
That's okay. That's okay. Someone's got to have an advantage somewhere.
Look at this guy trying to sneak over and warm up. Now he's leaving it. He's been caught. He's been caught. So
that just means that if you do
he can warm up
him,
if he wants.
If you do beat him, you've done it not once, but
no.
twice.
Harry has been working on his mental strength.
Yeah.
Now that is something he has been working on, and we've been kind of witnessing the growth of the mental strength. And if there is one thing they say about Harry, it's that he never chokes. It is the thing they say about him these days. And another thing they say that will go down in the history books is he can come back from anything. So that is going to have to be something that is tested.
That's it, yeah.
A little bit later on today.
Never gags, a man of many talents.
Yeah, exactly. Heard that as well from Hugo. And now Evil Geniuses, 11-5 down. They've got to prove that they can come back. They got to prove that they can find their way through this. Adversity can be opportunity, Mac.
It certainly can. Well, shout out to my homies, of course. I believe it is Pride Month at the moment here in Malta. So let's fly those flags. Kappa Prides aplenty. Exit. Oh, not going to be able to hold it down over towards outers here. Safe. Answering with one at range over towards the back of warehouse. And ENCE with that MP9, not going to find a thing. So 4v4 is how this round's going to be going down.
Just establishing some ramp control now or MIBR, so they're going to be having a little bit of a walk. Look at this. Let's go through the trophy room together as a team, as a unit, as a threesome, as they move their way through.
Just clearing out everything. All nooks, all crannies. Can they get in behind EG? Looks like EG are going to go towards that lower side. Staying together. ENCE will be the one to find this information unless timing doesn't favor him. But so far, so good. Pack approach, strength in numbers, and here's that contact.
Yeah, contact's in. Gotta watch this one in full clarity. Is ENCE taken out by Hexed. Safe with a swift response, but he's under pressure now at dark, and his life expectancy shrunk to 0. It is now Drop and Breno. We must pull off a retake here for MIBR, and look how quick they are to decom, but George has turned around at the exact right time, and Drop cannot win this one. He realizes that and will take his M4 into the next. There's not a lot of money left over here for MIBR, so EG, that's the 6th round picked up and a way back into it.
Well, the M4 in the next could find some kind of impact, but these are the rounds that EG have been looking for. 2 Galils, an M4, and a 6th round on the board. Means that MIBR will not be running away with the game too early on in the second half. But how quickly can NA close the distance to Brazil.
Pretty quickly. Let's say, what is the distance between, say, the most southerly point of America,
New Mexico,
and Brazil? You can find that out for us, Mac.
Do we have to do it in miles or Ks? What do we?
Doesn't really matter, I suppose. Whatever unit you want.
Let's get directions. So New Mexico, I think, is like the most southern part, right? Oh no. Oh yes.
Well, it's going to be a ramp rush while you figure that out, and here comes the attack. It's the 5-7 of Bruno. Again, it gets caught in the open there, and there's nothing really much he can do about that. So Hex just runs at him. Mac 10 straight to the body, and they've broken open this B site. So EG having a pretty comfortable time about this one. You know, run ramp, breaks open immediately, and MIBR aren't really in a position to have a quick rotation. They didn't have anybody clear or rotated down to that B site, so that's going to be EG taking 7 just off the back of that opening move.
Can't seem to find a way there.
All right, there is no journey. Mac has concluded that, but there may be a journey for EG to go on. A journey of self-discovery it has been over the last year, or even more than that for EG, right? We discussed on the panel at the start of this week all about the amount of differences there have been in terms of the players coming in and out since they won that title in New York, right, in 2019. And there's 12 new players into that main roster, excluding the players that were in that New York winning roster. So you're talking about all the changes and the sort of identity changes and the drama and the criticism that they've all been through. And this is a journey for EG, and they're starting to see that progression in this tournament, and it would be a shame to see them go out with a whimper here. So I'm glad they're starting to resurge in the second half, and hopefully they can give us that for a bit longer here. MIBR don't have the weapons for the job in this kind of round either, so should be an 8th round for EG, and they'll shrink that gap even further to 3 rounds. Outside wall execute this time. They had a quick ramp push in the previous round, but this time it's just that wall of smokes created, and now a little trickle down into its secret. The smokes have faded away. It's getting a little bit awkward here, but they have managed to get their way through there as a pack. And there is one player rotated down already. It's ENCE, and we know what he can do in the Deagle when given the chance. So let's see, Mac. Will he be able to take anything with this big Deag?
But Molly's going to make it that little bit harder. Hasn't burnt him, won't spread just yet. Oh, missed opportunities. The target, it was just there. Bullseye's hit eventually after the 5th and 6th attempts, but George will instantly trade. And now with the lowers control, EG, they're thinking about going the whole way down, but drop tucked in the corner of the rafters, and he's got a helping hand with Breno here as well. Over towards that right side of Mega, or ramp for you non-Australians.
35 seconds. That's all they have got. And eventually they must make their play, but they run into drop, and he could spoil the party. Exit elsewhere takes out Hext, and this is getting a little worrying now. 25 seconds. George comes out of the double door, but you still got to think about drop. And the silencer again! What is happening? But he switches to the USP, and automatic runs right into Exit. What a round for MIBR to win, and what a disaster for Evil Geniuses. Those are the rounds that can cost you. Those are the rounds that can break your back.
Yeah, how does this keep on happening? The right clicks.
What is that? Yeah, it's happening more over the last 2 days than I have seen in weeks of CS.
And sometimes it's not even when they're like flicking to the right? They're just somehow hitting the right click accidentally. Not banging on the right side of the desk, not missing a mouse pad or something like that. And look, to answer your earlier question.
Look at the frustration. They know what's just happened, and Drop is so pleased with himself being able to step up on that lower bomb side. But yes, Mac.
I've cheated this a little bit. So 2,856 kilometers is from Florida to the closest looking part of Brazil. There you go.
There we go, Mac.
You got to swim, though.
You do have to swim. That's fine.
And you got to go through Cuba.
Yep, well.
Could be a good experience.
I mean, what a journey that would be.
Well, the journey looking almost as long as that for EG to get back into this game, especially after a loss in the previous. But a man advantage here, and this pulls control. is the right way in. MIBR staying towards that upper side of the map. No one going lower.
No one. Brenner's coming down into the lower bomb site. Now he'll actually blow open those double doors. And it's actually perfect timing to spot Walco crossing over. Obviously not looking for the damage there, just the information. Now Breno in a pretty powerful position when combined with the might of the safe AWP.
Safe scoping as well. I think that's been heard, and you can see EG are aware, but safe now spotting that fadeaway.
Yep.
Oh, and the bomb's starting to make its way in.
Oh, it's a good shot from Junior, and I think it has forced MIBR just to peel away. So fantastic recovery from EG after a disaster in the previous round to come back and have the mental resilience to immediately answer back with a good clean round like this one that'll get you right back somewhat on track. They don't really have the resources to hunt this, so you're going to see the save call for safe and drop, and you're going to see it likely go through, but it might be worth throwing one in if you can get rid of the AWP. And that might be the thought process here for Hexed, is he's getting ever closer to that save position.
Yeah. And EG respecting the save, worried a little bit more about their own economy. With 4 alive. That's looking pretty damn good, pretty damn solid. And 4 rounds the gap now, so the distance getting shortened round by round. MIBR into this one with the save. Are going to be able to buy up again. Breno going to be dropped an MP9 in the meanwhile. And there can be some more util here. We'll see if there's going to be a toss around. Yeah. Yep, you're pretty happy with this buy if you're MIBR. You can work up some kind of recipe for a round.
Yeah, you could definitely do that. Let's see if they find the first ingredient. Walco running forward. In towards the ramp play. It is safe with the first pick for Intel. Junior pushes forward. You have to say he's a bit of a monster gaming in Malta, and drop holding on, just about gets away, and let's face it, he's made it around the corner. Smoke is up in his face. And they're climbing up heaven. George wants to fight him, and he's the bomb carrier, and that is a risky fight, but he wins it. And now Insanity around the side of the site. It is automatic to come out on top and keep EG in the player advantageous position.
Yeah, well, let's see if Exit can find their way back in here. They need to act sooner rather than later. With that heaven position in the control of EG, it's a ridiculously hard post plant to dislodge for MIBR, and you can see that it probably just is going to be the save here, making their way towards T-spawn already. Clear out maybe lobby at best and try to slide the AWP across to T-spawn. But automatic in the best position to deal with this AWP. The flick's no good this time. AWP down, AWP down. And another round for EG. Now roll it back about 30 seconds. That position where, who was it? I think it was Drop over towards CT. Playing from under the stairs, you know, that one where it's kind of like a head glitch at long range.
Yes, with a smoke in front of him at George
was asking if there was a position in Counter-Strike called Zywoo. And that is the only position I'm aware of that has been dubbed Zywoo.
There we go. Would you say that
I think many people
cultural zeitgeist, or what do you think?
I think it's just one of those things, right? Like there are players that, you know, have made a mark on the game, but have never been gifted the name of a position. You know, it feels pretty good when you have a position named after yourself, right?
Yeah, I would imagine so. I would imagine
experience,
so.
You know, we aren't them. We are not him.
We are not him. We are not Jim, in fact, either. So, or Yim.
Jim, Yim, him, or them.
But right now, MIBR aren't it. They're not pulling this off at the moment, and EG are on that comeback trail. And they have found open road. M4 for Exit. The in-game leader popping off again. Big performance from him. Would like to see a bit more out of Breno here as well. Right now, automatic at the front of the pack. They've taken ramp, and he's not stopping. He actually is just dropping immediately into the side. This is quick, this is decisive. And they'll not walk into any pistols. And that'll be a 10th round for EG. just
calling it already.
Like that. Yeah, I think so, Mac.
MIBR have nothing but exits to ask for. And speaking of exit, look how deep he is. He never left spawn. Happy with this position just to play it safe. and the USPs are going to hunt for some guns. Could this be the unicorn round that we have not seen in a while?
That rare breed. That mythical creature.
No, it's not going to be. Walco's got something here.
He doesn't like unicorns. Doesn't like fantasy.
He is a myth buster himself.
You did get a couple of your myths busted recently, didn't you, Mac?
Yeah, by Alex. Earlier on in the week.
Nearly took a crop to the head as well. Oh, Walco. Why have you ruined the beautiful pacifist round? You've lost an AK too. But it'll give it on over. And it's now 12-10. Money is back for MIBR.
Yeah.
That is the most important thing, Mac. The money's back.
Money's back. And MIBR packing up those wallets, but also packing up those tool belts with a couple of extra bits of util. And now moving into the 23rd round, MIBR. Let's see if they're going to be able to find a 13th or if EG keep on making this one happen. Looks like it won't be a faster approach anywhere for EG. Just playing through the early round quite slowly. Out of smokes as well, sprawling across the whole yard. But MIBR not taking the bait, not too focused on that. It's Breno that will get tested here by EG in just a moment.
Here comes the pop, the flash in. Breno, as we mentioned in the previous round, we'd like to see a bit more out of him. In fact, we'd like to see a lot more out of him. And instead of standing and fighting, he's made the decision to just go down towards the lower site, make that rotation. Stays alive, keeps his life intact, and they will then just take the ramp room for free here. It will allow them to either pressure down or try and get through hell. Exit's got that hell covered off, so information that at least they've got ramp room. But EG, what will they do with it? Yet to be seen. But likely going to be a walk down into the B site, which then would still fall on Brennan's shoulders, the responsibility of this round.
Yeah.
You wouldn't want to see him get an itchy nose. Take his hand off that mouse at the wrong time here.
I saw that. The pre-itch. Is it going to be the answer to make EG his bitch? That's the question we're about to ask and find the answer to. And Breno striking true. There's the first two. He's looking for a little bit more as well, just dancing around the cover. It's good, but so's that shot from Junior, and EG might be back in the round.
Yeah, Brown does a really good job this time, right? Positions himself, gets those two headshots. Will it be enough to close the round, though? He's given every single chance for his team, but George has pulled it back. There's a hole in the door, and will it be glory for George? It won't. Exit and drop, remove him from the play, and MIBR will have a successful retake. Thank you, Breno, for those 2 kills, MIBR will say.
Yeah. Oh, okay. That's some messages being sent by the couch.
A lot of shouting.
Very happy with that one. Breno, all boils down to this play. Itch gapped, itch buffed, however you want to look at it. Scratch that nose, King, if it makes you play like that.
Keep that nose nice and scratched. 13-10 now, Mac. Ooh. I do feel like MIBR have enough in the tank to get it done, but EG, they proved me wrong on Mirage, right? They had a lot of chances to close it, and they eventually did, right? They stayed in it every time. It looked like they had just been broken. Oh, they stayed in it mentally, and now they've got to do it again. They're trying to get out the door. They're trying to get into Insani's territory, and it's not that easy. Ooh. A 1-for-1 trade. Safe misses the shot, but Exit just throws his body right into the play, and it's automatic that will fall. Breno comes around the backside, and MIBR are fired up. Go back to B, baby, is what they called, Mac.
That is what I heard.
That has come through. And maybe that is what EG will have to do here, because this A-pop did not work at all, did it?
The Brazilian energy never fails to deliver, no matter which country we are in. Currently in Malta. You already saw what they did at the start of the year in Rio. And when Brazil is playing in Melbourne, they had a fan base down there too. They're bloody everywhere. They love to support the esport. And MIBR might just be doing it 2 rounds away from locking out the series. EG, they might have burnt every bit of gas in the tank. as they need 6 more to get back into this one and do it in regulation. I wouldn't be surprised if OT is on the cards, but EG, they need to fire up here and now.
They definitely need to do that. They're starting to run out of chances here in Pro League. Everybody's talked about how EG have seen steady improvements throughout this event, how sad it would be for them to not get a win here, but it looks to be the case at the moment. MIBR have come in and impressed so many.
Ooh.
And Safe with a fantastic shot. Automatic tried to climb up on top of Red, and all he ends up being is dead. Nice shot from Junior. In reply, that's Safe. Goodbye.
Some redemption to follow through on that one. And EG2 now, again, infesting the halls. Exit. Good position to dodge this util, but also, more importantly, find that information that there's no bust through that smoke, there's no push through the halls. EG now grouping up and trying to go for the one angled approach through Mini onto A. They do have Hexed, however, looking to save the day from Hut, but when's he going to knock? When's he going to draw this attention? The noise being made.
Oh, they're not going to expect the second player, right? No, but they do. They check it. Oh, drop! It doesn't matter. He turns left and right. 8 seconds left, though. You've got to get that bomb down, and Junior fending off the vent push. Breno just sends himself up the ladder, and now Hext is so low, down in the 1v1. Breno has been so quiet across the game, but the last few rounds, he's been so impactful, but this round will go the way of Hex.
Just peaks him on 18 HP, the savior of NA, the savior of today, and maybe the savior of Automatic's birthday. You know that he'd love a present of continuing on in the lower bracket and playing later today for that last slot in the playoffs from this group. But there's still a while to play for. 5 more rounds of regulation to get it done. MIBR money up against the wall here. You can see that they don't have a buy in the next round. If EG stack it on here and now, then that economy is going to be crumbling. A trade of spams here towards the wall into Hut. And a lot of util going to get used early on for both these sides. See if it is going to be the long haul. Oh, spams continuing to come through, and Hext barely alive after that trade.
Smoke wall up. It's going to be the pop into the top side being set up here for EG. Molly coming through, smokes deploying out towards main side. Once again, testing this A defense, but they've decided they're going to go for the vent drop instead. Down to B they go. EG running into the lower bomb site. Breno's now rotated down the ramp, looking to try and stop them from crossing. He does a lot of damage, but he does not prevent the full cross, and so the plant will come in. And they've lost a member, Hext again. So sharp on the headshot on Safe. And MIBR need to consider, do they even want to go for this now, Mac?
Well, maybe.
No, it looks like they've called that off, man. They look like they've decided. They've got to hope their chances come in a later round, but EG, good call, hitting that lower bomb site again. They're checking out towards that vent, drops, just hoping he can catch an exit on the way out, but good call from EG, well executed.
Yeah. It's crazy. In a situation like this, MIBR just so worried about their economy. We spoke about it. They knew they needed to keep numbers alive and 4 survive. 2 AKs carried across to the next. A flash, a molly, armor on many, and a HE. Boil it up. They've still got decent money in the bank to work some kind of buy here. Safe will have to go down to a MP9 or maybe a Deagle if they want to prioritize that utility. Rascat could maybe come through if he wants to play the range game. But every time he's tried that, there's smokes in the way at outers. EG, solid utility here in the second half to really play into this game. Both teams seem to be that little bit stronger on the T side today, at least on the 3rd map of the series. And another timeout coming through here, just to have that potential final pause, final tactical for this game.
Yeah, MIBR just need to put together 2 rounds here on the CT side to take the victory, to move on to that next best of 3 at the end of today, to qualify in the last possible spot in the ESL Pro League playoffs. Quite the journey for the victor of this. And it is still hard to call who the victor will be. EG and MIBR is delivering on map 3 in automatic. This is quick over the top of Silo, right up on top of main. And he looks for this kill on Exit, who is just around the corner. Ever present, the bullets was past. Whoa, so much damage done through that, but look at Insanity. Look how far he's pushed up into this Dormac.
Just taking so much space, so much information, but there's still a chance for Hex to strike. He's outside of pre-lobby and can punish an overextension from MIBR, but you can see Insani tucking towards the back of door, drop as well. Already down towards that lower side, so 3 towards upper for MIBR, 2 towards lower, expecting a bust here, and EG, they don't know which way they must go.
Well, under 1 minute, and a lot of ground taken from the CTs. Look how far pushed up they are. There's no way Hex is going to be ready for this tight right angle, and Exit's time. His timing has just worked against him, but so is Insanity. If he just was patient, if he just planted himself in that spot for a second longer, he would have got the kill. An automatic turns on Exit. Everything is going right for EG in this round. Nothing for MIBR. This is going to be 13, 14, 13. This game is going the distance again.
Going real deep. And we thought automatic in that first map of the day. It might have been all out of birthday luck, but it's still hanging around here. And they're keeping themselves together. Finding some very fortunate timings, some nice openings, and automatic knows that someone's going to be going for that gun eventually. Safe bites the bullet.
Oof. Well, I have to say, I mean, this is really impressive that EG have been able to win a round like this so convincingly after losing so much map control. The fact that Insanity was so far pushed up in the lobby, you think, oh, that guarantees at least some chaos, maybe a kill or 2 even for Insanity, but he just give it up. It couldn't have been easier for Hex in the end. And this kill, Exit, you maybe think he's the next sort of problem in their side, but doesn't end up being that either. So 14-13. Here we go again. Evil Geniuses looking to tie things up. It is a relentless buy from MIBR. They will have the rifles again, but they lose this round, they've got nothing. And this might even be the best chance for EG to get to 15 rounds. Potentially even win this series now. Oh, miss Molotov in a round like this.
Yeah.
Bounces back off the wall.
All a ruse though. EG not looking to commit towards that upper push. But Insani up on Hut can still stay put, it seems.
Yeah, it's definitely getting to the point now where tensions will be high for EG. They know they have to be picture perfect. This is such a great opportunity, and the bomb has made it down the vent, but the players are falling. EG are down 2 members already. Smoke for the cross. Walco doesn't go out with it. Instead, he turns back to cut off the rotation. It's a good headshot, and he has to know there's another player in the vent. There's no way Insanity could have got that far on that sound cue. And now Junior on the outside play. Exit looks for him. Leaves no stone unturned, and Junior is gone. A 4v2, 40 seconds left, and the nade will be sent into Walco. In one of the most important rounds for EG, it doesn't come together. It doesn't form a perfect picture, and MIBR will reach map and series point first.
Got there a second too late.
I hope you guys heard that. That's some real fighting talk coming out of the sofa for MIBR, and job's not done yet. MIBR were the team that were on the point of breaking with their economy, but EG, they had some leftover cash, so they've got to go buy here. They've got the AWP out for Junior, they've got rifles out, and they're going for a top site door explosion and then slowed it down. So the nade blows open the door, they get the utility in place early, but as you can see where the bomb is placed on the mini-map, They're not going to be committing now. They're going to be going back outside instead. First smoke is crossed, but they're just going dry over red, taking fights. And when you've got a guy like Automatic who can hit shots like that, you wonder why not. And now it's ENCE's turn to show what he's made of. The M4 at the ready, and they run right into him. ENCE with a double, traded out by Junior, and a 3v3 will ensue in the final 1 minute 15.
Creeping all the way around here, George. Can he do it for NA? Can he get them into a position to get this bomb up the vent? It's what they're really looking for here. Or is he going to go for the ramp flank? Where are we going? Where are they thinking?
All options are available to them. So Junior's got the bomb at decon, so it has to be the play in here, right? So smoke goes out. That'll allow him to either fake it or commit. And he's decided to throw the smoke out.
MIBR
they want to try and go back up, but MIBR not biting on this. MIBR stay in strength on the A side, but the timing for exit. All the kills come in for EG. Both of the A players gone just like that. And Breno is on the B site. 14 rounds for EG. All 30 needed. And it might be overtime again, Mac. There's no money left on a lot of these MIBR players.
Yeah, EG got to do it one more time. And look, for all you guys at home as well, if you want to experience whatever the hell this tournament has been so far with the upsets, the emotion, the passion from the minimal fans already here, you can buy some tickets. You can come to the live playoffs. I can't remember where you have to go, but I know it's somewhere. And I'm sure that there's a lovely graphic. Don't go to the fire exit, though. Don't go to the fire exit. Just come to the studio.
Yeah, you could do that. I mean, last time we had a good turnout as well for the Pro League Finals. Monte turned out in force. But here we go. Really important dying moments of this map. Elimination on the line here at Pro League, and I do not know what that noise was, Mac.
Well, it was a yee-haw, but was it axed? There was a voice break in there, you know, just losing it. Too much yelling going on. This series has gone on for bloody hours and hours now. And it might go on for even longer if EG are successful in the 30th round of Nuke. Another OT could be going down here. But no one going down lower just yet.
This, the call to rush ramp. Breno's got the rifle at the ready, and it's just one for Breno. A little bit more needed here from the defense. An exit. Oh, it's the dry peek into the AWP. That's given Junior the kill and given EG the advantage. And if they come down the ramp, they've got to deal with Safe in this corner. Now, it's often a very good spot for getting at least one kill. But EG have pumped the brakes, Mac.
How's this timing? Safe, not quite ready. The slow peak might be the deal sealer. The one that takes us into OT. ENCE, just with that MP9 and drop, he's looking for a flank. He's looking to get into any kind of position to find some impact. But EG, with a minute to play with, they are hitting those brakes. They are waiting for MIBR to do what they are. And that's potentially overstay their welcome, overpush their boundaries. Is George going to keep the eyes on the prize? Oh, the timing drop almost finds an answer. Is that where the cookie crumbles? Is that how EG lose it in regulation?
Surely no way now. They're going to get down into the site. A 2v3. Eyes on that kid. It's not on their back. It's on the floor very far away. So MIBR, if they're going to pull off this retake, they've got to do it with a timer that is ticking faster than ever. And Drop loses that jewel. It is now ENCE with an MP9. It's overtime surely here. They've doubled up in dark. ENCE's taking some damage in the time. It's ticking. ENCE's running out of it. And the weapon, the MP9 is not the best for this kind of job, but he does so much damage, but not enough. Evil geniuses with axed, roaring. It is going to be overtime between these two sides.
Oh boy, oh brother, if you thought the OTs we had on Mirage weren't enough for you, if you thought that this series was all done in the first half with a 5-10 affair for MIBR, you would be incorrect. EG pull through with 10 on their T side as well. And they're looking for a few more. Let's see where OT takes us and what kind of chaos is about to continue to unfold. Well, Hext already getting an opening here for OT. ENCE, they took a fight through door, if you missed that.
Rapid start to the round. But EG will come up looking happier. And you know, that feeling's just got to be sick for EG. You feel like you're just about to be eliminated and you drag it back, kicking and screaming to overtime. You see the release of energy for Hex as he hit the table.
Ooh, exit. Going to be mollied in towards the top of Secret here, but EG, are they going to full clear? Are they going to be ready? Shadow advantage, a position here for exit that is so damn strong, and that's going to be bomb the ground. The molly is there, the swing comes through. Oh, MIBR tearing him a damn new one. Smoke as well. Flash, all this util coming through and safe. He's hitting it through the wall as well. Hexed out of the equation.
That looked down close for Junior, didn't it? But you would have to really hope for some magic here for Junior. He's going to be creeping underneath the scope of safe. He's looking for him. Junior's got the shot, 30 seconds. Bomb not in his possession. He would have to go to Secret to get that. Now you're just wondering, imagine the world in which he hit that first wall bang, and now he runs right in. He's going to go for it! Junior with the no-scope. Is this happening? Is this a reality? The American sniper needs one towards the back of the site. No, pulls the bomb. Breno able to make sure that one goes nowhere, but he had me believing. Ooh. Some nice shots from Junior.
He's hit some pretty crazy flicky no-scopes this series.
It's just the time, right? He doesn't have enough time to clear the back of the site, so he's thinking I have to start planting immediately as soon as I get there. But, you know, look, we're looking at about 7 seconds here. We maybe had 3 seconds to react, clear the back of the site, but doing all of that while thinking how to put the pieces together.
Walker's just like, what's he doing there, huh? What's he doing? Well, EG not out of the fight yet, still with plenty of cash to play with here in OT. And Junior will afford himself another AWP. Can he put it to use a little earlier this time? Of course, the pressure forcing some mistakes into Exit's crosshair at the top of Secret in the previous, but he's slightly shifted his position here. You can see he's just tucking on the short side of Warehouse now. And he will be smoked off by EG, so he can try and get to safety.
Oh, well, they've kind of smoked everything there, Mac.
Yeah.
It's covered everything, really.
Looks like there was one missed smoke as well towards the top of Secret, whatever the hell that is, but it's allowed a tiny gap for Safe to strike upon an exit. Pretty lucky to be even getting one from that position. MIBR barely with a stronger numbers game. 10 HP still on Safe, who can have instrumental impact with an AWP at any given moment, at any given health. But it's Breno to fall. Hex now finding impact himself with a lurk towards the other side of the site, looking to make his way to heaven, smoking that molly instantly to keep himself alive. And EG figuring out where to go. The time is ticking, 20 seconds.
That's all they've got. 15 now. It's getting worse for EG and Safe. Oh, looks away from the flash, comes back, and that's the bomb. Second kill for Drop, and that is it. No time anymore for Junior. 17 for MIBR, and Evil Geniuses rotting the clock, running it down, and running out of time and time again.
Safe the GOAT. 10 HP finds 3.
Wonder what you were doing there.
OT round for MIBR. He hits that! Nah, show us again. I don't care about these ones. Show us the other one again. Cracked.
There we go. Thank you very much for that. Woo! Just look at that. That is insane, Mac. That is insane.
Stellar.
I'm glad we were able to get it in that much detail on the replay. Absolutely killing it over there. And now the timeout taken for Evil Geniuses. This is their 3rd timeout. They still have one available after this. But it's getting to the point where they might run out of time to use them because 17-15, MIBR looking to grab map and series point yet again here. Evil Geniuses have to stay in it mentally once more.
Ooh, looking to keep it clean on the CT side for the first OT here. MIBR, can they do it again? EG keeping them guessing at every given moment, but if MIBR are digging deep. Oh, it's going to be a faster one straight through the molly. George going to be cracking things open. Drop, though, from up top is smacking him on the heads and finds a third. This could be all said and done here in the first half.
That's wild from Drop. A triple. As they try and run into the side, EG throw the strap hook out the window. Let's hit the top side with some speed. And they go in towards it, and they just get absolutely stopped at the door. Automatic and Junior must recover this. And Automatic is given the chance, a double lineup. There's another player from the exact same position. Oh, Junior hits the shot, but it's not enough damage to bring Exit to the floor. And this is wild. Safe and Exit now must recover in a 2v2, but Junior's got the shot. And now it is just Exit. How have they let this one go, Mac?
Well, it's not gone just yet. I never count a man out, especially with what I've seen in this series today. Exit, 19 points of health. Automatic tucked away on site, hitting everything. Junior, he's missed a couple of crucial ones. And you never know what he's going to be able to do from this position. Oh, the timing. He's looked away. He's looked away. He's in the corner on the other side of the door. The Julies save it. Save one round in the first half.
Oh, the double peek on Automatic. It's just wild, isn't it? It's the fact that he gets both of those kills. And then Junior, he's able to help him out, but this is that kill. This is where it all unravels. They just run right into it. Breno and Drop. Drop did so much in the round as well.
Heads up play, knowing that there was potentially two players just tucked on default, but they've seen that so many times from MIBR this map so far, because they played, well, 30 and more rounds, 33 of them. Deep into the 34th we go. And MIBR are going to be onto their stronger side. Remember that. They did find 10 as well on T. And how can EG bring this one back into their ballpark? Oh, Automatic threading those bullets, painting the picture around MIBR there. And it's Breno to continue to find some map control. Look at this slight aggression from Wolko. Against that pixel line. He's not allowed to drop that smoke at all. Showing way too much elbow there. And as the head found through the wall. Oh, is this where EG stand but fall?
They got some hot control back. So the reaction to losing the initial member is to try and take some control back. Breno's already in the vent. We're under a minute left in this round, and George watches the lobby entrance towards Hut. Junior's down on the lower bomb side, clearing out the vent. Does he get the timing? George has got the flank, but it's Exit holding above him that stops that flank from being potent, and Exit reads the second player as well. Great work from Exit yet again, and now Automatic on that flank around. Can he save the round again? He did it in the previous. Once more, that responsibility falls on his shoulders. He's collected that first kill. Safe is close to the op on the right side of the vent. It's not an easy shot, but he's given the chance on the slow peak of Automatic. And when you have Junior stuck in the vent with an AWP, it's just impossible to get up there, so he has to save this. It is going to be an 18th round for MIBR. It's map and series point again.
Yeah, and that is just that. I was looking at the smoke on the belt of Automatic, and it's all about him getting that kill on the vent player, allowing Junior to make his way up, but Junior standing, fighting, and hoping that he's going to be able to carry across the AWP in the next, which he will be allowed to, unless Safe catches him. No, too much space created between them.
Yeah, 1 HP survives on there as well, but it doesn't really matter. It's everything on this round for Evil Geniuses. Their Pro League run is impressive as it has been in terms of seeing that visible improvement. All things considered, it could just completely fall short here in this round, and it's going to feel real rough when you've come so close to bow out here. But MIBR, what a performance they've had in Pro League as well.
Oh, yeah.
If they get this win under the belt, if they win this round, they'll have another best of 3 they have to play a little bit later on today.
You'll go so deep in the meta that you've got util dropping lineups for your teammates. MIBR have. Extra flashes there for Safe to drop, but for the moment now it is just going to be a missing smoke at out as a gaping hole for EG to look at, but is it a layer? Is it a bait to just keep the attention of EG in the wrong positions? Automatic as well, overstepping his boundaries, and now it's going to be everyone else to try and gift him that birthday present of at least one more OT. Junior.
Yeah, position to red. In a more advanced spot, and they're not ready for that kind of play from the AWPer. Doesn't get away though. Breno was ready for the retreat. And there is no safety to be found at Secret. 50 seconds now remain. Perhaps that is all that remains for EG in this competition. 3 players left for the North American side. It is George, Walco, and Hex that must combine together to find the solution to prolonged play. And MIBR have sourced their final maneuver. The attack into the top site, the molly's put in place, the utility has found its mark, and George must find his. He turns at the wrong time, turns from the utility, and Walco chasing them down through the ramp, so it's all on Hex. He can often be the hero, and yet again he might be. Drop now in a 1v1, around the corner, he will fall, and EG are not done yet.
Taking a gamble that Walco went through Hut, but he didn't. And MIBR unable to get away with murder this time. It's EG praising Hext for the 2K from site. Stopping the map control that MIBR needed to get that plant down, but now another round about to unfold. And MIBR, can they do it on the T side, or are we running it back for another set of overtime? No early aggressions from MIBR just yet. Drop making sure that it's not EG running at them, doing a cosplay of the tease. And maybe just teasing EG himself here. Oh, okay, early round bust going to be going in with the flash, but Drop hits the ground as Hex to strike. And MIBR a little bit too far away to help him fight, but it's the door they need to worry about now. Oh, Insani going to be able to make that silent drop happen. So there is a world where EG aren't aware he's down on this lower side of the map.
Well, smoke goes out. This will hopefully allow safe passage on the eyes, but it has not worked out. They're not getting down the vent, and it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster here for MIBR at the door. They try and get down the vent, but it just doesn't happen for them. We've all been there. We've seen it many a time of different teams across every plane of Counter-Strike, but you don't want it to happen in a round like this, Mac.
Yeah, usually Brazil are pretty good at putting the ball straight through the posts there, but this is the first time it's bounced off the bar. Oh, and EG fully punish him for standing, missing, and not making it down the hole. Not making it down the vent. Insani doing whatever he can here, but it's only one extra man taken, and we're running it back again in OT number 2.
Yeah, neither of these teams able to close it outright. It feels like this is just destined to keep going. Well, it was very similar as well on map 2 of Mirage, right? It was getting to the point where, you know, every team had their chances, had their opportunities. The EG, man, you got to give it to them. There's times in the past where they would have just broken apart, right? Their mentality would have completely collapsed. But this team, they seem to be a lot more mentally resilient. They're staying in these games, and that's a positive sign for EG. 18-18, all tied up again. We'll see what both of these teams are made of. Once again, anybody's game.
The nade stack looking to punish Hext, but he's not there. He's elsewhere. It's EG with a slightly different CT set up over towards Outers, automatic, as well as your boy Junior going real aggressive early on, looking to punish, but now while they're trying to reposition, they find Hex, they find George, they see him, they find him, many numbers over towards ramp, the rotation expecting the bust, but MIBR pack their bags and look to focus somewhere else now. Breno still locking down Outers, and EG. Are we going to see any Bogdan's Law come in play? Where's that AWP for Hex to maybe grab? Or is he just going to keep on fighting on 9? Knocking on that door. MIBR might be running into the stack. 2 men over towards default as well as 1 tucked away at Tetris. A dangerous setup for EG. The flash, it slows, but MIBR, they don't hit those triggers. They don't give away anything.
They do not until finally Drop will open up the affair. A second shot this time from Exit, and Walco peeks out from the back of the site. We've seen many players struggle from here. Walco just gets 1. Not enough done from the EG hold rather, and that's MIBR making their way through towards the top site. That'll be the first round of OT2.
It just unfolds. Junior looks like he's going to make his way to heaven, have a sniff, see if anyone overextends at all.
What's it smell like, Mac?
Smells like a ninja. No smoke, though. This is the map you do it on, man. This is the map you do it on. If Junior hears them run away. How's his counting is what I'm asking.
Well, we'll see. We'll see indeed. Junior not going for it. So just going to save that AWP.
He's not that guy.
He's not that ninja. And now the approval of Bit, actually. He's given some high fives to his team, hyping them up ahead of this one. Obviously, been a bit of a rough road there from MIBR. Had a lot of chances to close this game out, but let it slip.
Yeah.
They wish they could have found that 19th round a little bit earlier, Mac.
It needs to be said, man, that this game has had it all, but that's the only thing it hasn't had, is that ninja defuse, you know?
That's very true, Mac. We haven't seen that.
I haven't been able to yell bingo just yet. It's here on my card. I'm asking for it. I want it. Give it to me, someone. Early into the second of double OT. And it is just going to be spams going both ways through those smokes. Automatic. Finding safe passage towards the lower side. And he might even go for the full rotation to secret. No outer smokes just yet. MIBR looking to play for a late outers approach, I'd say. Still locking down the lobby control, but the bomb starting to make its way out here. And a decent amount of smokes to make that wall happen. So we'll see if Automatic has read them like a book.
Well, he's going right into the midst of this battle. He wants to get involved in some of those fights, and he's going right up to red. He's going to see so many players, and Automatic lines up too. Would have loved to have gotten away with a third, but that is massive impact from Automatic yet again. Keeps his team in the better position here. And throws a bit of a spanner into the works for MIBR.
That flash from Wolko popping literally a second too late to keep Automatic alive, but George, it's actually Wolko to snag that one away. Over towards CT vent now. The uppers defense is solid, and MIBR, well, it's all up to drop now. Who's chosen the right site to go to with this bomb? Smoke, molly, flash should secure a plant. But how's he fare in the 1v3? EG already starting to shift Junior into this position. Molly towards the flank. He can't press.
On, man.
He's fumbling the ball under the pressure. Planting in the open and waiting for this to come and happen. Oh, he's taken that little bit too long. Just couldn't get the molly out, man.
Sticky hands, man. He's got sticky fingers. That's what Drop's got. And that will be a reply from EG. 1919 tied up again. But yeah, it's a rough old time down on that lower bomb site for Drop trying to close it out. But you gotta say, this is a nice play from Automatic to kick things off. The sheer will to go and take those fights in overtime, to get up close to that red.
Dinko,
a couple of players in the lineup.
That was like watching you with all your fans chasing you to your door, but you're just grabbing into your purse, you're grabbing for your keys, your man bag, sorry. You're grabbing for your keys, you're just dropping them, and then you just get smashed against the door, you know? They just...
Yeah, I mean, all those personalities I have in my head do get to me sometimes, Mac, I suppose, but I don't have a man bag, unfortunately. Maybe that's something I should get.
Merman.
Quite the crossover into a secret here. Renault. He's at the front. Safe's going to be at the back. And they're going to be walking down as a 4 in towards this lower bomb site. Undetected so far, but you have to realize they could be there. So they've got a rotated player already down here, and that's Mr. Wolko.
Not going to get headshot through a corner this time. But can he fend them off? One molly to do so. In a very strong position here in the corner. But no one joining him just yet. Automatic in a position to go for this fast flank if he makes a move. But of course, if you walk out of that corner and someone is at outers, it can be a death wish. They're just waiting to find this information, and that's coming in a moment.
Whoa, Wolko clears the site. What a great job from Wolko. He's done everything you could ask from him in that spot. And this has taken the sting out of the play for MIBR. In that moment where they have to pause and think about how to get the bomb back, how to recover the situation, is allowing EG to rotate. But it's Zani, this is the player they're waiting for. They were waiting for him to make the move to get in behind Junior, and that's exactly what he does. He delivers the goods, and now it's a 3v3 post plant. George on the shot on Insani, and Breno replies. Now they're both stuck at decon. They'll close that door around. Automatic and Hex will have some time to figure out that they are stuck at decon. Hex might even go that way here, Mac. He needs one. If he gets one, it puts his team in a winnable position. But Hex might even go ahead and get both of them. Who knows? Breno's looking the right way, but it's not going to be the way of Hexed. And Automatic now in the 1v1. Time ticking on that clock. And Breno, will he fall for it? Opens the door wide. Automatic stepping around, looking for the pick and gets back to it. Automatic will stick it through. And it is the veteran of the team on his birthday pulling this one forward.
Crazy, crazy scenes coming through. Goes for the re-peak, which usually doesn't fare people too well. But this time, Automatic able to pick up a round. He's done big work already in OT. And now clutches out the round he needed to. Late trade onto Hex, who heroically got that information of the two-man setup over towards Decon there. We flip the sides again. EG now running at MIBR. MIBR not changing up that pace too much, but they are burning neutral, burning mollies everywhere. Look at that, so much used within the early seconds of the round. Expecting some EG aggression.
Automatic making his journey down secret. Line and wait is the safe hop on the left side of the steps. Scoped up underneath the fire extinguisher, looking to extinguish some life from EG. Crosshair lies in wait. Scope to the eye.
Oh,
and the bullet to the body of Automatic. He'll drop away. He'll stay in the fire long enough that he survives and gets the kill.
Locks it in. Burns to 20. And we've already seen him have a couple of plays on low HP. Is this going to be another? Oh, okay. Only one more this time. But that could be enough. Volko knocking at the door of maybe a round here for EG on the T side. 2v3, MIBR not positioned for the retake just yet. And Junior looking to lock down those rotations if anyone tries to walk down that vent ladder.
Walker's hit some bangers over the last few rounds here. He'll put himself in dark. And MIBR starting to drift their way back in. The retake is on. Smoke out towards control room window. Molotov to force Walco into a more uncomfortable spot and possibly into the scope of Junior. Exit will run and the American shot will land. And now Walco stands in dark. Kills coming in now for EG. It's just Junior with the shot. The defuse around the corner. Junior stops it, wins the round, gets the kill on the way out the door too. And now it is Evil Geniuses that face a chance to move forward.
Finally, this is the Junior we expected to show up, and he might be coming into the game at the final hour. One more round, all that's needed. Not only slots that one into exit, but this one saves the day. If Insani didn't fall to that shot, that was a defuse, that was an MIBR round, and we'd be neck and neck. But now, it's MIBR that need to hit the deck and lock down a few more, batten those hatches.
Ooh. Well, now the question is, Matt, can EG do it? Can they close it now? This is their best chance. The momentum's on their side. They've just had a big clutch from Junior pulled out. Can they close it? All the work that they've been doing, all the work they've been putting in, and what a win it would be over MIBR. And MIBR have been playing at this level in this competition. You know, this is a big win for EG. They've got another game after if they are able to close this one here and now. But it's just about getting this final round. It's eluded MIBR, it's eluded EG throughout this game. But now it's the ramp pump. They're going to send Junior up on the boost. They're just being methodical about this. And we have seen some teams in this competition, Mac, time themselves out in the rounds where they want to close it. They're walking into a two-man setup in the ramp room, and it's safe on the first. Breno on the follow-up.
2 for 1. A great deal every day of the week in MIBR now with a man advantage. Knees a week for EG, and they need to find out where they need to go. Ramp is open after Safe has left the vicinity.
Yeah, this is looking like it won't be the round that EG close it on, to be honest. Those fights did not go so well for them. 30 seconds. We have seen some ridiculous rounds be offered up by MIBR, though. You know, rounds they should be closing out pretty cleanly, but the time is the limiting factor here for EG. They're going to try and come back at a hut, and Safe should take this, and he does, and so therefore it will be done. Junior doing his best, but Safe just getting out, delaying, gets the kill, has dropped there with him. And that is going to be a 20th round for MIBR. Is it another overtime, Mac?
It certainly could be. EG losing that AWP make things quite expensive in this one, but of course taking one round in OT means there's nothing to really worry about. Volko can drop something across here. AK going to be sent across, and it looks like it is going to be another timeout, one that has been held onto for a while for EG. It's the final one, the final moment. And they have chosen this moment to be the one to take it, the one to strike. They don't want to go to triple OT. What changes? What's the call here? And are MIBR going to be able to disrupt whatever the decision is? We've seen them make some aggressive plays and just shut things down instantly off the back of their opponent's timeouts. Try to create that chaos and thrive right in it. Round 42. Is this where it all ends? Looking to take an aggressive pick at outers, an aggressive peek, an aggressive look. And Safe here. Oh, might just be walking. Knocking on Devil's door. Pre-scoped, it's not going to be heard and might just drop. Automatic here, he'll fall. And Brazil can smell OT3. Oh, picking up the pace now. Breno going to be dropping this time. Exit, spamming through, finding two. Bomb on the ground. And they might just pull through for the third OT. Junior, as well as George here, need to team up in a 2v5 to keep the game alive, to keep the dream alive of closing it out right now.
Well, it doesn't look like that dream is going to be happening, Mac, but MIBR staying in this again. Triple overtime. Almost surely locked in. There's the kill from Breno, and exit will confirm 21 apiece. This is an absolute war.
Oh. The endurance tester. No one wants to go home. Everyone wants to stay here in Malta, in ESL Pro League Season 18. Who wants it more? I can't tell. But one team's making a bit more noise than the other right now, and it's not even the players. It's the fan base.
It's crazy. I mean, we're definitely making up for the lack of rounds played on Ancient for the second and third map of this series.
Yeah.
From a 16-1 to overtimes and back-to-back maps. And Automatic can save for just trading blow for blow. Automatic is sprinting his way up heaven. Needs to be careful not to make a sound. Safe is below him. Right below him.
Yeah. Safe trying to figure out if he has heard something, of course, in the chaos of the comms. Maybe there's an angle of Automatic finding this, but Safe seems to be aware. No, a lot of noise is going to be cleared here.
Oh, Automatic, this is such a sick play, Mac. This is such a sick play. He could have 2 kills locked in.
They don't know.
In the palm of his hands, but they're looking now. Good kill on Safe. Second player of Breno now sprinting towards Hut, realizing he is being pinchered on either side of this attack. He is so desperately trying to get some control, and Junior, the close quarters combat with the AWP. It's ENCE and drop left, and EG looking dominant out of the gate here. They're going to put that bomb down. And they are looking to close this round out, but it's not going to be easy for them. ENCE with the instant headshot on Automatic. Is there more where that came from for ENCE? That nade is perfect. But there's a CT vent player, Mac. George, he's still in this position. And surely with a distraction set up from the back of the site, ENCE will not check the CT vent. He'll climb up on top of the hut, and he should get caught on a timing here, but he's managed to slip his way down! ENCE, that would have been incredible if he had found the only path to win the round. But it's not going to be. Evil Geniuses with 22. This game is taking it out of everybody involved.
Yeah. Just letting that clock tick down, almost finding the entrance. Great patience from EG to full tuck. Not only to allow Automatic to make that flank work, but even in a situation like this, George not showing his face at CT vent, won them. the round that could win them the game. Could keep them here in Pro League. Faster approach now, that change in pace, and it looks like Hext is going to be able to make his way straight down lower. No bomb, though.
Well, it's definitely a quicker approach, right, for Hex to get down, but Safe looks for George up on top of the silo and rips his head right off his shoulders. So we're down to a 4v4 just like that.
Oh, the fade.
That was just a 50-50, right?
Yeah, it's land. Whoever shoots first gets it. That's what it's all about here. And MIBR have found an answer in the round, but oh, they've also found Hext. And now don't have to worry about the lower side of the map, or do they? Wolko coming in and automatic as well. Oh, going to be put on that skewer. And Safe, he's eating pretty tonight unless Wolko takes him out to dinner.
I think in this game, it's just been so crazy, you can't count out any clutch, right? There might be a moment here for Wolko. We'll have to wait and see. He's got the time for it. He's got the health. But has he got the chops? Goes in, Insani puts an end to that.
Everyone just take a moment.
Take a breather.
Suck it in. Freshen up, you know? It's getting sweaty in here.
It really is. Got sweaty a long time ago on the server, that's for sure.
Lots of pressure. Lots of tension.
Squeaky bum time.
Lots of heat coming out of the server right now. Everyone bringing their A game. And who's going to have it at the half here? Again, EG going fast, but this time it's towards the upper side.
Oh,
Insani standing, delivering a magazine to the face.
Oh, they managed to get away with that. Hex has got down the vent. Not the best start to the round, you have to say that for EG. You take a lot of damage. Sure, you get one player down the vent, but at what cost here? Hex has got to do something with it. Because you've lost a lot in the process, and perhaps Junior's shot here on ramp will make a big difference. That's Safe caught. Now Breno's turn to see what he can step up with, and he is perfect in the hold. Every player that comes towards him gets shut down, and it's Hex left in a 1v4. He just can't do it. He just can't win this. He took too much damage in that initial door fight, and Breno is able to close it. And they know that he got down vent, or at least they know there's a possibility, so they're watching for that exit from Secret. In fact, Exit is covering that off, funny enough.
Yeah.
And that will be the kill. Boom!
Nice automatic PR. I reckon you nailed that.
I felt like a laser gun more than a bullet, though, didn't it?
I think it was more like probably like a slingshot, but what you're shooting was some kind of metal that had a twang to it. You know,
I'm glad I really helped paint that picture in your head, Mac.
Yeah.
That's a very vivid picture, actually.
I'm glad we're all on the same page. Twitch chat, I know you feel me, huh? Type 1 in chat if you feel me. If you don't, type 2.
Well, will we have one more overtime or two? That is the question here. And Exit climbing up on top of the silo. It's MIBR with a slight edge at the moment, but we know that can change. And oh, Junior, he can help things out here. Safe getting caught. That's the Opera on the other side gone, but automatic drops to the hands of Breno. And you gotta say, Breno had a terrible start to this map, but he is having some serious impact at this point in the game. But it's EG out on top at the moment. They're looking razor sharp to turn this back into a tight game again.
Yeah, action all over for the moment. A lull in it. But who's going to win it? As MIBR figuring out where they want to go. Exit, he's just still chilling here. Looking like he might throw some fake util to feign the A site hit. Or is it going to be used as soon as the rest of the troops make their way over towards Mini? Molly into default, forcing the CTs out into the open. This is what they want, and look at this. Breno, he's striking George up against Idiot Wall, looking like such, and that is maybe the way MIBR got back into the round and put themselves on a couple of series points.
But if there's one player you favor to win a 1v2, it could be Junior, but not this time. Exit gets rid of him, and the celebration for MIBR is starting to come in, but they can't get too far ahead of themselves. It's just a chance to close it. It's not locked in by any means.
Oh. Everyone digging deep. But how far can they dig?
It's he.
And is it going to be EG?
Fall
short of the final hurdle, the speed, the pace, it's picking up. But MIB there, drop and drop instantly. Inside, only able to find one as an answer, and EG strong.
They are strong for the time being. A 4v3. Definitely could have got a little hairy there if Insani got the lineup of 2 of main. That could have been enough. It could have been MIBR taking the victory there and then. But instead, they've got to wait. Just a moment longer, perhaps. Or maybe we need another overtime. Safe will cross outside. He's not alone. He has got both of his remaining teammates with him. And they're not going secret. They want to go elsewhere into the garage. They could wrap around. They could go for this A play through heaven. That's the option that's available to them here. Hext is watching for it, though. Still time for MIBR. But it is a strong A setup.
Yeah.
Volko's just left at the wrong time, though, Mac. He's just missed Brenno walking into hell. Will this be a problem? Because now they want to walk down the B bomb site, through the ramp, into the site at B. And Volko's down here chilling. He's got himself into the darkness, shrouded in it. But he must be the master. 3 players coming forward. Volko's weapon at the ready. Here's everything coming through. The tick of the molly. 8 seconds, just enough time. With that kill, the bomb goes down. And MIBR flip this one back. Just 2 left for EG. And perhaps only a few more seconds for them left in Malta. What a run from the North American side. Visible improvements, but it's been MIBR. It's been one hell of a run for EG. But MIBR going to be the team staying alive and moving forward to that second best of 3 today. MIBR knock out the Evil Geniuses. The Battle of Americas finishes with Brazil on top.
Oh, EG, huh? A valiant effort to drag their way back into the series. It was a long one, and it was a strong one. A big performance out of them. But MIBR live on. They've done so much work here at Pro League, and they're not going to be done just yet. And they had an endurance tester here, but they are really testing that endurance because they have to play later today as well after this next game we have.
Yes.
But take a moment to bask in that glory because they have to play, what's the time now? 4:57, they're supposed to start in 2.5 hours.
Yes, well, EG have come to Malta and they came to play. Visible improvements from the North American side. They said they haven't had a whole lot of practice, but certainly positive signs for EG. And that is something we have not said in a long, long time. But this collection of North American players is showing that the region is healing. We are getting ready for an insightful interview. In just a moment, we've got Stunner standing by. He's got Bit beside him. And I am so intrigued to hear what the coach of MIBR has to say about this matchup.
Bit, it was a long game. Hold on. I am holding. Bit, it was a long game. Of course, we're ready to get this one kind of put away. You had a long game right here. You got to play another one later today. Tell me about playing 3 maps from the first one being 16-1 to where you ended up.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know what to say really. We should have won this game much earlier. Like, especially on Nuke, we had a huge advantage on City side, and yeah, we just played too scary, I think, and that makes the game harder, you know. If you let them have the space in all the kind of part of the map, the game was hard for us. But yeah, I'm happy we could close the match with a lot of clutches in your favor. A lot of the matches we lost, it was because of those clutches going to the other team. So yeah, today we won, and yeah, that's a good way. That's a good way to win. But
it's a good breath to take right there, right? Yeah. You got to slow it down a little bit. Look, I'm not going to slow you down a whole lot, but I do need to ask. You will go away from this as a team. You'll have to come back and play. Are you worried about fatigue in the second series of the day against Monte?
No, I think we have enough time to rest a little bit. I have time to prepare. Yeah, of course, we played in Monte maybe 2 days ago or 3 days ago or something. And yeah, we have a lot of stuff we already studied from then. And yeah, just adjust what we did wrong the last 3 maps and then, yeah, come back stronger.
Yeah, all right, well, let's do it. Hey, I appreciate you, man. We'll get you back over there. And in doing so, we can make our motion far, far away from here. They're trying to get their stuff packed up. We do have another best of 3 coming for sure. But in this motion, I start to go right over to the couch where I've got some friends sitting by. Gents, what a series that one turned out to be from a 16-1, am I right?
So we thought, honestly, we'll cut it with the people at home. After map number 1, we thought we were going to have to fill an hour and a half worth of dead air before our next series. It was meant to start an hour ago. So we are now an hour behind schedule. Let everyone at home know that the next match cannot start for 35 minutes from now. So the next game, our big versus ENCE matchup, we will have to, sit here and beat some clowns, do some juggling, do all that fun stuff.
Can do that.
Can you juggle?
No, but we can be clowns.
One ball at a time, I think.
Henry can.
I've heard that.
Yeah.
I've seen him in the green room.
Harry has been practicing.
He's been practicing?
Juggling, yes.
Harry's been practicing an awful lot of things here.
He's addicted to ping pong.
Better practice his warm-up, I think, right
He's
now,
not really
Chad.
good,
I hear there's a big 1v1 coming down soon.
Yeah, it's going to be him versus Dinko. Dinko was going to go get his mouse. I don't know. I don't think he's got time.
Well, look, it's fine. Why he does that? I mean, we have Air Force aim high. We could get to. We could get to
Is
a
it
little bit of
safe?
housekeeping.
Yeah, it's got to be safe.
Probably should be safe.
After that map, at least.
Or it could be exit, actually.
Exit, 40 kills. I mean,
I'm thinking
everyone
it's Sonny,
fragged out. Everyone fragged out
personally.
that series for MIBR.
Well,
Yeah, it was everywhere. Like that was an
Well,
all
who
hands
is
on
it,
deck.
Trace?
It's Insani.
Break it.
I told you guys.
It's Insani?
So it's not
Watch
safe.
this.
It's not safe.
No.
Okay, well, that's fair enough. Insani can have it as well. He's pretty sick.
Damn.
They're all pretty sick, but Insani, I think, is one of the prospects for the future of the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene that we've been talking about a little bit. Showed up again today. I think Safe on Nuke was instrumental, especially when we got deep into what's overtime. I know we're talking about Insani here, but I think Safe's AWP, Hugo, we were just admiring how all over the map he was.
He was everywhere. There were rounds he was finding 3 kills from 3 different positions. Heaven, Hell, Ramp, outside, main, hut. He was right up in EG's grill. A great game from MIBR, really a great tournament for MIBR. No matter how this final Monte game goes, you have to consider the scalps in which MIBR have taken and the way they've taken it as well. They've been getting credit from every single team, from Monte yesterday on the desk talking about the way they play their CT sides and their economy, to Big saying they were, Crimbo I think was saying they're the biggest underdog of the tournament. Right now they're only a match away from playoffs. MIBR have looked...
Of the tournament? Damn.
Sorry, of the group, rather.
Okay.
Of the group.
Of the group, fair enough. Of the tournament,
yeah, it's a bit far, but right now the results are speaking for themselves. Remember, they even took down ENCE's 9-map winning streak on Anubis. They beat them 16-14. They broke that streak for the best Anubis team in the world, even in a series they lost.
And I think this is one of the keys with these guys. We've seen a lot of variation in their play as well. It's not one-dimensional. They're obviously able to adapt. I think there's still some younger players in there. They've also come together as a new project. So I'm liking what we're seeing from MIBR. And I look forward to seeing them play against Monte, who, let's be honest, even though they beat Heroic yesterday, Monte have been struggling as well, right? They're a team who haven't been showing the form that I think should be attested to their name of where they were headed, but maybe they've stalled out, right? This whole change with Bro.
Well, was that Heroic win a catalyst for them now, right?
For Monte,
I feel like
they've
been playing better as the tournament progressed. You know, they were disappointing at first, but now they're 1 series away from making it into the playoffs. And
that's true.
I think for both teams, they've had their ups and downs, and that game to end our day, I think is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, what happened to Bacon with Rush?
I think we do that.
Yeah?
When you guys are ready.
Let's get baked.
Let's get baked, guys.
What the fuck is that? I'm out.
Oh, this potento. That's the one fucking line.
Oh, hey, man. Oh. No, yeah.
Even his own lawyer didn't want to associate with such a criminal, mostly because he was a UKCS fanboy.
Another sleepless night? Well, I've got the perfect solution. Resident Sleeper.
Welcome back to another Getting Baked with Rush. Today we'll be making cookies and I am joined by Henry Greer.
Yes indeed, Rush. Not the first time we've been baked together, but the first time we're going to be making something in the form of confectionery. What are we going to be doing today?
Yeah, there's cookies today. I don't know if have you had a cookie before?
I've had a cookie before.
Okay.
Never made one. I have no idea what the process could involve, so I'm very excited.
Well, don't worry. Making cookies is actually quite simple and straightforward, so we'll give a little run through the ingredients we've got here, Hank.
Oh, there's a lot of them.
Finest butter you can get from a cow. Here we have some beautiful chocolate here. It's got some bloom on it, you know. In here we do have some brown sugar.
Yeah.
Beautiful, lumpy, like the molasses
nice.
in the sugar.
They're all like expired and kind of clumped together. Perfect.
Yeah. This is flour here.
You can't have a cookie without flour.
Don't know which one's which. Just white powder.
I can tell you. That one's sugar, that one's baking powder.
Well, that's actually salt, mate. So you look like a twat. Anyway, We do have some vanilla extract here.
Not for the first time.
Well, beautiful vanilla extract here, and we have 3 beautiful large eggs.
Are these within their dates?
These are from the chicken itself, you know. Those are our ingredients, and I think it's time we start combining them.
Now make sure you get the perfect shot. Look. Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Okay, try and get it mostly
in there.
top tip. Try and get it in the bowl if you can manage it.
Yeah, get your hands around there. If any falls out, just put it back.
Should have got a bigger bowl, mate.
Oh, you can put that down. That's flour, bro. So be careful with that. That comes in at the end.
I've really got to get the distinction between these two.
They're literally different colors.
Okay, brown is sugar, white is flour.
Drizzle this in. Now, you're a bit of a drizzle meister. Put that down.
Sorry.
Drizzle this.
Getting ahead of
for
myself.
me.
All at once?
Yeah, or slowly, bro. Slowly, yeah. Look at that.
Look at that, nice.
Look at that. Now we're going to whisk this together. Now
Now
whisk
it's
is
gonna
a
go
very scary procedure on these episodes here.
How do you work?
There you go. All right, yeah. Now you want to get that in there. All right, come on, man. That's dangerous.
Ready?
Yeah. Oh, just turn it lower and slower. That is nice.
Oh, yes. I brought a new technique.
You know a technique to get egg yolks?
I've never tried it before, but it's one I'm willing to try on camera for the first time. Like I said, I'm bringing some stunts to the proceedings here. Top tip for you, always crack an egg, not on the edge, do it on a flat surface. Give you one of those, you will have 0 shell. Apart from that little bit there, the plan is we're going to try and remove it via science. The pressure created... the pressure created here should suck.
Look at that, that's perfect, bro. That's wow. Yeah,
Hold on.
You've made scrambled eggs.
Give me a second, let me cook.
Crunch a bit there, and then you just stuff like that, and then you just pull it out. Now, I've actually never done this before, but
It works though.
I am a bit of a genius when it comes to this.
You actually are. That's like the coolest thing you've ever done.
Oh, careful now. And tilt the bowl. Okay, fine. Don't get antsy. Don't get it. Squeeze it, suck it. Now tilt, and keep the squeeze. Yeah, very well.
Oh yeah.
It does work.
Here we go.
And get that on full speed.
Let's get up to level 5, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're really cooking with gas. Get it in there. That seems like too much.
It's loud and it's kind of pissing me off.
Yeah, me too. That is
Just toss that somewhere.
Get rid of it?
Yep. Okay, we need to add the flour, okay? Don't look at that. And now you are going to fold this in slowly.
So,
not aggressively, because you don't want to form gluten. Just look at this texture here. Look at that. Let me get these grubby fingers in there.
unwashed hands, it's beautiful.
Chocolate powder as we were chopping it. And that's really going to get in there and just add a bit more of a deepness to the mixture.
Let's give it one good.
Careful with the overmixing, bro.
Sorry, I get excited.
Honestly, at this point, it's practically ready to go. Now we have this tray here with nice silicone mat in there.
So, should I form it with my hand first?
No, just like
place it on.
Place it on. That is a big portion right there. Yeah, that's looking a bit better. So, ideally, I would recommend refrigerating these, but you know, we're not going to have time to do it. They are waiting over there, nice and hungry. And
this is their lunch, right?
Yeah, this is their lunch. A nice healthy lunch here. For now, let's just get these 3 in the oven. Now this is going to go in this preheated oven, 180°C, for about 10 to 12 minutes. All right, you can pop that in there.
Here we go.
Yep, one last look. Like I said, 10, 12 minutes, and I'll see you all in the studio.
Well, luckily, I think we all kind of like cookies. Actually, I just spoke for everyone. I like cookies. So this is exciting. Rushley, come on in. Bring them in, man.
Let him cook. Your microphone's not on. It'll get there at some point, mate. How you doing?
A little picture.
What's going on? It's heating up, man.
It's been heating up for like 5 minutes,
Yeah,
Chad.
that's right. Give it a
anyway.
bit more time. Rush, get on in here, man. You've been baking again, this time with Henry. What's this
I hate
for?
pillows. I hate pillows.
Oh, okay. You've been baking with Henry G.
Yes,
How was
with
he in
Henry
the
G.
kitchen?
It was pretty good. I mean, he knew some tricks that I didn't. I kind of had to show him how to do some of his own tricks. But here you go. We have some cookies
Let me
here.
show this off to the jib. Let me make sure they're nice. So we got there's a whole bunch of cookies in here.
A lot of cookies in there.
Now, I have seen in the past that when we have tried these, not everybody's eaten them. Should we break them into halves?
If people want. I mean, there are some smaller ones in there which might have a bit of a gooier texture.
Yanko, you want a cookie?
Always.
Okay, all right, hold it. You want a big one? You want a half a cookie? What are you thinking?
I think a small one or half a cookie.
All right, well, Tracy, do you want to share one with Yanko?
Yeah, absolutely.
You want to grab one and break it in half and share it with
Hey, that's
Mr.
sweet. Let's break
Yanko
bread,
here?
Trace.
Hugo, you want a cookie?
I would love a cookie, Chad.
All right, check it out.
A medium
So I'm going to go a small cookie here.
Yeah, the small ones are
extra
a bit gooier.
Now, Rush, are you going to come forward and tell everybody the truth about the baking?
So the baking, you actually did the baking because that it was just how it had to go down. But Chad did bake them, so if they're baked terribly, not my fault, all Chad's fault.
All my fault. How is it?
This is the worst I've had yet from you, Rush.
What?
What are you talking about?
Doesn't he say that every time?
He does, well,
yeah, he does. He says that every time.
This shit slaps.
Yeah, you like it?
Probably your best work, Rush.
Oh, really?
Rush
Okay.
chat.
Well, it's neutral out. A 0.5 from Stunner there. So
I don't want to trust you with keeping track of the points. Rush.
You're
We've already
stuck
seen what
with
happens.
scoring, but you're pretty
Yeah,
good
yeah.
at putting this together for the bet. I get the salt in there, right? There's the aftertaste of the salt.
You can see it.
Yeah, it's
Bit of salt in there.
It's good. It's nice. I like this.
Yeah, is it gooey? Is it good?
This is one of the ones, so I had to do them in 3 different batches when I was baking them. And I also left you mentioned in the video that it's
Yes.
nice to leave it overnight.
Yes, if you leave cookies in the fridge over the night, they develop a bit more flavor. They don't flatten as much when you cook them, even though these are a little flat, but there's a bit of a flavor development that's going down, basically.
Flavor development. Okay.
Flavor development.
This is really nice.
Flavor development. They're good?
I'm really happy with this.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think I've done a great job here.
Yeah, you've done very well, mate.
So, Rush, what do you, so you've got cookies now. What's your next step? What's your next project? The root beet cake?
Well, I was the root. What?
Root beet, right?
Yeah.
Beetroot. There we go.
Beetroot. There you go.
Root
The
beet.
root beet cake. No, unfortunately, next week I will not be around, so maybe there might be some kind of segment that takes its place for next week. I will be back for Group C, and I'm not sure. I'm thinking we need to do a cake, actually. Like maybe a carrot cake or something like that would be pretty good.
Okay. Well, since you're going to be absent, do you recommend anything? Do you have anybody covering down?
I don't know. I mean,
Who's coming in?
I think we potentially could do. Well, Jason's coming down.
Who's observing?
He's a bit of a
on site?
griller. We don't have a grill. Oh, Chev's here. Yeah,
Does Chev know any local delicacies? Yanko, can he cook?
Chev doesn't know how to cook.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
let's try those baking.
Air frying with Trace.
Yeah, I think
watch
that sounds
this.
good.
I bring my air fryer and we whack it on the table.
We might even just have it cooked during the segment. Who knows?
Yeah. You know what I love now with the show is we have the match starts time.
Yeah.
And we have to get through a 1v1, one of our semifinals. So
Let's do it. Thank you very much, Rushley.
He can stay.
You can leave your cookies. You hang out with us. Whatever. Here, do you want to play with this?
Don't give me a megaphone, bro.
Mate, you should see this guy in DayZ with the megaphone. He's a scourge
You
of
give
the
me one
universe.
of them.
Rush should be great in that game where it's,
Don't do it, Trace.
the Napoleonic Wars or whatever, and there's
Okay,
guys
yeah,
who
yeah.
have the voice on all the
Yeah,
time,
yeah,
and there's
yeah,
a guy
yeah.
just go on you,
Yeah, have a little drum
and
kit
the
and stuff
drum
like
and
that.
everything.
Yeah. That was a
would
sick
be Rush.
game. I did love that
That
game.
is you.
Yeah, I
You're
really
the guy
did
that just
enjoy
likes to yell random
Oh,
things.
yeah. Get the morale up. Get
Chivalry fan?
Chivalry was the problem was I played Mountain Blade, and Chivalry was like I was a bit of a purist.
All right, hold up. Look,
anyway,
what did we do?
Can we do the 1v1?
Enough of this.
Yes.
Enough of this. We're going to start playing a 1v1.
The
Check this out.
semi-finals,
Hey,
Trace.
Harry versus Dinko.
Look at that photo of
get it
Dinko,
on.
bro.
All right. Well, as we can see here, the tail of the tape. You've got Harry Russell taking on the Rat King, the reigning champion of the 1v1s. His special move, the double dink, taking on Harry's overconfidence. You seem to see this one come through with the deagle in his hand. The fan club for Harry, the Order of Harry. I think that is a Harry Potter reference. And the Dink bots. I don't know if he wants to call his fans bots, but he has. So we are going to get this battle underway. The rules, Trace, for those people not familiar, it's played on AIM map on CS2. We're doing MR12, so 1st to 13. There's the Rat King himself.
What's the difference between the UK and England? Is there?
Let's not get into that right now. Maybe
I'm just
Dinko
curious.
can
I
break it
actually don't know
down.
the answer.
England is part of the UK, Trace.
Yeah, it's like
but
my
let's not
favorite
get
city.
into history
That's
or
my favorite
geography,
city. Let's
shall
go.
we now?
Gentlemen, are you ready to get this 1v1 underway, Harry?
We're ready.
All right, I would strongly
I'm kinda
recommend...
ready. I just want to make it known before it's called out.
Oh, yeah.
Second one out of your book, Chad.
I'm not using my own mouse.
No one cares.
Any other excuses?
Let's start the game.
No, this is fair, though. This is fair. So Dinko has come in here with an issue with the mouse, and that's fair enough.
But
Dinko...
rats should be able to adapt. So let's see how it goes.
All right. Which one of you is hosting the server here?
That would be me.
All right, you ready to set this live, gentlemen? This is a semi-final.
All right, you ready, Harry?
I'm ready. You ready?
Yeah, I suppose I'm ready.
All
Let's
right.
go.
Yanko, the adjudicator, standing by. Rush, you're a fan of both of these players here. Who's more malleable?
I really like
First
Harry's
blood.
straight away.
That is a good mouse. That is the mouse that I've used for the majority of my professional Counter-Strike career.
Straight back.
Chad, I think it's a rat, not a mouse.
That's true.
Nice.
Actually, that's really good, Trace. You've done great there.
Thanks, I couldn't help myself.
Well, let's see when does Harry pull out the deagle. Hugo, you've been strategizing with him overnight.
I told him not to fuck this up, Chad, and I think that's the key here. I expect Harry to come through with a win today. Last time he had his reasons, and it's not going to happen twice. Harry needs to change the tune of the choke. He needs to change his narrative, and I think it's about time he did that
You know what they
today.
say about Harry? They always have said it as well. He never chokes anything.
I never choke.
Never
That's what they
chokes.
say about me.
Dinko is trying to get in his head. Obviously, Harry
He's
is
come back
mentally
from
stronger
everything
than
he's
that.
ever done in his life.
Harry's mentally stronger. He's physically stronger. His aim is stronger,
He's
sharper,
got his mental
faster,
coach
harder.
behind him, Yanko.
Maybe if Dinko focused a little bit more on shooting than on talking, he would
like
get a
that.
couple of these kills.
Yeah, look, I think this will be a tight-knit battle here, but with the lack of actual peripheral for Dinko here, what kind of handicap would you give him? We're obviously not giving him one, but what type of handicap would you?
Look, frankly, Chad, if you don't come prepared to your 1v1, the most important match of the tournament, that is your own fault. He knew he was playing today. He could have come down, start of the day with his mouse, frankly.
I see what you're saying here.
You know,
I do have slight sympathy for him.
I wouldn't have made that mistake, I'll say that much.
Now, look, I will say this. If this does turn out to be a close game, let's say that Mr. Dinkazoid makes it to 10 rounds. Look, the result will stand.
Harry's being a rat right now.
I don't think so.
It doesn't look like it from our perspective.
He's trying to peek you.
It's not the rat, call the rat the rat.
Yeah.
He is definitely peeking.
Harry, don't be baited into
I let
him.
Stay calm, Harry. Stay calm.
Well, guys, don't have a favorite here.
I mean,
I
stay
have a
calm,
favorite.
Dinko.
I have a favorite.
I'm like maniac watching Zywoo. Harry, he's a monster, the best in the game. 8-4.
I would love to see, though, let's say if this does end up being a close affair, as mentioned, if we get 10 kills in total for Dinko, the result will stand, but I'd love to see a rematch of them, two of them, with peripherals in play.
Maybe next season, Chad, but right now, Harry is going straight to those grand finals.
He knew what the rules were when he walked in here.
Yeah, but I just have a lot of sympathy for Dinko here.
Hell.
He's in the heater. He's in the heater. He's in the tumble dryer.
Harry's dialed in. This would have been the same.
Oh boy.
Whichever, unless his peripherals had cheats on it.
This is not down to Dinko. This is just Harry having an on day. I can see it in his aim. His ADing was always his weak spot, but if he's standing still,
he might crumble now. He might crumble.
Come on, Dinko. Give him the sauce.
He's crumbling. He's crumbling.
Harry, just end it. 2 kills. Harry.
Show him what makes you the Rat King.
Just end it.
But just not the Rat plays.
He's scared. He's hiding behind
the ball.
Rat plays.
Oh, no.
Not the Rat plays. He's Rat playing. He's peeking. He's peeking. Yeah, left. Whoa! Wait.
Rush, you're about to get yourself ejected from the entire venue, man.
I might have to unplug his mic. Just end it, Harry.
11-7. The pressure on now. Oh, that's the headshot angle. This is where, Hugo, you were punished a lot in this position.
No comment.
Yanko really had his way with you when you were on that angle.
Match point, baby. Take him to the grand final.
Just 1 kill now for Harry Russell.
One more.
He couldn't make it last year. Oh dear.
Oh, spotted.
All the pressure's on. Dinko can't make a single mistake here. This is his only chance to stay in the 1v1 tournament with the aim map. And the bullets come through. Dinko stays alive.
3 chances for Mr. Russell.
Could be quick here. Could be quick.
Yeah, this is it. Harry wins in this.
Hey, let's go, baby. Hey, Dinko. Fuck you, man. Fuck the Deagle. AK only. Let's go. The Rat King's dead. The Cream Pied Piper's here to stay. Let's go.
That was Trace.
No, it's me now. I own it. He couldn't lead the rats out of here, but I did.
This mouse sucks, Chad. You need a new one.
I'm sorry, Dinko. I'm sorry that it's gone down like this, but he did manage to get 9 kills in total against Harry Russell, the Rat King, the king of the throne, the king of the 1v1, has been Dinko here today.
Never a doubt in my mind, after a well-rested evening, Harry came to play today. And respect to Dinko, of course, he showed up to a very difficult rematch.
Even after that shit talk.
I think there's a little kiss there as well.
Yeah. There was a little kiss.
The rematches are hard, man. The rematches are hard.
Harry, sit down, man. Quick. You good?
I'm good, man.
Come on over, Dinko. Get in here, man.
Dinko, hurry, quick.
Yeah, get in here fast, real fast, right now.
Get in somewhere. Get in where you fit in.
And now what, Trace?
Ready?
He's going to take this photo.
Ready?
I guess.
You want the mask on or off, Dinko?
I don't think you know how to use that thing.
I don't deserve it anymore.
Oh, he's
captured this depressing
moment. That was sad as hell. So we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to come back. We do have that middle game coming up for everybody.
Guest.
It's a big ENCE game, and a very special guest does join us. He's quite the snake. We'll be right back.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready? The Intermission 3-month City champion.
All right, well, we're not alone, but I'm trying to copy this dance move. Oh, wait, it's Maui Snake. What's going on here, guy?
Wait, can you see me?
Yeah, we can see you. We can hear you.
Yeah. It's kind of eclipsing your head, but nice. How many monitors have you broken?
Can you give us a floss there, Maui? You are on TikTok right now. We've got you on the portrait.
What's up? Hey, what's up, guys? How's it going, fellas? I don't know if you can see me doing that at all.
Yeah, we can.
We
can see
the whole world can see that. The internet is forever. You're right.
I loved it.
So
amazing.
So Maui, let's do this, dude. Tell me why Big is in the building in a big way. Make me a believer.
So why is Big in the building? We got one name that's popping off the page, and I think nobody's shy about it. It's Crimbo. This guy is a bona fide star. He is the master of macro. He is finding new ways to clutch I didn't even think possible. He is. I want to call him my cousin. I wish I were related to this guy. Okay. I wish I were related to this guy. That's how much pride I get when I watch Crimbo play. Okay. And so for Big in this one, yeah, ENCE might have some sick players. They might be one of the best teams in the world. But I'm going to tell you one thing. They ain't got Crimbo. And they ain't got nothing on Crimbo.
So Crimbo is the only thing you trust about this team? Does that sound flawed, or what do you guys think?
I mean, Crimbo right now, you can call him a virtuoso, pretty much. I don't see how ENCE will find an answer for one guy.
True. Look, at this point, I can believe that Big can do anything. They've had such a miracle run so far. And with an inspirational speech, you know, I'd love to be Maui's cousin. I'd love for Maui to want me to be his cousin. So I feel like that's the motivation that can get.
We could arrange that, Mac.
Oh, can we?
We could arrange that.
Genetically, I don't know if that's possible, but we can talk about it.
I think people can shift their identities at will now. So I think that's where we've come. That's how far society's come.
Maui, who's your favorite in-game leader for Big?
There's one answer to that. Hugo. It's Tabson. Tabson's the goat German. He's the goat German. Crimbo will be the goat one day of Germany, but it still stands that it is Tabson.
So tell your co-stream. Are you talking to him right now? Can they hear you?
I think they can hear me. Yeah. What's good?
Tell them where to watch ESL Pro League at.
They know where to watch Pro League at.
I just want to make sure.
Make sure. I'm just gonna. Okay, they can watch it. They can watch it on Twitch or YouTube, ESL CS. But I want to make sure that everybody that's watching the ESL broadcast knows that they can watch twitch.tv/MauiSnake to see one of the best analysts in the space, regaling them with his thoughts, stories, and nunchuck routines in the meantime. So be sure to tune in, guys. And thanks for having me on, of course.
Yeah, of course, man. Stay safe and stay sane out there, Maui. We'll get him out of here promptly. I want to apologize to all the viewers at home for his antics and the way that he is. We can't really help him.
Bye.
We've tried, but he's still here. Hey, see you later, Maui.
It's too bad we couldn't get comments from him on Team USA winning 4th place in the Basketball World Cup. But
how did Germany do?
Or Germany won. They beat Serbia in the final.
Ooh. Topical.
Are you okay with that?
We'll console him on that. We'll also go to a
upset.
break. We come back with the matchup at hand, which is going to be that big ENCE game. So don't go anywhere. You're watching ESL Pro League.
For both sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
this remains supreme.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The quarterfinals for one of these two teams, Harry. Big taking on ENCE in the seeding match. Both already locked in for the playoffs of ESL Pro League Season 18, but only one of them can take that quarterfinal spot as the other will be relegated down to the round of 12. But this one is the Holy Trinity map pool. A reason to celebrate, a reason to be watching Counter-Strike here on this Sunday, and a reason for you to be making some noise, Mr. Russell. We are joined by Hugo B. Byron as well, and this one's going to have some energy here today.
Oh yeah, that much is for certain. God, I've already flopped it. I tried to match your energy.
It was a bit hard, wasn't it? I did come
here we go.
This is it. Final.
It's the big ENCE match that everyone's been talking about. And we're starting off over on Ancient. Big for the T side, ENCE on the CT side of things. And already, I see a set of dual Berettas for Diha. He's pushed up deep over towards main, but doesn't look like ENCE, or Big rather, want to have anything to do with that. Fasting towards the B site, 3 through cave, 2 up ramp, and a bit of a retake B setup for the ENCE squad. They're going to be left fighting for this long control. It's important that they're able to hold on to it. If Big take this, that spells trouble in the retake, but they won't make it out to long. They won't get this far. Everyone's churned up, and Crimbo, left alone, is put in the dirt. It's ENCE with a pistol under their belt to open up this series.
Hi, Hugo.
Hi, Chad. Thanks for having me.
No worries, man.
Happy to be back. And yeah, that big ENCE game. I mean, ENCE coming swinging, storming with a retake B setup. We love to see it. And an exciting game where the wheels certainly can come off, not just on the cast, but in the server as well. Both these teams already in the playoffs of EPL Season 18. But how far can we go? For ENCE, man, I just think back to last season, their debut on LAN with Nerds, and the crazy Vitality 2-1, ending on Vertigo as well, as this series very well may, if Big can drag us there.
Happy to see this force buy from Big. Was having a chat with Snappy and Yanko last night, and then we all agreed that Big can be a bit conservative in some of the purchases from time to time. I think that creeps in a little bit more on their CT half, so expecting the force buy after the plant here on the T side of Ancient. We're going to get out an AK, 2 Galils, 2 Deagles, and a smattering of Utah, but you're not in a rush. You're allowing the CTs to burn their early nades, to block and garner some control. And hey, Mantu, alongside of Process, will be making sure that this is their territory. No sneaky CTs. Diha just on the jiggle, ready to block with some Utah in hand. And he's seen enough. Incendiary hits the deck, and Big think they've done more than an ample job over towards A.
This push is dangerous, but Deegs not easy to connect.
Come on, man, it's the Yerm and Yeegs.
The Yerm and Yeegs are synonymous with headshots, Harry, but it's on Sin. Not as proven as some of the big boys inside of Big. Mantu with that Galil puts it to use. Finds that entry. They're just going to swarm right now. Diha tagged down very low. Has to retreat. The rifle will pick up the pieces. And Snappy on the big flank as well. Chasing them down. Nice shooting from Sunpius. And a confident display from ENCE despite being against the force by the big kill on the way out. But Mantu is the only one to find blood in this round, and it won't be enough to do damage to ENCE. 3 rifles secured and 2 rounds taken on the CT side of Ancient.
Nice start. Everything you'd hope for and more is if you're an ENCE fan playing at home, aka Natu. But good to get Maui chiming in, and if you're checking out his co-stream, and maybe he has us loud enough where he can just hear us. You can just hear us behind Maui's dulcet tones. If not, you're probably joining us on the main stream. Harry is always monitoring what you madmen have to say, and me as well. Falcon wants to know if we're all high. So, no, you're not. There is no buzzing. It's in your head, guys. This will be what we consider a full eco, as per these days of Counter-Strike. A Deagle, a P250, a Flash, a Bang in the mix. How were the cookies? Did you try a cookie, Harry?
Yeah, I did. I had a victory cookie after beating Dinko in that 1v1, demolishing him, in fact, you could say. And I got to say, you know, the cookie was...
Did you demolish the cookie?
I did. It was really good. Rush has knocked it out of the park. He's a better baker than I could ever dream of being.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, Harry.
Well, that was actually quite snappy from Snappy.
3-0 for ENCE, and rumour has it, a special guest may be joining us.
We didn't want to throw people under buses because we don't want people to get run over, but that's good news.
Who was it?
Well, no one's been run over yet, Rush.
There's always time.
We'll save the surprise. We'll save the surprise.
Yeah, save the surprise.
We'll allow the surprise to simmer in. But here we go. First gun round. First map. First half. full purchase. AWP for Mantu. Let's see the opener for Big. Process and Tabson. Both going to lob out some nades towards middle here to try and stop this Nerds crawl. We know how aggressive he likes to be around the mid smoke. The Tetris jump up. A lot of pressure to be applied over towards B. Snappy in cave. Madden to defend the ramp on the jiggle. And with the boost up, does he really want to continue this stance? Mantu fires off a shot. Gives up the AWP and his positioning for now. And Madden will not be re-peeking that angle without a flash or support. But the support is here. Sampaius and D have joined the party. This is a very early lean from ENCE towards the B bomb site.
Because ENCE have just started smoking on that ramp pack, it's going to send Big packing somewhere else on the map here. They'll up and leave B. Turning their attention over to mid instead. Red room smoked. That's going to lock vision out for Diha, who tries his hand at the spam. You still have a player watching mid in Nerds from Donut, so he's able to calm along the line as to whether or not Big are out mid, whether or not they can cross to red room, but he's about to lose that vision now, smoking it off.
Corralling them to red, that's nice, right? Negating their util over towards Donut, so a good response. It looks like ENCE are well prepped for this match so far. And even more stall utility with this two-man cave hold. Sin with the bomb is going to be an awful lot of trouble with 35 seconds left.
Double setup as well. The flash won't do much. A quick turn and back they go. They don't even know about Snappy. He reveals himself with a no kill. Sampaius takes 2 and the bomb will be retrieved. All in all, that's a good exec for Big into cave, and now popping into B should be easy. They've got a smoke in the way. Madden attempts spam. He goes too soon. 15 seconds. The bomb just about makes it in, and with an AWP in the post plant, it could be potent, but Mantu's low. No nades to finish the job that ENCE have started, but Nerds has fantastic timing coming on the back.
Yeah, going to be here quickly. Tabson will just get spammed down, none the wiser as to Nerds in the cave.
How do you win this?
Mantu backs off. Oh, he will find one more off that AWP, and now it's all left on the Nerds. Tap on the bomb, going to bait this peek out of Mantu, but a second man still to deal with in Crimbo, and he'll be able to peek up, see that that bomb's not being defused. Nerds tries to swing, and Crimbo locks him out in the clutch. Maybe the first of many clutches to go this guy's way, and that's how Big find their first round.
He's been very important in rounds like that, has Crimbo, throughout this run of EPL for Big. So the safe pair of hands necessary just to make that one kill. Sure, it's a pressure moment, sure, it's a one-on-one, but it's type of scenarios where Crimbo has had his way with the opponent more often than not. And Big have been impressive here considering some of these upgrades. Mantu now being in the Big jersey after 5 months of being a free agent after all that OG debacle. It was cool to talk to Mantu and hear through some of his thoughts about how everything kind of fell into its current place. Well-placed molly here. It's going to stall the progression for Mantu up towards the beehive. Now they are just going to try and waltz on in and see if they can isolate a duel against Madden, who is actually jumping in the back lines. Has been spotted and they've taken the space. Well played from Big so far.
Good way of catching info though for ENCE, and unfortunately no one in the bomb site there. He once more need to play retake. With a big spam on the edge of that smoke, and the bomb gets dropped crossing in. Nerds finds cover behind the pillar, and now Mantu needs to hit some quick shots, and he won't have many chances either. While Diha gets cut down in middle, it's still a 2-on-4. Make that 1 now. Just Mantu with no bomb. He is simply trying to escape. ENCE have come right down ramp. They know what he's intending. And so saving might just be a pipe dream for Mantu with so much time on the clock.
Yeah, Mantu, more like what that man do. He's going to have to do a lot here if he wants to save this AWP. And I'll look in to try and remove it. Pushing across all the extremities here, deep through B, up through main, and a missed shot from Mantu. Now they know where he is. This backstab coming in. Ooh, the MP9 is hungry for the AWP. No win in this for Mantu. The win is in staying alive, and ENCE are going to make that as hard as possible. Ooh. Only the tag onto Sampaius. ENCE want this AWP for their own ranks here, and so Mantu is boxed in and finished off by ENCE.
They play that perfectly.
Yeah, and at least they allowed him to go down before time concluded. That would have been the most horrible way for Mantu to have died in that scenario. So yeah, they definitely wanted to rip that out of the hands considering the circumstances of only one player staying alive in the round that Big won with the Crimbo 1v1. You can understand ENCE just really wanting to hunt this one down. Good job from Sampaius to finish him off, basically cornering him in a nice little box.
Sampaius starting this game very solid as well, now pulling up the AWP after he picks it back up. So ENCE in a great position to make a real streak start on this CT side, despite that early round for Big. Jiggling on ramp, ready to block.
Yeah, I do like the variation. So if we were just looking at Madden in his position, you've seen him in 3 consecutive rounds play it in 3 different ways, right? This is if they are going to try and explode with an execute, which is something you would expect from a lower buy. It's very common, right, to see those teams going with those explodes from towards the door area. This way he can block. He's in a position as well where he might be able to multi-kill them coming up the ramp. Had the support of Sampaius towards the B site earlier on. You can see them staying quite fluid with this rotation. Sampaius takes down 1 in mid. They bolster up the bomb site yet again. Diha and Nertz in combination for any leaks towards A and middle. So they have everything covered right now. There's no dramas against this just Deagle purchase. And now they can continue to go through the motions with the util. Snappy has another smoke. 48 seconds on the clock, and we should be calling this one 5-1. I don't see any way in for big.
Yeah. Unless Madden gives them a reason to pop. Although I like the contact setup, they're actually going to flash him back in. Why not? Against Deagles, MP9 should shred through them too on the close corner, and Madden makes it work with a double kill. This round is dead in the water, and Snappy drowns Big alive. 5 will sit on this CT side. Beautiful shot. It's about time for the German Deag to make its mark, but no more for Process. And you wonder when or if Big can break through.
Snappy looks like he's having a good time.
Yeah.
And I would be as well with a 5-1 scoreline thus far. And as mentioned, we have the Holy Trinity map pool coming our way. A bit of Ancient into Anubis into Vertigo. Some lovely battlegrounds. I think it's something that the 3 of us do quite enjoy.
Yeah, it's all the good maps.
No Mirage in the mix.
No. Swap Anubis for Nuke.
Come CS2, though, we need to start playing Mirage and Overpass and Inferno.
Look, I'm willing to give you Mirage, but I won't. I don't know, man.
You love Overpass.
I love Overpass. Overpass is my favorite.
You don't want to do Inferno.
My de facto favorite. I'm just not an Inferno
It's a brand new map variation.
Man, it's so bad.
Come on
dude.
now,
it's so
Harry.
bad.
Come on, man.
Come on
Inferno,
now,
man. Oh, no, they got 1 kill. I'm saving, man. I'm saving the day for Tabson. And the Germans come through in middle with kills. Process finds Snappy on the heaven side, and Big with that smoke fade can now activate towards Cave. And to make the right gamble, they make the right read, but they still need to hit their shots, and that's not coming through. Just the Spaniard in the sight with 1 shot. Smoke comes down, and so does Sampaius. Big breakthrough. Fantastic entering for Tabson yet again. And boys, I have news, fresh, hot off the presses, that I will be swapping out, and we'll be bringing in the king of the cast from last season of ESL Pro League. That's right.
Do you dare say the name?
It is
Xerxes. He gives it. He gives it to the people at home. He's coming in. We'll hot swap them out here. I'll even put the lid on Hugo's water bottle so we can. There we go. We're swapping some mics. We'll get Hugo back for map number 2, and welcome Exertion to the cast. He's whacking the headset on, and he should be with you.
Hello, guys.
Test. How you doing? Does everything sound all right?
Yeah.
Your crew. Remember that's to production. You can say, "Hey, production." Hey, production. You mute. Okay. And do your buttons.
Okay.
Lovely.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for reminding me.
No, that's all right, man. Good to see you.
Dude, this is kind of sick. A mid-game substitution to bring in this
I was called for support, you know?
Yeah, all right. I like that. Well, yeah, I think we're going to need it, honestly. This is a pretty sizable matchup. Couldn't say big matchup.
Gargantuan.
Yeah, rather large, rather
It has some
massive.
stakes, but it's only for seeding, right? So in these type of matches already, it doesn't have the same level of elimination on the line, right? So with both of these teams already locked in for the playoffs, maybe you can speak to this for us a little bit, but when it is a seeding match for a playoff game, does this feel like, hey, we can frame it from 2 different perspectives? It's a playoff game in itself. Like, you could look at this as a playoff game, right? It gets you through to the quarterfinal, or you can frame it, hey, we're already in the playoffs. We'll save our best Counter-Strike until then.
I actually think that this game, in some weird way, is one of the most important ones, to be honest. Because since you're already qualified, they had like 2 or 3 days that they didn't play. So all they were thinking about is this game, probably. So yeah, I think they're just excited to play this. And I think it's a huge step if you win. So it's very important.
You might be able to help us as well, because we do have a bunch of academy players who've got the promotion up towards Big. You maybe help us with some of the transition to the details like you just brought up there. And in terms of having 2 days to prep for your opponent.
Yeah, I think that's a good kill by Snappy. I think that's a really good thing for Big, because they're a heavy anti-shot team. So they like to have time to prep, I know that. But yeah, I think this is going to be a really interesting game. My boy Nertz.
Yeah, playing in cave as well here. So traditionally over towards mid. No reaction from Big. B4 now. B lane completely under Big's control. D-Hub patrolling red. Sampaius with all the space over towards A. Nertz and Madden in combination. So they just swapped out some util here, so an extra smoke towards B to help block if they feel the pressure.
Ooh. Diho with a little jump spot on mid. But Big are just going to go back to the lane, looking like they want to end up back over towards B. They've got 2 smokes, 2 mollies, so they're able to nullify some of these angles.
Tabson's very worried, isn't he? So thinking that they could have gamble stacked this site if they had all the A information right now. This is actually a pretty decent exchange for them over towards B. They're not in a terrible spot here, Big. If they get in, don't lose both the players, Tabson stays alive. They can win this round.
Yeah, I think this is a good situation for both teams, actually. It's one of those that is like a 50-50.
Well, let's see who the dice roll smiles upon. The boost up is nice.
Oh, well
Gives
played.
Nerds the angle, stops that bomb plant. And now Big have got to scramble to get it. Both Mantu and Tabson have leapt onto the site together here. They're very close to one another, and that sees Mantu trapped. Tabson's got to do this alone. 1 kill out of Tabson, but he can't find any more. Stopped by Madden in his tracks, and so it's ENCE to pick up that round.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those rounds where the Ts have to freeze and kind of hold everything, and the CTs have to play a good 4v3, because a 4v3 on City side is sometimes masked as a good round, but I think if you don't play it right, you can be in a disadvantage. So I think that ENCE and Big played this round really well, and I think this boost kind of won the round. This
is where the decision tree comes into play, right? It's like, well, how many answers do they have and how quick can they get to those answers? And ENCE got to the answer of the boost to make sure the plant could go down very quick. It wasn't considered by Big. They didn't have enough personnel to deal with it. I wouldn't be too frustrated if I was Tabson with that, but it looked like he had an awful lot to say. That maybe he was frustrated with the opening of the round as opposed to the ending of the round, because I feel like they did the best given the circumstances, getting the bomb down as well. So that's going to put them in a position where they can get another buy going.
They should buy here, I think.
Yeah, how do you feel about Big's
reset.
decisions financially, though? Because I was talking to Snappy last night. He was saying he sometimes thinks they're a little bit too conservative with their purchases. I feel that's more on the CT than the T side, but do you notice that when you watch their games and their demos?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I think that can be good and bad, because, I mean, us as a team, like, I mean, I'm not going to expose so much, obviously, about this, but I think we have a pretty balanced way of handling it, because Shuhei really believes in our buy rounds.
Sure.
So at times he calls us not to force buy or something, because he believes that on buy rounds we'll win the round. So I think it can go both ways. This is the most annoying thing to deal with when you're a B player. The boost. Yeah, especially when Monte is there.
Right side.
Yeah, if Monte is there, yeah, I'm not sure picking.
Just a dream at that point is the ramp info. Oh my god, Sin with the spam on the smoke. And so Snappy has to back up. He doesn't want to hang around in cave, risk dying in nades or anything. He's got to concede a lot of control over towards the lane. Something that ENCE looked to grab early on. And Big also own a nice chunk of middle. Yeah,
I remember when we had you last time on, we were talking about that, and there was the gap in mid-smoke from spawn.
Yeah, I mean, because now they just know that there's nobody like crossed, basically. I mean, they should know at least because of Diha's info.
Sampais is still considering it.
Yeah. Maybe one could have crossed early, I'm not sure, but...
He's giving it up now. At least he can backpedal towards B. Oh, Madden.
That's a smoke. That's a nice smoke.
Another variation for the ramp smoke. Here comes the pressure.
Ooh.
The spam is brutal.
Yeah, they know about him.
No, this is so low. 1 bullet's all it takes. And like you say, they hear the spam come in. Madden from long, usually great in this position. Feel like he so often gets away with like 190 damage on those sorts of swings, but it's just the one and done! Sampais through the smoke. Hello? He's brought ENCE back into the fold. A 3v2. And so now ENCE want to try give this a go. Crimbo reaches out for the AWP, looks for the kill at long, and he is going to get it delivered. 2v2. Crimbo brings it back to a level playing field here. Sampais walking in through the short side was the one that got this whole retake started, and it won't go any further than that. Snappy's got to save the AWP.
Actually, it's one of those rounds that it's kind of fortunate that Sampais kills too, because now they don't save 3 weapons. So now they went for the retake.
It lured them into the retake.
Exactly,
and
now
it's financially punishing.
Exactly, so I think that was, to be honest, obviously Sampais got 2 kills, so it was a 3v2 at one point, but I don't think it was a good round from ENCE, because Nerds was basically playing site alone, and the teammates couldn't even do nades to help him. So I don't think that was such a good mid-round from ENCE.
I think it's important as well that Tabson clears close in that moment, because you could see the sneak in coming through, and Crimbo wasn't considering this fight is the one I was talking about. So if Tabson stayed glued towards cave, would have been some big issues. I wonder if they heard Snappy towards spawn with the scope of the AWP potentially. I don't know if we heard that. Regardless, it is just a quick little technical timeout. Just a little alt-tab issue apparently, so we should be able to get this one back underway ASAP. But with just 1 saved AWP, loss bonus at the bottom of the barrel, I would be expecting an ENCE buy behind this. And it looks like it'll be all in. So shoving, there'll be MP9s, 5.7s, Deagles in the mix. Very light on in the util department here. I imagine this is where you want your AWPer to make a call, use his spawn, try and set him up for a couple of kills.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you even force it. You're like, okay, what you're going to do with your AWP? Like, I like to question my AWP. Like, for example, Torzy, I would say, hey, what you doing?
So you can play around.
Yeah, it's just so I kind of know what he's going to do, and maybe we can build around it.
So this is pretty static from Sampaius. He won't.
Yeah, maybe they have
anything.
a read, and also I think he has a flash, so he might use it for mid. I'm not sure. Maybe we will see that happen, but like, yeah, basically he just had an A read probably. I think he will move around soon if they don't go A.
It's very back rolly from Big.
Yeah.
4 players congregated in middle. They have barely used any utility whatsoever up until this juncture. So I imagine this allows them to explode a lot quicker together, but also gives them less territory on the map.
Yeah, I think it's more for like trade potential against such a buy. It's really good to stay together. Oldiha is gonna get smoked here. I mean, they're still going to Sampaius. He's dead.
I mean, if Diha could somehow find a way to get one here, you feel like he would have done his job, but it's wishful thinking. That's his rundown. They learn about Sampaius' AWP now. I wonder if that's going to change.
Yeah, they should just relax a bit. Slow down. He has good angle, actually, Monte.
Oh, ENCE fully repositioning. Trying to get ahead of the rotate.
Sampaius is still towards A. He doesn't believe it's going to be B.
Madden in the cubby with the Deagle's not ideal.
Yeah, this should be a big round. Should. If they go B. Okay. I mean, this is really controlled by Big. I really like this, actually, because it gives very less chance for like ENCE to have a multi-kill, basically. They're taking it very slowly.
And you can see Sampaius still hasn't even bit down on this idea that it's going to be the B play. 1 kill from the crossfire, but the spam comes out from Crimbo. If nothing is found from Snappy, that AWP never even really begins to rotate. And yeah, Sampaius is out of there. He just wants to hold on to the AWP. So he had them come his way in the beginning, but it got a bit awkward when they were a man down, right? Didn't want to completely up and leave the A site in case Big kind of double pumped back in.
Yeah, I think it's good that Sampaius has some money left, and also Snappy, and maybe like 200 on Diha, because their money is going to be really bad for the next 2 rounds. So the fact that they have a little bit more money in their bank means that their buy will be a bit better.
I wonder if they operate in the same way, though, since Sampaius' AWP over towards A once more, because you said if it was a read, right, they're expecting maybe the anti-eco A-go.
Yeah.
Right? So
I think it depends a lot on like reads, as you said, and like sometimes it depends. Like there's some AWPers that are like, okay, I played A, I will not play A again. And there's some AWPers that I played A, I'll play A again because they won't expect me.
Yeah.
It's just a lot of mind games, basically, and yeah.
Tapson's bought in with a Mac 10 here, so understanding the purchase that he's up against. If he takes some space quickly, and not like he has. What have you noticed the new Ancient spawns on CS2?
Yeah, I think Ancient is gonna be extremely city-sided again.
They need
actually
to change the spawns back, right?
Yeah, I think basically cities can have any control again, which is not good for the balance. Sampaius is starting towards B.
Yeah, look at all this. Very quick space and info.
It's fast A split. Yeah, Sampaius is out of the round again.
So they should have somebody smoking off towards CT spawn now that they've been able to get this much control. There it is, landing perfectly timed, clearing out close, in you go. Only have to worry about Temple. Beautiful.
Very clean rounds.
That's Counter-Strike, Harry.
Yeah.
Put that one in your Pied Piper and smoke it. There's a 1v1 tournament going on here. I don't know if you've seen. Harry just took down the Rat King Dinko. He's in the grand final.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, don't want to brag. Yeah. But, you know, man, I'm a bit of an aimer.
You are. I'm sure you are.
Not so much a brainer, though. And that's why the aim map 1v1 is perfect for me. Oh.
I mean...
It's okay damage.
Yeah, but I think
considered.
Yeah, I mean, Diha didn't die, but I don't think this was such a good play to pick here with the AK, because if he would die, their buy wouldn't be so good.
No, this will help them get out the full nades and all the good stuff. Diha with more damage. It feels like, I don't want to say disrespectful, but I think the ENCE know they're a better team overall than Big, and probably their individuals want to play like that, because I don't think ENCE are a cocky team, but I think in the server their players are well aware of their ability. Like, I think Nerds obviously is really good. He's the one that gets a lot of hype, but I think Diha and Madden, I don't know if they're slept on, but I think that they don't get enough shine as how strong of riflers that they can be.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you can also see it when you play against them. I think Diha like has slowly transitioned into less of a star player from the days with Spinks, for example, because Nerds is much more vocal than him, from what I know, and I think that he takes more of the important roles, kind of call it, the connector roles, some Mirage, and so on and so on. So, yeah, I think that's just basically it.
ENCE pushing.
Oh. Into that waiting AWP for Madden.
I think it was so quiet middle, they were thinking it may have been an A play with Madden playing for that info, because they started 3-2, ready for a mid or B split, and now they're a number disadvantage. They don't have the space. Snappy flash forward, only gets one, traded out by Crimbo. A 3v4 retake is going to be very difficult, maybe not even considered.
I think if you were already not considering it before, which you shouldn't have been, that nade really only drove it home.
That's 4 in a row now.
Yeah.
I mean, also it's like 4 in a row that I don't think it was such good rounds from ENCE even. Like, it was not close, you know? Like, the round that they have one alive, it's like the round that ENCE saved, yeah, basically. So, like, it's not really one alive, you know? And also the round that they have 2 alive is the round that he killed 2 to the smoke. So, like, these rounds are looking really good for Big and not really good for ENCE. And, I mean, Madden really just made a freeze-time call here that he's going to run Albana, basically. It didn't work for him.
So with that, with the 3 mid, like, you're obviously going 3 mid to block, and a lot of teams play heavy mid on the T side because it's almost a 50-50 with the insta donut and the insta red smoke, right, and all the flashes. It really comes down to flash timing. But in that moment, I kind of consider with Madden pushing that the mid guys were going to jump up and pincer it together. The timing was just really off.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they blocked him on mid because I think Big is a team that likes to molly heaven a lot from middle.
Okay.
So I think that could have been the case. I'm not sure, but that would be my guess.
Let's check it out. We'll see if they do one this time around as well. I can keep our little camera over here, but I know you can do the one off the skybox. I think.
Yeah, I mean, usually like they just do it from connector.
The one that lands down here.
Yeah, they would just throw the normal one.
Well, nothing this time.
Oh, they saw him. Yeah, that's very good. Okay, that's a good start for ENCE. Let's see if they can convert this round.
He's got the jump up.
That's good.
B is still supporting, and now they've smoked off the lane as well. This is great real estate for ENCE to have in the 5-on-3. What a Big do now?
Well, you have everything if you're ENCE, right? You've got mid completely under control. You just need to let the clock simmer in. They can continue to block. Nertz is rotated over towards B. Diha, with this cutout angle, it's not going to be mollied considering the circumstances of the time as well as the players. So at the moment, this is a full control round for ENCE.
Ooh, that's not a good miss. Oh, he saw him, I think. Oh.
Mantu's certainly had a couple of chances here.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's Process, the one to get it done. Yeah. 3 off of him on the opener.
That's insane.
It's what I said about the 5v3 before as well. It's if you don't make it comfortable, it's not comfortable. Even if with the man advantage. Now, Diha has to make a good play here. Crimbo is full CT.
It might just be another save. Like, Sampai's can't do anything at all. If Diha doesn't get a kill, Sampai's can't go. He's already backing off.
Yeah, and he's playing.
Oh, he's going to come around the world.
Do they have time for this?
Diha as a kid, it's going to be close if they are going to give this one a go.
Looks like they are going still.
Yeah, well, Sampai's, I think. Is going away now onto the M4, wrapping in through the cave. ENCE are going to try this in the closing segments of the round. They've overran Process,
okay.
And Crimbo's dead as well. A last-second retake from ENCE comes to fruition, and it's Diha farming.
That's crazy.
You're not going to be happy with that if you're Snappy, considering how the round opened up.
No, I mean, also their money is not good now again, so they really needed to build money that round. Ooh, I think Diha made a mistake. Or not, that's fine.
And that's it, all the info from Mantu's AWP. Knew one player was towards long, saw Nerds go towards cave, and then the first fight came to them. So it worked out perfectly for Big there, and that's a round that Tabson would be a little bit more happy with.
Yeah, but it's one of those that you don't deserve to win it, you know? So you can brush it off easier.
That's true.
Ooh, those are good flashes. No trade.
But that's what the 50-50 comes down to.
It is, yes.
And this is it. Do you have the right timing on dodging the flash? Is there an extra flash that you weren't expecting?
Snappy has been caught on this a little bit this game already, I can see.
Cave's not an easy position, right? It's one that you can read the game from, but what is going on?
What? But how doesn't he kill him as well? Like, I mean, this game is like full bamboozling me.
Mantu's been able to cross. They don't know about him on the other side of Cave, but all of his teammates are dead.
Oh,
that's so weird. Ah! Oh my god, he pulled the knife. He thought about it. Mantu thought about it. Gonna get one. Oh, maybe a second. Just gets away. Sampai's now low, but he's gonna land the no-scope. Mantu
what is going on
gave it a try.
Yeah. the Snappy dies cave, they take the space. Madden is just, he's full dry. He's doing plus W. It's like he's playing face it.
It did exactly.
I didn't expect them to be close like that.
This game was fine till you got here. Now it's like gone like extra off the rails because they heard that you were arriving or something.
I wanted to keep it a bit funky. Yeah, what were we looking at? A 5-1, 6-2 start early for ENCE. Now we have an 8-6, and that just shows you how much of a cruel mistress the economy is, because in a few of those rounds we saw ENCE weren't able to have buys. It was a saved AWP. Now we're back into the rifles, at least for one of these teams. A couple of emissions for big, and now they're going for one of these executes. This is a tidy one. You see a lot of teams throw this. I think it's going to be the
full beep up. They're running. Oh no, he's caught.
Oh, you fell out. Run down at long. Madden might need a multi. And it's just the one. Snappy smoked off in the cave, is spamming back. Nertz is fighting for the long control, but that is a huge kill for Tabson. With this control taken over towards long and Snappy wrapped in cave, this kind of shuts ENCE out, but it's round 15. They've got to try it. They're going to come through the smokes. Some Pious with one, but the spam from Mantu knocks them out of it. And so this one closes up, split right down the middle. ENCE narrowly holding a lead at 8-7 heading into that second half. It's that big ENCE game that everyone's been talking about here. 8-7 with ENCE up in the lead. It's been a little bit odd, a little bit weird with some twists and turns along the way to get to this point. I'm Harry joining me. I've got Exertion and Hugo.
Yeah, we're just swapping everyone. Everyone gets to cast today. We swapped 3 or 4 times a map now. Keep the flow. Nut certainly is out mid in the pistol round. And 2 quick kills. It's going to be ENCE popping into B, into the more stacked site, but they have won every fight in this pistol.
They're just straightforward pistol round. Again, there's no time to even cast the round.
Round's over.
I can't even practice my skills.
Hopefully we have more rounds in store. Are you committed to joining us for the series, or are you taking it a map at a time?
We would say a map at a time.
Yeah. I think that's a good way to approach anything CS related. Yeah. Just one map at a time. That's all it is.
One more, then we go to bed. But no, you don't want to commit to a series and then you end up in quadruple overtime, regretting everything.
Yeah, so
I mean, the EG MIBR game was
going.
Mental. It was crazy. 61
to open. I was like, oh my god, it's about to be an hour-and-a-half long series.
Exactly, but then second one starts, they're leading like 10-1 or 10-0. EG are winning, and then suddenly it's overtime.
Yeah, 11-4 back into OT, and then 10-5 back into what was that, triple overtime as well. Do you feel like EG have progressed as a team? It's hard to say.
I don't think so, to be honest. I don't know. I think our game was more of we didn't play well than kind of they did. But I think the credit is due. I mean, they did okay this event considering, but I'm sure that they're unhappy as well. So yeah, it's just about the future for them. They tried to A rush here. They used 2 smokes already. I mean, ENCE are down to 1 smoke left basically and 1 molo. So they would have to play a really smart mid round here. They're grouping towards B.
This is rough because they have just 0 space in the map, right?
That's
They've
what
got
I was
to clear out B doors, B lane.
Yeah, they would have to clear out everything, but lucky for them, they're not there. But they still have to clear this area out. Even Crimboy's clearing like basically long on B because nobody knows where anyone is. But yeah, I mean, this is just going to be grouped up. Maybe they will walk into B, try to get some duels. That would be my guess for now.
Just like aim map up the ramp type vibe.
Can't exactly exact.
Yeah, Nerds Sunpass going to get boosted. That's their only smoke and they get blocked now.
Gotta go through it.
Yeah, this is starting to get awkward. I mean, you still have 50 seconds, so they're not gonna put themselves to having a smoke rush just yet.
They can drop donut end A if they want.
But Diha took space, like really good space, so now they can basically split A, and on the map there's only 1 on A, is on the boost, is Process.
Easy round for ENCE, you'd think. From positions alone, rotates cut off by Diha. He at least gets early warning, and he'll take more than that. 2 kills in the red room, Process on the boost, kill everyone or lose the round, and he's just trying to clear main at this point. There's no one here. No late lurks, 20 seconds. Diha's just farming.
What a round by Diha.
And it's over.
That's one guy just controlling all the rotates for ENCE. Don't allow Big to move around the map and adjust, and it gets very easy for ENCE. Hey,
you should make a song out of that.
Yeah, right? They should make a song about that. No, that was nicely done, considering like there were moments where that was like there were reasons to be a little nervous for the ENCE squad. Diha does well to like take it upon himself, get some control of the red room. They kind of solved the problem with info as opposed to like, you know, utility, the one thing they were lacking. Didn't come down to some crazy exec. They kind of realized they'd shuffled the setup around and had Diha controlling.
Yeah, I think that's sometimes just how ancient it is on T side. Like you have, I mean, I do this role in our team that you just have the guy that is in window, and I mean sometimes he just has to win a round. I feel like because the rotations are so important on this map. Full eco from Big with the nade and a flash. This is the most like common eco you can probably do on Ancient. It's the best one as well, I would say. Get a flash out of Donut and just peek.
ENCE aren't exactly taking mid though. It's just going to be Nerds waiting. And they're probably going to uncover the MTB bomb site before this even matters.
On this little like, you know, kind of garbage little eco round. Like you say, where you got the flash to go fight mid. Whenever we play Face It with JKS, he'll get us to go in window, and he'll flash, and we play through the smoke, right? Yeah. Do you prefer that, or do you prefer the fight out of Donut?
I think it's the same concept, to be honest. I think Demon, like window, is a bit better if you're if you think they will rush, which is Face It. So that's good.
Yeah.
Do you like to rush?
Exactly, but if you're playing against like a professional team who will play a bit of a slower round, most likely, then Donut is probably like the better choice. But also in Face It, I do the same. Guys go window, I flash. It's the easiest eco win. Take the tips, guys. Take the tips.
Yeah, we
never go mid on anti-eco.
Hey, I'll write that one down. I think we still have yet to ever win it, I'll be honest. The USPs just don't hit the same, man.
We've called this map pool or Chad did, but I agree, maybe agree, the holy trinity of map pools, Vertigo, Anubis, Ancient. What's your holy trinity? You got three favorite maps?
To be honest, not really. I think I like every map in the map pool.
You're a gamer, man. You're a gamer.
Yeah, I mean, I love Anubis as well. I think it's a really cool map. I mean, yeah, I would love to play it, and we played it a little bit in the team, you know, and yeah, for now it's probably not a map that, you know, we're gonna pick, but maybe we force it through in a BO3 once in the last map for entertainment reasons.
For entertainment reasons.
He's just leaving that there as a little threat to any teams listening in.
This is a note for production. Just go ahead and like timestamp that moment, and then if it ever comes up, we can reuse that again. That's good context. So here we are.
I remember when Anubis came out, I was looking at, you know, pro players throwing nades, and I was going through pros' Twitch streams and going to their clips, and man, every clip with views I found was just Tabsum clipping people's nades, like going through stealing utility.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, I think, like, it's the German way, it's the nerd way. Like, these guys are really good with util, but I think they're extremely hardworking. So, I mean, it's all the respect to them, you know. They are figuring out every edge they can have in a new map, for example.
Well, they're going to need the edge right now because we get into a gun round and ENCE are starting to steal this
that's
series.
A ball in mid.
Ooh, a full blind, flashback. Tabsum will win it even though he couldn't see. And he gets out behind the boxes as well. That will force ENCE out of middle. And again, kind of left in limbo with the bomb coming back through T-Spawn. Sunpire's 18-4, by the way. How the hell has he got 4 deaths?
It's so common for this guy, I think. He's a brilliant topper. In my opinion, actually, he's very underrated. And I think that he just doesn't die a lot, like, without a reason.
Well, he might have reason here, but with a back turn, there's 2 on the plate. Sunpires takes a bite. The flank through Cave as well, beating the util. Sunpires going all the way, and Tabsum finally puts him down 3-on-3. ENCE don't have to commit.
Yeah, and they have nerds kind of running towards A, I would say. Yeah, they will run A. They will split A here, but Process has a really good position. Diha 1v1.
Oh, he just pressed crouch. He didn't even click.
That's crazy.
Didn't come through in time. And now Madden takes the mantle as well, meaning Donut is completely covered.
They should try to look for a quick heal, and if they don't get anything, I would suggest that they save probably.
And there's no quick kill offered up here. No smoke for the bomb.
ENCE have enough time to get tucked in, and now they're just set up to play around the bomb.
Yeah, I mean, if ENCE make a mistake, they can probably win this round, but I mean, it's really difficult. You have to clear everything on the side, and you have no smoke.
What great post plants as well. Even late red for Madden. Nuts will swing, but the time has already expired. Tabsum finds a big 3K, but how big can it really be with a lost round? Bomb could still be a threat, but Mantu seems to be getting out.
The bomb is always a threat on
It's always a threat on this map, isn't it?
I'm glad you feel that way too, man, because sometimes I'll be playing, you're like bottom mid, 10 HP, bombs down, like deep on A, you just die straight up. Sometimes I'm going up heaven, I get to cave, still die to the bomb. I'm like, what?
Does anyone know the numbers for when you don't have armor? Like, I feel like the bomb probably does like more than double damage, dude. Like, I don't know what the exact difference is, but I've seen like armorless players die hundreds of miles away on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that you should definitely relook for CS2, but I saw that the bomb radius is even worse in CS2, so I think Ancient will be horrible to play. Ooh, he crossed the line. Ooh, he's in a really good position.
Oh,
that's
easy.
Oh, tried his hand at the second.
That's a really good play by Inerso.
Yeah, able to slip the net on that timing of the...
Will Diha walk out A?
Let's see.
Will he?
Do you think he will?
I think he will search a duel soon, but I think they will fake some B nades, or I'm guessing they will do something on somewhere else on the map, because I mean, it wouldn't make sense for him to just walk out, I think.
Yeah, he's not going first, and the bomb is coming to him, so ENCE trying to make some noise towards B. As the re-aggro comes in, that molly forces it. Good flash, though. Snappy gets caught. A 4-on-3, and that's a big molly over the top as well, just trying to cut off Cave. There's no one here. Back in spawn is Process, holding on for red. They've lost all mid information. Bigger giving ENCE a lot of room. Will this come back to bite them?
Yeah, I mean, I think they kind of have to, because the A player is so low, Process. That's a good kill by Crimbo. Now they should know it's A.
Not even a donut plant.
Sampass has 2 flashes. He can flash city maybe or donut. Okay, he's just gonna flash city. That's good.
Bomb's not for deep donut. If you play all the way in, you won't be able to stop defuse. So they've got to fight. They've got a multi-kill in the bomb site. 2v4. Sampass in the crucial position.
Molly and nade for Diha. Gonna try and slow down the CT walk. One player already threw the mollies, but Diha makes it back to main. Sampass tucked in. And Sampass is having a great game right now. That's important to bear in mind as he embarks on this clutch. He's gonna need 4. The nade rains down. And it will deal with him, putting a stop to that clutch attempt.
That's a good retake by Big.
You wonder if he'd win it if he just didn't swing, right? Sure, the nade's going to hit, but he took some body shots as well. Tucked in behind Big Box, might have bought a few more seconds there. Very tight 2v4, but Big, hey, they take whatever rounds they can get. They're first on this CT side so far. And a classic snappy Mac 10 comes through. Does he have a spawn?
I think he's spawned for cave, right? I mean, it's either like a beep, yeah, it's a beep up. It's gonna be beep up, B-rush or something along these lines.
With an ult behind it as well. Prepared for the
full B-rush.
Oi, oi, oi.
Right up ramp, straight in. Diha on the entry. Ooh. And this one ends up in a 2v2 in seconds. Bomb's trapped
the bomb
though.
It's a bit far away. Madden is taking some space here. He can smoke city.
Good plant. Double flank, good timing.
This is like a 50-50 again, honestly.
The sooner they figure out the CT is clear, the more chance ENCE are going to have in this round.
Ooh, they should know kind of is to...
Because of the flash, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's not really safe info. Ooh, Nerds picked up a molly as well. I can't really use it. Oh, he's reading them. My brother.
Okay, now that's 2 sets of util from ramp. Now they know 100%. Both these players coming up the ramp side and to ENCE position and deal with exactly that.
That's the annoying thing about ENCE actually T-sides, like especially on Nuke, they just play like 50-50 executes, and when they're like really sharp, they win them. And I mean, like you can just do anything against it. I feel like because it's like it goes down to such small details and duels that, I mean, if you're not gonna win them, you don't beat them. But like there's other teams that you can maneuver mid-round. These guys, they don't let you. They just go. They just rush B. They just rush like anything, basically.
Snappy was talking about it on Talking Counter last night as well, about how he just has no fear, you know, playing these harder roles, pulling on the Mac 10, going in first, knowing he's always going to get traded, having that faith in his teammates, and Diha does him right in that round. Another opener for Sampass, 23-7.
Nice playing, amazing.
He's just waiting at door, and Big comes swinging for the lane. Tabson. Oh, they're touching each other, but it's Diha to come through with a kill.
Tabson was so blind there, man. Like that's one of the ones where it even burns with like the observer version of the flashbang. I can't even imagine how white Tabson just was. And so yeah, a nice freebie for Diha over in mid. And now ENCE just chill out. I mean, they're not like feeling the pressure here in the 5-on-3, right? They're waiting to see what the reaction is from Big.
Yeah, but they also have like, they played mid-rounds really well. I think Snappy is a great caller, obviously, as everyone knows. And I mean, this guy they just walk areas together as a team, and they kind of have like groups that make sense that if, I don't know, let's say it was a B stack now, they could still go A. And if it's not a B stack, they just have B for free, basically. So like, they're very calculated in the mid-rounds, I would say. Diha. Ooh, what a shot.
German Deegs.
Snappy.
Make that money, baby.
Pick him.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the nice role of being like the entry, you know. I can say like when you get to the backlines or you get a good a gap or something, it feels them both like the best, you know. So yeah, that's what you get for being the IGL sometimes as well.
It's not always hard. It's not always bad. 14-8, and wow, this was competitive in the first half. Big with 70 rounds. They have gone silent on their CT side. And they've been active as well. We've seen attempts towards B lane, a couple of cave pushes, some with util as well. That Molly flash combo where they took back Jag. But ENCE, they've had the remedy. Couple of B pops in a row. And they're about to take away Big's map pick in this series, a qualifying match to the quarterfinals. Both teams already in the playoffs of EPL. There's some old school stickers.
Well, this has got to be the big round. This has got to be their kind of big defining moment, really. If they don't step up now, they're broke up against 15.
They faking it. Mac 10 going in first again in cave. The bombs outside of A with 2 taking main. Jump up is nice. Finally, Big find a way in. 2 kills quickly off Process. Man2 hits his. He saw something else as well. Orb bout.
Oh, they blocked him.
Yeah, just delivered that one for free. And it leaves it all on Nerds. 1v5.
Yeah, I mean, he should just try to deal as much damage as he can, but like Big should really focus on staying alive here as much as they can. And I think they played a really good round here, and they should keep it as clean as possible, probably.
But do you think Nerds wins this?
If he wins it, I mean, as much as I love him, there is no way. There is no way. I mean, he's just. I mean, he can even save. You can even argue that, but I think doing damage is a bit better than saving in this situation, probably.
It's not going to change their buy next round. So may as well go for some kills. But into the AWP, not the easiest. However, Man2 is committed.
I think he's going to hold for a little bit, maybe. He's going to peek now.
30 seconds.
Time is everything for Nerds.
Oh, man.
Man2's good.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's been really good since he came back to play in Big now. I think he's been playing really well.
Yeah, I mean, he's topping the charts right now for the Big squad, up 15 and 13. Still, it doesn't quite compare to some Pius on the other side at 23 and 8. Who's been lights out. Him and Nerds responsible for a lot of the opening kills that ENCE have had in this game. Some Pius yet to lose his attempt in opening fights.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. Also, like Sin, I mean, obviously he's not having the greatest games, which happens, but I mean, he has died 22 rounds out of 23 now played, which is, I mean, even for my standards as an aggressive rifle is I think that's very extreme. So, I mean, I didn't really see the first half, like, too much until I came, so I'm not sure really what happened, but yeah, it seems that he was a big part of, like, the duels that went wrong, maybe, I guess.
Question remains, is there any hope left for Big in their map pick?
They need this round. If they win this round, they have a really good chance of coming back, I think.
Yeah, ENCE's money would be bottom out, but that's when ENCE throw themselves back into middle.
That's the good timings of the flash that we talked about.
And man, like...
But he's so good, to be honest, this guy.
Dude, yeah, when you give Nerds a mid-spawn, he gets extra terrified, man. He will just hold W, spray wall blind.
Why did Israeli CS get so good to me in such a short period, right? Because it felt like we had no Israeli players within the top 30 teams, and now we have like at least 5, and not just good players, but like star players on each roster.
Yeah, I mean,
what happened?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I think like it came down to just slowly, one by one, like leaving the scene, kind of like the Israeli scene, and focusing more on European CS. I think that we always said it, and like I don't know how to say it in English, but it's in Hebrew you would say chutzpah. It's basically where players are very aggressive and they don't really care about dying. They don't care about what will people say, all stuff like this. So, I mean, obviously, in terms of the team, like, I would hope that we're good teammates that will listen to the IGL, of course, right? We're not like arrogant or something, but we're careless, basically. We don't care, and we just do whatever feels right.
It's about having that ego in the server, like knowing you're better and knowing you can get away with anything.
Yeah, I would say it's like that, because I think like all the Israeli players are extremely confident in duels they take. That's a really good nade.
Oh, that's another really good nade to follow that up.
Winner ball, but the AWP, some Pius, he doesn't let these ones slip.
Yeah, he's got to keep a watchful eye. I guess they put him up on the boost. Can see 2 down towards ramp. And so there's some Pius's AWP firing off for 1. One more man out along. Madden's seen him getting crossed onto up close, but Madden flicks back. And Crimbo, as good as he's been in clutches, not today, not versus some Pius in this form. He'll take a 15th round for ENCE. Doing it with the AWP, 25 and 8, topping the charts. Nertsin just behind him. And ENCE are going for the throat. They want to put this map to bed here and now. Double AWP for Big. Desperate times calling for desperate measures.
Big are going for a mid shutdown again, it looks like.
Oh, wow. Into the cave.
They keep getting there full blind and still getting the entry kills. Nerds one more. Oh, the pre-fire.
Just unreasonable,
Just get him out of here. Let's go to Anubis.
Oh, just so unfair. It doesn't feel like he's playing the same game as everyone else, man. And look at him. He's just holding W the whole time.
He's a beast, man. He's incredible.
Knife?
He could.
Would
he
you?
could.
The last one. I wouldn't knife, but
I don't think he will either, but
I think he should.
Come on. Go on. Let him. Let him.
Oh!
No! Crimbo turns
That's why you don't
around.
knife.
Yeah,
That's why you don't
true.
knife.
That is true. Why the 180? Why the Spidey senses? Crimbo clutching up, though. This ain't no Nitro RV.
If Crimbo wins this now, is that it? And it's just done. Tilted off the face of the earth. Ooh, oh, we don't need to relive it. We don't need to
Sorry.
He said sorry. He said sorry to the coach.
Man.
Apologetic.
Yeah, he said sorry to the coach. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
It's good manners.
Well, let's hope they don't get punished. They won't. Madden runs it down, and so the knife is quickly forgotten about. ENCE pick up the dub to open up this series 1-0 to kickstart their day.
Sides, Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
We have arrived at the end of the first map. That is Ancient, done and dusted. We look at a 16-9 scoreline. Not alone. Not going to look at these things alone. It's going to be Dinko and Henry G with me here on the sofa. Boys, yeah, kind of like work as usual for ENCE, right?
Especially on Ancient as well. That was the pick of big, a dangerous pick to go. I feel like ENCE are just proving themselves to be the absolute masters on this map. Sumpires and Nerds, that tag team combo, time and time again, towards the T side on middle. They're very difficult to shut down, and this wasn't quite the same locomotive we've seen from big. They seem to have run out of steam somewhat going into this.
I just don't think they have a firepower to match up against the amount of players the ENCE have that can step up, right? Sumpires is just having one of those games where he takes over the map on Ancient. He does have those every now and then to that level.
I think more often than not, I would say at this point. It's not even every now and then. It feels like every time I commentate this guy watches games.
Nerds taking over. This time Sumpires is turning at the top.
But then you got D-Hauer as well.
Yeah,
and Madden, though. There's so much firepower on this squad. Like, Big have done very well this tournament. They've already got the playoffs, right? But I don't know. This might be a stretch too far to think they're going to beat ENCE in this sort of fashion.
Yeah, and it's very important to note, right? This isn't an elimination game. This is not an elimination game.
Sure.
This is a seeding game for the playoffs. So both these teams have found that footing and success here in Malta so far.
Absolutely, which is a great thing. I don't think anyone anticipated this sort of outcome, like especially Heroic getting knocked out early on.
Oh, yeah.
I know we want to see a lot more out of Big. Everyone's very excited about Crimbo especially. But yeah, they didn't get smashed. They didn't get blown out of the water. It was a competitive game, but ENCE, the heavy favorites going into it and looking like they were going to take this series 2-0 as well, because that was the pick of Big.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up. Dinko, is it ENCE? Is it easy for ENCE here on Anubis?
I think so. They're the best team in the world on this map, so I feel like it is a very comfortable veto for them. So yeah, it's pretty easy for us. They did just obviously lose their streak, but I think they'll bounce right back, especially with Sumpires and Nerds in this form. And you know, Big have already made their goal of the playoffs, right? That was their goal coming into this, was to make the playoffs. They didn't think they were going to do it in the fashion they did, but for ENCE, the goal should be, of course, winning the placement game, getting into the quarterfinals straight away. So I think they're going to do it in 2.
Yeah, the tournament really starts with them in week 5, I would say, for ENCE. We're expecting them to get to the playoffs, whatever happens. So they've done that. Let's see if they can get to the quarters.
Yeah, let's see if they can do it. ENCE in a driving seat right now in this series, but I think we drive our attention to the other playoff matches.
The real game of the day.
The real game of the day. Everyone's been talking about it. The fives of people I heard talking about it earlier, like they're all ready to get this one underway. Here's the tail of the tape in our 1v1 duel tournament. That is right. Recommended both Sponge and YNK this far into the bracket. So let's hear from the YNK side.
Coming in, weighing, I don't know, but he's age 31. He's got the youth advantage coming in. It's hailing from Serbia, the Serbian sinister Janko. He's going to be coming in as the resident psycho, and his fan club name is the Yank Kings. Okay, that's pretty good. He's going to be going up against Chad. So I feel like, you know, he's talked a lot of shit. I feel like he has to back it up now.
And in the other corner, fighting from Perth, Australia, the Thunder from down under, it's Chad Sponge Birchall! How do you like that?
That was exactly what I wanted. I thought Dinko was going to take us there.
Full send. I might just blow my voice out, but that was all.
Dinko, let me hear one from you. Fighting! Fighting! Yeah, that's pretty good. That's not a bad Bruce Buffer. Anyway, we're into that action, I hope. You guys ready to play?
To go live? Are you ready
yeah, let's go.
I'm going to come over if that's okay.
We've got our adjudicator. He's on the way.
I'm going to take
absorb the atmosphere live.
Are you ready?
You'll still hear me without the in-ears. Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about them, not you. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay,
Dinko, you go support Janko. I'll go Chad on this side. And gentlemen, you know the rules, first to 13. No rap business on this one. We want to see a nice, clean fight. Can I get the thumbs up from both parties that we're good to go? Janko? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, the hottest game of the day about to go down. Chad versus YNK. Let's get into it, Dinko.
Yeah, well, the wristwatch has come off. It's all about getting the headshots here, and it's a good start. Janko feeling the spray of the CS2 betraying him already, but a reply as he's recalibrated and got the first headshot back.
Here we go. It's going to be Counter-Strike 2, of course. No one giving away too much spacing here, but it will be
it's
Janko.
crispy.
Yeah, 2-1.
Mac did give Chad a bit of a hard time at times in that last battle, and while Janko's coming out looking clean, no shaking of the hands here. He's clean. He's clean with it.
All right, he is getting himself into a spot of bother here, Chad. 4-1 down, but still plenty of CS left to be played here, and he's responding. Nice clean headshot there. Janko with 3 in a row. Finally breaks the streak here, but he's back on his feet.
Yep. Great crosshair placement. He has logged in to get his knife, his skins. That was a buff that Harry had earlier on today. Bad Churchill fighting back.
That's the thing about aim up, Dinko. Blinking, you miss it.
Nice shot.
You feel like you just started and then a couple of frags go against you. All of a sudden, there's double digits. It's really difficult.
I would like to note, Henry, both of the competitors here have brought their own mice to the table. And so
I don't want to open that can of worms, Dinko. You know we can't close it.
Harry did take the victory earlier, and Chad, he's looking to fight back here. We're actually going to be tying things up. This one
Yeah, what a comeback coming in here, actually. Yanko with a slight edge, but it is going to be as close as you can get it.
Inseparable
down the middle.
I think they say.
Yeah, that is a fantastic resurgence from the Australian here. Yanko looking to break serve, and if we get into the second half here, and he's done that, Dinko, a nice clinical headshot there.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, Henry Jeans. And now we're heading into this one. It's another headshot from Yankolov.
This has got overtime written all over it. Not if Yanko's got anything to do with it, though.
Wow, it looks like he's going to stretch away. Yanko looking clean with it. He just has the better spawns over and over again. It feels like here, chat peeking into death every single time. Yes, 11-6.
And the mouse.
Come on, Chad. Washing machine now.
Get back on your feet.
I'm in the washing machine.
You never choke. You never choke. You bring it right back.
I think I've choked a lot.
No surrender, Chad. Come on.
Yanko only needs 2 more. He's unfazed by everything. It is going to be a lovely headshot.
There's still 4
One more
rounds
for Yanko.
You can get to overtime. We've seen it
he's gone for the T-goal. He's gone for the golden gun. If he does it like this.
This is the Harry Russell classic.
The D-King pulls out
there
the AK, but it's coming back.
We've split it down the right in the middle. Let's go. Whoa,
one more
do it.
for OT.
For overtime. He never chokes.
One more for overtime here. Or will Yanko close it?
The mental game is everything in Counter-Strike. Confidence is key. And Chad is thriving as he does post 4 rounds in a row. Now we're going to overtime. Now it's 1st to 16.
Yes, indeed, Henry. That is correct.
We reverted the rule set. We're going old school.
No instant kills. It's all about the 16th number. Back to our roots again here. It is Chad with the first headshot coming in. But Yanko trades back. This is going to be blow for blow the whole way. What happens if we go 15-15, Henry?
We'll have to go 1st to 19 at that point. We'll go to the old school rule set. For now, though, it's going to be
that was clean.
Down to 1 frag. Yanko takes the lead. Back and forth we go. And there's some sort of halftime here. Not really sure what's happening at this point, but we'll just say 1st to 16 still.
One more for Yanko yet again.
Has been found.
He's been here before, though. He's been facing victory. Unable to close it, and it might come down to that again.
One more.
Uh-oh. Hope the config set for this.
But Yanko will close it and move through to the grand final.
Great battle.
Another overtime affair in the semi-finals.
Congratulations.
He fell the number 2 seed.
Well, that's the end of that.
Harry Yanko.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I'm going to take over proceedings now, Chad.
Yeah, no problem. I got this. I don't know. Like, the whole show just abruptly ended, I guess. Nonetheless, yeah, we are ready to jump back into the game, but not before a quick break. We're looking at ENCE and Big, and if ENCE can close it out in 2. So don't go anywhere. You're watching Pro League in its 18th season. Great job, guys. Good.
2 angles, and Twist will remain supreme.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready? Makes it look too clean.
Well, well, well. We've had a change in the booth. Big will need a change on the server. Yeah, it's musical chairs today, which is something we encourage at Pro League, and you have to get used to it. So EPL Classic, Henry G and Sponge, two color commentators.
An iconic casting duo.
Yeah, well, we did a whole season. What, season 16 back at the Salini?
That's true. We even did a fun event back in the day, joining the Republic, I believe it was, but that could be for another time. We might give a full send, as Henry just did for my introduction. A bit disappointed with my 16-14 loss to Yanko there. A close game, you know, but I think you, me, we're in the running for honourable mentions from the 1v1
Oh, absolutely. I had Harry in overtime as well.
Oh, we lost to the 2 grand finalists. You know, what can you say about it?
It's a map, best of one. What more can you do? It comes down to a single frag sometimes, and that can be the case on the big games as well. We are going to see Anubis up next. Now, Chad, ENCE considered to be one of the best on this map right now. Big didn't really get going the same fashion we've seen in the previous tournaments, and I feel like the 2-0s on the cards here. What do you think?
Yeah, it could be possible, right? With Big, there has been a bit of hype considering the results that they've been able to garner thus far, but coming up against what is the blue wall of ENCE, I think that they're going to have a tough task ahead of them here. We're out the gates, Big on the T side. 3 players quickly trundling up the canals here into Nertz. Is he aware that 2 players are close? It seems with his little pivot he is. Util flying in, pressure now, Nertz dead, Process with the opener.
Well then, towards that B bomb site we go. Snappy, known as the caveman, defending towards Dark, and he's going to find one, but it might not be enough here. Big continuing their assault in towards the site. Not a decent smoke and the flash to be deployed, but it looks like they've done enough here. Big will get at least the bomb plant down.
And joining us, another late substitution coming off the bench. It's Big Rich.
Yo, yo, yo. What's up, guys? How's it going so far?
Oh, well, so far, so good for Big. One to find. Crimbo's going to get it, and there it is. A great start. God B likes the look of that. And we have the Holy Trinity map pool on our hands today, Alex. It was Ancient first, Anubis now, and Vertigo if we do need it. Now, I think the question that Henry and I were just having a discussion about is whether or not we'll need it. It does feel like after ENCE ran away from them in that second half of Ancient, you're seeing the difference in pedigree between these two teams, which is fair enough. It's fair enough. It's a new big roster, one that we're liking, but one that is probably not going to be liking their opponent today too much.
Well, a pistol's a good start, isn't it? It's going to get the juices flowing. Some nades deployed early, and a clear intention off of the rip here, Chatty B. 4 towards the A side of the map quite quickly.
Yeah, and with limited util, they've already used a couple of smokes here to cotton off towards Dark and middle, so this will be direct in towards A. Diha and Madden to defend. They have util of their own to block, but it might come quicker than they're expecting.
Yeah, he's already been spotted out on that pixel, so Diha's in trouble, calling for backup. The flash isn't bad. Actually, I tell a lie. It is. He eats it. Process prevails. Coming on in now towards this commitment. They're not in a hurry. Bomb's going down, safe fishtail. Process not clear in his corners, nearly punished for it. Madden good damage, but it seems the round has been locked on in. ENCE likely looking for a second bite of the cherry with the 3 remaining rifles.
Yeah.
Rifles?
Yeah.
Weapons.
Yeah, like small rifles.
Small as in like not a rifle at all.
They are shooty, bang, bang though.
I guess a scout's this sort of rifle, right? It's a sniper rifle.
True. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Henry.
It's no problem whatsoever, really. Tabson looking to remove said rifles, and we'll get a bit more than he bargained for. Taking damage en route. Snappy will drop him here. Should be traded out by Mantu, and their campaign to save anything is not looking good whatsoever. Sampires hits the deck as well. Just poor old Nertz now.
What can we rhyme with rifle? Rifle, trifle?
Trifle, rifle.
Stifle.
Stifle. If it's a Henry.
Yeah, that's a good one. And what else is there?
An Eiffel.
Eiffel. You're killing it today.
We've all copped an Eiffel before.
Oh, an Eiffel. Ooh, not bad.
An Eiffel.
An Eiffel. The thing is you don't want to just go through the alphabet. Madden, it's round
Come on,
2,
bruh.
my G.
He just won round number
He wears his heart on his sleeve,
116-9.
though, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Like, he always shows the emotion, for better or for worse.
Should we call him Mad Lad when he's in this type of form?
Yeah.
Madden when he's chill, and Mad Lad when he's losing his cool.
Seeing red.
So, we have got the Nertz 5-7 still with the helmets, but not much more to speak of. A few upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, and it's Tabson playing a map towards the B main. Trying to crack things open here. He's got a few players to deal with. It's actually a bit of a stack towards B. A wide open A bomb site, and Big have made the perfect call. It's Tabson who's just confirming that he thinks B is under threat. His teammates will confirm the round victory as they plant the bomb here. No problem whatsoever.
While we have this bogey round, the economical on our hands here, I just wanted to show the two of you. You're both well aware of the confectionery product known as Nerds, right? As opposed to Nertz, the player we have in the server.
Yes.
What if we can try and facilitate some form of a crossover where Nertz gets his own line of nerds? So instead of there being these little jibbly wibblies here on the screen, it's Nertz's face
3 times.
And he can pick the color of his nerds that he'd like to have out
Nerds
there.
is nerds. It does have some...
What kind of flavor would they be, though? Would it be like a fruity flavor? Would it be something real sour?
It'd have to pack a punch, right?
Oh, yeah,
maybe
fruit
it could
punch.
be a fruit punch.
Yeah.
Hey, now we are really workshopping this, guys.
Nerds, fruit punch.
Yeah. It'd be cool if it was like, yeah, I don't know. It rhymed as well.
Yeah,
like
some
nerds,
alliteration in there probably needed.
Yeah.
It's nothing. I'm
But,
trying.
yeah,
I'm
I mean,
trying.
no, but I appreciate we are...
in the bottom of the barrel right now.
Yeah.
Well, that's our specialty. Show us a barrel, watch us scrape it. 3-0 though, ENCE. Not the best start, but it is considered a T-sided affair. They've lost a pistol, and we've got a Sam Pius AWP. Now, he is incredibly sharp throughout this tournament, especially in the first map as well. He absolutely dominated big.
Dark pick, looks like it.
Go on.
Smoked off. Denied. Oh, not smoked off. It was a mid-smoke, a CT mid-smoke. All right, well, that's exactly what the Pius needs to do.
Yeah.
Look, while I was watching him in the last map, he was all over the shop. He was everywhere he needed to be and
That's
more,
his thing,
so
though,
he was
right?
having a great game.
He calls at the start of each round where he wants to go. Snapping, he normally agrees, and off he goes, gets the job done.
And he's already finding himself, a bit of a whiff there. 2 CT smokes thrown out on A. But some Pius, he's holding B main now, so that floating AWP. After finding the pick onto Process.
Is there a flash here, or is it just on the fade?
Looks like it's fade. No one else got that flashbang pull. They say that as well. The Molotov comes in first. They are vying for control of Dark. And still with 60 seconds left, there's no hurry here for Big, but at the disadvantage, they are expecting a
very noisy too.
Positioning of those CTs. That nade, that really hurts. It's going to get worse for him. Just like that, Pius returns. Same spot, second frag. There could be more from the Spaniard here. Just at the nick of time, Sin's looking at the floorboards as Pius gets his third.
It certainly sets the tone for the remainder of the gun rounds, doesn't it? Nerds oversteps the mark, pushes out of Dark. Grimbo finding something in return, and Tabson's got some space as well. He'll have to find a lot more if he's going to stand a chance in a 3 versus 1. The bomb is down, 20 seconds remain, and he has no utility to speak of here, so we'll have to use brute force to try and do anything with this. The time ticks away. No one's giving him an opportunity. There's one, but still, nothing can really be done here. The bomb, no way of retrieving it, and he's down to 25 points of health.
Do they swing him after time? 8-7. It's going to continue to trickle. Don't worry about the swing. Snappy's going to have the clear, and there you have it. The first CT-sided round for ENCE will be notched on the board, and that's all Sam Pius. I imagine, as you mentioned there, Henry, that's an AWPer's call. It used to be the best thing back in the day when your AWPer knew what they wanted to do. You could call the round around them, and as an in-game leader, it means you don't have to tell people necessarily what you need. You can just go there, okay, I'm holding a flash for him in case he gets blind. I can flash him out of trouble, or I can reposition.
You want your superstar to have an ego in that respect. You want him to know where he wants to go. You want to be told, not you don't want to have to ask him. Back in the day, famously, Skadoodle didn't have that sort of assertion
until they won the major.
Exactly right. So you need a bit of ego to be a world-class AWPer, in my opinion, and you'll have to see it. We'll see where he tries to open things up once again. This time positioned in towards middle. So yeah, it's changing things up every single round. Looking for that boost right now. It's Monte. Much more passive in his approach. Plays by the book. And he's waiting for any sort of aggression here. It's Madden.
Wow.
Great shot with the AK.
But you see the confidence of the aim there. So Sam Pius covering off the boost, which is a common counter to the deep CT mid-smoke. They just stand stoic. They're not being harassed. They're not being mollied. There's nothing, right? There's no resistance from Big. They're not showing their hand, and they're not looking for damage. But Madden is a second. There's this confidence on the CT side. We saw similar scenes on Ancient.
They're just getting aimed on, aren't they? Willing to take the Jules Arends back at themselves. Boost late. This is nice. If they could just spot Tabson crossing. Wasn't quite good the first time. The second does connect. Tabson's down. Process into the site with Mantu's help. Solid double up from Process. Bomb was loose on Tabson's corpse. A missed shot from Mantu. Info flows. Diha pushed out of A main. Madden, though, he's the next on the chopping block as Mantu and Process are turning this round on its head.
Yeah, who would have thought? It looked like a done deal, but Big with a resurgence here, round number 5. Just poor old Diha left in the 2 versus 1, pretty far removed from the equation as well. He's got a Molotov and a flash diffuse kit as well, just considering his options here as he creeps in towards the connector.
What a miserable position, Henry. If he makes any steps, they know exactly where he is.
Right.
Both of them can turn the attention. It's one of the positions he found himself where it's a long rotation, so he is having a look, and the timing, it's worked out for him perfectly.
Yeah. Mantu's dead, but is there really time to get his bum on the bomb?
He Molotov's main, he wins.
Oh,
it's just, unfortunately, he doesn't make the right read. And what can you expect? His Process picking up a hat-trick there. Some amazing shots in towards that B bomb site.
We just lost 2 times.
Oh, go on, Tabson. Tell him.
Yeah, give us the source, Dabson.
We just lost 2 times on what?
Yeah, that's right.
It could be the initial exchanges, right? It could be the initial exchanges that they're talking about, right? So over towards B was where they had issues with Senpai's AWP. This was Process. To be fair, they lost the trades into the site. It was Process who bailed them out with the double, which were, mad lad, what's going on?
Brother.
Someone, yeah, he is losing his cool.
Brother man.
It's not a full invest. There is a Hero M4 in the hands of Madden here. They are trying to... Yeah, that was going to continue keeping the mounting, isn't it?
It's fine.
Just take a deep breath.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, we've talked about it with Gob the other day. Like, it seems like it's very in vogue right now to have the Hero M4, and even on the CT side, it can be very powerful. But for now, it's Sin. Finding an opening frag, Madden. Can he do anything with the M4? Apparently not. Mowed down by that MAC-10 through the smoke. They'll recover the rifle, but they are losing players left and right. 2 remain, and Nerds picked up the rifle, but yeah, the speculative shots, not really much you can do over here. Big are off to a fantastic start on the T side of Anubis. They'll surely be planting soon, but they're trying to make sure they can remove absolutely everything. No rush here to plant.
So what do we got? 2,900 coming into the next round of play here. Can start doing a little bit of maths to see what the purchase will look like. Senpais will definitely have an AWP. Currently has over 3K to his name, so that should be no dramas whatsoever.
Yeah, but a 5th. When do I start ringing the alarm bell? It's not yet, is it, Chad?
No, I still think it's too early.
Half of the course.
Yeah, have a couple more gun rounds go against ENCE, and then you can really start to worry about them and their CT side. It is curious, right? So Madden has the Hero M4 in that round. Snappy's hoping to hold it. But when I was getting to talk to Snappy last night, he said, you know, they remove a lot of the issues when the in-game leader, right, if he tells somebody to go for a Hero M4 in this moment, they know that Snappy's going to give them the M4 in the next round, not off the save, off of his own bank balance. So even if this rifle isn't saved, you're likely to see right here, Snappy drop the M4 for Madden and Snappy get an MP9 or something lighter in the mix. And that way, the players, they're not so worried about giving over those type of rifles. It means, hey, they'll likely take that chance. So let's see if it follows through with Snappy's rule of thumb.
Yeah, that's quite a good insight, actually. Very selfless and Snappy, but it all adds up, makes sense.
He currently still has the M4.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
So maybe he lied to me last
not be coming through it.
Snappy's law. I mean, I saw that podcast was long. You did a 3-hour chat with him.
Yeah, we were getting to the end, and Snappy was like, hey, I have to go home and do my well, not prep. He'd already prepped, but in terms of his routines to keep in shape for the matches. And I was like, yeah, no, that's fair enough. We weren't holding it as long as he wanted to be there.
Yeah,
so.
I saw him tweeting, like, he said like, something along the lines of, I was on the clock, you know, like he still had work to do when he got home.
Yeah. Well, he
Respect
came after practice. He practiced all day, then came and sat there with Yanko and I where we watched the Heroic series last night for 3 hours, and we just
shot the shit, as it were.
Talk shop.
Lovely, lovely stuff.
Talk
Let's get
and
into
counter.
Talk, you could say. You certainly could. As we get that Senpais AWP, but 5 rifles for Big, as ENCE are looking to try and find them post their second. All the guns are blazing here.
They're going to push dark.
They are. Sin's already across.
Oh, and they backed off. So an opening gambit. Tested the water, but look at Tabson's position over towards Pool.
Yeah, he loves the goes with those aim map duels. No one offering anything up though. Lots of damage inflicted towards D-Hab.
Diligent flash.
And we are going to see the pressure continue this side of the map. Bear in mind the bombs this side as well.
But there's problems for ENCE right now because they used all that util to go for the opener. Now they only have 2 incendiaries left. They kind of have to re-aggress and look for a fight at some point.
They are. Snappy's pushing up on the canals. This is Process fight. He's got Nerds as well jiggling. This is a really difficult fight for Process to take. Didn't fall clear. Baited now. Seen the leg of Nerds. Snappy might be a forward of that flashbang. And oh, that's nice work from Process. Confirms it. Has a teammate with him. And Mantu's got the bomb, but he has a good spray as well. Gets away by a hair. And still, Big Clan, they found themselves the opening.
So the CT's already been quite active here, and now in a man disadvantage. Senpais looking to pick up the pieces, pushing in towards A main with the AWP. Bear in mind, D has low as well. Nerds might want to be flashed in here as he probes towards B main. A duel coming up. Not giving it straight away, and Tabson peaks at the right time. Gives him the 5-on-3, 30 seconds here. And yeah, you're right, Chad. I don't think there's anything to do there. Out of position, one player towards Temple with the MP9.
That's made things awkward.
Yeah, it should be fine. Look at that nice smoke there towards Temple, as Process should be able to find Madden if he did swing out on the plant. It's the only way it can really go wrong if he somehow gets a double kill. It's not the best smoke, actually. Will lead to a frag, but still a 4 versus 3. They've got no chance of retaking. 2 mores on towards that A bomb side. That's going to be Diha and Senpais.
But if they stay alive with at least 2 players, well, hopefully 3, they can drop some M4s. Gob happy with that, as we can see.
I was making sure Mantu was actually dead before you're shaking hands there.
Yeah.
Preemptive, but yeah, Mantu is dead. It's fine.
Yeah, you don't want to have another one of those heaven strafes. Was it rain? Gets
with the fist bump, right? And
the end of the round, like he was still like running to do the strafe down into the lower side.
And he like giving him a little bump.
And he's like pushed him, and he just ended up cratering, and it must win. Hilarious, but hasn't happened again. I think that's one of those only happens
It's
once.
always hard as well at the end of the round when your teammates are so fired up and they want to give you the fist bump because it's part of that like process and everything you do, but you're the guy running, trying to scamper to get the AWP, picking up all the nades and stuff. Yeah, boys, I'm happy. I'm really happy.
1 minute.
Hold up, let me get all the goodies. Okay, so now Snappy will take an MP9.
Okay.
So there you go, worked out just a couple of rounds later, but it was really important. So this is the patch of rounds where we can start to get worried for ENCE because they're taking their first tactical timeout. They're going to have a conversation. The loss bonus is now in their favor heavily. It has been throughout this half, but it's maxed out. So the CTs with a few saves can always keep having rifles come through. Our issues when we look is just the sheer lack of frags, right? The rounds haven't necessarily been close. There was the moment where Process broke through with the double trade or the double kill onto that B site, which I think has set the tone in this patch of rounds that we're looking at. This is where ENCE can, now with what should resemble pretty much a full buy, go back to regular programming of their approach to this game. And we should see them go to something a bit more default. Doesn't have to be as desperate. They're not just worried about, you having an opening gambit and hoping that util they use is perfect. This can be a bit more of a standard round. But remember, the only round they won was Sampaius going bonkers with the AWP.
Yeah. I'm still feeling good for ENCE. I still think they can actually come back and find maybe 7 rounds. And we'll see where round number 8 will take us. For now, Sampaius heading towards B, as Chad mentioned. Snappy on the MP9, but that's not a problem if you ask me. Can be a very versatile weapon in the right hands. Mantu waiting for the aggression towards Dark. They're going to start encroaching on said position. Process leading as he makes his way through Canal. So bomb is down for now, so don't expect anything too quick. But the CT's on the front foot towards B main here. So we're going to see Sampaius joined by Snappy. So here's the opportunity to explore his options, try and hunt for information as Big jostle for control towards Dark, trying to get Process inside if possible.
It's just like banana control, isn't it?
It really is. Exactly
just a tiny banana. What are those little bananas called?
A microcosm of banana. Not a plantain.
No, but yeah, there is those little baby bananas.
Yes,
What are they called? Probably not baby bananas.
There are ladyfinger bananas.
Now we're talking.
You can get baby sweet corn.
Chad,
right?
get on the banana research.
I should know about bananas from back in my day. Let me have a look.
We had the pickle segment yesterday or the day before. So now the bananas, perhaps? Okay. Micro bananas?
Well, I mean, 45 seconds at this point could get themselves into a pickle.
And he's not talking about Charlie.
He's not talking about Charlie. It's Crimbo. Puts Diha in an early grave. 35. That's a nasty one to concede as an A anchor. Fortunately,
Madden accelerate now. They have to.
Has channeled him into Sampaius. Good work on the AWP. Doesn't need to repeat, but he might. Does fire off another shot. Sin. He's doing good moves. He's got Nertz as well to rely upon. Sampaius down. Nertz looking the wrong way. Mantu's been run over. And if Tabson can isolate the duel, he's making this clutch happen. He doesn't have time to go away. He doesn't have time to go away. He has to plant on B. Molly makes it very clear. Tabson could be walked on here. Madden should have the element of surprise. Tabson, got to be alert. Got to be aware of the potential for a close quarters engagement. Madden catches him. And that's a big delivery of a must-win round. ENCE get their second right down to a one-on-one.
Good Lord. It wasn't as comfortable as they might like, but Madden with the perfect timing there as he pushes up on a planting Tabson. It comes down to the minutiae there. A couple of seconds later, he gets spotted. Tabson wins the round, as Chad mentioned, in 15 points of health. And it was a very, very difficult round for them to get over the line. Only one player surviving as well. Big have tons of money going forward, and that's the final frag. Just hoping Tabson wouldn't be looking in his direction. And it will be only the second round they've picked up so far.
So we talked about now this patch of rounds and where ENCE need to come alive. It has to be consecutive because it needs to deal with this, well, yet again, buy of Big. Once they deal with this, now they're back in control of the game. They're in control of the finances, and the score can go from being 6-1 to 6-4 or 5 if ENCE play their cards right.
This is feeling like a B exec, no? They drop some nades back towards Crimbo. They've got someone working dark. And a lot of action here towards the Sampaius AWP. Is he really going to find impact again? The answer's yes. Tabson walking out with his knife out. Swing from Sin gets nothing done. And ENCE repel the invaders. Nertz go out. Maybe Process can forge a path back in. He certainly nearly has found Sampaius. And Mantu's the one to put him down.
They can play the mid round now. That's great. You're happy with that exchange. There's no rush. You don't have to commit towards this side. Nobody's full committed. If Crimbo oversteps the mark, he's going to get the volley off. It gives away the kill. overstepping the mark as Process continues forward, and now it's just poor Mantu.
Oh, yeah, everything you were saying, Chad, you know, you had me believing it.
Yeah, it just came down to that moment, deciding to pull the Monte, throw it in towards Glizzy, and unfortunately ENCE will find perfect timing once again. Snappy with 3 massive frags there. Solid B-hold, and we're seeing the big economy starting to rot here.
Yeah, the game changes now, right? Because Big can only take a partial here. They could justify, what, Galil's on the likes of Crimbo.
It's not worth it.
No, it isn't.
How many players survived? It was 3. If you got it down to a 1-on-1, maybe. I think just a little partial buy. Get the Deagles out.
This is where some teams would probably do the AK drop, right, that we've been talking about a lot in the meta to try and keep the cash low. And then next round, maybe they have to operate with a Tech 9 or a Mac 10. But this is where Big maybe being a bit more conservative in their financial approach. This is why we see just some Deagles, a very light smattering of investment. So if they don't get a lot of damage done, ENCE get to start building that CT bank, and then you've got some real issues as Nerds. Well, he's going for a slide down the lazy river.
I don't mind it at all.
The lazy river. You ever done one of those?
I have. I actually really enjoy it. I think there's one in Malta as well. It's like
there is a water park.
There is a water park.
That's 3 kills in the blink of an eye.
Yes.
A's completely open.
If Pius doesn't kill Sin, they are guaranteed a man advantage. Bomb. Not anymore, they're not. Tabson's lost the bomb.
Okay.
But look at the damage dealt to the 2 remaining CTs, right? This is still probably stringent on the next engagement. Who takes it?
Oh, the bloody bomb in the
And
doors.
they don't have armor either. These Ts, they're going to have to surely group up.
It's quite a nice idea, though. They've got a lot of time. Both going beach, and there's a free flag. Snappy didn't see it coming. Now it's down to Sun Pius, though. Positioned well. He actually might be able to bring this down to 1v1 sooner than you might expect.
Process not going to be ready for this. Doesn't get him. Oh, doesn't get him. Doesn't get him. Still, maybe with the last 9, he can find Sin as well. Ooh. Yes, he can. Sun Pius pulls the 4th home from ENCE despite Big Clan and some heroics with those sidearms.
Oh, you're not happy with that, though, if you're ENCE. You'll take the round victory. You'll be, okay, well, at least now it's only a 2-round differential, but that sucks, doesn't it? Now you're pretty strung out for cash, and you know, no,
well,
Big.
Chad, there's actually some good news here. Yeah, they're not going to be
doing the classic Big,
exactly,
Henry.
They're allowing them to build back into the game.
Ah, the classic Big.
That was the moment. This is the time to strike, and you could actually maybe uppercut them into a half victory. But at this point, they are going to enter with Tech 9s, like a little basic utility. Not to say it's impossible, but it's not a punishing round by any stretch.
Yeah, it's so
Man's going to get caught. Man is dead.
Dropped out of the window.
What's going on, ENCE?
Hyper aggression. Snappy's now been caught out. Still manages to tame 1.5. Easy shot for Sun Pius to collect, and leaping through the smoke to his demise is Tabson. They want Nerds, and he knows he's got to keep himself on a swivel. Does get caught out, turned around. Mantu and Sin have opened up the B site. And it's Sun Pius in the clutch.
Another 1v2.
They're going to make this work. Despite not investing, Big Clan have humbled ENCE here. Smoking a kit, but not ready for the swing. Mantu. He's definitely pumping today. Is that 12? Yeah, his 12th frag, top of the table, Mantu.
Well, that's about the best outcome you could ask for there. The half buy, on the moment you could break them as well. It's going to hurt in more ways than one. ENCE have got to call. Oh, it's actually Big calling the timeout.
Gob, finance thing. He's checking in with what the opponent have.
I imagine that as well, but also to have those 2 back-to-back rounds that were quite intense. Yeah. Just chill for a second, understand where you're at in the half.
Right.
But I don't want to call this a tilt buy by ENCE, but it's definitely a confident buy. Let's frame it that way. They immediately shoved all in as soon as we came back into freeze time. Sun Pius into the AWP, Madden straight in with a 5-7. And this is with next round they were going to have the 2,400 loss bonus. So if everybody had just left 2K in the bank balance, it would have been a full buy for ENCE next round. This is where the game can start to get out of hand.
Well, it's a very important round. It's big to call the tactical timeout after finding the previous round with the Tech 9s and the Galil.
Were these the bananas you were talking about, Henry, by the way?
That's
tiny little ones top
That's
left.
the lady fingers.
Oh, right, there it is. I'd love to try one day.
I don't know why they're called lady fingers. I never got to the etymology of the name.
Well, we'll get the team on it.
Smaller fingers.
SEO, you know what to do.
So this could be executed. Going to do a nade towards Dark at the very least there. And there's a player to receive. Nerds down to 27 points of health. As Chad mentioned, this is somewhat of a force buy. D still has $2,000. He'd have to drop going forward for Sun Pius. But speaking of which, he's got the AWP. The round is built around him to actually have some impact here. Try and find that first pick. For now, positioning towards the A. Takes over as the anchor. Looking towards main, and you can see Big just trying to bleed out the utility. Get rid of the smokes. Gob was a big fan of just making sure you bleed out all 5 before you make your first move.
And now they will. Mid-utility limits to his options. He's trapped now behind the double doors or retreat, and he's opted for the latter.
Smart. You never want to get isolated in limbo around that area.
And it's what, 2 AK swinging into you?
And now he's even been flushed even further back, so really good use of Yuto here from Big. Well, that makes you think it could be looking like a little bit of a split either way.
Yeah, with the drop-down opportunity from Window as well, they can take this wherever they want. It looks to be a B finish. Mantu's got the bomb.
30 seconds.
And there's a bit of a stack, though, towards B main. We've got Nerds and Madden watching towards Dark.
If he mollies now, that's 7 seconds. They can't... What?
Snappy. Down. Still got time if they can get through these two. Dancing around the Dark Pillar. Madden still got that lethal close range weapon. No way. 5-7 had connected into 2. A different round. But Big Clan looking to seal the deal with an 8. With Sun Pius' orb. Yeah, I mean, surely this is a high priority save. As I was about to try and finish my sentence. Never mind. No AWP for you.
Well, the remainder of this half for ENCE is now about recovery. And Henry, you mentioned before it is a T-sided map. I tend to agree with that. I think the CTs have started to investigate more options, right, and starting to feel more comfortable with the approach. Because in the beginning, the Ts are using the timings. They're looking at what util to deal with most of the common positions. And the CTs are coming out with counters to that. And we've seen a lot of those start to trickle in.
I think if ENCE just get 5 rounds here, they'll be absolutely fine. I think it's their T side where they really shine. So this isn't getting out of control by any sense. They still have the AWP going forward as well. In terms of loss bonus, should be getting to, what, 2,900 next round. Won't be the best fight, but Dihar saved that extra 4,200, bear in mind, to make sure they could bring out the AWP for their star player, Mr. Sun Pius. First kill comes through for Big. It's Crimbo to open the fragging here in round number 13, and he'll continue his assault here towards the A side, considered one of the hottest prospects in CSGO right now. And it's going to be a trade in return. Sun Pius doing well with a Deagle, even better from Dihar with that USP. That's all he'll find, but the round is confirmed now for Big, surely, as the bomb is planted.
I think it's interesting when you consider the type of pace that Big are approaching the game. It's very slow, as you mentioned before, like bleeding out all the smokes before making a move, which shows you it's just default heavy, which is probably the opposite of what ENCE want to play against. They'd like something a bit more flowy, a bit more tempo-paced, where their players can get in the thick of things, play around the smokes. Because we've seen when these rounds come in late and it's isolated in maybe 3v4 scenarios where Big are executing in, maybe they will lose the first kill, but they're trading out quite well with one of their individuals. Process's name has come at the tip of our tongue a couple of times, 14 for 7 now. So he's had good impact in some of those key gun rounds. And that's another point as well, right? Like the gun rounds, if you're getting a multi-kill in a gun round compared to getting a multi-kill in Nico, the impact you're having for your team is through the roof.
Right.
But ENCE have tried aggression with lighter util. They've also had a few gun rounds where it just haven't hit the mark. So I don't know what they're going to opt with here in the final 2 rounds, but this is a great showing from Big after map number 1 falling by the wayside. Very limp in the second half.
Yeah, wasn't really much to speak of from Big there. They've been very impressive in the tournament, taking down Heroic 2-0 as well, bear in mind. No one saw this coming, but finally showing some of that previous form here on the second map. And on their opponent's pick as well, but Big, they're going to have a chance to bring gold back in the proceedings. It's actually an ENCE tactical timeout here. As mentioned, some players will still have the AWP. Concessions to be made, though. They only have 1 kit, a couple of players without helmets, make it 3, and there's no MAC-10s in the mix, so they should be fine here, but this tactical timeout gives Big an opportunity to think, what are they going to bring to the table? They're going to be moving some Pius around. Where will we be looking for that aggressive pick?
You'd love to go fast, or at least I would, but
I think so.
They've gone so default heavy that I'd probably just expect another one of these rounds where they really take their time.
I'd like to see a very fast round from Big here.
Give him an uppercut.
Yeah.
Is that in with Big's wheelhouse, though?
I think they have executes, but in terms of going pedal to the metal with an AW, probably not, right? Actually, it is a 4-1 split.
I don't know. This actually could be the call we're looking for here. 4 players in towards A. They've done the default utility, smoke off dark and middle, remove vision from the CT so they can't actually probe these key choke points here. And it's not going to be the rush, but maybe the fast set piece.
Yeah, Madden's walking mid. He's looking for answers. Snappy does swallow that grenade. And Madden again with these drops. This time he's rewarded. Process can't believe it. There's a good trade back. Look at this from Nerds, though. Nearly catching Crimbo down to 20 HP. So a 4-on-4. A anchor to be tested is Dihar, forward position main.
No more block util, just a flash to his name.
Heaven smoked.
Yeah, this was the plan all along to try and get in toward that A side. The bomb's still there. They've got a slight luck towards middle from Tabson, who makes a bit of a meal of it, but gets a kill on Nerds, and they've got the man advantage here, looking for 10 rounds on the board on their T side.
Is that a T-smoke? Look at the radar.
It might be, you know.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Do they extinguish a molly?
Yeah, it could have been.
Can't get any more. That's the bomb down at least. I say that with bated breath. tabseN catches Sunpius on the push, just through the flame. Snappy, we saw him swallow the nade on Jail. It doesn't seem like he's going to have much freedom in this round either. Give it a go, give it a shake. Mantu's holding. And like that, a 10th in the bag. Gob's feeling it. Wants to see that third map. Opportunity to get yourself straight into the quarterfinals, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, you're bang on. You're bang on, and that's one of the conversations around this match. We can come in and go, okay, well, you're in the playoffs. It doesn't matter what happens here. You're still going to get an opportunity in a couple weeks' time. Or you could frame this as an early playoffs game.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I could get one step forward in the playoffs. That means you would only have to win a quarterfinal, semifinal, grand final. You save yourself one whole best of 3, one whole team you have to prep for. So it is an important game, but it is hard to get out of bed in the morning knowing that you're already through, like the job is already done. So it's going to come down to the support stuff around these teams to assist them in getting in the right mind frame.
Wow. Final round of this first half, second map. Big with an enormous lead. As we see a very weak, underwhelming buy here for ENCE. First duel come in, D-Hap.
Oh,
Quiet
wow.
this second map, but that's an excellent spray down towards A main. Will they commit? The bomb is there. I don't think they can justify going any further. tabseN certainly can, though, trying to pick up the pieces, if possible. 3 versus 2 now as the in-game leader starting to shine.
Wow, that is a captain's performance out of tabseN. Just completely flips the round on its head. Only Sunpius capable of voicing concerns on the A side. He's got the angle for the A-con. Nert's looking to join him slowly, flanking onto tabseN. Process, this is audible. Sunpius aware of at least one of the 3. Now he takes the fight. Knows where the 2 of them are. Sunpius, he's taking off heads. Oh, it's up to Process. He's low HP, knows where Nertz is. Brave to take the fight. Brave, but he's punished. And there's the 5 ENCE we're aiming for. Looks competitive. Can ENCE end in 2 and secure the quarterfinals, or will Big take us the distance?
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? You're watching ESL Pro League in its 8th season, and currently we're in the Group B upper bracket final. ENCE taking on Big. Second half of Anubis coming up, and we've got the Maltese Falcons up in the booth. How we doing, boys?
Oh, I am feeling hyped. I'm feeling amped for a third map. I don't know if we're going to get one. I think the fact that both of you agreed that 5 would be functional for ENCE has got me feeling a little concerned.
I'm glad we got that. At least it's a good litmus test for our analysis, and ENCE moving over.
I'm still trying to think what noise a falcon makes. So.
Right. Yeah, that's what I've been doing, but it's more chicken, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a lot on the plate.
A lot on the plate. He's got 2 more swinging in, and he's taking 3 with the Glock, and Snappy's hitting shots too. ENCE have warmed up now. You can see the bookmakers are expecting to see ENCE take it in 2, and a nice shot out of Crimbo in a 1v2.
And the bomb is loose, so Nerds needs to go back and grab that one. Dia disconnected from the pack, and Crimbo has been great in the clutch. Maui Snake watching at home with a bit of the co-stream will go mental with a nunchuck routine if he wins this one.
He is the biggest Crimbo fan right now, and for good reason. He's had an amazing tournament, the brightest star, I would say, in upcoming Counter-Strike, and for now, 2-on-1.
Winnable round.
Most definitely. He knows where Nerds was, right? But the fact that he's still there. Oh, there you go. Crimbo isolating some jewels, hitting some bullets, sneeze one to the head. Ideally, he's getting whittled away at Dia. Peppers him at range, connects onto the head, and so ENCE will take that T-side pistol.
Well, certainly a little bit more uncomfortable than they anticipated after the emphatic start towards B main. They mowed them down. It looked like it was a done deal. Crimbo gets close to clutching out the round, but it was been a done deal here. Nerds with 3 massive frags to open things up, and the bomb didn't have to be planted there. So ENCE back on their feet as we go 10-6, and we'll see if there's a force buy in response. Now, we have got one, but it's going to be the MP9s in the hands of Sin and Crimbo, and 3 Deagles otherwise. Make it 2. Process got the 5-7, so a little bit of utility, 3 smokes remaining here, but good territory control from Snappy as he Molotovs towards the dark position. His teammates outside B, looking for a set piece here, nice and early.
This is cheeky. It feels like you'd get absolutely owned here, but I guess if they're on a tight jiggle and they're looking sight and they overstep just mildly, but Tabson takes the round into his own hands. That's a bit of a banger.
Yeah, has he got any more where that came from? Yeah, this is what you were expecting to see. Rounding the corner, crosshair on the nose. Tabson gets away for a moment as the nade will finish the job. Nice work, team play to equalize. They're rather divided here. You can see that Snappy and Dia are towards the T stairs. Madden and Sunpius with all of this main control.
Hey, look, it was a nice shot. Even Nerds said it. So that's how we know it was a nice shot. Thanks, Nerds.
Confirmed. Well, the default smoke is down, but can Madden do anything with it? These Deagles are becoming problematic. The MP9 shreds through Snappy as well. Has to drop down to save himself. Some Pias will bring it back to a 3-versus-3, and the call has been made. They're going to try and make their way towards the A side, but there's a double stack here. The MP9's doing a lot of work, and some Pias, he'll keep the dream alive. With 30 seconds remaining, can Process do anything about this? Gives up his position, unfortunately, and that's a bomb plant guaranteed. Leaping through the smoke, potentially knows it's not worth it. The flashbang might help him out, and it's an all-in maneuver, and what he might be able to pull off it. Way to go! And it is going to be the force buy victory for Big Clan.
What a massive round for Process. One of these kids brought up from the academy. It's not Crimbo in the clutch, but this kid's Christmas has come just now. What a massive round.
Look at the 5-7 work. Tabson, he did start this round off with a bang, and Nerds confirmed a nice shot. Mantu also puts his Deagle in the ring, but this flash push 5-7 for mobility, second awareness, info onto Sunpius.
Yeah.
That's going to hype him up, and having all of his boys looking at him, celebrating with him, that is going to get the fire in his belly roaring as Big look to take us the distance.
What a sick little play that is as well. As I mentioned, the smoke down there. You'd think the round is over. There's not many options, but he found the flashbang at that point. Right-clicks it through, doesn't flash himself. They turn away, and he gets the 2-versus-1 under his belt. Absolutely massive for Big Clan.
And a massive investment from ENCE.
Oh, you're right there. The AK-47 for Sunpius. He's been carrying this ENCE side. He's up to 17 kills, but they've got pistols and MAC-10s otherwise. And for now, 3 players once again outside B. It's the AK-47 patrolling the proximity. No CT's close.
Tabson's holding, or at least it was. He's now upping. What is Tabson up to
what's he
here?
cooking?
Is he smoking A main? I think he just smoked A main.
Ooh, info. Lots of info, and he's got a good setup.
Yeah, it was A main, you're right.
That's the end of that for ENCE. They put so much into it. They really need Sampai's rifle to do all the dirty work, and it's already fallen apart. Trying to make space was NERTZ, but Mantu has repelled. Bomb is lost. Round to follow. Big clan send ENCE back to the doldrums.
Oh, God, really like that one.
That's what you want behind you. That's the energy you need. Fire the boys up, keep their heads in the game, celebrate their success, and that's a massive round for Big to find as well, because they've broken the finances here. Oh, Chad, they're force buying
Yeah, they
again.
have to now. This is the ENCE way. We have quite polar opposite in terms of approaches to the game.
It's the dark side versus the light.
Oh, no.
And honestly, after that first half, the tilt was starting to creep in with ENCE. If I'm Sampai's, I'm thinking, where the hell are my teammates been for the majority of this map? Because he's been doing a lot of work that they haven't even converted upon in a lot of these occasions. So the tilt, setting in, sinking in, Sampai's pins one to the back wall, Process gets away, and Sin gets more.
Go on. Oh, that's a lot of damage, but it's not the lethality they were hoping for. That should have been round defining. There is an A player present. Mantu scurried over there in time. Rifles have been recovered, and things will slow down for a moment.
Yeah, they can reset the round here. They might as well. They've recovered an M4, an MP9 as well. They've got a lot of utility, all things considered. Molotov, smokes, and now a bit of control. Maybe even the advantage is both CTs group up towards A. They're trying to work out their next maneuver, and they're going to hunt for information here using the buddy system. Going to try and push.
Look at this angle.
And I think they've read it. Madden should be good for a kill here. Sampai's will hold for it as well. They've got the perfect read.
Just looking away now, but still perfect angle.
That was Process, was the dark play. They know.
Hey, maybe not. Bomb's still there. Don't have to take this fight, Mantu. You don't have to. That confirms his position vaguely. Smoke on top. That's going to mark his intentions. Second guessing it is Mantu. Doesn't want to be caught pushing through a smoke. Sampai's has bought himself a lot of time to set up in the post plant.
Well, here we go then. The Spaniard to set it up once again. This time in the 1 versus 1. Mantu couldn't be further away. He knows it. Has to get his skates on now. He's got a single flashbang to work with. He knows that Sampai's could be on the prowl as well. Both of them hovering around 20 frags, playing incredibly well here. Mantu taking his time though. Got the kip. AK-47 in hand, but he's got so many angles and corners to clear at this point. Dark, no problem, but by the time he gets to the bomb, he's got one chance of a fake, and that's about it.
Yeah, he's just going to have to gamble on main or
there it is, the one tap.
Around. Sampai's calling his bluff. He's going to jiggle out. Ooh, he gets his gun on him.
Wow.
But Sampai's, he started that round with a deagle banger. He closes with 3 and a clutch. And ENCE, they will get a new second wind off the back of the Spaniard.
How many times is he going to bail them out? That's the question, though. It was a force buy. Bear in mind, so that's a huge round for ENCE to pick up here, but it comes down to the wire once more. But Sampai's playing it to perfection. The utility usage towards A main, just locking him out. With the Molotov, the smoke, he bought himself a good 20 seconds there before Mantu could even move into position.
Oh!
And now they've got the upper hand. What did I miss?
Snappy trying to get them fired up. You don't see Snappy yell like that too often, right? They definitely can get loud over there on the end side of things, but that's almost like Snappy either sending a message to Gob or just trying to get the boys fired up. Either way, I love the energy today.
Yeah, along the line here. Fighting for a quarterfinal slot. It's Big now on the back foot with the force buy. Pistols, SMGs for masses, and we've got the Mantu glass cannon as well. It's brittle, it's squishy, and the MP9 trying to bait him in, and he connects the first shot here, but now they know the orbs on the other side of the map. They're ready for the A execution. CTs too have some presence here, but it's down to Sin. He needs to find multiple frags to stand a chance, sitting in the flames and sprayed down by NERTZ. Can Crimbo find anything? He gets some damage, but that might be it. They have to save, I think, at this stage. There's no chance of winning the round. They need to make sure they recover the AWP going forward. They're going to go for it.
They're looking, but Sampai's, he's right burrowed in the smoke, overlooked by Crimbo. And Tabson doesn't even catch him on the re-peek.
They're going to hunt.
Yeah, they want to take it all away. And this MAC-10's definitely got a lot of bang for its buck, hasn't it?
Run, Mantu, run.
Taking it all away. God, you can feel the pressure Sin was under there. You can see it in his gameplay. Like, he knows the whole team's running and gunning at him.
He had flames underneath him as well.
Swinging into the molly, you know, it's brutal. Mantu looks like he has done enough to hold on. I say that with bated breath as NERTZ is coming in the right angle.
Okay. I was about to say so vulnerable. It's a couple of shots and he's done for with no Kevlar. If he goes down, that's a massive problem. If he survives, he might be able to save the next round. He actually does take the AWP going forward. He's having a great performance so far, up to 22 kills. And in terms of the finances, though, there's no choice. They can't do anything with this. They'll have enough if they take the full eco now with $2,400 coming in next round. And you're right, it's that MAC-10 doing God's work, finding multiple frags, and Sampai's now applying the pressure towards Heaven, and they should have saved a bit earlier if you ask me, but it might have still been the same outcome with the pressure applied from ENCE, and we've got a DH Mac 10. He knows what he's up against here. He'll be the one leading the charge in towards what looks to be an A rush, boys.
Yeah, Mantu's AWPing dark, so sees it's clear, but it is just going to be Crimbo. So the round is essentially already over unless Crimbo does something otherworldly, and that'll be it.
Not a bad effort. He might get a double kill there. It's down to what you expect from him in that sort of scenario. He goes above and beyond, but now, once again, Operation Save the AWP. Mantu with Kevlar at least, he'll be still positioned towards dark.
Yeah, just going to try and maintain that. Wait for his teammates to join him in the buy department.
I think one of the problems for ENCE right now is you'd love to hunt and try and take away this AWP, because if you remove it, you have a sneaking suspicion they won't have enough cash in the next round to make it viable with armor and all of the nades. But you also can't give away too many more guns because of how close this game has been within this second half. So you need to make sure that you're starting to build the T-side economy as well. So the devil you know is better than the devil you don't, but it means that you will have to deal with an AWP next round that maybe you could have avoided otherwise. At least it'll allow Snappy to call into the known, right? It'll go, okay, well, we know it's a full gun round with an AWP in play. How do we want to operate here? And I say that, we've seen Big go for these more half investments when their cash sits around this margin. Now,
good point.
And they're the ones taking the timeout, so Gobby's having that conversation right now.
Well, they've still got a nice buffer of rounds here. It's a close game, 12-9. They don't have to win this round necessarily. They've still got an AWP. They could take the half buy around it, and they found success with that in the first half as well. So whether they'll deploy the same methodology is yet to be seen, but I think you might be onto something, Chad. Crimbo confirms it with the MP9 and lesser Kevlar, and I think there'll be more of the same here. So I don't hate it. It does apply a little bit of pressure to Mantu to dictate the pace of the round and find those opening picks if possible, but still a very serviceable setup with the AWP in the hands of Mantu. So whether they'll go for some aggression, try and take some territory early on is yet to be seen, or they could just play a very passive round using the smokes and try and whittle down the clock. So a couple of approaches to consider.
Oh, I don't know. Big don't back themselves individually. It upsets me. You're not allowing your players to show what they've got. I know they have a lead right now. It feels like a round they could have contested. This argument can be made until the cows come home one way or another, but that's not the point.
Oh, he's going to have to get two! Oh, he does! Shooting from the hip for the second!
Of course! Of course!
Back your players now! Mantu's demonstrating his proficiency on the AWP.
You love to see that. Just when he had to step up, he gets a hat trick as he rotates in from middle and towards that temple, finds his third, and now Sampayas and Snappy looking at 6s and 7s. Not really much they can do. Segregated, bomb file removed, but the AWPer has found a little bit of space, can't convert the shot. If he managed to find that, maybe there's a plan, maybe there's a world they can scrape this round together, but I think that pretty much confirms it. They might just be on the save at this stage, and there it is, a 5 versus 2, all courtesy of Mantu.
Snappy can get... Oh, okay, so
chill out, boys.
Chill it out.
Yeah.
Everyone relax.
Be cool, guys.
50 seconds, still losable.
Yeah, especially if you do get caught out by Sampayas again. This is a good
You clearing this, Alex?
I'm not, but Sampayas might be. Okay, now he's probably going to be baited in. Lovely work. Missed shot, punished. Snappy.
How's the smoke?
Is the bomber priority? Getting that down, a nice reward?
It would be nice. If he could smoke off maybe
difficult
temple.
as well.
Oh, he needs to clear something. Oh, sound cue Snappy. Oh. Not happy with that one. It's going to go up to a 4-round lead now for Big. The money is still there for an ENCE buy, but Nerds will be light on maybe a Galil for him unless he can get a drop from one of his teammates, and they'll take the Galil on the nose.
I want to see, did Diha hit him? 2 times, okay.
Yeah, that's one of those must-trade scenarios where sometimes you don't trade.
Yeah, and you know it. And
it's a round-defining kill.
Committed to the spray.
That's where your teammates essentially let you down in that environment, right?
Yeah,
but that's going to happen sometimes.
A rare miss from Diha, but as Chad said, some resources left here, enough for a Sampayas AWP, and you might even favor Snappy with a Mac 10 in his hand. Bit of a beast with the SMG, and able to find the frag this time. It's Process that pushes him back.
Though. It's Snappy take Dark Control and execute A. But now Snappy didn't get Dark Control.
Yeah. So then execute A all the same.
And they're just going to have to do it regardless. So Molotov in towards Cake. Smoke towards Heaven, flashes, and in we go, I suppose. Diha has to open up.
Yeah, he does. Straight out of the smoke, running, connecting with the AK. A lot of utility for this retake. Smoked off for now. Nert's forward position, bomb down courtesy of Madden.
Giving it up. All right.
Really?
They'll take that all day. Oh, no, maybe not.
Repositioning? Coming in from beach side. 3 of them have heaven.
They've got all the utility you could ask for. They can flush them out.
Congregate on that side side. It's going to be a big fight on Cake. Here comes that utility we discussed. Good flashes, connecting, isolating, pushing. Here comes Sin. He gets the info, but no frags, no blood is shed for Big Clan. It's all ENCE as a 10th round, a 3-round game now. ENCE's T side shaping up nicely.
Maybe should have given it up. Didn't really get much done there on the retake. Everyone swings out and gets removed by ENCE as they post double digits, 13-10. And there is another buy available here, but it's all down to Dihao, that entry frag.
Yeah, very important kill, right? Because the pressure was on after losing Snappy early, and the U2 was already in the sky. So you're either getting this kill and giving yourself a chance at the round, or dying, and that's essentially it. It's all over, and Big likely win.
Well, we know how strong the ENCE T side can be on Anubis. It was the only map they picked up in the final of Gamers 8. They looked strong. They managed to get Dihao running through those smokes, entering in towards that A bomb site time and time again. It was magnificent. And they're going to have to replicate that sort of form to recover this game, and that's a good start. And we'll see what Big bring into round number 24 here.
This is the last timeout, Henry.
It is.
Right, and just to note, Tabson's bought a Silent Stem 4, and he's dropped it across. He didn't have enough money to justify this. Like, there was no armor behind it, and there was quite a conference he was having with God B there. This is a some pious highlight package. He seems to have just been all over the shop
on this.
It's fitting quite nicely, but look at this buy. We're talking about Big being conservative. This is the opposite. This is them going for a bit more of an on-meta type of purchase, considering the loss bonus. Actually, no, this is just strange. 2,400 into the next. Let's see what they can get done with this.
Yeah, some Pius is feeling frisky. He's gone straight into the posting off the P-peak. Lots of options for Snappy. Drive-by, only the one. Tabson's dead, though, through the smokes. Nerds connects. And that bomb's going down. ENCE, they should have this one.
Snappy in a MAC-10 is so fun to watch. Normally finds at least one kill. It was a very important one as well, leading the charge in towards the beach site. Maybe not quite done here, as we see Sin attempt a little bit of a retake there with the pistol, but ultimately saving the orb once again. Nice moves from ENCE there, picking up the pace. Round number 24 is theirs as they start to close the gap now. Anubis is looking quite good in the last couple of rounds for them.
Oh, I think that's dislocated.
Yeah, that's yeah. It's not a yoga stretch, is it? It's not going to limber you up.
4. That's the amount of times I think I've seen Snappy with a MAC-10 instead of an AK and his hands in his half.
You don't mind it. He's normally just working towards dark, right? So you're normally just going to be flashed in and jumping around the corner anyway.
Wide swinging.
And today's game as well, with the cheaper M4s available, a lot of CTs will go Kevlar, M4A1S, and utility over the helmet. So the MAC-10, if bought at the right time, can be a very deadly prospect in the right hands. And Snappy has shown it more than once this game, that's for sure.
Now, it has all worked out with Big in their investments here. Wasn't able to do the maps as quick as I would have liked right there. The Abacus, I left it at home today, but they will get a full buy thanks to the Mantu saved AWP. So there is the big green.
No helmets or 4 players about, so if the MAC-10's out again, it would be disastrous. But Snappy using the rifle this time. Dihao makes his way towards A main with the bomb joining him as well. So a different setup here. And with some faster pace towards middle ace.
Very quick pace. And the space has come out. This is going to put the A defenders under a lot of pressure. If you've already lost
Mid's wide open.
Yeah, they're not even acknowledging it.
Crimbo's been so focused on his nade.
No one's watching Connector. Come on.
Here they come, boys.
Oh, Crimbo's going to get caught completely off guard.
Bye, Crimbo.
Bye. Mantu, what have you got for us? It would have to be something rather ridiculous. Now they know where you are. You're a dead man. Rocking a hard place on A main for Mantu. They're trying to bail him out with dark push. But hang on, he still hits one. Confirms the bomb. Flank is fast. Distraction from Con.
God, that's
Flash is good. Push is good. Process needs the connection. He hasn't delivered. And Tabson with 1 before he falls, but it's not enough. A 1-round game now.
Moments, though. Moments where that could have really gone wrong, right? It got very hectic there. Diha's the guy who kills the AWPer, gets the bomb, and nobody's watching the flank for him. I feel his pain here a lot. Everyone else is focused for the other extremities coming in, but the flank's where the problem is.
In terms of buying time, Mantu was absolutely buggered there, and he still somehow found, what, a good 10 seconds? If he could hold on for maybe 2 more, the flank could have completely disrupted ENCE's assault in towards A. Either way, they take the round, but it wasn't comfortable. They'll call another timeout here, allow Saw to chime in. It's down to 1 round. Big lead 13-12, and their finances under a lot of scrutiny here. I think it's another classic half buy, ENCE with everything in their favor to tie things up here. It's their 3rd timeout, Starting to look more comfortable here on the T side, stringing 3 rounds together. Big starting to drop off now.
Saw coach of ENCE, or as they affectionately refer to him, boss man.
He's the big boss. Snappy's a little boss.
Little boss and big boss. But yeah, I think you can kind of feel his
boss
aura.
Baby as well.
The amount of respect.
He's coming next week.
Okay,
yes,
that's Jason, right? I hope he's not watching.
No,
He'll hate that so much.
Yeah, but you know, if he's not here from the
he's at
start,
the airport right now, I think.
He's going to cop a couple. That's going to happen. You're going to cop a couple if you're not here to defend yourself.
True.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Well, this one is going to be a rather bleak day in the office for Big. You've got yourself some sidearms. You have got yourself some smokes, but ENCE are not one of those teams that will find themselves feeling like their clock is the greatest adversary. They've got intentions off of the rip.
Oh, that flash is absolutely wrecked him.
Wow, just a full white screen.
Yeah, he couldn't be more blind.
But look at the detail there. They do the A main smoke, the baskets, molly, and the flash. Everything's covered. And that's what you want to see, especially when you know that you're up against a weirder type of purchase like this. Take less risks. You have the util, you have the weapon advantage. You may as well use it. Now for Big, I wonder if this becomes more about scavenging weapons, doing damage. Can still, be able to get a couple of kills here, carry through some AKs. Won't be the end of the world for Big.
Yeah, they've got max loss bonus, right? And still like above $2,000 in most cases. And saving at least 1 AK would just be enough. That would be a kind of a successful round. You weren't planning on winning this one, and they're just going to hold on to the rifle here.
Does it feel like they've abused A a lot, though? Like in this last patch of rounds, it's either been like the snappy dark control into the A play. It's been a couple more either mid-direct towards A. So if you're Big, are you going to now have an aggressive move to try and deal with this?
I guess like ENCE finding a completely empty middle, knowing that Big need to rectify that, that's where you have the mental edge, I suppose. Now, like, ENCE can start playing with the B-bomb side a little bit more.
Yeah.
They've shown that they are aware of the vulnerabilities towards middle. The fact you can walk all the way through with 3 players with no contact and kill them in the back, that's going to be a massive cause for concern for the German side here. They've got to fix that issue, but ENCE are aware of it. So they continue with the same sort of approach? I don't think so. I think they'll know they have that sort of an advantage right now, and maybe just go for some brutal knockout blows here towards that B-bomb side. But in terms of the objective here, Big do save at least a rifle, as ENCE tied things up. We're going the distance here. Round number 27 as it goes 13-13.
Yeah, and maybe there's some scheduling fans rocking in right now expecting to see Monte versus MIBR, the final series of the day. Now, look, if you didn't tune in for EG versus MIBR, you actually missed a pretty good series. It was a 16-1 on map number 1, which was not part of the good series. But the next 2 maps back-to-back, Mirage and Nuke, were both overtime games, right? And it was actually a really hard-fought affair. So MIBR have had a little bit of a rest. They'll be taking on Monte after this matchup concludes. I think there's about 30-35 minutes from the end of this game. So if it's 2-0, we're only about half an hour behind schedule. Oh, aggression. We spoke about it.
Like that. So Warp posted up on a main. He's overlooked by some Pius's angle.
How's he got there so quickly?
That's crazy. Rapid.
Yeah, he had no idea. Monte, a huge scalp to take so early on in the round as well. He's been the one that's been delivering the goods more often than not. 26 kills, silenced early as they wait for the CT reaction. And there's one coming as well. Nerds, more than ready. One of the absolute stars of this ENCE lineup. Looking for a double kill. Gets nothing, but some Pius will maintain the man advantage and cracks the A bomb side wide open here. No one else to defend. Dihao with the bomb. If they can transition him over, they're really onto something. But Sin and Tabsin inquiring as to what's going on the extremities of the map. And there's Madden. There it is. Great kill.
Hold on. Maybe Sin can hit that head and make it an interesting mid-round here. Bomb's going A. That's for sure. Is it for sure? D has trapped now. Process with 9 bullets in the magazine. He's got teammate to push with him. Molly's going to flush him out. Has to go wide. Ooh, damage was inflicted, but they do isolate the duel. Some Pius, how do you win this? Goes for the no-scope, but that's what Big Clan needed. It took him a while.
That's weird, considering Sampai's got the kill on A and he had full control of the site as well. He was in there. I think he might be a bit frustrated with that. Why didn't the bomb transition over? Why were they still exploring their options in towards B? It all falls apart, and you can see Dia trying to make that adjustment, gets caught in transition. It was too late, and Sampai's did all of this good work. He got, what, 2 kills this side of the map? It was wide open, and then, yeah, caught in transition. Dia should have got out of there way sooner than he did, and the round falls apart. Big take the lead here. That's a massive one for them to pick up.
4th and final timeout for ENCE. That's all 8 timeouts, so both teams expending every second of time with the coach on the mic. If we do go to overtime, neither will be able to contribute on the comms. This is where you have to let Jesus take the wheel, and for both these teams, you turn towards the Tabs and you turn towards the Snappy and you say, can you call us across the line?
Or Zeus take the wheel, you know, whatever, a god of your choosing.
That's true. Buddha. There's a bunch of them out there. Rushley's one of mine.
Yeah.
Some of you worship Elon Musk. You know, there's plenty of people out there.
I'm more of a Rushley fan.
Yeah, he's my
Yeah.
Hello?
The one. Hey, oh my God, mate, you got to. It's serious business right now. No funny business.
Oh yeah.
Hang on, Sampayas is burning and aggression from Sin on main. Madden's trying to project mid. Mantu's just given up the angle, Hank.
Yeah, just as he's starting the probe as well. So he knows middle's been open more often than not. So will he just call for the boys to go for the A split once again? I think they're going for it. There are 2 CTs residing, Sin and Crimbo. And in terms of the contact play, I think that's what's going to be presented here. Madden to hold the rotations.
They're screwed. One from Sin, need a whole lot more of that. But actually, he has taken a lot of the wind out of the sales event.
But look where Madden is.
Yeah.
Spawn. Oh
Yeah.
dear,
They're
he can hear them
rotating
coming.
This is going to be one hell of a clip from Madden. He gets the first, the nade right at the toes. Mantu down to 30. The round falls into place to equalize.
There's still a slight chance here, but after that great job, Madden confirms the round. As they exchange blows here, the problem is, in terms of the cash, Big have absolutely nothing. $2,900 into the next round. Mantu has no choice but to save. Self-preservation is key once again here. Round save, that mid-push and timing working in favor for Madden.
Yeah, Madden's a bit of a weed, isn't he? Like he's a nuisance. He's just popping up all over the map, places you don't want him to be. Big just running knife in their hand straight into him. Mantu very fortunate to be alive. And we tie things up once again. So at this moment, you mentioned the finances. Sure, they are going to get the 2,900 loss if Mantu stays alive, which he will.
And with the FAMAS is, hold on. The FAMAS is available.
Almost had to eat my words.
MP9s, I'm sure they will buy. I'm not 100% sure. You'd assume
Mantu can
so.
drop one, right?
Yeah.
So Mantu can drop one, or they hedge again. But actually, it looks like they might be hedging again. I see 5-7s getting purchased. We're seeing Tabson go into an M4 just with Kevlar. He'll have enough money with Max Boss bonus and Connect to do the same type of a purchase with a little bit more, and the AWP. So they're being threatening in this round, but essentially playing for overtime are big.
Yeah, that's one way to frame it for sure. Not choosing to fully invest. They want to have 2 attempts.
They've got enough to win a round.
They've won,
to be clear.
Yeah, with a buy like this, we saw Mantu rock up with the AWP and get 2 big kills towards middle previously.
So this, like Chad said, hedging their bet. So they'll get 2 opportunities here. So it's still a serviceable round. Mantu, again, with the pressure on his shoulders, but they've got a secondary rifle as well. That could be enough if they play the cards right, bring a little idea, a gimmick, as Golf pointed out many times when he casted with us. That's the kind of play you need to bring to the table here. But it's A main control granted towards ENCE. Bear in mind, Mantu playing a more passive position this time. Up and towards heaven, the flashbangs. The smoke's being deployed though. Diha loves this entry kill. Can't deliver the goods this time. Looking for multiple if possible. Finally connects the dots. He's on for 3. Shut down by Mantu, who started to hit everything with the AWP. It's going to be a 3-on-3. And now Process tested towards Dark.
Yeah, that smoke is luring him forward. Process. He's got so much pressure on his shoulders here, but still delivers on the 5-7. Madden down, Nerds dead on main. Big Clan, they brought it in. Down to a 1 versus 3. This is their round to lose now.
Sampayas is in the matrix in this moment. The fact that he's calling the bluff, he knew that the AWP of Mantu was over towards that A site with the double kill. He knows the rotation to help out. Tabson over towards B's, come on through. He's in, empty site, bomb getting planted. Mantu rotating over, but he's not here in time.
He's going to get some info though, right? He can say that he hasn't crossed main side. Heaven to be concerned about. Tabson to join him. And he's pushed all the way deep now towards the beach side. Why do I feel like this is such a guarantee for Sampayas?
They have no idea where he is. He's got the HE to work with as well. The defuse kit's on Mantu, who has low HP. So the HE, if he can place it well, it would deny the defuse. Does he just commit to it?
He's going to stick it. He's going to stick it. He's got it.
Just like that.
He's got it.
Just like that. Sampayas thought he'd overgamed it. Thought he'd have a little bit more of a chance. The HE could have been a miracle.
I was hoping he had some sort of set play to deny the defuse of the HE. Unfortunately not.
You were bang on, though, with the Mantu comment, Alex. The fact that he couldn't get back towards Fountain, it limited the amount of positions he could be in. And well, Sampayas didn't know that Mantu was in that position, because when he played the clutch previously, he could actually stretch his legs. That's when he got the better of Mantu in the 1v1 by playing pool over towards B main. This time around, Tabson has to only worry about 2 angles, unless a miracle had happened and Sampayas had taken flight. This is for overtime now.
ENCE trying to avoid a 3rd map. Big Clan tenacious here on ENCE's pick. Nades.
Good info play. This is a change. They know it's going to be over towards A right now. Crimbo can batten down the hatches. Oh, Snappy's giving up the life. 4v5.
Surely now Crimbo and Sin, you start to immediately recoil at the idea of a full A commit. You have util. Crimbo's was already holding a forward position cake side. They will be mollying this, or at least they have been.
They've been testing this A side time and time again. One final attempt to take us to overtime. 5-on-4 to the Sumpires to breach the bomb site. He's done an amazing job to open things up. He's carrying them in towards overtime. 3 versus 2 now. Mantu and Process on the retake. They're so far removed from the situation though. Smoked off as well. A couple of flashes remain for ENCE. Have they done enough? It looks good, but Mantu, he's been playing so well. They've got smokes available and defuse kits. Final round, they have to go for it.
Yeah, Process is going to be having contact at the same time. Sumpires trying to play the fade. Madden. He's dead, as well as Mantu's frag connecting. So it's all on to Diha for overtime. Bomb is ticking. They've got time to crawl in. Process hits the shot, and Big Clan have done it. Securing themselves a third. We do go the distance.
Canadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Oh, Trace, that's a wonderful pin. Don't tell me, don't tell me. Cologne 2016 limited edition? It looks so soft.
Your compliment was sufficient, Hugo.
Hey, Harry. Nice pin. How the hell are you?
Chad has mistaken me for this dickhead Harry, which seems logical because he also works for ESL and I cast with him regularly. Harry and I also go to the same barber, although I have a slightly better haircut.
Chad, congratulations, man. I saw the reports. Titan game went well.
Thanks,
yeah, great stuff. ESEA tonight?
No can do, no can do. Got an 830 res with the pros, man. Trying out a new crosshair though, I'll swing it over.
New crosshair. What do you think?
That's very nice. Look at that.
Gave it a go yesterday. 1 on the thickness, 0 on the dot, and 1 on the outline. It's great for visibility.
That's very cool, Stunner, but that's nothing. Look at this. Daring yellow, thin outline. What do you think?
Nice.
Jesus. How did a nitwit like you get so tasteful?
I cannot believe that Machine prefers Rush's crosshair to mine.
But wait, you ain't seen nothing yet. Check out this bad boy. Statement red, almost a statement in itself. Dot, for that pinpoint precision. And let's not forget a little bit of girth. Goes a long way.
Impressive. It's nice, it really is. Now let's see Chad's crosshair. Look at that subtle neon coloring. The tasteful thickness of it, oh my God. The gap is perfect.
Something wrong? Stunner? You're sweating.
remain supreme.
How did we do it? How did we arrive at the end of this series, but didn't get an OT?
Well, Trace, let me just... Oh, okay, that's a different question. I was going to say, I thought you were asking how big we're going to win it. Man, 14-14, you have 1 AWP. Of course you're going to win the round, Trace. That's how this works here at Pro League. Did you not watch Monte Heroic yesterday? If you have less money, you win the round. That's basically the rules. And man, big steal it away from ENCE. That's the second time they lose Anubis here at EPL. They had their 9-win streak broken the other day by MIBR, and now another team has joined the fray.
Yeah, and I think, we even saw some of the same sort of signs here. We got to speak to ENCE after that MIBR game and asked them a little bit about Anubis, and Snappy said he felt like they were having issues in particular over towards B, like dealing with some of those more up-tempo rounds. We got to see a few similar looks to that in this matchup here, right? And that's not helped out by the fact that Nerds, who's one of the guys responsible for that side of the map, had a very troublesome game, which usually isn't the case for ENCE, right? Normally he's like a very dependable player. Some Pius at least kept up performances from the first map, but that wasn't enough to take this. So yeah, a little worrying, especially because, we have seen ENCE go from so comfortable, we were saying maybe even best in the world on Anubis, to now losing it twice in a row at EPL.
I think we also seen last time this happened to ENCE and Nerds. He came into the third map pissed off.
Yes.
It was Ancient that time around, and he almost single-handedly dismantled their opponent, so I don't think he's going to have 2 bad maps in a row.
Which is something we have to keep an eye on because, again, this is an elimination. We're talking about just putting people within that bracket itself at the very end of the run, and that being the playoffs. So, Dinko, bestow some wisdom upon us.
Yeah, I mean, ENCE have got that goal of making it to the playoffs, and Big have already kind of achieved their goal. The pressure's off, but I have to agree with Yanko, Nerds it doesn't have 2 bad maps in a row, and you got a whole lot of pens right there.
Yeah, I like to write. So what?
I don't know.
Where's that bus, Dinko? Just lie down.
Mine's on the pens now. I'm like, why are we looking at so many pens?
Guys. Don't worry about the pens.
I can't write.
Me either.
I can read.
Give me a keyboard.
Yep.
Oh, that was clean, Trey.
It's all good. Just nothing like a phone call in the middle of the segment. I guess I could pass these out,
I love upsets.
We're going to switch it over. We do have another map of Counter-Strike. We did see Anubis come to a conclusion, and Vertigo will be open.
What have you done to your pen?
Nothing.
Let's get you rebooted.
All right.
I had plenty to begin with.
How does this even happen, Harry?
So I need to preface this right here. I made this morning. This is a Counter-Strike crossword puzzle.
All right.
Oh, I love them.
And you made this yourself, Trace?
Yeah, with a little bit of AI assistance. And if there are any errors, which there are, and I'm going to tell you about those right now.
I feel like I'm back at school.
You misspelled apocalypse.
Prove it. Or...
Yeah, he did.
No, did I?
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, the AI can't really trust it. You also can't trust it to put 24 and 25 across on there.
Is number 10 Dinko?
I don't know. Why don't you write it down and tell me?
I mean, that's the rattiest 1v1 player.
All right, so we are meant to have a discussion about this, Trish?
We can. No, keep going. Let's say
number one. Number one, Astralis.
Across, number one across.
Do the people at home get to see this? Or
It's already on social, yeah. It's on social.
Are they going to get it on the broadcast?
I don't know. Are they going to get
or should we read out the question?
Before the apocalypse.
Pick your favorite one there, Hugo.
Across, well, okay, I'll go for it. Oh, there we go. Close enough. We'll count that. Across 10, the rattiest 1v1 player to attend EPL. I think it's Dinko.
That does have a stench to it, doesn't it?
It checks out as well.
What? Anybody else? Who else is having trouble?
7 down. When the day comes and the night's gone, we are. The answer for that has got to be Sun Gods.
I like that.
It's got to be. When you get to 24 and 25, I do have those for you as well. I noticed they were left off the graph.
Number one across Astralis, right?
No,
number 17
That's
down.
a long word.
The creamiest one of them all.
Who do you think?
That has to be
Jason.
Moses.
Has to be a little Mo.
What's 15 down? Little Mac from Down Under.
I think probably you.
That's a strange one.
I know,
that would be Mac.
But it's 7. It's 7 long.
Yeah,
that's right.
Mate.
Oh,
Your name, bro.
yeah. No, that's the brand, not the name.
Anybody
honestly.
having any trouble?
Just
on
like
any
a Just Harry scenario,
Harry's working. He might have this whole thing filled out. That's actually a lie. There's no way he gets the first one. None of you are going to get it. And in hindsight, I probably wouldn't get it either, which is completely understandable.
Which apocalypse are we talking about, though?
I'm thinking like the end of the entire planet. And yes, I do see the spelling error now.
The last team to win a CS major before the apocalypse. How many letters is that?
How many apocalypses have we had?
Well, I mean, that that's the question. We don't know the answer to these things, but what I can tell you is.
But that was Berlin. That was Astralis.
Yeah, it was not the apocalypse. I didn't say the pandemic. There's a massive difference,
Apocalypse.
Guys.
Okay, what was the apocalypse? That's what.
Yeah, we need to find the apocalypse.
Or apocalypse, as it's.
I think it's just which team has
I'll
such
give you a
long
hint.
a name.
I'll give you a hint. It's a nation.
Well, it's not Denmark.
Well, no, obviously. It
United
doesn't fit.
States.
Nope. You're close.
It's a nation.
North America.
No, Harry's already tried. He's already scribbled out that.
Yeah, I just wrote in one, seeing if it would fit.
Apocalypse. I just want to try and work out what apocalypse is.
What about 18 down? You want to give that one a try?
18 down.
What's the opposite of silver 5?
Henry is this when he's in Australia.
That would
Henry's
be
a
wanker.
wanker.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, we came right wanker.
18 down,
Was that
wanker?
18 down?
18 down, bottom
That's
middle.
a broadcast
Bingo.
first from me.
Yeah, the opposite of silver 5. What is the opposite of silver? I guess maybe not monetarily speaking.
Gold.
Yeah, so the golden 5. There we go, guys.
That's pretty good.
Nice.
Ah.
You're doing great. You're doing excellent right here.
22 down, the life partner
12.
of Hugo. Who's that?
Harry.
Oh,
Good
shit.
guess.
Yeah.
Bad news for you, Harry. You didn't know that one.
Oh, man.
Wait,
The last team to win the CS
Golden
Major?
5 is spelt with 5 as a number then, yeah?
Mhm.
Just
I
okay.
think. I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
All right.
That was
the
at least
amount of
12 hours
space
ago.
that's there, yeah.
Made in
Are you gonna-
Montenegro. Madden, right?
Yeah,
There we
pretty
go.
easy. You got about 30 seconds.
Loba.
Lobanichka?
That's the one.
How about number 1 across? You want to give one more shot, Hugo?
I'm trying to work. Can you give
It's
me
a
a clue?
nation.
It's a nation, but can you give me a clue what the apocalypse is?
United Kingdom.
Bingo! There we have it. And on that note, we can head out. It will be
it's just-
the last
it's
team
just-
to
it's-
win a major before the world ends, is what I was getting at.
Oh, okay. So you're saying it's never going to happen.
Oh, so it's never going to happen. We won't be around to
forecasting
celebrate the ending of that. But what we can do
Oh, that's a shame.
is look towards
What's
Vertigo,
made in Malta?
where we can settle the score here in what is a deciding match for the seeding of playoffs of Pro League in this 18th season. I see Henry Greer smiling ear to ear, which lets me know that we are indeed very clear.
He's got a chance in this one. Simple. Makes it look too clean.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you
I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
forced into a third. Anubis slipping through ENCE's map pool as again it falls here at Pro League. They're forced into a third map. Vertigo required to separate these two teams. Big Clan and ENCE vying for a quarter-final spot. Treat this like a playoff game, and Big Clan certainly have been. And so is Sun Pius. My goodness, the man is soaring. 33 frags on Anubis, still not enough. And we are ready to get this knife force sides underway. You can see them about to run it down mid as a battle for sides take place. How important is it, I ask my two experts. I'm joined by Chad Birchall and Henry G. Side choice on Vertigo, what do you say?
You're going to be going CT,
yeah.
But there's not real much rhyme or reason apart from it's a little bit more comfortable,
People
I suppose.
like CT.
It's not like a super one-sided map or anything.
And I also think that if you can get off to a good start on the T side here with the pistol and then the first gun round and the flow to the game, you can put a lot of pressure on the way that Bigger are going to approach, or either CT team are going to approach the map, especially over towards that B bomb site, right? I've seen some teams starting to go even more aggressive over towards B lobby, like Drop the other day when I was watching MIBR taking full control as we are into the anime battle. There's giant buildings in the Megazord. It's going to be ENCE taking on Big. They're demolishing everything around them. We're 51 floors in the sky, and only one of these two teams is making it to the bloody quarterfinals of ESL Pro League for Season 18.
It's morphin' time!
I can see it.
Here we go then, ladies and gents. We'll have a look at the pistol and the complexion of the buy coming through. And we're going to see just a single Molotov here. Kevlar elsewhere, no upgraded pistols. And Sun Pius will be carrying the utility.
We know what he's going to do with that, don't we, Henry? He's going to be cheeky with this. He's going to go through the floor. You can do it at ESL,
I know it's
but
a
not a blast.
controversial move.
Legal.
Referee will say play on.
Graham Pitt, double thumbs up.
Yep. And it's absolutely fine. Good flash coming through as well. Going for that B split potentially now as Snappy leading the charge. The CTs take control of stairs. Otherwise, Crimbo knows he's probably got a fight on his hands here from multiple directions.
That Sun Pius again. So quick on the trigger is the Spaniard. He's got two more on his plate, but Tabson quick to the click. 4-on-4, Madden late mid. Process clears him out, but can't hit the shot. Quick one again on the Glock, and nice elevated angle. Not for Snappy, though. No problems finding Tabson. Oh, what's going on? One-on-one, Deha. It was Sin that found two. Fakes him out. Deha trying to play a wicked game here with the sound cues as knows Mantu's off the bomb. And doesn't have a kit for this Deha. He's just playing it very well. Sound, solid counter-strike for the close. Hence, they get that T-side pistol and a roar erupts here.
Was that Madden?
I think it must have been.
All right, well, Madden throwing some words over the fence between the two sides. But that was a great pistol. It seemed too easy, didn't it? Molly comes through. This is the kill.
What? Yeah. Fortunate. I'll give him that much. What a flick that was. But CTs were a decent retake attempt there. It wasn't a comfortable finish by any stretch. Dihad does come out on top in the 1-versus-1, but the force fight for Big in the second. We're going to have Deagles and the Scout as well. Mantu, bit of a beast with the weapon as well, looking to line a few tags here, maybe a few headshots. Tabson with the same mentality here, trying to shoot over the smoke, but Madden beats him to the punch. Nice shot to open things up here.
I really like the way that the A-Ramp meta has evolved, and it's going to change completely when we move in towards CS2, right? We talk a lot about these under-the-board smokes, two different variations, a deep and a close one, depending on the type of fights that you're looking for. And speaking of fights, Madden does get another! That's a 5-7 straight between the eyes.
Lovely work. Well, they need to try and recover that weapon if possible, knowing it's not going to be easily retrieved. Smoking off the angle instead, and Snappy continues to push up the ramp here. Everyone from ENCE available for the final commitment towards A, but bear in mind, Mantu's here with the Scout. His vision should be blocked momentarily, and the flashbangs are deployed, and so are ENCE.
If he'd had landed a tag with a Scout, that HE becomes so much more valuable as well to stop the plant. Process a forward push. Can't finish off Nerds. That signature MP7 comes into action. The HE chips away at Deha. They are low. All susceptible to these lesser weapons, but ENCE with that bomb down, a man advantage as well. It doesn't look fun to try and fight your way back into this. Grimbo, he's having a little look towards the short side, but it seems that the rest of his teammates are more concerned about maintaining the Kevlar and having another go.
Be careful when you hang around in environments like this. Crimbo should be able to get out of dodge here without any dramas, but yeah, you don't want to get caught on your way out the door when you're looking to hold on to these upgrades. So it's all good in the hood. Plenty of space for Crimbo to stretch his legs. 3 players will stay alive for Big. They can go for a double dip and continue to be threatening into round number 3. But Malden, I think as Twitch chat like to call him, was even throwing out an NS. So you see, even though he wants to throw the banter, he's still respectful.
Honourable man.
Indeed he is. Very nice guy is Madden. All the ENCE lads are gentlemanly.
It's all handshakes outside the server. We all know that. At least most of us do.
Haven't been brawls in Counter-Strike for years.
Oh,
like maybe
the
even decades at this point.
Scrap.
It's been a long time.
Let's see whether Big can cause a ruckus here. Round number 3. As Chad mentioned, they do have some residual weaponry from the previous round. Still got the Man 2 Scout as well. And trying to combative over towards this B side of the map. The Molotov to flush out any close-range players here. Same story with the HEs towards Tetris, and we'll see whether they can inflict any sort of damage. But the CTs are rotating over. Nice smoke as well to slow them right down. They might have to reassess their options here. Starting to peel away with B-Step still under their remit. Nerds will hold position as they just slow things down as this smoke dissipates.
Yeah, we'll establish the boost. You can just park Snappy here for now. Sin to be tested. Look at this barrage of Molotovs. He's got nowhere to stand, completely blinded. A great shot out of Crimbo, a jumping pluck from the air with the Deagle. B-side is lost. Bomb on Nerds, getting it down default as we speak. And what the hell? That was actually some damage. Must have been through 3 or 4 layers of metal. This is an opportunity for Process that just a bit narrow miss on the head. It leaves Man2 alone at spawn. Just going to hold on to that scout.
Well, there we go. Well handled from ENCE. The dream start, the 3-0 confirmed. Man2, even though he saves a scout, you're not going to be wanting to use that in the next round, right, Chad? He's not going to bring that in the next gun round. Would he hold on to it?
I don't think so.
It's a tough call, isn't it? You can make it work, but it's the first gun round, and you've got the resources. You want to have the firepower. Like, it's a weird one, really.
I have something that we might be able to bring up. This is more CS2 related, and
Sure.
we're just talking about ramp one-ways, and there's still going to be some variations available. I'm not sure if it is possible. We can bring it up at any point. There's no real rush on it. We can bring it up throughout the half, but some people have been experimenting with CS2 smokes on the CT side and ways to deploy them to make things a little bit trickier, a little bit more difficult for the Ts to be able to scale up, and this is what's going to happen when we make our way into CS2. There's going to be a whole lot more exploring, right? So here it is. So it's this railing mainly. You can throw this in a bunch of different ways, but you'll see this, right? It lands on that railing above the ramp, and then when it plumes, if you play on that back rail as a CT like he is right now, you'll be able to see them creeping up under the smoke, right? So there still will be some one-way variations, but let's get back into the game. I don't want to hog too much time here talking about CS2. Look at that, perfect. Couldn't have been better, actually. Great job, production.
Beautiful. And that is 2 from Snappy. The Snappy Mac-10, Hank, it continues to find scalps.
I feel like Mac-10 is underutilized in top-level CS. Like, Snappy really understands when you have control of the finances, especially the 3-0 start, that's the first thing to go is the helmet. So, lovely stuff. Opens things up here, takes down Process, who's been looking sharp towards his 8 side of the map. Yeah, it's to post around, and Tamsin trying to take matters into his own hands at the top of said ramp. They'll actually start to push down, I would say. They're losing intel here. Don't have much to work with. As we see a rotation from ENCE, there you will go back towards the B-bomb side. That execution, we know, is pitch perfect as they try and contest with the B-steps first. The Molotovs are still available, the smokes as well. It's the star player, though, Crimbo, one of the absolute experts of B play. He times the grenade to perfection, couldn't get much more out of it.
Yeah, that was sublime. Smoke, though, could have been the death of him. Crimbo gets away towards the generators. Man2 swallowing flashbangs. A great find from Crimbo, and he does find the second as well. Snappy crossing quad plucked from the pack. Sunpius with the equalizer. Well aware that 2 are committing from main side. A gap around the smoke that works well for Crimbo. Nerds is the one to find Tabson. Running it.
Yeah, get out of there. Crimbo's too good.
They have to go B, though. The time, 25 seconds. They have to go. Wait, is D pivoting? He is. He's going to try and get this over towards A here. Footsteps are going to be heard. Nerds will be trying to deal with the rotators.
Oh, Sin's not going to be there in time. Nerds is going to have a prime opportunity here. Likely going to consider it. Looking good here, Sin. Oh, he takes the fight, hits the wall bang. A big contribution, but Nerds has already managed to isolate the duel. And the Molotov, you're right, Chad. Could catch him off here, though. Sin, oh, the crab walk, it was just not quick enough. And now Nerds, oh, he just looked away. Punished for it, and Big Clan will have that 10-second defuse.
Yeah, this is going to come through here. I'm just jumping in the server to make sure, because it could have been fine without that defuse kit, or could have, yeah, fine in terms of a fine margin. You can see here plenty of time, even at a buffer. So no dramas as Big will get the first round.
Bear in mind, though, that was the quote-unquote bonus situation for Enter. They had Galil's Mac-10 that comes down to 1v1, a very possible one for them as well. But that was a great B-hole from Crimbo. He saved the day. He was left alone on an island there, managed to get 3 kills in total, didn't take any damage damage, forces them back in towards A. Sure, ENCE got the bomb down, but couldn't hold on to it. It's going to be the first round for Big, but a compromised buy going forward. And we'll see where they've taken the heavy hits. It's going to be processed with MP9, no AWP available for Man2, and just one kit here. So they've got enough utility, and we'll see if they can find consecutive rounds here as ENCE bring out a nice full buy of a Sunpire's sniper rifle in hand.
And he's trying to take that ramp space. He's got a lovely little gap around the smokes to continue his crawl. Molly close, playing the fade. Process forward position with this SMG. Deadly at this range. So is Madden. Spots out Process. Applying some pressure. Thompson trying to bail him out as well with some spam.
Someone just copped a dink there. A very light dink indeed, but there was like damage to the headers. Rerouting now. They're going to take the jewel from top ramp.
Yeah, they are just running down. Could be a perfect fight for Process. No flashes there.
Everyone's
now,
here.
With Thompson's help, they found the opening kill. Completely cuts ENCE out of the A site.
Interesting how they've been stalling each other out. You see the combination, the layering of these smokes so big, staying active. Have been able to hold ENCE at bay for now, but still looking to execute.
Yeah, they don't have anything left.
Timing!
What a shot!
God, yeah. They didn't have the utility to push them back here, so trying to find yet another frag. He'll take that exchange. The MP9 finds another one, but Sunpire strikes back. 3 versus 3, 25 seconds remain here. Tabson, he's up close and personal with the M4, swings for the challenge, gets the first one, but surrounded here. But Nerds fighting back. The bomb to be planted, just one player remains on the big side. That's going to be Crimbo. The HE doesn't quite deny the plant, but takes Nerds down to 16 points of health.
Gosh, so close to finding him on the spam. And he's only got 5 bullets. We'll have to reload. No kit.
Yeah.
On there, close short. It's some pious round. Man, oh man, he keeps racking up the frags. I think we saw him in the feed at the start. He gets the close as well.
Where did Sin die?
Good question.
Because his death was the one that Senpai almost got for free there as they were scaling up. So it's curious to see where that kill came into action. Okay, so yeah, just trying to transition to get towards headshot to try and help out his teammates. Gets caught looking a little bit silly there. So Sin's death is probably one of them that you would have liked to have maybe had a bit more info on.
That's pretty much full reset as well for Big.
Oh yeah, that hurts, doesn't it?
Yeah, like you're bottom of the barrel here. This is like the worst spot to be in. You're on the CT side, you're 4-1 down, and you lose that round. You're going to get 2,900 next, so you have no choice but get a deagle at the very top end here. But a nice idea, but an often check boost. As Snappy, once again with the MAC-10, it's going to be Dihad to join him as they gain control of the A ramp once again. Now they've got both SMGs this side of the map. Suggests they might go elsewhere with the rifles, and the boost doesn't work out. Doesn't even land a shot. Dihad's going to continue the push here, looking to mow them all down, farming that cash with the SMGs. Money in the bag, round as well. It's an absolute heist, as Crimbo will be the last man remaining here with a deagle and spawn.
So you recoil there when he missed that shot, Alex. Process has been really sharp on the pistols, and then he tried a deagle, and it betrayed him.
Yeah.
The 5.7s really offered him up more often than not. Should have stuck with the pocket rocket.
Yeah, I think it's also just a question of like it was on so much of a silver platter, like too much of a free kill that he overcooked it.
And we all know about overcooking the pooch.
No one wants to be leaving their pooch overcooked.
Did you try a Rushly cookie or did you arrive too late?
I was very jealous of the cookies.
I have all the ingredients to bake some more.
I contributed to baking them. Yes, I should probably try one, right?
The egg situation that you did was great. I know that Rush did it better, but yeah, I loved it. I love that you brought that theatrics to the episode.
Yeah, there was a bit of juggling in there as well. I was juggling eggs at one point. I didn't make it to the final cut.
You didn't?
Yeah,
Rush probably looked too stressed out on the film.
Too dangerous for TV, I think. They didn't want people to try it at home.
Yeah, they'd have to put one of those warnings about stuntmen, professionals.
But I could bake some more. I have all the ingredients to do so.
It looked like there was a lot out of the mixture we had. We had like 12 or something.
Yeah, I think in total I was able to bake 14.
Wow, okay. Yeah, hopefully we'll try one after this. We'll see what happens. He just took the silencer off his M4. Is he going to play like that?
Is it a meme?
Check. That would be super weird.
Yeah, why would you do that?
Like, he committed to it as well. I watched him do it in Spawn. Either way, not even sure who it was, to be honest. But we'll get into the round. 5-1. And it's going to be an interesting... We've got 2 SMGs again. I know I bang on about the helmets a lot, but there's not a single helmet on the CT side here. Yeah. And you're up against 2 MAC-10s. Like, those are like guaranteed frags. If you can get a flashbang in and jump through a smoke, like, it's super difficult to hold them back.
If they do this B execute now that they have so much B lobby control, right, you can laden the site with flames. You see this a lot. You see an awful lot of Molotovs come in. A smoke at the ready as well. So this could just be the B pop and explode. Sin and Crimbo about to get run down. Crimbo holding onto a smoke is key.
Forced into it, will be able to extinguish. That smoke has bought Crimbo some space, some time. As Sin, his partner in crime, it has to be Sin, but what is that? Sunpius obscured by the smoke, he still hits the shot. ENCE are going to get themselves up to 6 already, and this T side, it looks well refined, it looks considered, and Madden's even hunting to take more away. Madden down, Man2 survives for a moment, but there is more to come. Nuts in this off angle,
They're getting hunted, look, all around them.
Locked in a box here. Frost is even cooking up a smoke just to hope you can peek around it from every angle. Oh, baited the AWP shot. Frost is holding on. Man2 now all alone just to hold on to the AWP. He's doing everything he can. Still goes down eventually.
So worth for ENCE as well. We saw how much money they farmed in the previous round. 4 kills on the MAC-10. A couple more in this round as well. Diha breaches the B bomb site with nothing more than the SMG in hand, and it's just a beautiful display. Exactly what we talked about. He's at the tip of the spear, running through the smokes and the flashbangs, taking them down at range and locking in these remaining CT players, holding on to their weapons desperately. And sure, it comes down to the 1v1, but certainly worthy sacrifices here, as it has to be another half buy for Big. Diha with the MAC-10 once again, but there is at least some upgraded weaponry on the CT side. 5.7s and Deagles, some smokes to work with, but Big getting blown out of the water here in the first half of Vertigo. But Crimbo, he's fighting back.
Always. Got a bit of fight in him, hasn't he? Crimbo finds a lovely headshot. And pushing the issue, Sunpius will punish.
It's good info, but there's so much time in the round that ENCE don't have to rush the issue regarding the utility they have, the space that they don't have yet. They have all the advantages to close this one out, but it looks like they are congregating to hit this. That's a massive nade. They're in a lot of drama right now.
Really good chunk taken out of them, and they're committing into this. Sin with a prime position. It's only the body shot. Snappy gets away on 10 HP. Maybe there's more from Man2's 5.7. Look at the HP. Come on, process. And that 5.7 has made this a 1v1. This would be one hell of a clutch. One hell of a clutch for the young gun. Dancing around, Nertz has got patience, an iron will, and just like that, it prevails. A 7th comes through, a valiant attempt at a process.
That's so sick for Nertz, though. Just knowing he'd have to make a mistake at some point, just holds his position, sits like a turret, and just picks up the easy frag. Certainly precarious. No one's going to deny that. Arguably should have got that 2nd kill as well, but Snappy with a hell of a shot there. And process, a 3 versus 1 opportunity. They're also tantalizingly low. But as I said, Nertz, he's playing very well indeed, holds his position and finds a 7th round for ENCE here. Big with the half buy, make it close once more, chipping away at that economy, but ENCE continue to find round after round. It's just number 4 that went in Big's favor, the first gun round, and we'll see if they can start to find some success here. Have they got a man to AWP?
They could, and he has a good B spawn right now as well, so they have taken a timeout. There's been a big conversation. It doesn't look like they're going to set him up to pick over towards B, but in the last few rounds with ENCE taking all that space and executing in towards B, you have to stall that out. You need to maybe be a bit more aggressive towards that B lobby, because if Snappy can return to that end at any point, or maybe that's exactly what Snappy is hoping for as far as the CT defense goes. Now they can go pressure mid, pressure A a little bit more so. Doesn't have to all be just one-way traffic.
We haven't seen much action towards middle, so Nertz is going to be establishing control. They've got a bit of utility behind it as well. Maybe just trying to keep the CTs entertained on that side of the map here. Still very early on the round, and they're certainly going to inquire the further information. Man2 leading the probe towards middle, AWP in hand, and the timings could be disastrous for him. There is a T waiting in towards ladder room, but for now, they have confirmed that no one's close, tucked in on the left-hand side.
This is cheaper for Madden. Fighting fire with fire. One way is on top of one way, as it is the wild game of A ramp. Feels like they are calling this one off. There's no commitment just yet, allowing Sunpius's AWP just to search, knowing unlikely that there'll be a B push considering how they've conditioned it in the last few rounds, and Nertz is actually joining the crew. So all 5 members from ENCE to execute towards this A bomb site as a unit.
Yeah, Process is a real forward position. He has been spotted out by Madden. A couple of taps out of that M4. He stands and doesn't deliver anything. 2 frags to the good from ENCE as they collapse into the A site.
Cruise control right now. This is looking like a comprehensive victory.
Do you think Anubis, they were a little bit sleeping after map 1, right? They were like, yeah, we're going to win this. It's okay.
I think maybe.
Because to be fair, you saw the frustrations creeping in a lot. I think what happened was they just went, had a mental reset, said, yo, we never should have dropped this map. We let it get out of our hands. Let's wake the hell up. We are ENCE. We're one of the best Counter-Strike teams in the world right now. Going against Big, who just upgraded a couple of members from the academy, brought Mantu back from free agency. We have so much more as a team. We're so much deeper. Look, that should have been the conversation. I'm sure it was, because this looks fantastic now. 8-1, half one, running away with it. Scheduling fans still upset, but
well, there's barely been a duel that's gone in Big's favor. I can't recall an advantage they've had in this entire half. Not even come close to defusing a bomb, really. As we'll see Mantu at least save the AWP. We've said that a lot today. As Krimbo will join in with the M4 as well. Now, the problem is Krimbo, you know he's the B anchor, and he is very, very good at it. But unfortunately, it means you can avoid him and continue to punish his A bomb site. This time, a little bit of presence towards middle at the start. Keep Mantu entertain that side of the map while they had a very basic execution, more of a contact play, splitting in from short and the ramp and just hitting every single shot en route. They can't justify a full investment once again. Big will have another difficult round ahead of them here. It's all down to Mantu once again. I think he's towards elevators right now as he tries to listen out for sound cues. As Dabson setting up a little bit of utility, a flashbang for his teammate to swing from scaffold. That's about all he can do. Waiting for the call, the opportunity for a swing. And actually smoked off, so it might not be worth it. Yeah, call it off.
That's what he was waiting for. Mantu's rewarded. Catches Madden crawling crane. Smoke, it might tempt Process to... Oh, no. No, Mantu.
Just strictly got the opening frag as well. We just said Mantu has to deliver here. They might still win the round, though. He didn't die for nothing. They're going to do this one for Mantu. Fight for him.
A blood sacrifice.
Oh, my God. If they actually end up winning the round, that's nuts.
Win
if they
it
lose
for me. He's still falling.
Yeah, he's about to touch boots on the ground.
I can't believe it.
I don't quite
I wish... Oh, they're not on this side of the room. We can't check out the reaction. I hope he caught him.
Oh, they whiffed the flash.
Oh, just the flash.
Oh, what a disaster.
He hits
And
everything.
now Sumpires, yeah, he doesn't really miss, does he? He's given him an opportunity here to close things out. He nails every single shot. That should be enough here. Process is just 10 points of health. No kit, no utility. And it's Mantu after finding the opening pick. They're so close, and it begs the question, what would have happened if he could just stay on the map? Not in all of my years have I seen it go down in such an important time. Sure, it happens every now and then, but not in the heat of the moment like that. Not when you need them to survive.
Oh, we needed a bit of comedic relief in this series,
Here it
didn't
comes,
we?
here it comes.
No, go back 5 seconds. I need that Adam Sandler remote. What, I don't know. All we can do is laugh.
Okay, at least it's not a death slam. Oh, God.
Is it better that it was like 8-1 as opposed to like, I don't know,
a close
15-14?
Down to the wire.
I guess you're right. Yeah, like you kind of accepted it.
The game's already going bad.
You had Deagles and stuff. I mean, yeah.
Okay, but still, the worst possible time for that to happen. And Mantu not out of the heat of the action just yet. Takes a nade towards sandbags. We've got Process fighting back. Tapson will join in. They've got the man advantage. The best opportunity they've had in some time here, but they're not out of the woods just yet. Process with the push gets himself 3 kills in the round. Poor old Nerds. Loves to work middle on most maps, and he'll be left alone here. The bomb is down, and for now, just trying to cause some financial damage. Maybe a bit more if he finds a couple of kills. He's got plenty of time, and in terms of utility, he's fully equipped. 2 flashes, a Molotov, and an HE, and behind enemy lines to some extent, but they will be expecting this because it's Nerds, I suppose.
Yeah, and especially with the bomb under their rule as well. There's no reason not to just have the nice tight setup. You can see Sin, sandbags, holding for this exact push.
Hasn't spotted him yet. Tabson and Process are still not acknowledging this, so he has gotten across unnoticed. The up, the over, the head spotted. There's the first. Now, with 38 seconds left, 3 more to find. Is he just playing for damage? I imagine that's the new question.
It's going to be very hard to play for the round.
He Molotov's the bottom of the ramp.
Oh, how, Henry?
I'm trying to work out a world.
Miraculously.
Just a world.
He's better off just shooting them all.
The perfect
Smoke
Molotov.
on the molly.
Here it comes. So, that will do.
For damage.
That will do something. Not much, but hang on.
Good damage.
Now he
just run away.
Has to go for it. Oh my God.
Just run away. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, just the ease by which Nerds approached that.
That's more damage than you could ever ask
Where's
for.
the AWP, he's saying? Where's the AWP? Where's the AWP? Sampayas wants the AWP. And he
They
can't
didn't even,
find it.
oh my God. Crimbo didn't get the AWP either, so he leaves with an M4. They had, what, four players potentially surviving that round. They leave with just one who doesn't get the sniper either. That's actually a bit of a hollow victory for Big.
And it might be fast as well. Dihad just purchased into a MAC-10 when he could have bought up with the AK-47.
For reasons we already discussed. It's like one of the few teams that really exploit this sort of idea. Like knowing you got players like Dihad who love pushing smokes and flashes. They thrive in the chaos. Why not punish the fact that their money's low on the big side? Sure, they have rifles, but 3 players have our helmets once again. If Dihad can thread the needle, you never know. Taps in, trying to do the same here behind the smoke. It's tense. He'll actually be spotted falling back, and Sampayas will take care of him.
Very well done by Sampayas. Just
He always knows,
the
man.
gaps.
He's always one step ahead. It's crazy.
He has really been in some flying form as of late. And I think that he's such a catalyst to this team alongside of Nerds because it means that Snappy just doesn't always have to call out of the playbook.
We haven't seen the star level in the grand finals. That's the problem. That's when he does drop off in form. Like he's still good, he's still great, but he doesn't have that X factor we normally see.
It feels like the team as a whole, right? With that same conversation. If Sampayas can do this in a grand final, you get the best Dihad. He does it in a grand final. Then you're starting to get well, they already are considered, one of the best teams in the world. But
one injury, yeah, that's we know.
Forgot that's his thing. Wow.
Monte has to walk past that now.
But no, the B exec's coming again. No smoke for Crimbo this time round.
See if that Crimbo B anchor can tip the scales. He certainly is, Henry. With 1 and 2, he's done a lot there. That was that threatening MAC-10 starting to pick up pace.
Yeah. Once it was into action, you're in a lot of trouble. It's Sin who could be as well. It's a fumble spray, but recovered by Nerds. Another 1 versus 1 here. Process trying to deliver once again up against the old master, Snappy. 20 seconds remaining, scrambling to find the bomb here, recovers it. And like we said, time is low. Process is thinking he might be going back to A. He's got a very passive hold here. Fake plant. Snappy's assuming he's closer. He gives Process a chance to reposition here. Doesn't commit to the swing just yet, but he knows he's got the advantage if he can find the timing.
Oh, he saw him, takes the fight, Snappy goes down, frustrations visible, but victory is Process, and he's been thrust into quite a few of these scenarios in this game.
He's been making a bit of a name for himself. He's doing a great job in these tough situations against teams that are much better than what his resume would show. A player like him get a promotion from the academy team. Obviously, we've had Sin, hyped, a whole bunch of names from Big's Academy once upon a time getting opportunities. Snappy very frustrated with that one, and I think that it was well played from Process in the sense that he didn't take the risk. He let Snappy make the next move. He backed all the way off, said, Snappy, you can play. I'm not just going to give you the kill.
He always plays himself right with the fake plant. He knows at this point I've got plenty of time to reposition and gain control of the situation, which he does to a tremendous degree. And that might raise morale here, rallying the troops within Big. Lord knows they need it. It's half not over yet. They can still finish 9-6, which would be considered a victory in its own right, recovering this half. But that's if they get there. Once again, the MAC-10's out and about. It's Dihad to try and strike through the smoke. He is such a master at pushing through the utility. Once again, takes down Sin. The opening kill goes in favor of ENCE.
Sin's going to be salty as hell because Crimbo was looking directly down for that on the smoke play, because what they did was the smoke turns it into 2 options, 2 avenues to enter in towards the B lobby. They thought they had it covered.
They're just accelerating now.
Here he comes.
Snappy down to Crimbo, holding onto his site as far as this one goes. It looks like ENCE are backing away.
Yeah, there just was limp on the commitment, right? Snappy runs all the way and dies. Nobody else really took the space.
Maybe re-exec now.
Everybody on this side of the map.
Yeah.
Fight Club.
A brawl. Sampayas. He's been finding impact, but he will have to do it without Dihad. Crimbo makes it good. Oh, and Tabsa builds upon it. Still Sampayas and Madden. Head-to-head against 2. Process, a big contribution. A crucial frag, his 13th. And there's another. Up to 14. Big up to 4. Got B hyping up the boys. That's Big's hopes of a quarterfinal kept afloat by Process.
Yeah, that's more like it. Starting to win some of these duels now. Starting to come out on top on the clutches. Holding their nerve. Right down to the wire, but it's Big coming out on top 2 rounds in a row here. Crimbo delivering once again in the B bomb site. Setting up the youngsters. Process mowing 2 down. as he repositions very well through the smoke as well. And now finally feeling the financial burn. It's going to be a timeout here for ENCE as they recalibrate, work out how they're going to operate going forward. It's not as pretty as it once was. They've got a single AK in the hands of D-Hat. They are going to buy into this round. It's a little for some Pius and Tech9s and Deagles otherwise here. So Big do have a chance to recover this half and find 6 rounds.
Well, you can see that there may be a huge momentum shift going into the halftime break because Big will now be dealing with 2 rounds back-to-back that are a bit more hodgepodge, right? Yep. You mentioned the purchase of Henry. Well, this is the state of the nation for ENCE for the next 2 rounds. So if Big are able to get 6 on the half, they're going to be extremely confident. A 2-minute break, an opportunity to calm on down, get into the second half, win the pistol, and we're back on like Donkey Kong, the opportunity to tie things up 9-9. So let's see. To the Germans, they won the basketball today. Can they win the counter?
I didn't know they were a basketball nation.
No, me either. I'll be completely honest. I don't watch any normie sports.
Towards the A round we go then, as per tradition. Grenades exchange, shot through the smoke, no damage inflicted yet, but still lots of territory garnered for ENCE. The first headshot in their favor as well. It's Mantu holding strong toward the sandbags, trying to reposition and uses the smoke to get away.
Massive. Just as that molly was leaving the fingertips of Pius as well. So they got that man advantage. And Pius, he's going to try and be the brutal way in. Sin jiggling around on an MP9. You think it's best suited to this task. That elevated position of Tabson as well, going to be very difficult to pre-aim. Right side smoke. And go. Still, that elevated position. That's the Tabson first. Just nicely, Sin shuts him down, but Nertz is in to win the round. He's already gotten himself a triple kill. Crimbo, though, just walking on in, jumping on in, and Nertz with the last bullet in the AK clutches up for the quad kill.
Oh, that's a Nertz special right there. 2 bullets left in the magazine, and they're absolutely dead on, reading the play to perfection. It looked like it was a done deal on the A-bomb side, but Nertz with his signature spray connecting the dots. That is such a beautiful sequence. Like I said, a couple of bullets remaining, and he couldn't have played it any better if he tried. Final round, as we see Big now struggling with just the SMGs, a pistol, and the FAMAS.
So much for that momentum shift.
Yeah, right.
Nertz happened. And Process is just ran straight down the ramp into Nertz. Not going to happen again, but if he feels like his teammates have done a lot of the heavy lifting. With Snappy's double on that MAC-10 again, we witnessed them using them to great effect. Madden using his to find Sin. And they're going to leave this half with 11 rounds. Big Clan, after taking ENCE's map pick, coming all the way to this 3rd map, but it seems like ENCE really have shaken off any of that residue that the 2nd map may have caused.
Going through the motions here. Let's just get it over with, shall we?
Grimbo, I know that the HLTV start page will look a whole lot better with a couple more kills, mate, but would you get us to the halftime break, mate?
Could you? Well, it's a pretty FAMAS. Haven't seen that one up close. There you go. 11-4. ENCE 5 away from the quarterfinals. Big Clan, they're up the creek without the paddle. Join us after the break.
side, Canadian nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
What's up, you Counter-Strike mother lovers? We are here for the third and final map between ENCE and Big. The scoreline is currently 11-4 in favor of the international squad, who are looking on course for a quarterfinal berth here. Just 5 more rounds will do it, but Big, a slight resurgence head towards the end. Not all is lost. 4 will do in some cases, and we'll see if they can win the T-side pistol, boys.
They've had Nerds show up here at map number 3. Sampire still up to his usual tricks, but Nerds taking a page out of Owner Pixel's book, averted global right now. Let's see how quick ENCE can close things down.
7 guns on the CT pistol. Love to see that. The gunslingers.
Both are perfectly placed.
There's not enough room for both of us. Crimbo. Nice work. Tamsin builds upon it. Madden's going to be totally overlooked. Oh, it's horrible for the boys of Big Clan as they get mowed down. And ENCE now only need the 4.
I'm sorry, but that's a hard counter. How are you running that as your pistol round and they have 3 to 4 players already in mid? They know what's coming. This is over. Big have been read like a children's book here on Vertigo, and as far as they are in their development, that's fine, right? But this is ENCE showing their class not only with the individuals, but also with their prep and homework. If you're going to have 2 pairs of Julie towards middle like that, that's telling that there's something you've seen in the demos.
And it's a freebie coming up next. Unfortunately, it's a full eco. So 13-4, call that one chalked up. And we're going to see the guns in the next round here. So just a matter of ENCE can keep it clean. Try and keep all 5 players alive.
Yeah, a lot of teams have been inspired by G2's pistols. That's always a team at the tip of their tongue.
Which is called by Hunter.
Interestingly enough, right? Like a different person gets, like it's kind of a cool idea as a pro player, I can imagine.
One of the few rounds where like you kind of decided what you're doing from the get-go, right? Like everyone knows what's the pistol we're running. And you normally have a few options, of course, but there'll be set pieces from the get-go. You know how you'll be operating in them, what grenades you'll be purchasing. They're quite specific. It's unique in that sense to other rounds available.
Unique New York. Unique New York.
Is that like a vocal warm-up?
I thought it was
New York.
That's it. Okay, it's not a tongue twister.
Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Oh, there we are again.
Peppers.
Pickle TV. How many is he getting here, Deha? Actually, only the 1. So good work so far, getting themselves this pack of mosquitoes, poking, prodding, connecting. Crimbo's Deagle works nicely into the body of Nerds.
Considering the circumstances of the investment, this is actually already above and beyond what I was expecting to see them get.
Ooh, bomb just beautifully balanced there.
Isn't that odd? I've never seen that before.
Oh, no.
That's odd, too.
Should be fine, but a lot more expensive than I was anticipating. Bear in mind, this was Glocks, 1 Deagle, no Kevlar, no nades, and it's down to a 2 versus 1. Around Sinwin win, but maybe there's a few more twists and turns. Snappy says no. Solid hold in the end, but still, it's going to be the AKs, bear in mind, coming out next. So ENCE, they do give this round up. There is a slight window of opportunity for Big to leap through and maybe post a few rounds in a row. They'll have the AK-47s and more players jumping off the side of the building. The bomb goes off. It does come back, usually to the position you dropped it on.
Just quickly, official word coming in from Twitch chat. Nandkishorakala says, bro, 128 tick in CS2 is literally identical to 64 tick. The human brain literally cannot tell the difference. There is more delay between your brain and finger than there is between 64 and 128 tick. So that's the knowledge bomb that's been dropped right here.
Some fires.
Some fires now.
Got himself a kill.
Listen to Rush just stirring the pot.
I love it. I loved your segment earlier with Rush.
Just listen to Rush bitch and moan.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, you know, Rush. One of the things Rush does really well is bitch and moan.
Yeah, he's great at it. One of the best in the world.
Honestly, best in slot.
All right, settle down.
Yeah, Snappy should too, because he's gone wide for the fight and 1 bag from Crip. Oh God, Snappy just wants it done. He's got a reservation to make.
Bro, I'm pressing buttons, man. I can't turn it. I can't. I've only got 2 hands.
Listen, think about the viewer.
Anyway, now Process. This is a very winnable round. It's a 2v4. We've seen a lot of 2v4s go all sorts of ways recently. Process picks up the bomb. Crimbo, far away. And the CTs, they need to rethink about what's going on right now. They could be walking into B. They have no idea. So here they go. Back at it.
How do you feel about 6 right now?
6? 6 is chilling.
Oh,
and
okay.
Now 1.
Sorry.
Oh, you're backwards,
sorry, how do you feel about 1 right now?
1's looking good, man. If anyone's going to do it, I think it is 1. Crimbo a little bit far ahead, though. Smokes are coming in. Oh, they're going contact here. Now this setup, it is quite nice though. This angle is pretty dirty. It should just catch one up, but Crimbo, he might spot one over the boost here. Oh, playing perfectly. I even get baited, and what a play.
Wow. That is top tier stuff. You guys don't realize, everybody at home, you don't realize, you don't get that anywhere else. Literally, you don't get that anywhere else other than here at ESL Pro League. That's a Rush League exclusive. So
pure.
Hope you enjoyed it. If you want to subscribe to Rush, what's your OnlyFans link?
What you just said, but then .com and then Rushly123456.
Okay. So he's got lots of content on there that you guys might be interested in.
To see his bump mines, his danger zone, if you will.
It's all filthy stuff.
Yeah.
I'm here for it. And we'll see if Big have got anything left to say. The pistols are in hand. Ooh. They're not all in, but Tabson is forcing the issue. Snappy will be dropped, but the rifle can't be recovered here. Doing everything he can to deny access, it will be Madden. I think he has actually gained control of short once more. Flashbang's over, and so the kill doesn't hurt too much here. They didn't at least give the rifle over, so back in towards B we go.
Yeah, it was funny to see Tabson go for that one. I think he just wishes he had those stretch arms, strong arms. Get a little bit of extra reach, but he does still get away. That advantage, at least mathematically, still existing, a 5 versus 4. Smattering of Kevlar. Diha the Bianca to be tested. And oh, he's been caught pulling the pin on that smoke. Sin pushing through, and from behind, Tabson strikes. Big Clan have managed to make this one work, as we've seen throughout the series that they can make it work on these half buys, these more moderate investments.
This is the thing, this is the team in its fledgling state. So I believe there'll be a lot of progression for some of these younger guns. Crimbo has really come into his own, right? He's definitely been one of the better members of Big for some time now. But you're seeing him be more and more confident, and especially with the way that he talks to us and in the cast and everything, which is great. I think that also translates in the server. Process has done, I think, great guns in some of these clutchy or more impact rounds today. Sin is somebody who we haven't seen an awful lot from throughout today's matchup. Tabson's still being able to deliver. Mantu's had his moments as well. So this is just the early stages of this team. So there's I imagine there's going to be a long on-ramp for them. CS2 coming as well will buy the 5 a bit more time to be able to integrate and find out where they want to be. So I think this has been a good showing.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, playoffs already in the bag. You're 2-0 heroic. And yeah, they'll be coming back in week 5 regardless, but it doesn't look like it'll be in the quarterfinals, I have to say that much. But if they can make the scoreline more competitive, get some more experience here, make ENCE uncomfortable, that would be great if they could recover any sort of round victories here in towards round number 20, because they have got a long way to go to make this one competitive. 14-5. A-ramp control for ENCE. They've still got a relatively strong buy. In terms of firepower, you can see Diha is on the AWP, in fact, and he has no armor to speak of. So it's a weird round here for ENCE. And Diha's making it work.
Very nice. Just the start ENCE we're hoping for.
Absolutely. Yeah, braving that, that's risky.
Oh, isn't that smoke usually just a no-go for most?
Most people, if you're up close to it already, when it gets deployed, it's okay to hang around because it's less likely they'll get the visibility, but it felt like he was transitioning up. So this is another man disadvantage scenario now, 3v5. And ENCE might get caught off here, but Snappy on the jiggle, he can always throw that defensive smoke. They can push in towards short. I think the writing's on the wall of this one.
Well, you never know, Chad. There's always a chance. When there's a will, there's a way. All the tropes you could ask for, as Process does continue his strong form here. Does pull one back at least. Smoke's being deployed as well. They have to commit to the plan, but it's a fake for now. Madden gets the better of Process. And Crimbo, after a task of planting that C4, but he needs a bit of backup. Mantu providing it. Is there another kill available? Apparently there is. 2-on-2. Bomb should be planted. Diha can't deny just yet. And bear in mind, he has no Kevlar as well. So this one has flipped on its head, and they might even have the advantage.
They're both trying to slip away short. Mantu's going to have to do a lot with this AWP now. Oh, Mantu is the only one left. He hits them both. Diha tries to brave the cross, but the AWP precise as Big Clan secure a 6th by virtue of the AWP.
I think Mantu just proved who's the better Polish AWP out of him and Diha, not the AWP at all for ENCE right there. So good shooting from Mantu. And the fact that they built back into this round, we were just talking about the fact for Big it was 3 versus 5. And Yeah, not relinquishing control, not dropping back, staying stoic. Was Mantu hitting a necessary shot, not letting the round play out, just getting it done with the bullets. Good stuff.
Yeah, ice cold from Mantu. Enjoyed that full eco for ENCE, and now opens up a few more possibilities as they take control of middle, contact play. Tabson leading the charge towards the short position here at the ramp as well, but he goes down. That does offer up a rifle, so might have to be a finish elsewhere. Crimbo going to be locking off rotations in towards elevators, trying to catch his remaining CTs. Round should be theirs. We only have one player in towards the B bomb. That is going to be Nuts, and he's gone down. So, like we said, Crimbo and Sin working in tandem here. Madden might be able to convert this kill. It's a difficult one, though, with the USP in the back. He's rumbled now and still comes out on top. So eco doesn't go in their favor, but they get a couple of frags. That will do.
In those ecos, this is where I wanted us to have like a timer, and I guess the timer would be when the first action comes in and we do silly things in those moments. Like, for example, do you guys know the game Chubby Bunnies, where you're putting as many marshmallows in your mouth as possible? Not great for commentary, I'd imagine.
You put what in your mouth?
Marshmallows.
Marshmallows. I really hate them. Is there an alternative?
Well, you would just sit that one out,
Okay, so I think I'd actually be sick.
Yeah,
the thought of it makes me feel
12 marshmallows.
They are
into your
very
mouth.
sickly, aren't they?
Yeah.
Is it marshmallow?
It's the texture I don't like, the taste, pretty much everything, and they're just...
They're good in s'mores.
Yeah, melted, not too bad. I can get on board with that.
Yo, look at Diha. He knows he's got one isolated, and Process is completely unprepared for that one. Forward starts from Diha, delivers the double. Awkward for Tabson. Still hits a banging shot onto Snappy. Trying to perhaps turn up the momentum on towards this A side, trying to isolate the AWPer.
Oh, come on, Tabson.
Could have a nade with his name on it.
That's a perfect nade. He was just getting the trajectory right. Almost max damage HE right there.
Yeah.
What is the confirmed max damage? I know it's about 55, 60 maybe. Do we know exactly?
3 clicks Philip could probably help us out with that.
So I always claim, oh, it's a max damage grenade. I have no idea what the max damage is. I know it's about 58 maybe, I would guess.
That's a good guess. Yeah, I was going to say something like that.
Well, that just did 57, right? Some passes on full HP.
And you said max damage,
he was right next
in the right
to it.
ballpark, I suppose. If anyone knows in chat, let me know. I want you to show your workings as well, like maybe provide a bit of context.
Yeah.
And that's your challenge.
We'll be checking your homework later today.
So this is pretty standard from ENCE. They do this quite often. When they leave Diha as the B anchor and they gamble towards A, he has to worry about mid and B, but he has to give up one of the two, right? And Diha's usually very good at this. So it's not necessarily about him getting a kill, but it's about him relaying the information, still holding onto a powerful position so that his teammates can rotate in for the retake. But no util, no kit, big problems, and well, there you go, bomb loose.
As easy as that for Diha, just spamming the smoke. Time was so sensitive, they had to push on that. And now, yeah, nothing for Crimbo here. He'll only get the one, so it looks like ENCE sailing to this quarterfinal now. Just a single round is all they need, and Big Clan right now, they're scrounging for scraps.
Yeah, well, at this point, they'll need 8 rounds in a row. Diha, confident as ever, pushing the B steps, finding multiple kills here, forcing them into more and more fights, and then just falls apart at the B bomb site here. And we're looking into the chat. Apparently, everyone's just typing 69. I think that's
funny.
Maybe a joke.
Yeah, that's a funny number, that one.
One of the funnier numbers.
Yeah, that one gets them going.
69, 69, 69.
And they're all sitting there going, hee hee ha ha.
That's the sex.
No one's saying anything else but 69 or 420.
You've set them off, Henry. You've tickled their pickle.
Oh, hold on. Someone's coming. It's 57 with hitting the nade on body. 58/59. Oh, I missed it. Okay.
Could that be to do with Kevlar?
Yeah,
There's probably a caveat in there.
Or actually getting the impact of the grenade.
98 without armor, 57 with.
So it was a max damage nade last.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. It was accurate information. You love to see it. That's what we try and provide here.
Crowdsourced.
Yeah, it's
crowdsourced insight.
Maybe accurate information. We're not quite sure, but it sounds pretty good to me. He typed it with some authority.
He did. Yeah, there was an air of authority.
The anonymous individual in the Twitch chat spamming.
Yeah, he actually used a proper grammar and everything. So smart dude. I'll take his word for it. Don't see grammar very often.
Yeah, you wait till he whips out his semicolons. That's when you know he's a real smart cookie.
But lads, is this the game? 3-on-3. Bomb heading over towards B. ENCE to lock themselves in. Diha, first contact taken. Bomb loose once more.
It's really not clean for the remaining two. Process and Sin, two of the newer names. Trying to extend play. Madden a good hard clear. It's up to Sin. A quiet game on Vertigo. The first of the clutch is in. The second, not and Sin secures it with the clutch.
And play continues. It looked like it was absolutely done, dusted, as Big had a 3 versus 1 scenario, but the huge spray down comes through. And they managed to make it work once again. Round number 24 will be a bit of a gimme as well. Here's the replay of Sin. He didn't look like he had any grounds to win that whatsoever.
You see Snappy there, he's annoyed. It looks like it's a hot summer's day and the flies won't leave him alone. It's like, this isn't going to kill me, but you're bothering me right now. I'd love to be done with this.
I thought it was done. I was already thinking about taking out my ear cups and having a nice day. With a quarterfinal in the bag now. Hang on, D hurt.
Looking to say see ya.
Yeah. There's no way they're going to check him. That's a real catch from D-Hurt.
Oh, not like this.
Yeah, no, most definitely. It can't be like this. Oh, he even dinked man too. Process is in a real nice power position though, right? Like, by being this far forward. Oh, and with nade damage like that to 2 members. There's not much more that's threatening in this one. So Pius has a Desert Eagle. He's bringing it stairs. Mantu's holding nicely with that Galil.
How's the whole series look for the Pius? He's just been
oh yeah, it's
brilliant, hasn't he? So having a look from maps 1 and 2, the combination, he was plus 28 with the 2 first maps combined. So on Ancient, he was 26 for 8. On Anubis, he was 33 for 23. And then right now, 22 for 15. So Pius has woken up on the right side of the bed today.
Oh, yes, indeed.
One of my favorite fruits, the Pius.
And we've got...
I think it's a papaya.
Papaya?
Papaya.
You like a papaya?
No, I don't, but I was just trying to do something with his name. Yeah, I don't really like fruit at all.
What about pear? I think pear is one of the worst fruits.
Pear's like an old person's apple.
It is. It is. That's what I'd be saying.
Because it's softer.
It's softer, and there's just something about the flavor. It's just mid. You know, if you'll pardon my Zoomerism.
Have either of you ever had a Nashi pear?
Don't even know what it is, so
I'll show you.
Well, after your Ladyfinger banana play.
Yeah, so this is back. I used to work for any Aussies watching back in Woolworths in Australia in the produce department as a manager. So I learned a little bit about the fruits and vegetables of the world. Now, the Nashi pear, shaped more like an apple, has a bit more bite like an apple, not the soft nature of a pear.
A bit of a crunch to it.
But it tastes like a pear.
Maybe that's the pears we need.
So you could try a Nashi pear if you were interested.
Maybe we could organize it as a segment.
Yeah.
Bring in all the different types of pears available.
Pears.
It probably would fly around here, to be honest. No one would really mind.
I'd like to try the mini bananas as well.
Yeah, bring in mini bananas,
get a durian
crunchy
in
pears, and what else?
A durian.
The durian.
Stinky one?
Yeah, they smell terrible.
Dare to bring that into the studio. I'm sure that would go down like a lead balloon.
Big plan. Fighting for survival here. And it's a mid-rush. You don't see many of these on Vertigo, let me tell you. Madden plays defensively, drops the incendiary, just trying to buy some time here as they help themselves towards CT spawn. Madden plays it well, but Tabson even better, preempts the shot, and he finds the advantage once again. Now, they don't have to fully commit, but they've done so well with the utility. So much space garnered, but 2 players residing within this B bomb site. D-Hab, the first line of defense.
D is going to be cleared out. Nice work from Process. Good awareness as to the potential. And there's more from Tabson. What a fantastic call. See how it's caught and completely off guard. And now they are just desperately hiding, hoping to be overlooked. Nerds towards the B stairs. The bomb's planted on that B site. Some Pius's AWP in the elevators now noted as he takes down Sin.
He won't be ready for Tabson. If he knew about this Tabson play, gets that in, maybe Nerds can activate, but you can see it will just be a 1-on-4 scenario for poor Nerds here. Another round will be extended. It is going to be up to 15-10, and Nerds might lose it all. Has found himself a bit of a gap here. That's not a bad kill. An upgrade to an AK short. But this is it still a matter of time game? How many more do we need from Big before we think this could go overtime?
I think this 10 now, I feel like.
The double-digit rule.
Yeah, well, that's the old classic. It's the best metric we've got in this scenario. There's not that much information on this science, but I would say about now is the point of panic if you're ENCE. The money's in the bin. You might be forced into some sort of investment here because you saved the AK-47, just trying to get it done and dusted, but we'll see if they take a timeout first. Yeah, double digits is normally where the wheels could fall off. Sorry.
The wheels are falling. It has been a long day.
Kind of giving up on me.
You gave it some sauce with my introduction.
I think that's what did it. Honestly, I regret that. I don't know if you called Alex. I screamed like Chad Burchell's introduction, like UFC style. They're fighting from Bird. And I went way too hard.
And then I lost, so I let it
wasn't even that funny. And I just the payoff didn't really land.
I know you're fried the vocal cords.
Yeah, like went as loud as I possibly could. I was shrieking it and paying the price, it would seem.
Harry thought it was fun.
Harry liked it. You liked it? Okay, maybe it was worth it then.
It was definitely worth it.
Thank you for that, Harry. He's been very kind to me. He's my new best friend.
Yes, I heard.
We kind of announced it this tournament.
He has been looking to replace Hugo for some time now.
Well, yeah.
So we know there's some similarities between the two of you.
Yeah, Hugo's literally fun.
Yeah, I know. Why else am I saying that? We got the whole squad here. Freya not too far away either.
Everyone's just here to have a good time, and well, Big Clan, they need 5 if they really want to be celebrating.
Upgraded into an AWP for the Pius here.
It's a lot of information from D here as he's called no one watching.
There's a gaggle of it. Dinko's come over. We've got everybody here for the close. This is an exciting
gaggle of
matchup.
casters.
Yeah, what would be the collective for casters?
Clowns.
Yeah, what, a clowns of casters?
A clowns of casters. We'll work on it.
A circus of casters?
Circus, not bad, yeah.
Keep cooking.
Nuts, look at the angle he's used there. Taps and overlooks it completely. Opening frag found. Is this where it works? Is this the close? A big investment. St. Pius' AWP. Pride and Joy connecting. A 4 versus 3 now.
This is actually looking quite uncomfortable. The open plant as well. No, it's reacted. No, it actually works out. It was all a ruse, but still, the action continues.
Baby!
2 versus 1. St. Pius would have to go above and beyond. He's got no kit. Doesn't land the shot. It's all over. Surely he has one more opportunity to try and find that kill towards Sandbags. It's not going to happen. Running out of time, running out of space, and he knows it as well. Oh no, the plant there. Do you think that was intentional, Chad? That you actually thought if I plant here, he'll pre-fire elsewhere?
I think he's worried about maybe the wall bang or something there. That's insane though. The jump up from Nurse just so tunnel vision to deal with that planter. It potentially cost. Well, I don't want to say it cost them the round because they lost the side, but that was a Hail Mary attempt.
At the very least, right?
Yeah, that is wild. Okay, well now, yeah, we're back in the conversation of this potentially being an overtime.
I'm loving the tenacity out of Process. I mean, he got 4 in that round. Yeah, Godby's going to give him an extra special pat on the back. This is the highlight reel from Process. Catching that Nerds push, you can see the angle he was holding.
He couldn't believe it himself, but it took him like a split second to readjust and realize what was going on there. Because you would just assume the default plan in that sort of scenario would be a given. But no, and the action continues here. 4 rounds now. It's very possible. That was the half investment, bear in mind. And still to have a double AWP set up here. Some Pirates and Nerds operating with the big green.
They're digging themselves a deep hole with double AWP.
Yeah, you're right, and that's a lot of damage.
Nice.
Adam recovers it though, trying to stay alive here. And back towards middle we go. Big have given this area a lot more attention than ENCE did.
Yeah, they were really gunning for that Madden frag, but the fact that he goes forward into the flames to find the angle, impressive work to try and pull ENCE that opener. He's done so. Mid, a question mark right now. Oh, not anymore, it isn't Madden. Throws caution to the wind, pushing the smoke. Crimbo only the 1. Nerds, he's missed an AWP shot here. They are teasing him, they're playing with him, Henry. Nerds still takes 1 on the AWP.
Yeah, he's actually done very well there. He was out of position, surrounded, and now it comes down to the 3 versus 2, going for an open plan. Diha could deny it all, but it's an awkward shot. He can't deliver it, and now they've evened the playing field. Still haven't planted, however, and the CTs have no utility. It's scrappy as you like to try and take the game here. 1 versus 1. St. Pius with 1 more bullet. He could close it all out here, and it will be ENCE to find victory here on Vertigo and book themselves a place in the quarterfinals.
Came to Malta to lock themselves in for the playoffs, and they've been able to do so. The top spot of Group B goes to ENCE. The quarterfinals locked in, but it has to be said, St. Pius today really came to play some top-notch Counter-Strike. A fantastic series from him.
Yeah, Big Clan, early stages, new names, big stages, and they did get pushed. They made ENCE work, they made them sweat, taking it the distance, taking it 3. Process at the top of the scoreboard with some high-impact rounds. A lot of positives, I'm sure, for Big Clan, and they too will be back for the playoffs, but the quarterfinals in the bag for ENCE, and a good day in Group B for ENCE.
Yeah, I have to think here, right? When you come in as a Heroic or an ENCE in this group, the conversation was just to get to this matchup today. Heroic, they have been knocked out. They're not even in the conversation for the title anymore whatsoever. For ENCE, this is exactly what you were hoping to achieve. For Big, the prospects of the future are looking fantastic as well for German Counter-Strike. They're going to be disappointed with the loss, but they come in today as massive underdogs.
Oh, they left it all on the server as well. Sure, some disappointing rounds, but bear in mind, you've got players promoted from the academy here. You've jostled things around. You're now speaking English. Tabson back of the in-game leader. A lot of variables working against them, but they've come here. They've made it to the playoffs. Job done as far as I'm concerned. No one expected them to win this group. They had an opportunity to do so today, and they took them the distance. A noble comeback there. Sure, wasn't quite enough, but they made them uncomfortable. They know this project has got prospects.
And you wouldn't believe it. We still have one more game of Counter-Strike coming up here today to conclude Group B. Monte taking on MIBR for the final spot in the group. But we've got Tristan and Samantha standing by with a winner's interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is correct. I'm standing here with Snappy. ENCE do take this W, and you look at a few things in this series. I think I'm going to ask you right out of the gate. Tell me about Anubis.
I mean, a frustrating map, especially in the end where we did mistakes. We should have closed it if we didn't do those, but that's always hindsight, right? So they obviously deserved the Anubis win, and we weren't at our A level today, but I'm just happy that we won anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be that sense of accomplishment and completion there. My next question has got to be something along the lines of, you knew you were coming to the playoffs today, but how important was it for you to secure just another rung of those playoffs?
I mean, it was important. The main reason it was important was just that in the Blast World Finals leaderboard, every point is needed for us. So those 500 extra is good, and hopefully we can get even more.
Yeah. All right. Well, they've been saying it's easy for ENCE, but you want to tell them anything? I mean, they look at you. You're the leader of the ENCE tribe now, so tell them something.
I don't think it was so easy for ENCE in this group stage, but we also didn't come in 100%. We took some rest, and but for the playoffs, we intend on coming in and full swinging.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think that does it for me. Hey, there's something really cool coming up. Check this out. Do you like CSGO skins?
They're okay.
The first weapons cases were a little too new wave for my taste. Case hardened, death by kitty. But when Operation Phoenix came out in 2014, I think the Asimov really came into its own, commercially and artistically. The whole collection has a clear, crisp color pattern and a new sheen of consummate professionalism that gives the skins a big boost. They've been compared to the print stream, but I think Asimovs carry a more gritty, complementary sense of style.
Hey, Harry.
Yes, Chad?
Why are there mouse pads all over the floor? Do you have an event on? A LAN party or something?
No, Chad.
Is that a raincoat?
Yes, it is! In 2018, Valve released this, the Danger Zone case, the Asimov's latest and greatest addition to the collection. I think their undisputed masterpiece is the AK-47, a weapon so necessary that most people don't even think about it. But they should, because it's not just about the pleasures of conformity and the importance of full buy rounds. It's a personal statement about your inventory value itself. Hey, Chad. Ah! Try to make your reservation with Doja now, you stupid fucking caster!
love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the Russo. One more time. Are you ready? He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
It's time for the DHL Drop. Every week, CSGO talent go head-to-head to beat the buzzer. You can join them by typing !DHL Drop in the chat. Answer the questions correctly to get added to the global leaderboard. The higher you climb, the closer to earning a prize you are.
Yes, the DHL Drop Bonanza continues. Our second opportunity for you guys at home in Group B to win some goodies, courtesy of DHL. And today I'm asking, is the price right? Yeah, I think that sounds about right. We've got two teams ready to compete. You may notice
one friendlier than the other, I see, not even waving.
Falcons.
One more coordinated.
Kakar!
You've switched sides.
Yeah.
You want to explain why that is?
Yeah, that light over there is a bit of a doozy. Still recovering from our injuries over there.
Safety team actually
just got to watch out for the plant over here. That's the only thing that could cause an issue.
Yes.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I've been checking and I can pick it up quite comfortably.
Nice.
So I'm thinking if I need to relocate it during any acrobatics.
And you're going to be in control of the buzzer today as well. I'm just going to stay still over here. So we should be okay.
Okay, we've got a designated buzzer.
Keeping my hands to myself, Freya. That's what I'm doing. Not going to be jumping on any teammates this time.
We have a new challenger entering the ring.
Hell yeah.
Who are you guys? Why have you turned up here?
We are the Big Byron Company,
wow.
aka the BBC. You might have heard of us, actually. We're a pretty big deal. All across the globe, but largely in the UK.
He's been promoted recently. He's my chief chef. We've come coordinated. This is our alpha. Chief chef. Ultimately, this is our outfit right now.
What's he been cooking up?
A big dub today, Freya.
And we're in the double corduroy. We're the corduroy boys. You know that we're winning.
Damn, that could have been our name.
Yeah, I know. It would have been sick.
Are you wearing jeans down there, or is that corduroy trousers?
This is a trouser. I didn't go for Henry Jean over here.
Henry Jeans wears blue jeans.
Yeah,
it's a new line we're working on. Henry jeans.
The Henry jeans.
Yeah,
I think they could give Levi's a run for their money.
Yeah, they're quite long though. You have to bear
very long. Have you noticed how slightly abnormally large his legs are?
We are going to cover that later. There's another segment dedicated to it. Sorry.
Finko, what are you doing over there?
Well, I'm going to be giving out the trophies, the golden cocks, and of course I'll be keeping the points and also making sure that Harry and Hugo don't have a light incident.
Safety officer, addition, subtraction, division, whatever we need from you, Dinko.
Exactly.
Okay, are we ready for the first question? Actually, I should probably go over the rules.
Yeah, what are the rules?
That probably would be a
When
thing.
can I buzz?
We are playing The Price is Right. We've got some skins to be showing you guys. The closest accurate answer wins, and these are just estimated prices. There also are going to be some stickers on these guns, and we're taking 10% of the sticker value of the current market value, adding it to the value of the skin. I'm going to be giving you the float.
That's
I'm
like
going to be giving you the wear. Yeah, right. We're getting really
Wow, we're getting really
I don't understand floats.
Okay,
Slower
let's
number
go.
better.
So I hope you guys have been studying skins.
I like to think I'm ready.
They know a lot about K.
I know, yeah, this guy...
We're done for here.
Yeah,
You like CSGO skins?
Oh, Fugazi, Fugazi.
Yeah, we'll find out.
Yeah, I just know Harry's got like 24 knives and he's unboxed most of them himself, so we are at a disadvantage.
You've got so much case luck, it actually
I'm up to 6 at this event right now alone.
Giving Diha a run for his money
Hell
right
yeah,
now.
Diha stops after 1, I say. If you get 1, that means there's more on the way.
Well, it's not a knife up first, Harry. We're going to bring up the first question. The first skin we've got for you guys is the AK Fire Serpent. This is field-tested 0.16 float with not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Fnatic Cato 2015 holo stickers. And I've got 4 options for you guys, and of course, you at home, exclamation mark, DHL drop, A, B, C, or D. I've got to give you the options. Option A, 10K. Option B, 2K. C is 5K, and D is $50,000.
I've got a guess, but it's not an informed guess.
All right, let's try and get off to a good start here, Alex. We always get blown out the water early on, so let's think about it. It's not a top-end skin, and no one talks about Fnatic stickers with that much, like, oh wow, you've got
and
Fnatic
2015 as well.
No one's really caring about that too much. I'm thinking around the $5,000. That's one of the options.
Yeah.
I reckon C is our best bet. Like Fnatic stickers aren't holy grails. The skin, it's a nice one, but I don't think it's way up there. I feel like C is a conservative but accurate guess we can do there.
Yeah, I think going 6 figures would be a bit overkill. I agree. I think C is probably our best.
They're chomping at the bit to get stuck in. They think we're wrong. We're going to lock in C, though,
Yes.
C, $5,000 is incorrect.
Let's try.
$2,000.
B, lock it in.
Why are you going for that?
Reason why we're going for that is Fire Serpent field tester going to set you back around about, last I checked, I think it's around about 1.2-ish.
Okay.
And so then if we're taking 10% of the stickers into account, Cato 15 not quite as interesting as Cato 14. So I went with 2K because it's closer to the value of the Fire Serpent, but maybe that's wrong.
It isn't wrong. It's indeed correct.
Yeah.
2K.
I knew this is my calling.
He does own a Fire Serpent.
I do own a Fire Serpent, so this is kind of...
He owns most skins, as it were.
1 point for the BBC.
Lock
Question number 2. This time it is a knife. This time it is a Karambit Doppler Ruby. Nice little knife over there. This is fact new and a float of 0.011.
Oh, that's...
Option A, 4K. Option B is 8K. Option C is $16,000. Option D is 24.
Right, well, so here's what I'm thinking. I know that the value of these is up in the tens of thousands, right? This is one of the rare arm boxes from the Chroma collection. The moment you kind of move into like Sapphire, Ruby, Emerald, these are the ones that really creep up in value. I'm pretty sure that this specific one is actually one of the, like out of the 3, I think it might be the cheapest or maybe middle. Emerald is the most expensive. So
I'm thinking a C or a D. What do you think?
What is C and D? I kind of can't read the screen.
24,000. Alternatively, 4K or 8K.
Ooh.
4, 8, 16, 24.
See, the 8K is somewhat tempting, but I think D's the 20-something thousand.
24.
Right?
Not that. Not that. Surely, no. I mean, well, you tell
No,
me.
I think you're right. I think it's C. I think we're gonna go.
Locking it in?
C. Yeah, I think we're gonna go C.
Let's go C.
Correct.
Oh, there we go.
Good work. Good work.
There we go.
The Chroma case, obviously, we all knew that.
Nice little tidbit of information. The holder of this is actually Bit from Navi.
Ooh, nice
Bit.
Damn,
Very
good
nice.
save.
He's dripped, man. Question number 3. We're moving back to the AK. This is a Fire Serpent again. We are field tested, and we are 0.33 on the float here. This time, we have got not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 Grim Gold stickers. And the stat track, we have almost 500,000 kills on the stat track. Not that that affects the price at all. We've got 3, 6, 9, or 12 as your options.
Right, Alex, we know it's, what, 1,200 they said
Yeah,
before?
so it's got to be around
What are the
3.
stickers again?
Grim.
Grim stickers.
It's not like it's a
No
particular
one's running to the
sticker.
They're not queuing up outside the door for a Grim sticker.
It is true.
I don't think that's an iconic.
And he told us at around 1,200.
Yeah, he already gave us that.
I'm sorry to ask you to repeat something, but what was the quality of the AK?
It is field tested.
Field tested
But
as
stat
well.
track.
Stat track. Thank you,
Stat
Dinko.
track, yeah.
Oh, bro, surely it's 3,000 then. That's got to be the lowest one.
Yeah, it's
like,
A, right?
logic
Yeah,
dictates from everything we've heard.
Yeah.
We're going to lock in $3,000. Please say that's correct.
That is indeed correct.
God.
Goodness me.
We get a
The
point.
Falcons
It's on the
return.
board. It's not a blowout. We've got some points.
Yeah,
How many
I
questions?
feel like that was actually a kind of good bit of synergy. You know, you guys, you know, like
cross-reference the previous information.
Exactly.
We've got it there.
You've learned.
Okay.
Well done. We're going to move on to question number 4. This is an AWP this time around. This is Gunnair. This is Minware 0.12 in
Nice
terms
one.
of the float.
I like these.
We have got $2K, $900, $13,000, or 40,000 smackaroons.
See, I know this is very expensive. I know that it's definitely C or D. No stickers, you said. Minimal
No
wear.
stickers, yeah.
I almost want to. I don't want to go as far as 40K, Harry. 13K definitely. You know.
Yeah.
Unless it's 40K and I'm like losing my mind.
So this one is
expensive.
This is very illustrious. This is like up there with kind of like Dragon Lore levels of ranking.
Yeah. People don't. It's slept on.
But
you know?
but it is
it's like the
slept on.
Medusa.
So what you looking in? What's your final answer?
I'm thinking C. Unless you think it's 40 grand, I think it's 13.
I'm going to have to push you for an answer, gentlemen.
I'm going to go C. Lock it in.
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very
Well done.
Yeah, surprising.
It's
We don't
3-1.
see that very often.
It
that
is
skill.
rare, yeah.
And you know what, guys? We've got time for one more question. And I'm
winner
going to
takes all,
say
I reckon. I
winner
think winner
takes
takes
all.
all.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
go on,
I
let's go
think
on
that's
then.
how it's
What's
going
it,
to
3
go.
to
So
1?
My role is
completely
redundant.
rewrite the scores,
I am going to
Dinko.
quit my job. It's redundant now.
Question number 5. The one that
What's
means
that
it
like?
all. This is an M9 bayonet slaughter. This is
Ooh.
Oh, no. This
Wait,
isn't.
M9 bayonet
We've got
slaughter.
a
We're going for this one. We're going for the
different one.
AK case hardened with Titan hollows.
0.02.
Did we get
3 Titan hollows. Can we confirm which
Yes,
Titan
3
hollows
Titan
those are?
hollows and
Katowice
1
14s.
crown foil.
Don't forget about the
I'm going to
crown.
go closer and have a
Are
look.
those Katowice 14s? That does
Yeah,
make all the
Katowice
difference.
14.
So Harry, the
Yeah,
price
And
is
they're
50.
full, so they're very expensive. One sold recently for
And this is
80K.
fat new as well. the
This
skin.
is a trick question, Harry. First option 50,000. Second option priceless. C is 500K and D is 180K. So they're selling 10% of the sticker value though.
10% of the sticker
Well,
value.
we were talking about what they were selling for earlier.
This might be a
Yes,
useful bit
yeah.
of information. The
Yes.
holder of this is actually simple.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh. I kind of want to look
Well,
in priceless
then,
for that
yeah,
reason
I
alone.
guess it's simple
but is that
with all
a
this
trick?
stuff.
Is that a trick
Well,
question?
this feels kind of fucked because
Yeah.
this is like by whose metric?
Well, to be honest, I think if we go for priceless and we're wrong,
that gives them no hint.
I don't know if they're going to get it.
Yeah, go on. We'll go
Let's
priceless.
lock in priceless. Simples.
You locked it in?
We're locking in priceless.
It's indeed correct.
Yeah. No one's getting it off Simple's hands. I'll tell you
BBC,
that
the
much.
winners of The Price is Right
Thank
this
you.
time with the
Thank
DHL
you.
drop.
Oh, it feels
Dinko,
great
do you want to
work.
do the
Corduroy
honors?
boys back again.
Deserved victory.
Yeah,
Well
well,
done.
thank
you, guys.
You took us to the limit. You pushed us all the
I
way.
knew the tens
go.
of thousands of euros I've spent unboxing things would
You get
come in
one each.
handy
Thank you.
one
That's
day.
your second cock, right?
That is my
Yeah.
second cock.
You don't
Oh,
even
good.
have to share the cock this time around.
Oh.
You get one each.
Cheers.
Bloody hell.
Fantastic. 2 guys, 4 cocks.
All right.
Thank
How
you,
will
DHL.
it end? You know what I want to know how is going to end? I want to know how the games are going to end because we've got one more coming up and it's going to be MIBR taking on Monte for one more spot at the playoffs after this break.
Make a perfect team if you ask me. We might need to get health and safety in here because it's getting pretty toxic in there, you know.
What have they done?
Stunningly beautiful butterfly crimson web with a float of Duro 06 is available for just €1,400. But that's not all. If you call in the next hour, you can get a free forest leaf.
My name is Victor Orujo. My nickname is Sam Dayon. I'm playing for Team Monte. This is my first time attempt in summer camp. If I have to play Kiss, Marry, Kill with Mirage, Ancient and Inferno, I would instantly kill Mirage, Kiss Ancient and marry Inferno.
My name is Vova, Team Monte, and I never was in camp. When I was child, my best sport was football. I played football 8 years.
In my team, probably no one can use the compass on the map except me, so everybody is the worst. The biggest threat we pose to other teams is our explosive playstyle. and decision making in the mid rounds. Our goal right now for this group is to get out to playoffs, and everything after that is plus.
You should pick Monte because it's one of the best teams from low level, kinda, and we are coming better every time, and we are young blood. My goal in this season is to be on top 10 and to have a good start in CS2.
I think it's very enjoyable to watch our Counter-Strike because we play very fast and sometimes team getting lost, and so it's fun to watch.
One more matchup in Group B of EPL Season 18, and this time it is a rematch with it all on the line. Two teams, but only one spot at the playoffs, and it falls to the hands of either Monte or MIBR to be grabbing it. Two teams, Harry, who are on a quite different path, different trajectories, with different changes coming into this season. So I think we should start off with Monte and talk about, obviously, the most recent switch-up of the in-game leader. It's been a bit of a tumultuous time with that. Where are you landing on it?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it was kind of a curious one when they announced that they were swapping back, right? This was obviously a change that we've actually already seen. We've seen Waro go to Sumdai Young, and now we've seen it passed back to Waro 2K. I think there was always going to be a bit of growing pains associated with this, right? Waro's form, even coming into the event in the opening matchup when they played this MIBR squad, was a little shaky. But I think we've seen a mixture of highlights and lowlights from Waro. I hope that he can kind of adjust and look to give us back some of the form that we got to see out of this guy from the major, because there was no doubting his ability there.
Yeah, and what that's also done is free up Sumdai Young a lot more. We spoke to him on this couch yesterday after Monte managed to take down Heroic. I asked him about giving up the in-game leader duties, and he said, yeah, it's allowed him a lot more freedom. He's not as micro, he's not stirring his mini-map a lot, and we saw that. He ended up as the aim-high player of the match, taking down Heroic, eliminating them from the competition. So it's great to see a return to form for someone like Sumdai Young, who we know can do massive things. We saw him in Na'Vi, and then he made a real name for himself coming into this team and being the star.
Yeah, talk about a diverse player as well as that. Like the ability to fill so many different roles across so many teams, and it's really impressive to see him kind of lap that up, you know?
Yeah, Sumdai Young is a very interesting case of player, you know, like when you kind of look at him, he spent over 4 years within Team Spirit. They kind of held on to him for the longest time, and it's clear why they wanted to keep him around. He was a part of all the various iterations of that squad. Then obviously he had the brief stint in Mad Lions, went on to join Na'Vi, and then went from there into this project. He's someone who's kind of had to do it all. He's had to be the experienced voice, he's had to be a bit of a star at times, and a supportive element. This guy can really do whatever we task him with.
He's had also one of the plays in the tournament as well.
Oh dear.
The old classic.
There we go.
Kind of killed the tension in the room there. He also had like one of the best performances and one of the best rounds of the tournament on Overpass against Heroic. He had that amazing Tech-9 play in toward the bathrooms, picks up the AWP, a man of many talents. He is one of the more experienced names of his squad. And these are two teams that thrive in chaos as well. So I'm sure he's going to have to be called upon in this matchup.
Let's reflect back to Paris, because for Monte, they completely blew us out of the water, along with a lot of other underdog teams, making it all the way to the playoffs, to the top 8 of that particular event. But what's happened since then, Harry?
Well, I think something interesting when you look back at the major for this team actually is how many of the Brazilian squads they took down on their path, right? And that's something that maybe is worth looking at when we head into this matchup, right? They had wins over the likes of Pain. It was them who denied them that run through the challenger stage. Then they open with the win over Furia. But since that point, and this links back around to, you know, what's happened since then, obviously they lose Boros, they bring in Bro. I think that was almost impossible shoes to fill, and we've noted that Monte might have actually, you know, peaked back at that major, is what it's starting to look like in hindsight. The continuation of like an uphill trend for this squad just hasn't been there.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're the Brazilian Slayers, because we look at Cologne, they take down Imperial and they take down Furia in the play-ins, and then it all goes south for them. So when we're looking over to the Brazilian squad, MIBR playing 2 series in 1 day, that's no joke, Henry, particularly
it really
the series
isn't.
earlier.
But some teams thrive in that sort of environment, though. Like they're professional Counter-Strike players. Sure, it takes a lot of energy, but yeah, I'm sure they know what it takes to get this one over the finish line. They'll be fired up. They'll be cheering. We heard the atmosphere earlier in the room. They had a whole fan club over in the corner of the sofas there. So I hope they bring that vibe once again. Managed to take down EG earlier. It was a close series, closer than they would have liked after opening things up 16-1. But maybe that's got them warmed up. It's got them ready for the bigger game of the day.
Yeah. The one thing that's wild to me is how this series felt like it was going
to be over astonishingly fast,
Yeah.
right? And that felt like it was a blessing for MIBR. And then it gets longed out into this crazy multi-OT affair.
There it is.
But in their
Let's go.
In their post-game interview, Bit was saying he thinks they've got more than enough time to chill out, to get ready, to get their heads back in the game, and to prep for this matchup. And the fact that these two teams have played already is probably going to help them to that end.
Let's compare them a little bit to Furia. We obviously saw Furia making it to the playoffs in Group A of EPL, but the routes are kind of interesting when you're comparing these two teams because MIBR are undoubtedly on the rise and potentially, you know, a candidate for being one of the best teams in Brazil.
Yeah, you know, I said for this one, a new old hope for Brazil, you know, because these are players who have been around for a while, and in the case of Drop and Safe, these are two ex-Furia players coming over to this squad, but they've kind of given you a new team to look to get behind. I think there's a lot of exciting components here. You have Safe and Drop in an environment where it's kind of a bit more built around them. They're no longer trying to slot into a Furia system. So I think we've been getting great mileage out of guys like Safe, who's been terrifyingly consistent. Then you're mixing in a bit of the younger, a bit of the fresher talent in people like ENCE, right? Who's been lights out in these MIBR matchups. The thing that's really crazy to me is even though I think ENCE's the one that leaps off the page at you as having a phenomenal tournament, Safe is actually ranked above him right now. And the thing that Safe has had him beat him is just consistency across these games. Safe feels like he's always going to put up numbers. He really is embodying his name right now. He's a safe pair of hands. Meanwhile, for ENCE, it is a little more hit and miss, but I think he has a greater potential to step up and single-handedly dominate a game.
Yeah, we've also seen massive games out of ENCE, the in-game leader for this team. He dropped 40 earlier on against EG. He's had some really high fragging maps as well, which is a great sign when you consider the troubles that we already talked about inside of Monte's in-game leading situation and how that has affected fragging. So it feels like there are so many players in MIBR that you can rely on. And right now they're hungry. There's no denying it. You said Monte may have already peaked. Well, for MIBR and for this new squad specifically, this is where they are, one game away from the playoffs of Pro League. For some of these guys, the best thing they've ever done.
I'm so intrigued to see what MIBR pick into this. Last time it was Vertigo and they got spanked, right, by Monte.
Ooh.
They're going for it again. Okay.
You're right.
See
It
them
was
more
a
confident.
16-6 victory for Monte.
And then it was Anubis. We're going to get it again. And then it
Same
was
map pool?
Mirage as the decider.
No way. All the way.
We might be getting it. We are getting it.
It's a mirror match. Oh my goodness. The last time this went down, it was Demka on one side looking lights out. I think ENCE, if I remember right, was a little quieter in this series.
I think it was Safe that was delivering for MIBR, right? But you're right. Demka, he has been like incredible at times, but I think the amount of rounds he does win, he gives up quite a lot as well. He's way too aggressive at times. He wants to get stuck in and save the day, but that can be detrimental for the squad at times. I think if he can compose himself and just channel that skill, that talent into the rounds that really makes sense, hopefully they'll do enough. As I think I might favor them going into this one, but they've had their ups and downs here. It took them a while to warm up into this tournament. MIBR looked good today, but bear in mind they did get kind of bloodied and battered against EG.
Yeah, you wonder where this is going to go for MIBR, because remember their opening game, they took down Mouse. They, of course, had that rematch. They played them again. They lost 2-0. They got destroyed in response. And even Mouse said, like, yeah, it didn't feel that close, even though the scoreline may have been that way. So for MIBR, have they learned from that matchup? Having won a game, getting a repeat, and then losing it, is that going to be something they can take into this match today? Because it is such an important game.
Well, one more spot available at the EPL Season 18 playoffs. For Group B, that is, and I'm sure it's going to be a battle to the bitter end. It's going to be going down after this. MIBR versus Monte.
Two angles and twists will remain supreme.
Since we've been away, snatch the game, now we here to stay. I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement and don't you ever mistake it, no this ain't never been a game. It's that you can't touch me, things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name, see them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame, only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing, no legend ever said they was complacent. Nah, I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes.
And so, ladies and gentlemen, Group B looks to draw to a close. I'm hanging out here at the Drum and Bass Rave with my lads. We've got Harry and Hank. And my name's Machine. Good to see you all this evening. We've got ourselves Monte, and we've got ourselves a last chance stage. One brawl between these guys. You can see this head-to-head. Take a look at this one. Breathe this one in. Waro2k on one side, 204 kills to boast, and Safe with 311. Both of them rocking the AWP. Harry, what's your takeaways when you put these two in a server against each other?
I think that Safe has been a much more oppressive and impressive AWPer here in the Pro League. He's someone who has been a bit of an X-factor for MIBR. For Monte, I'm still waiting to see the kind of shades of Waro2k that we've seen in the past. Here, this one, it's Demka rather, versus ENCE. This is kind of the two rifles who have been able to step up and look to dominate games for these two squads. Once again, I think in the head-to-head, ENCE probably has Demka beat, but this is still one where we've had these incredible plays made by the likes of Dimka throughout the tournament. Young and Exit, you're comparing two of the kind of leadership figures for Exit. He is the IGL for Young. Obviously, he passed that responsibility off to Waro2k coming into this tournament, but he still brings with him a lot of experience and a voice that you imagine is ringing out in the mid-round. No, but for sure, I think SDY most definitely in the mid-round is a big and focal point of their communications. Krasnal and Drop, a fair comparison, but both of them you can see have been kind of dragging their heels in the kill department, at least in terms of the KD. Drop, he certainly had some impact, he's certainly been hitting some shots, but not all the time. So also, to be fair, handed some of the more brutal anchor positions on that CT side. Yeah, I mean, I think for him coming into Vertigo, that is one where you will get good mileage out of him. So I think it's one where we're going to see him dive above those stats a little bit. And then we have Breno and Bro. I like the alliteration here, but this is one where Breno in the head-to-head also has Bro beat. Bro throughout this tournament has given us a bit of a mixed bag of results. He took to Twitter after the first day to say that he wasn't happy with how he'd been playing. He came back in, gave us a far better look. But since that, it has been a little hit and miss for Bro within this Monte squad.
Well, looks like we are ready to jump into the action. Ladies and gentlemen, one more slot is available for the playoffs. Will it be Monte? Will it be MIBR? Time will tell as we get into the rematch here, kicking things off once again on Vertigo. Last time it was MIBR that blew Monte out of the water. Their pick, 16-6, looking to bounce back and show they can be competitive. Have got better as the tournament progresses here, and we'll have a look at the buys as they come through. But with the CT start here for Monte with the Ukrainian core, 7 guns deployed once again. It's going to be Bro and Krasnal with the dual elites in hand, 1 flashbang available, and in terms of MIBR, they've got quite a tactical approach. I think we've seen this before from them. The smoke and T-spawn, Molotov available, and the duels are underway here. Demka under pressure.
A lot of pressure. Just as his vision's restored off that flashbang, he's taken down. Nice one back from Waro on the sandbags and fully invested into this position. He has Krasnal with the dual Berettas just driving down the ramp, finds himself a double, and now real struggle street for ENCE. Hard shots to hit, especially at this range, and his teammate Exit. No armor, should surely go down. He does take one with him, but there it is. Monte's pistol. And Bro raising his voice immediately, making it clear he's going to have a good day in the office. Gets himself off that 0 straight away.
Well, there we go. Monte, quite the start there, pushing back. And they say Perch and not really much done. No bomb planted. MIBR only finding a couple of kills in total. It's Krasnal with those dualies with the heavy lifting here. Bro chimes in as well as we see MIBR with the conservative approach here. No force whatsoever. A couple of P250s. That's about it. So Monte off to a flying start here. 2-0 at least confirmed as Waro. He looks to get active. He's got the M4 in hand. Spots a few players. Flashed off. It's a little bit stifling, but overall well handled. 3 kills found and should be the 4th as well. Poor old Safe will try and see if he can do anything with this. He's behind enemy lines, so maybe a kill is available to him. We'll see what he can make of it.
Yeah, I feel like there's a couple of kind of early warning detectors that we could look to kind of inspect throughout this game, right? For MIBR, there's a few players who I think you can look to keep an eye on here. Drop has given us some of his better performances here on Vertigo. It's a map that, as I've kind of touched on every single time I've talked about MIBR, he used to play a great deal of in Furia, right? So he feels quite at home here, even though he does get, you know, pigeonholed into some of the harder spots. He's normally pretty well equipped to deal with it. On top of that, I want to look at ENCE. He's had some of his worst games on Vertigo, even though it's a map that MIBR have picked into a lot. So I want to see how he starts the day. And then lastly, it's Safe, who just needs to keep doing what he's done all tournament long, which, don't get me wrong, is have great games, but, you know, he's a no issue so far.
Bit of a push over towards ramp, and we get into this 4v4 as space is taken by Monte. And if MIBR had committed through that, they would have regained the ramp control, but they're not to know that Monte up and left after dropping that smoke. Oh, cheeky little boost up over towards short. I mean, you feel like this is good for the one and done no matter what. You feel like even if ENCE is ultra careful with how he approaches this, surely he ain't checking for the boost this late in the round. When he sees ramp has been fully conceded, maybe that draws his attention up, and yeah, he saw something.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, it looked like he did.
Maybe it was just part of his flight path. Didn't actually see the top of their head, and yeah, it looks like that was the case. Waro takes down ENCE's ramp presence, and now real trouble for MIBR brewing. You got 2 smokes. You can give it a go into the B site. Currently just occupied by Bro towards Guardian. Maybe they can get the bomb down after all here.
10 seconds remain. A scramble towards the site. It's Bro that's smoked off. They've got no utility left on the T side. That's the bomb drop through the smoke as well. So the round is done. That should have been an MIBR victory. They had that opening frag. It was looking so good for them. Sam Young dropped early, but got nothing done. Blocked out by the utility. Funnel back in towards B and just limping onto the site with no time left. And we've said a lot about MIBR. They seem to be the biggest nemesis is always the clock. Always such a rush to try and finish out the round, and they don't get anywhere near planting this time. Pasnell pushing down that MP9. The boost as well. Fantastic setup. Good response after losing that first frag. You see the utility is just such an issue. Couldn't get that default plant down. And once more, MIBR will be entering with a force behind a couple of players. Exit and Drop go all in with the AK-47s. Deagles otherwise here as they try and operate on the half buy.
Yeah, a bit of a whiff on the Hampus smoke that time, so not going to have the luxury of having that deployed to Scaff. An incendiary in as an alternative. Denker on the jump spot. And I feel like this head-to-head, you know, both of these teams have had their moments. MIBR turning heads with some very sound, fundamentally sound Counter-Strike, even despite the fact they haven't been together that long as a unit. You could say the same for Monte, having to recover from the loss of a superstar in Boros. Down goes Waro. Dropped with the first frag, but there is only 2 rifles here, Harry, and so the first from drop is essential.
It really is. Even that spam from Demka makes me nervous, but they're not going to try and pressure him in any meaningful way. They do just concede this ramp control now. They're fine with the 5v4. Trying to keep Monte guessing and trying to get ahead of some of these rotates that they imagine they've pulled around the map with that 1 kill over towards ramp. What Monte have done here is really trying to read the game ahead of time. They've kind of deduced this this lean back over towards B, supplementing the site with 3, leaving the A site all down to Demka, and he's just challenging from elevators. So even here's a super fast rotate here. This is not going to be easy for MIBR. Dropping ENCE, open up with a couple, but Bro's trying to buy time, trying to deny this plant, and if he gets that, he's won them the round. MIBR can't do it. This one gets away from them on the back of Bro and the clock.
The exact same scenario. How many times did they need to lose by virtue of the clock to actually start making some adjustments here? Another one slips by the wayside. It was the half buy, but still no plant again. 2 players won't get cash, and it all falls apart once more on the B side of the map here. Holding on for a dear life. Bro did so much damage, just enough to deny the plant as well, and that was everything. As soon as that comes through, Demka knows he can just peel off. Situation confirmed, and it will be MIBR now in a very complicated round going forward. A mixed bag, as a couple of players did take an eco. There is a buy, but it's a little bit more complicated than that with 2 players not getting resources.
Yeah, a little bit higgledy-piggledy, a Galil for exit. MIBR trying to get out of the starting blocks, but Monte winning that first gun round and a second now ahead of them. Going to create a nice, comfortable cushion of rounds they'll be able to rest their head upon, as well as couple of Benjamins, nice and comfortable to lie upon. Bank balance starting to swell if they can win this one clean.
So what kind of aggression will we see here? A ramp has been an issue, throwing the ramp smokes. Breno waiting for any sort of CT swings here, but they're playing quite conservatively. On in the sandbags, and AWP in towards middle in the hands of Warrior, the in-game lead up. And probing for information here. Flashbang goes round. Krasnov will peek for a duel. Takes a little bit of damage there, quite a lot now with the HE landing right at his feet, but still a 5-on-5, so it's confirmed at least activity at the A ramp.
It looks like they're going to go and back up again, right? After making this contact over towards A. And this has been kind of MIBR's go-to move in this one. Make a bit of noise over at ramp, go back over towards B. But this time, it looks like they might want to follow through with this A play. Now, that is an awkward fight for ENCE. It's one where he should feel pretty comfortable in it. Usually, oh, the boost spotted. Insani doesn't want to fall down to that again. But he's not able to capitalize. He at least knows that two players were close on shore. If anything, though, this is a little awkward for MIBR. They can kind of work out that this site probably has a lot of bodies in it after they see that boost and they know they've lost the info in mid. Monte, lots to respond with here. The util comes out, but MIBR do not make a dent. Still yet to get a kill, and it's going to end that way. A flawless round for Monte as they move up 5-0. And they get there without losing a single player.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mess so far for the Brazilians. Had two prime opportunities to post rounds on the board, but it's all gone horribly wrong here. Maximum loss bonus, no plant once again. And Sam Young gets full control of middle, funnels him in towards A, and the AKs get nothing done. Significant damage, sure, but apart from that, absolutely nothing. Round 6, and it's going to have to be the half-bar here. Saving up for the AWP going forward. The rest of them, though, upgraded pistols and some Kevlar. They've got 5 smokes at least, so we'll try and run the clock down, I suppose. Their favorite thing to do, and see if they can execute, hopefully with enough time to plant.
Yeah, this nade is so vogue right now. It gets damage every time. Into that deep corner. Krasnov committed to sandbags at this point, expecting the absence of a Molotov. It's a great call. He's got teammates to help. Supporting flashes. Oh, he's only kept up 1. Good catch from Drop. Keeps the hope for a MIBR first round, at least afloat for a moment longer. It's going to have to be the final commitment. They're rejuggling their nades. It's going to be, what, 2 smokes now sailing through the air. An M4 could be retrieved if they get to the default boxes. They are up. The smokes, but not the players. SDY knocks down 2. Rifle recovered, still very uncomfortable for them. Safe yet to frag. Escapes out short.
Yeah, he's going to get away with the M4 and a chance to play with this. He drops it down to exit to fight from ramp. Safe. Out on the rafters behind him is looking to double swing this with his captain if the situation calls for it, and it will. Smokes in at the top of ramp. It's that one way as well. They tap on the bomb, and now it's just the commit. 1 kill, 2 kills from Exit's M4, but it's not the defuser. He thought he got them off the bomb. In reality, it's someone else body blocking on that smoke that goes down. And so the defuser's allowed to come through. Monte have kept this 6-0. This scoreline just keeps building in their favor. And MIBR, this feels like it's just missing that kind of MIBR spark that we've seen in some of these games.
Well, that's 3 opportunities now. That one not quite as close, but certainly had the opportunity with the big spray down there. Not quite finding the round, but keeping Monte modest. We'll see Demka, AK-47 in hand, where he does his most aggressive work for sure, for better or for worse. As I mentioned on the desk, he wins you a lot of rounds, can overstep the mark at times as well, be too aggressive. A lot of talent behind that AK. We'll see if he can utilize it here in round number 7. Continue the perfect streak for Monte. Flashbang comes through, but Safe spots him through the gap. Down to Demka now. Gives up his position, finds that first kill, dropping the incendiary, trying to find some space to retreat if possible. He still is willing to fight, and for good reason. Finds the AWP on the other side, maintains control, and we're down to a 3 versus 3 now. MIBR grouped together. I'm going to fall back through the smoke and start transitioning towards B.
Really loved that from Demka, knowing that he was about to have a triple swing into his face, probably not get away. He takes another one with him. Stamps, saves ticket, takes the AWP out of the equation. Look at this holder. Multiple elevations in mid. That's almost a guaranteed trade you'd expect. But they're not going. They're heading straight towards B. And as of yet, that seems to be the path of least resistance. Get up.
They've got time, at least.
True. That's been a recurring theme.
Yeah, but they've got 40 seconds here. Bombs planted. And unfortunately for them, there's a lot of utility on the CT side. Smokes, Molotovs, HEs, flashes. As we'll see them deployed right now. Smoke toward the steps, buy them some control. And the commitment will come through here. They're going to have to find some frags upon entry. Breno stepping up. Crisp headshots here. Lovely work. That might be enough. Young thrown into the clutch here. The bomb's ticking at some pace now. We're over the halfway point. 2 more kills to find. And they're playing it very well, giving him nothing to work with there. Playing together, no ammo remaining. And it's going to be the first round on the board from MIBR. It's taken a while to get here, but they finally posted it.
Yeah, about time they break through, right? And I mean, I got pretty nervous after Young got the first even to begin that little 1v3 attempt. But they managed to shut it out. MIBR, I hope this can kind of breathe a bit of life back into them. You know, thus far, it's kind of felt like MIBR are on autopilot. Even the fact, you know, you brought up that nade down the ramp, just the other round, and that's kind of, you know, those are the little details that MIBR are normally very, very good at figuring out. Oh, Young, no account for that, just spams out the second man.
And he's actually got a nice grenade on towards exit as well. Sure, it's only 15 damage, but that's enough to guarantee at least a one-ding kill for the M4, so that's significant still. We'll see the pressure continue to be applied. This time at the A-Ram, Krasnov with a nice spray. They've got control of the A-Ram, but Breno might have snuck through here. Potentially slipping the net, but they have got more than enough in terms of firepower watching this position. Krasnov continues to be a nuisance for them. 4 versus 2, safe low, plenty of time, but what do they really do with it? What are the options here? Maybe just get a plant out of it, but it's looking likely to be 7-1 as they do encroach on the A-bomb side. Good nades.
Double nades. The molly will force the swing. Demka doesn't have his smoke, but he's out of the firing line for now. And here's all the supportive util out of Monte to lend him a bit of a helping hand. It traps MIBR in a very awkward spot. Great util here for Monte, man. Like that's really what just helped them keep this so safe. You get into this kind of 4v2, you should be winning the round anyway. But, you know, you have nades coming at you if you're up on headshot. The molly forces a wider swing.
It's going to be 7-1. Twitch chat's going to go absolutely nuts here. Prepare yourself. The servers are going to overload. Get ready, guys. Oh, you're already typing it. I can see it. Yep, let's go.
Yeah, well, the moderators, they've got their sword, their shield.
Exactly. We're going to need everyone fully equipped on the front line here. Twitch chat about to explode.
Oh my, Monte. Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying as well, Harry, that like they're... Monte clearly just acting like more of a unit in this defense there. Demka, you could see, got all the info and immediately... Oh, Waro actually does take down Safe the last minute.
Time.
Leaves him with only $1,000 dues in his pocket. A smile on Waro's face, the opposite on his adversary. Look at this second from SDY. That's gorgeous. And the rest just falling into place as well. We'll see Waro here catching a whiff of exit. And it's 7-1. Brazil, 1 round to boast.
Well, we'll see if Safe can make this MAC-10 work. Faster pacing this time, up and towards the A-ramp and taking damage en route. Krasnov pushing them back. He's been so good with his utility. A nice incendiary, but caught out of position, and Sani will find it. Waro towards middle, continues to frag here. Dropping the in-game lead up. Exit, removed from the equation, and Demka, he's ready to get stuck in.
Yeah, he knows exactly what's up here. Clean headshot, Demka. He's warming into things nicely. Mechanically gifted is this man. Not ready for that push from Safe.
Oh, he shot the gun off. It flew out of the map. Won't matter. Safe's going to try and make it work on the MAC-10. And Breno finds that kill over towards short. Here's more nades raining in, making life hell for Safe. Breno's trying to support him. But Safe has got to win these fights alone. His teammate going to struggle to be too involved here. You see Breno is still trying to help out from ramp, but they get lined up. And in a split second, before MIBR even had the chance to realize that round was already taken away from them. That's kind of the worst way to lose it. You never got that moment of, okay, my teammate in the site died, I'm going to back off and play the 1v2.
Yeah,
you know, it's just insta, it's over, it's done, and now you got to stew in it.
Well, even worse than 7-1. It's now up to 8 as we take another tactical timeout called by the Brazilians here. Nice shot from Waro towards middle. Continued his dominance at the A bomb side as well. The AWP doing a lot of work. And now MIBR with cash at least. They will have $5,000, but I don't think they can justify the sniper rifle themselves. Not a big deal on the T side of Vertigo. But a player like Safe, you kind of want him to be operating with the sniper.
Right.
Only got 2 kills to his name so far.
Yeah, you know, this is problematic. You know, I said there's like 2 early warning signs we can look at. One would be Safe having a bad game, which here throughout Pro League has been more or less unheard of for this guy, or ENCE struggling to get going, which has been a bit of a reoccurring problem on MIBR's Vertigo. And I think this is one of the issues that they're going to run into. ENCE is this very aggressive, likes to be involved early, but the thing that we've seen is he frequently gets shut out on the T side of Vertigo. And so here, if you know, Safe isn't delivering you those openings, and ENCE is running into the same issues as normal, it's like, well, where do you get your space? Where do you get the real estate? How are you going to get the ramp control to launch the A play or to manipulate the rotates to go back over to B? These are kind of elements that are missing for MIBR right now, so we're not even getting to see the MIBR game plan, because by the time they're even getting to those points to actually execute it, they're normally so wounded, so low on util. They haven't fooled Monte because Monte have a man advantage. It's kind of all stacked against MIBR right now, and this is a perfect game played from Monte. And so I think that's why it's just looking a little uglier than normal, because we've been praising MIBR all throughout this group, I feel like, for how clean the CS they've played has looked.
Well, they've done quite a good job at least staying alive for now. And look at the CT utility. There's 1 smoke remaining, a single flashbang. So in terms of the setups here, the defense, and what they can do against an execution, their options are limited. That's the final smoke being deployed towards B now. It's a bit of a one-way. We've got Demka's flash. That's all that's available. So in terms of execution potential, this should be great for MIBR, but that clock, it's starting to worry me somewhat. 35 seconds. So are they going to execute just a classic 2 smokes, left and right, Molotov towards heaven? And you'd assume just a quick plant there. There's no way to really deny it unless you're playing in front of the smokes here. We'll see what can be done. That's that one flash.
Yeah. So I am still concerned. 18 seconds as that smoke's thrown out. Still don't really have a way to disrupt the plant. In the absence of those nades, you can spam the smoke, and that's about it, which does lead to a kill. That's the bomb. Oh, no! You've lost the bomb. You've lost the round. It's happened again.
But like you know, you could see it happening, couldn't you? You know, and they're missing some of the opening moves. They're fearful as they get up ramp. They're thinking, well, why are Monte playing with no one facing us? Why do we have all this room? And then that leads you to believe, oh God, they're probably playing to deny the bomb. They're probably playing with nades, waiting on the other side of this smoke. And so at that point, you kind of realize maybe you've made the wrong move playing this late into the round. Then you start losing players to the smoke spam. You're not gaining any more space. The bomb's getting tagged up. You know, we're feeling the pressure watching it. MIBR are feeling it tenfold in the server right now. This is brutal.
Well, at least the maximum loss bonus is on their side. They'll fully invest once again. 9-1 down. These rounds are possible. They pack a punch, these Brazilians. But it's Demka continuing to dominate. Another opening frag. Breno goes down. And for now, it's Waro with full control of the ramp itself, covering Krasnal. They're not even going to look right. You at least have a glance, surely. Have a look. ENCE offers himself up for free, and yeah, this one continues to spiral.
Henry, silver linings, great. Well, they haven't died yet, actually, and well, they have got max loss bonus. So,
oh, dude, it's so crazy that these are the things that we're having to like clutch onto, right?
Yeah, in the absence of anything else. I mean, poor MIBR. This Vertigo pick has been very volatile for them.
Yeah, I mean, it looked sick when they played it in the opener, right? They had that win over Maus, but as mentioned, that was with like Safe having one of his good games. Even though ENCE was a little quiet, you had other players who could make up for that. But it's like right now, Safe ain't giving you the openings. So that as they try to pass it down the line, what's happening to ENCE in a lot of these rounds? Kind of getting caught on like weird pushes, right? Feels like he kind of doesn't have as solid a read over Vertigo as he does the other maps in MIBR's pool.
Here we go,
Safe, come on. He's been so quiet in this game. But that one kill there, that's already put a bit more life in MIBR in this round. It's allowed that plant to come through.
Yeah, it's actually looking like there's a chance at least. 3 AK-47, sure. It's a 4-on-3. They have no utility, but they do have firepower in their arsenal. Oh no, coordinated The song is going very well. They know exactly where exit is. They need to step up. He's got fire at his toes, and unfortunately, the round will fall apart once again. One of the better rounds. We'll say that much. He got the bomb planted at least, and with the maximum loss bonus, we'll have everything going forward, including the AWP. I'd imagine Drop can actually drop it over to safe. So another tactical timeout. Bear in mind, we have one slot left here in Group B. The final game of the day, final game of the week, and MIBR completely unraveling at the seams here.
Dude, the thing that's so crazy about this round, like, Sumdayan comes in on this flank, gets away with a double kill. At that point, you know, kind of par for the course, he's the B player. The thing that's crazy to me, Guy still has his Molotov. Dude, you're the B anchor. You're starting rounds off alone over towards B. He's not even mollying main. That's how, like, content Monte feel with both their read on the game and the fact that MIBR aren't applying a lot of pressure early. The B anchor just held his molly, used it to deny Exit's 1v4 attempt in at the sandbag.
If I'm MIBR, let's pick up the pace. Let's use some Brazilian flair here. Let's start showing we can just group up, set piece it, and stop trying to play the mind games here. Stop trying to bring out the 4D chess. Let's just go back to the basics. Maybe just get towards B and get stuck in. I would say that would be my advice if I'm the coach at this point. We'll see what they've got in mind here. Is it a run boost potentially? They've got enough people over there to suggest it might happen. At late? No, okay.
It's 4D chess again. Yeah,
we're slowing it down.
What's your experience with the fourth dimension, Harry?
Only been there a handful of times.
Only a handful.
But yeah, it's always a good time. I kind of like that they're going to try and go mid, honestly. It's nice to just remind Monte that this is an option. The only downside for MIBR is that they don't really know what's been happening in mid. The only areas of the map that they have really seen in the early stages is a ramp. So as they come here, they learn that Monte have this double setup over in mid. They see that for the first time. And so already it's kind of moved them away from this part of the map. The pressure there is at least nice. It means that Monte have to constantly keep an eye on mid in this round, and that's something that's like a pressure that Monte haven't felt in the last couple.
This is not bad though. They've got a 4-4. That favors the T side here, especially if they can execute nicely. They've got a couple of smokes and Molotovs, a bit of a fake or a lure coming in from safe here. Sumdayan confirms B presence, and he's now got a lot of pressure. The Molotov will land at his feet. He might burn alive before he even gets a chance to fire. Breno takes him down here. Looking for their second round. We'll have to get past Big Bro though. Waiting in the smoke at this stage, and Safe continues to backstab, so that's going to pause, and that's been the biggest problem here. Don't slow it down too much,
I'm
boys.
actually terrified because the amount of times I've seen teams lose rounds where they try to rotate back with the bomb and then the guy holding deep gets killed. Oh god, oh god, oh god. It's kind of like that. Kind of like that if you could imagine it. So now the bomb's quickly going, oh shit, oh fuck. And so they pick that up and they're trying to run back over towards me. Drop. Oh god, drop. I don't think there's time. I don't think there's time. He doesn't have it. Even if he wasn't killed, he didn't have it.
This call is GG. Right,
oh boy.
GG. You can't keep doing that, lads. 3 times in one half. Like, come on now. You didn't turn up today. You don't deserve to win this map. It's all just unraveled in front of our very eyes. The same thing, the indecision, the inexperience shining through for some of the players. I'm not sure how you can explain that one. Just get the bomb planted. You've got the bomb, so you've got control, just overthinking it. The backstabs, everyone focusing in on their individual plays instead of just getting the bare basics done, and that's an absolute nightmare of a finish. MIBR will force by again and bring out a couple of AKs. They've got just a few more opportunities, and the Orb's going to strike first. Warrow inside their heads now. Bro, maybe overstepping the market. Fall back with the advantage perhaps, but continues to frag. I stand corrected as they completely maul them in the B lobby. They've got bomb. And presumably the round as well. Great finish as we go 12-1 here. What an absolute disaster.
Throw in the towel.
They're not defending themselves.
Yeah, no, I don't see them guarding their face at this point. This has to be called.
I got one more silver lining.
Oh, you have?
Right?
I think Hank was running out of them.
Last, it still hasn't been exhausted yet.
Okay.
The series earlier today, MIBR versus EG, opened up 16-1 to MIBR, and then it went on to be a quinfuckle overtime affair with multiple OTs coming down the pipeline.
Well done.
And it ended up super close.
That's a good point.
So maybe that's what this is.
We haven't mentioned that too often. We did on the desk, but it's their second game of the day. That can be a tall order.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. There's no denying
and it's, unfortunately, this is the map MIBR won. They actually won 16-6 on the first outing. This is the rematch, right? They won 2-1 in the series. They blew Monte out the water here. So this is setting the tone for the rest of the 2 maps to the left, maybe even 1, because this is just out of control now. MIBR are playing themselves more often than not.
Would you attribute it more to Monte, you know, doing their homework, reviewing that 16-6 and kind of having some degree of like preparation?
I don't know about that. I think MIBR are honestly just playing themselves.
Okay,
it's down to their indecisions and the way they're handling these mid-round calls. It's just all over the place.
It even just looks a little sleepy.
Yeah.
You know, like even the nature, and that's why early on, like we said, kind of feels like they're just on autopilot. You know,
opportunities where it looked like the round's done. It's in their wheelhouse. They can get this one over the line. All they have to do is plant the bomb, and then they're just so slow. They don't group up. No one wants to make that first move.
The other thing that's crazy is, like, you know, because they sometimes go for these like real late round plays, but usually it like has the flair of players who can create the room for you in those moments, right? It's like you're playing within the last 20 seconds. So whatever you do, like we just got to get the 2 kills that get us into the site. And that's kind of where MIBR are being let down right now. No one's fragging, you know, it's not just Insanity, it's not just Safe. No one is putting up numbers yet for MIBR.
15 seconds.
And if that never gets rolling, it will never get started for the Brazilians. They find their way in. That's nearly a collateral for Waro2K. Breno's looking to get the bomb planted. And Waro does look to push him. Demka dead, and Waro's got this guy pinned in behind default. MIBR don't need to give him a fight here, but you can see Breno's looking a little antsy, waiting on default. Waro deletes him, and now it's just exit.
Full defuse up.
Clash of the IGLs, clash of the leaders. Waro swinging it wide at 17-3, wants to end this with the kill. What a flick from Waro2K, and that will keep MIBR down in the dumps, a 2v1 that they couldn't close out.
Adding insult to injury. What an amazing clutch from the in-game leader. AWP in hand, his signature weapon, and manages to read the situation to perfection there. Oh, so well done. Managed it so well, and now they've posted 13 rounds to 1. Just one more opportunity here as MIBR. They don't have much left. This has gone so terribly for them.
Gosh, yeah, you can't help but feel a little bit of that agony that Breno is stomaching, watching another round slip through your fingers. You're powerless in that spectator slot. Okay, it gets, well, I mean, I'll give you a silver lining. This is the last round of their T-half. They won't have to stomach another one. Maybe they can leave with just a little taste of victory, just a morsel of success. Demka doesn't seem to think so. He's already taken Safe down, and Safe, your kind of litmus test, Harry, that you set out. He's got 5 frags to 13 at the end of that attack half.
It's your own map pick, right? You're 13-1 down. You didn't even turn up to play, and right now we do have a chance, but not much of one as they continue to drop numbers here. 3-on-2 at least. Can Breno do anything about it? He's been relatively quiet by his standards. Down he goes as well.
This is a brutal way to look to end it. It's going to come down to a 1v2 for exit, but the bomb is under Monte's control, and this is where you've got to give Monte props, right? Because even though MIBR have looked a little sleepy, a little slow, the responses have been so decisive from Monte. Even in this round, when they learn about exit mid, they know that that meant they had a 2v1 available, likely for the bomb, because they saw exit didn't have it, and so they go and they take these fights down at ramp, and they push it, and they take the real estate, and now they've left entirely. They've said, exit, you know what, waste all the time in the world looking for this bomb. Even once you get it, Monte is still going to be ready to receive. They've got a guy out through mid, ready to shut down this A plant. Exit will be able to get the numbers plugged in, and his teammate in Krasnal is a little ways out. There's no way you're ready for someone here so damn fast after the last call you heard was 2 players pushed ramp. Monte 14-1 in this first half.
He's got a chance in this one. Makes it look too clean.
The signs of exhaustion are clear. MIBR, after a 4 to 5 hour series against Evil Geniuses in the last chance of ESL Pro League Group B Season 18, and MIBR have come into their map pick flat. I don't know what's flatter than a pancake, maybe MIBR.
Yeah, you might be onto something there. Their map pick, and they haven't arrived on the server thus far. 14-1. Monte have a wide open net here. Just a couple more rounds will do it, and we'll see if they can confirm map points in the pistol here. They're heading towards A with all 5 players. Emphatic pace behind it as they prepare themselves for a short push here. CTs will be lying in wait, but more of a conservative hold here.
Oh, smoke attempts to be blocked there by MIBR. That's Insani inside of the site with a pair of dual Berettas. I don't know why, I got a good feeling for MIBR here. There's one kill for safe. Waro dead. MIBR. Can they stick the landing now that it's 5v4? Plant found. Bro tries crossing out, and they will at least get the trade, keeping the advantage on their side. 4v3 as they explode on in.
Good shots back from Demka and SDY. They kept it level. Krasnal power position. Good info from Demka, but with Krasnal down, it's safe with a spectacular sequence on the pistol.
Well, it goes without saying they needed it. It's a decent retake at this point. Just get warmed up into the series. Try and establish some control, build up the finances here. They do need to get past round number 2. With the bomb planted, Khalils are available, but still a successful retake here. Great shots landing, and it's safe to close things out as well. Beautiful execution there with the USP, and as mentioned, Khalils are available here. So Bro and Krasnal will confirm the purchase, and MIBR not out of the woods just yet. They'll be having to consider their options in terms of firepower as well. They want a mixture of rifles and utility, so 3 M4s, a couple of MP9s, and they've got plenty of smokes and incendiaries as well. Huge round here, of course. If they can potentially find this one clean, maybe they're onto something, who knows. But for now, first interactions towards the A ramp, spamming is Insani. Nothing quite connects, but Bruno, he might find the first kill, no problem. It's not going to be the first, but still, he will fire back, bring it back to a 4-4.
Well, they've burned through almost the entirety of their utility belts, finding themselves with just that smoke on Waro and 2 flashes on SDY, currently probing middle. That smoke won't be up forever. You expect to see those 3 CTs A side to investigate and start to maneuver back. But as it currently stands, there is a gaping chasm over towards that B side. Just the 1-man drop on an island. Isolated by this mid-presence, they have to rotate safe, otherwise this is going to be really tough. Bro keeps that ramp presence shown. And oh, Hexit, a cursory glance ends in his demise. Rest should fall into place nicely here. A bit of a miscom on the team flash there, but still they're going through. Waro commits to the spray. It's good from one, but nice back from Breno. Not ready for another. What? The silencer in that. Not sure SDY clearly didn't have an idea as to where those bullets had come from. Versus the second is better, Bro! Explodes on the transfer.
That's absolutely sick. How has he pulled that one off? He knew exactly where they were, controls the Galil to perfection there, and in a crossfire that looked like there was no chance he would even rupture the first. He manages to get both. That is absolutely sick.
Look at this. Oh. That is such great spatial awareness, knowing where the next fight's going to come from, knowing what was required to win that 1v2.
Oh, just
he read them like a book, man. And yeah, for MIBR. Oh,
hey, yo.
Kind of a cool opener for Safe. Sick that he started to rise up the scoreboard, but it feels like it's too little too late.
Yeah. Well,
I think that's a safe bet at 15-2.
You can say that. I think you know what?
You know, if he goes like 50 and 14 from this point onwards, fine, you know? I'll eat my words on that one, but
would you eat a hat?
No, maybe a shoe.
A slice of humble pie, maybe.
Oh, sounds nice.
Oh, the old shoe. I remember. I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
boots.
Yeah,
it's a throwback to that.
Vince era shoe eating contest.
So it was a chocolate boot in the end, I believe.
Yes, so did kind of tone it down quite considerably.
Instead of leather.
I guess I'll eat the chocolate.
Oh no. You got me there. Got a doctor's note, lads. No leather. Can't.
Well, can they convert? Opening frag was beautiful from Safe, and there's a little bit of complication here because the CT residing in the smoke. Bro seems to have no idea, and that's going to lead to their demise. Beautiful stuff here as MIBR hold on to the first map. 5 versus 1. Rasnod is trying to inflict damage. 30 seconds remain. He'll only find one, so they've done enough to keep the dream alive. 12 rounds in a row required on the CT side. It's their map pick. They'll try and get as deep as possible. Might as well get these players activated, revitalized after a long series today.
Honestly, I think, you know, if you're MIBR at this point, firstly, it's like the age-old saying, take it a round at a time. But more so than that, I would just focus on, like, getting to a point where even if you lose this map, which is more than likely, you kind of look back on it and you go, yeah, I felt like awful in the first half, but at least I kind of got a bit more myself by the time, you know, that second map rolled around.
Getting the individuals online here, just having a couple of nice rounds, some good spray downs, fend off these pistols. You should be onto something here. And Exit confirms the first frag. He takes a lot of damage, but does sneak away. He's got drop to back him up as well. So it is going to be the force buy, of course, from Monte. Losing that first kill once again. Still pushing in towards the B side. And the bomb goes down. It falls off the side of the building as well. So it's been given up. They'll have to adjust the setup here. How can they do anything with this? A scout and an SMG is about all they've got.
Exit just needed drop moments ago for nearly 50 points of damage. Moreau with this scout is looking for the kill that brings Monte into this B site.
Oh, wow.
And there it is.
Surely not, though. Nah. Can't
surely not
picture a way this would work out for them. That was the chance. Yeah. If Brenner goes down there, you never know. But once again, bomb spotted. CT's with full control of B. Monte just waiting for mistakes at this stage.
Check out what Some That Young's about to do. Oh, wait. Oh, damn. I really hoped. I really hoped. Sometimes I think you just got to fire it out there. Because imagine a world where he just goes, bot, round over. I look like an absolute genius.
You would look like, yeah.
And now when he lost it, I go, yeah, of course he lost. Man. He had a Tech 9, 1v4, basically. Like, prove it.
This might be a bit of a CC, guys. That's cosmetic comeback for anyone not.
Yeah, I like the abbreviation.
Five clocks.
Yeah, and that's going to be holding back, waiting for the initial aggression, grouping up, and we'll see if they can do anything with it. It's going to be quite a nice crossfire. MIBR read it well. Exit will take contact, setting up safe here, and they can just duck and weave with each other's contacts and get the expected result. There we have it, 15-5. And those are the sort of round, though, you can start thinking, all right, well, at least on the HLTV scoreboards, this doesn't look as tragic as it once was. You're building it back in, you know? A 16-1 compared to a 16-6 is a world of difference. that's a nice silver lining.
We've got the full silver linings playbook out tonight, guys.
No, but like, honestly, you know, I mean, I think if you're MIBR, if you get this to like, say you lost somehow 16-10, right? Okay. And then you look back and you go, well, hey, like, we won, you know, one pistol or whatever in that first half. Like, damn, you know, like this could have been a whole different game.
And you could say, oh, sure. We lost 16-7, but we got 14-1 in the first half.
Yeah.
We stayed alive a while.
You kind of find the silver lining.
You got to look for it sometimes, and it's always there. And now Monte with a compromised buy, a couple of Galils, holding on to the majority of the utility. They still have 4 Molotovs. Good executing towards B. Just setting up utility potential from T-Spawn though. Sunday Young will shoot out the windows. For a plethora of smokes in that position, but still a minute 10 on the clock. Moro showing presence towards the A ramp and setting up said grenades now.
Okay, so this feels like it could be
faking towards A with the smokes.
Yeah, mid first port of call. Bro, trying to make that space, take that space, and ooh, he's been spotted out. Information flowing both ways as Bro takes a real risk. Getting across though. Krasnal into the side, didn't clear his corners. Exit will find the double in defense of the bomb under his rule. One back from Waro, but this one is a certainty. MIBR with 4 alive as well.
Yeah, an interesting approach there. Monte going for the full A fake. Not really showing any presence, no one behind it, just a few smokes. And in towards B they went, trying to force the issue towards middle. Didn't really work out whatsoever though. Exit, ready and waiting, spraying them down, had good positional control, good flashbangs, and 3 players ready and waiting as well. So there it is, 15-6 now. Waro will have nothing to say about it. 5 seconds remains. He'll just have to save the AK and get no extra cash going forward. No plant either.
I mean, Waro's line of thinking is like, I'm 21-9. I'm not going to double digits right now. It's all well and good. He still believes there's plenty of time to walk this one over the finish line. I feel like Bro could have actually done something kind of cool in that round there, but he like just flubbed a random jump in the corner near elevator, and then they knew that he'd pushed. You know, he actually hit a great timing past that flash. You pointed out, like, over towards CT. And he recognized how sick the position he got to was for denying rotates. Probably wouldn't have come to a matter, if we're being honest, with how everyone else got wrecked.
Oh, this is a heavy investment of MIBR early to control the potential for like a Tech 9 charge. It's working well. It's kept them at bay, but peeking over that smoke is Waro.
Absolutely, waiting for the challenge. Got that hero AK-47 safe in the previous round. Will he be able to make a dent here? Opening kill is his. Well controlled on the spray as well. Can he continue though? ENCE, one of the stars of Group B, looking to respond, holding his ground. Not allowing them to progress any further up that ramp. He's got his teammate joining him as well. It's going to be safe. No AWP available just yet, but holding on to the A control. It's going to be a B finish here from Monte. The 5-on-4. With 2 players over there as well, this might be enough. They've still got 2 smokes and a Molotov here, but back towards middle. So what have they got in store? Going to be swapping over the AK. Moro is low. Hands it over to Samda Young. Just a contact play towards middle potentially, yeah.
ENCE, who's sat bottom of the board for MIBR, having a really, really rough game of Vertigo here, 5-18, and he's the guy responsible for mid right now. He's the guy about to be facing off against all 4 of these Monte players, and it's just the one and done for ENCE. Still too strong over towards B as Monte play this one in the final 20 seconds. They get past exit. Drop tries to do it alone, but he is overran, and so it's Safe who has to stop this map being stolen away by Monte in the 1v2.
Safe, they are coming for him, and he takes down the healthiest of the bunch. It's all onto SDY now. A scrap of health, but positionally he seems sound. Safe has no idea, no clue. SDY takes the fight, brings it to him, and 16-6, a bitter, bitter pill to swallow. MIBR late into the evening, 10 o'clock local, and the first map a thrashing. Monte 1-0 up.
Katie nails the shot. 3 kills from the captain.
Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay. couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I'd make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane.
Do you wanna know how I got this hair? My star player was a tilter, filled with rage. He likes my hair though. He even grew the same cut. But one game, he goes a little crazier than usual. I got the demo to defend myself, and he doesn't like that. Not one bit. So, me watching, he goes and grabs blade, laughing while he does it. He turns to me, and he said,
"Why so serious? Why so serious?"
Blade sits down.
"Why so serious?"
He loads the demo and says,
"Let's see what Blade finds others at play." Okay, what do we have here? Oh no!
They said I was 70 IQ, kicked me from the team. So, I cut my hair to start fresh.
You want to know how I got this hair? 20 years of North American Counter-Strike.
Fuck, man. Yeah, I can hear him coming. I see the reflection. Yo.
What have you done to your hand, mate? What's going on here?
I fight it with config, 1v1.
Did you win?
No, he's very Moscow.
Where are we dropping?
I've done boat launch, just go Alpha or Charlie.
Okay, but what about if I drop there?
Tourist, you stupid. No.
Oh, well, hi. We're back. We're back on air right now. And if you're still with us, ESL Pro League for Group B is chugging along nicely. Now, to the script is what's been happening so far in this last series today. Monte taking on MIBR, the last spot in the group for the playoffs in a couple weeks' time. And, well, the veto was the same as last time round, where MIBR did actually get the better of Monte, but they got blown out on their own map choice of Vertigo last time round as well. So, as mentioned, as per the script. Now, we're going to be taking a little bit of a look. We can dive in over here and just have some brush up on Anubis. It's a map that has been picked by Monte, a map that they like to play. Just the quick little tidbits. We're using Skybox Edge here, so this can help us identify some of the positions quite quickly. CT side, we're going to have SDY holding mid. B anchor is going to be Bro. Over towards A is going to be Demka. Kraz now. He's going to be playing in that B connected position. And, well, the AWPer, Waro 2K, of course, is going to be all over the shop. T side, SDY with the traditional role, going to be worrying about mid. B lurk from Bro. A lurk from Demka. This makes a lot of sense. Canals from Kraz now looking to take that space. And Waro, of course, all over the shop. But I wanted to show you guys a bit of a round that they have run in every single Anubis game that they have played so far in this event. Now, this is Monte Anubis T side. This is full buy versus full buy, and it's an A execute strategy. You see a lot of this on Anubis, but they've already played against the likes of Big, Rooster, and MIBR, as we just mentioned. Now, I'm going to scrub through this strategy. So you can see that they are going to be setting themselves up for an A execute. So we'll turn our attention over towards the first letter of the alphabet. You can see in this scenario that we're going with here, Crimbo is the lone defender of the site. Now, those 4 players silently make their way through rugs. They're going to be setting up all their goodies and gear. And we just want to take a look at this execute. So you'll see a con smoke, a molly that lands in front of it so no one can push through, a bricks molly, a heaven smoke in play. If I pause it right here, you'll even see a fountain molly. This is a CT molly that's been deployed defensively, and there's going to be a couple of flashes coming through to facilitate the scaling. Now, we can show it again because this round has been used an awful bunch. So if we take a look, this is a round against Rooster. They're going to make the same type of a play here. We can fast forward it over towards the A side of the map, getting ready for the execute. You see them here. As soon as they get baskets control, the execute starts to come through. They fly into the site. The U-turret is just pumping in, and it's very difficult for the defenders to do anything about it unless, like you're seeing in this example, they're playing ahead of the nades. We can even go to an example here that they used against MIBR where they lost the game. So here it is one more time. We can show this execute. You see it again. This is 3 different teams, 3 different matches, same execute, and in you go. And I even have one Hugo B. Byron standing by to take a look at this very execute in the server using refrag. Hugo, are you with me?
I'm with you, Chad. I'm standing right by, and I've got that exact round that you're talking about, the one that they used against MIBR in a lost game, but at least a one round. We're going to run it. We're gonna check it out. Them running the exec, and then we're gonna see if we can play against it. Maybe see if I can actually hold my own. I'm expecting not to be able to. You said they come rugs, they go silent. Indeed, Warrow's in mid, throwing util, selling it a little bit. It might be a default. The exec goes in, and just look at how many nades there are, Chad. There's
it's
one
an all
weakness.
in, isn't it?
It's a triple molly. It's insane. There's flashes as well. I've got no flash on, but I'll show you what it looks like in just a moment. Double smoke towards camera in heaven. Now, one weak position I noticed, the one position they're not covering is backside, otherwise known as cake, with no molly. There is an HE that lands there, but in only 1 or 2 examples when they ran this round previously did they actually molly back cake. Now, don't get me wrong, they're already throwing triple Molotov to clear out the majority of the positions, but this is going to be exactly where I'm playing if I'm going to try and stop them. So maybe we throw myself in there and see if I can actually hold my own.
Jump into versus mode, mate. We'll see how you operate with this one.
I think that's a good idea.
Here.
I don't know. How well do you think I'm going to do, Chad?
I'm going to say probably okay. I'm going to go with okay. Because you've seen it, mate. You've seen it a couple of times. You've seen it in the mix a few times here.
Okay, one moment, and I'll be right in.
See, this is it. You know, you get rid of the bots. They're out of there. Now Hugo's in, ready and round. We'll have the first 20 seconds. I could even commentate this. Hugo B. Byron 1-on-5 against Monte. The bot Monte team heading over towards the A side. It's like he has a premonition of where this execute's going to come in, even putting himself in the one position where no Molotovs land. Can Hugo B. Byron get this done? It's a big question. He's at the ready. He is on my account. This does give him a bit of a buff here.
I've got some great skins.
Should be coming shortly. Jump spotting from Cake. HE in his hands. But seriously, this is something that Monte will definitely be using today. It's just about when they throw it in. Here it comes. Molly's flash is completely blind. Under a lot of pressure. Hugo. He's dead. So
right, yeah, but I've got a solution, Chad. There's always a solution. It's the big green. It's the AWP.
All right, we'll give you another crack. We'll see how it goes with the AWP.
The easy gun, as they call it. And I'm feeling pretty optimistic. The flashes are the key, Chad. They actually pop right above this site here. So even if you are playing in this position, that's why it's so hard. There may not be a molly, but the flashes pop right on top. So it gets pretty difficult. I'm sure they'll give me a free pick, but past that point, I think I'm in trouble.
Yeah, because they want to try and scale with the utility, right? So I think you'll see the fountain molly just come in as they start to enter. And they're hoping for a shock and awe tactic with something like this. So here's the flashes. Oh, the first for the test dummy.
Oh, God, he traded me quick.
Not bad.
The one time I got like 3 kills, he actually ran up on me, and as the flashes land, I got like 2-3 shots off, and then he was right behind Cake clearing me. So
well, maybe we can jump into my POV just quickly here. I'm still on edge, and I can show one of the rounds that Big were able to pick up against this. So you
how
can
did they do it?
So they have a bit of a read here. There's not a whole lot going on across the rest of the map. They get a kill on Warrow top mid, and then they know that it's going to be the A execute. Crimbo's block main smoke, it's in play. It allows the rotation. You can see Sin getting in towards the site, and then when they execute, they have Sin forward. He's going to drop some nades of his own to keep himself alive. Crimbo throwing flashes to facilitate him, and even Mantu running through like a madman to try and lock this down. So if you know it's coming, teams tend to throw their body at this, and we'll have to see how good, how prepared MIBR are for this, as well, they've already taken down this very team on this very map. So Hugo, do you think this is going to go the distance to the script as we had last time? 3 maps, losing their own map choice with the blowout, then an Anubis and a Mirage victory. What are you saying?
I don't know, Chad. After that last game, pretty dominant to open up the series. And considering as well, you know, the one good thing for MIBR is they've been one of the couple teams here at this event who have managed to beat ENCE on this very map. So yeah, they have a good track record on Anubis, but coming off the back of such a dominant win, a very late day as well for MIBR, having to play that early matchup with 4 overtimes in 3 maps against EG. I'm not fancying their chances right now. I think they have to step up. And even if they do take Anubis, Chad, Mirage, that's the Monte special to close the day.
Yeah, and at that point we might be at midnight here, so the fatigue will definitely be setting in. We are going to head this one to a break, get back with map number 2, and your casters don't go anywhere.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Let's rip the
share. Feel like breathing in fresh air. This feels like home, 'cause I can feel it in my bones. The further we're apart, the more aching in my heart. We'll have our share of hardship and difficulties, but no matter the pain, what we have will still remain. So listen to me now. I will love you through the hard times, like I love you when the sun shines. With no doubt in my mind, I'm right where I wanna be. Seasons come and then they go away, but my love is simply here to stay. From now on until the rest of my days, I'm right where I wanna be. Through the hard times, sun and shine, I will always love you, love you.
Making magic when they need it most.
A real damn quick first map, and well, let's see if it's going to be a similar thing in the second. But look, MIBR, they dug so deep earlier today, going through a 4.5-hour series to get to this point. So I thought I'd come back. I thought I'd see what Brazil's doing, because I know they're tired. I know I'm tired, but I want to see what they've got for Monte. Monte on Anubis. It's a scary prospect for Brazil, but they got to do something here, don't they?
Well, they certainly do. It was an underwhelming showing, to say the very least, from the Brazilians, but they can bounce back. It doesn't matter what the scoreline was. All that matters is that you win this map. We'll see what they bring to the table here on the T-side pistol, a single smoke, a flashbang, and in terms of upgraded weaponry, ENCE has got the P250. Over towards A we go with the bomb at least. Two players waiting outside B as they see if any CT aggression comes through, and there certainly will be. You can expect it from Monte. Krasno will peek towards B main and confirm there's at least only one player waiting in T-spawn.
Also, if you're wondering quickly where Harry went, he was challenged to a ping pong competition, so I'm here to fill in for him.
Yeah, there's Rushley Ranger keeping his hands warm on the ping pong tables. We are joined by Jakey and J-Raz. You can see their observers, context and main feed.
The boys.
The boys indeed. ENCE now trying to make this first incision through mid. It's SDY on that passive hold. Just with a release of his crouch key to take that fight. Quick on the draw, isn't he? They're already encroaching. He's got nothing to report, but there's misinformation. There's so many just about to see him. Oh dear, SDY's a dead man, and ENCE has found first blood.
A bomb site under a lot of scrutiny here. Demko will reposition up towards Heaven. CT's pushing through the smoke here, ambitious, and actually finding the bomb. Krasno will sneak away as well. His teammate Waro can't find the same fortune. It's going to be the 4-on-3 advantage here. Bear in mind, Demko's been waiting this entire time for his moment to strike here. Beautiful first shot. Can he find a second? Apparently not. MIBR might have done enough here. They're going to get the bomb planted, no problem, and now just need to hold on. No kits available.
Oh, bro. Oh, going back for thirds. He's going to be able to find it. Exit falling. It's up to Drop, who needs to win this one on 2. Oh, and Krasno picks him out of midair.
Was that last bullet?
I think it was. I think it was his last
He was so
bullet.
considered with the final shot. It suggests it was, but we'll have to confirm in the replay, but still amazing from Krasno there. And he had no bullets left. Literally no bullets?
No lastest bullet.
No fucking way, bro.
Oh, we see it again. I saw him emptying his clip before. Yeah, look at that. 0. The last bullet. Krasno tracks the jumping T drop. Mad as a hatter after that one.
That's absolutely wild. What a performance. What a round. Krasno steals it away. Another heist of a round here.
Oh, mama.
And he's given an AWP in the second. This normally is where you kind of give the round up, though. An AWP in the second round is a curse.
Krasno just really wants to get Waro online.
We'll see what he can do. It's a massive buff, but they're fending off a force by bear in mind against Mac 10s and Galils. They don't anticipate an AWP necessarily, but they've got some pace behind them, that's for sure. Krasnov to be tested. After success in the pistol round, he only gets one towards Dark. It's now down to Warrior to deliver.
Yeah, that's sometimes one of the issues when it comes to those FAMAS. He's getting multi-kills in a situation like that gets quite damn difficult, and we're going to see, whoa, Mama strike. Woro locking down that B main angle, bro. Swinging and catches a nasty timing. Bomb on the ground, and the round for MIBR has gone sailing.
Excellent work there. The AWP, I don't think anyone expected it. I didn't even know it was mathematically possible after a few kills there, but they make it work, and Woro delivers after just finding one kill. Krasnov at least softened them up and provided positional control for Woro, who didn't really miss a beat after that. Beautifully played, especially in this last shot as well, right through the edge of the wall. Wild flash, you love to see it, and it has to be the eco now for MIBR.
God, it's a bleak start. With the context of map 1, it's a real bleak start on map 2. The way that pistol round went down, the way that first gun round went down, Woro, you thought he was kind of jammed into a corner with the big green, but didn't really feel any pressure whatsoever. He's flashing from fight. Yeah, despite it just being up against the pistols with good HEs already softening him up, they're going to flash and have some answers in mid. Sani just playing a tiny gap, hoping he can find the head shot, but yeah, nothing to be coming out of this one. Just Deagles hunting and hoping.
Yeah, they're taking a lot of damage on route here. Hoping for a cheeky Deagle, but no one presenting themselves. CT's on high alert. Wanted to maintain the resources, make sure the money starts to build up now. You can see, sure, they've had 2-round victories, but everyone's pretty much fully invested. So you want to keep this as clean as they possibly can. No one needs to overstep the mark here. We've got Demka actually showing a bit of conservative play. He's right back. But they are low HP as well, so it won't take much to knock them down, but only him on the A side for now as his teammate rotates through connector.
Sees those shadows poking. Oh, gets peppered down. Danger territory, but the util zoning them away for the moment. Smoke as well, which can be shot through both ways. MIBR, they're waiting and hoping that the A site gives them space to make this plant happen, and they've got a lot of pressure here. Although, speaking of pressure, Demku, he thrives in that, pushing forward, and now with the pistols right there, Sumdai Young knocks him down to the knees, and it's 3s up on the board for Monte.
They don't get a plant or a kill. After all that hard work, the CTs were so out of position. So much damage inflicted as well, and they can't find the footing on the bomb side there. It continues to spiral from MIBR, but the first real gun round is up next. Very nice discipline, though, I have to say, on the CT side. Not to give up a single frag is impressive. Bro's on the MP9. A couple of AKs in the mix as well. Warrior saw the AWP, and we get into a full AK array now for the Brazilians as they challenge middle with the utility. I'm going to be pushing these smokes, but the fires will hold them at bay for now.
Nade and push, but it's Woro conceding that one, and SDY, a compulsory frag provided. He's thrown himself into the mix there. He just goes straight wide. Do see Demka at least find the trade. Thrust into a very early A space. Look at Breno. Whoa. Demka has looked at Breno lethally, actually.
Exit.
Back. Gosh, this is very topsy-turvy. It leads us into a one-on-one. And the bomb does go down. Can Safe come up clutch? Oh, no, he... Oh, okay, through the smoke. No issue was picking up the kit. Bro had one right in front of him, but Safe has given MIBR their first taste of victory, and it feels like it's been a long time since we were talking about MIBR winning rounds. Vertigo, a couple of cosmetic ones towards the end of that one, but here's Safe closing it down. First 3 frags.
Yeah, not many options there for Bro. Completely smoked off. Was hoping to find a gap, pick up the kit, upgrade to a rifle, but none of that happened. Ready and waiting. MIBR pick up their first, but down to the 1 versus 1. Still will have problems going forward here. Picking up the pace. AWP on both sides, watching towards Dark. It's Safe that strikes, though, takes down Krasnov. And now the incendiary's deployed. I think they might push it, indeed. It leads to the demise of Exit. Back to the 4-on-4. Bombs down at T-spawn here, so they need to be careful with their commitments. Making the CTs uncomfortable. Bro's down to 36.
He's in trouble.
Are they going to be able to crack in to this B site, though? Positions look good for MIBR, but again, Monte not missing too many shots right now. Bro already finding that kill over towards E-Box. And mid-pressure about to come through. If you look on the map there, Monte, they've gone for the early rotation, so MIBR might be able to find a timing, catch a halt in the defense. And Waro could be in trouble if Demka doesn't poke his head round the corner in time. He's playing that safe line, edging forward. And who wins this? Crosshair, good for Demka. And doesn't overstep his boundaries. The flash enough to find two.
That's a sick play there, just swinging out before the pop. And now it's man advantage. Oh, it's a mess for Sumdai Young, but he does find the kill eventually. Now safe. Run into a 3 versus 1. He's going to go for it. AWP in hand, bomb on his back. And surely no chance of doing anything with this. Completely surrounded. Monte answered back with 3 players surviving and enter the double AWP setup as well. Demka will find the AK-47. They're back on their feet.
That's the Demka play. Like, that's exactly what we're talking about when we're singing his praises. Like, you've got so much responsibility to not die.
Yeah.
And yet he gets the info. Never mind the info, he gets the double kill off the back of his own flashbang that forces 2 to look away. I mean, he gets away with the impossible here. This is the flash I'm referring to. 2 players completely booked. Admittedly, the first bullet dink onto Insani does make it look extra neat and tidy. But yeah, Demka, high impact player, high impact fragging, 100% KAST right now. He is involved.
It's really nice, good discipline play. Hasn't thrown away any rounds yet. He's been vital in their success. And for now, MIBR, bear in mind, the round they won, only a single player exited the situation. So now they'll be down to an eco after giving up the previous 2,500 of a player. They can barely justify a deagle.
They might be able to find some space to plant here, of course. If you go fast with these pistols, you can get past a double AWP. If they miss 1 shot, 2 shot, get forced out of the site, there might just be that opportunity. But you're looking at the helmets there for Monte, and they've got them all. So these deagles where my eyes go to for MIBR. Are they going to be able to find any impact? A stray bullet here or there can turn around, but MIBR, a slow start in this series. A long day at the office. Reaching hour number, like 10 now, I think.
Yeah, signs of fatigue. Certainly that. It's going to be Insani drop first. Remember, it's the double AWP setup as well. Monte once again. I know they're up against just an eco, but the money's not quite built up for them. A couple of FAMASs here, Bro and Krasno operating with the lesser weaponry. But Warriors with the big green and making good work of it. 2 kills found, and that's round over, of course. There probably won't be a plant at this stage, but maybe they can find a kill or 2. Applying a bit of pressure over toward Day is Breno, and that's more like it. Taking down the AWP. Exit. Nice shot with the deagle there.
Yeah. It's only the 1 to celebrate, though. Exit success is short-lived. Krasnal's FAMAS puts him back into place. Does Monte look to ascend to their 5th CT round here? And for MIBR, on the T side of Anubis as well, there is an expectation for a multitude of rounds. You can't be coming into that second half without, well, a baseline of, 8. You know, to at least have won the half. It's going to be pretty tough otherwise, and already Monte, a solid start to this CT side, now noted the double AWPs.
Yeah, final series of the week. It hasn't really lived up to expectations. It's do or die. It's all led to this moment, and unfortunately for MIBR, there doesn't seem to be much left in the tank here. Their own map pick, they were 14-1 down. That kind of says it all. They know they haven't shown up to this one so far, and it hasn't got any easier. On track for another thrashing here. As we're into round number 7, it's 5-1
right now.
Yeah, we're all there. We're all there.
All right, MIBR got the AKs. Mid-control trying to be established once again. Nice little flash from Sumdai Young, just trying to hold them at bay here. Bear in mind, still have that double AWP set up here as well. He's going to relinquish control of middle, just showing presence, making them have to check every crevice, deploy all their utility to ensure they can breach the double doors.
So far, so good for the double AWP setup. Let's see how many rounds they can hold onto it. Of course, a map like Anubis, extremely T-sided in the current state of the game. Demka looking to go for some pressure towards A main.
Yeah, they've cheated SDY over, and they're using this jiggle from Demka with Waro posted.
Yeah. For
that mid-cross. Smoke to hold them at bay. This mid-pressure's coming, though, and Waro, he's not going to hit the shot. Awkward now. Forward position from Waro. What a play! He comes forward and actually might get another one. No scopes Insani. An insane play from Waro. Is it enough? He got the bomb loose at least, but now with Demka down, it's a tough rotate in.
Oh, look where the bomb is. It's been left at camera in the meanwhile, and it's irretrievable with the CTs here. Monte don't know it, but MIBR are going to keep putting this pressure because they need the objective, and that time is ticking down. Exit catching Krasnal off, and it's just Young who's seen the bomb and looking to isolate a couple of fights here. Gets that first one. 10 seconds to retrieve the bomb and plant another 1v3 on the cards. Exit 40 points of health. Is he going for the kill? Oh! The big man in the middle doing it again for Monte.
Oh, it's another world-class clutch for Monte. MIBR had everything working in their favor. 3 players alive, clock on their side, but the bomb in no man's land. And it's Waro. He laid the foundations, and the double orbs certainly shining bright here. They had to work so hard. Young couldn't believe his luck. Rotating into the bomb, upgrades to the AK-47 and makes light work of MIBR as Exit could do nothing about it. What a beautiful sequence of Counter-Strike, and now MIBR thrust into another half buy. This is going from bad to worse.
Crazy scenes.
That's unreal.
Just when you think MIBR are in with a shot, in with some kind of luck, Monte luck their way right back. Smoke and be going down there over towards Goblin. And Monte keep on striking. So damn true. Reno, see ya.
It's clinical. Clinical work. Little Waro workshop there. 3 kills, no problem. 7 already in the bank. On your CT side of Anubis, you are laughing. Absolutely laughing. Comfortable. For Monte, I'm still replaying that SDY round. Like, just the fact that his teammates hadn't processed it or hadn't clocked it, so they were all taking those fights, as you astutely pointed out, Mac. You'd think at that point, 1 versus 3, but the information, it is found. SDY sees that bomb, and with 20 seconds left, I mean, Hank, we know, we talked about it until the cows came home on Vertigo about the clock being MIBR's greatest adversary. That bomb rotting the clock for them, just losing it on the ACON. I think Waro responsible for that casualty that eventually led SDY to clutch. So fantastic round. I'm still talking about the one prior, but a quick shutdown of the Deagles, and it leads us here, round 9. We get all the guns back out. Will there be anything for MIBR to celebrate?
7-1 again, just a note.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It just keeps coming up every single time.
A recurring scoreline.
Twitch chat, do your thing. It's absolutely fine.
Well,
we encourage it now. If it happens twice in one series, you've got to embrace it.
Nothing more to be done.
Oh, they're loving it. They're absolutely loving it. Could be the final map of Group B here if this continues. Not quite the Hawks fixture we were expecting. MIBR, as we said, had a massive series earlier against EG, 4.5 hours. Of course, there is fatigue setting in. Monte have come out the trap red hot here, looking like they have guaranteed themselves a place in the playoffs at this stage, but for now, pushing in towards T territory. What's going on? Why is there just a free frag waiting there? Where was he looking?
I'm guessing anti-flash, and he had the frag the Warrogue took as well. I think it was onto Insani, supposed to be covering him.
Oh dear.
Just did not go to plan. You heard the sudden, like, what is it? What are the frantic comms?
The silence M4 is why you don't really know what's going on. You just start trying to work it out where it came from. And yeah, this one might be done, boys.
Oof. It's making me contort my body in uncomfortable ways.
It's just, yeah. One of those things, right, where you can tell it's been a long day. There's these slight mistakes from MIBR, and you can see that Monte are aware. They're slightly fresher. They're able to make these moves. They're able to catch MIBR sleeping.
No one wants to be dying facing the wall like that. Like you're playing a game of Red Arse. Like it's not.
I haven't played
not
that
a
since
good
high
look.
school. It's been many years.
You remember Red Arse? I remember when we used to use volleyballs. Those things really pack a punch as well. You can absolutely punt them.
Still spinning.
Yeah, still spinning.
Right round, baby, right round.
Oh, we're going to take a look at some of the Waro action as well. He's been an absolute star in the last few rounds here. So let's enjoy the excellence as the in-game leader / sniper continues to dominate here on Anubis. Just so many kills. That was the one that dropped the bomb there. And he got the no-scope as well. Just an absolute beautiful display. Things you love to see. Great AWP is doing great things. Round 10 though, and it's still quite desperate. Mac 10 in the hands of Insani, and it's not one of those purchases like Snappy was doing earlier against low buys. There's obviously plenty of money for Monte here. It's just more out of necessity as they try and get the AWP out in the hands of Safe. He at least has a helmet himself. Exit taking a lot of damage early on in the round here as they start to position themselves top and middle. Got Breno and Exit trying to work through A main as well. Sunday Young, what a beast he's been towards mid.
Yeah, they're walking straight into Warro's domain. If they dare try pincer A. Safe does have that T-side AWP. So if Warro is noted, and a missed shot, oh, not the second though. Exit was just sitting duck for the plucking. And Demka, he's contributing in mid. SDY now activates. It's only Safe that gives MIBR something to hold on to. Something to grasp at in this round.
He slipped the net at least. The AWP might be able to do something.
Ooh, it's a loud weapon to have on the lurk. He's been really crisp with it all Group B so far, and he's going to have to be real crisp this round if he wants a shot at it. 1v4.
Pull the trigger.
Oh. Awareness from Bro here. But the timing, immaculate, and the bomb on the back means there is a chance for MIBR to get this one down safe. Is he aware of that B main aggression? And where's he going to plant here? Taps it, waits it, and looks for some more. Ticking that clock down. It's pushed Krasmal into the open, and maybe around on the other side of this plant.
1 versus 4 now, potentially a 1 versus 2. For Safe to close this one out. This would be an ace clutch. In the absence of any hope, MIBR have called upon Safe just to give him a taste of their second round. But it's Monte, and they're clearing corners. He's hitting shots. Whoa. He tags up Warro. Demka rounds the corner, post-haste, and that's a Monte 9th. This is getting out of control.
Hell of a try, though.
Hell of a try.
A valiant effort. Would have been one of the greater clutches of the week, that's for sure, but the 1v5 is not realized. It's Demka who gets the hat-trick in the end. Excellent work towards middle, and Safe, he had to work very hard to even get close to that one. And indeed, close but no cigar, and did they take a tactical timeout? What do you even say at this point, boys? You've just lost the first game, 14-1, and now we're in the second. It's 9-1 again.
Yeah.
Money's low.
Yeah.
Nothing's really working out for us. The closest we've come is now a 1v4.
Yeah, these are the kind of timeouts where Chad would just say to us, right, just everyone focus on their crosshair. I don't care about strats, just kill them. It's a free day, guys. Just go kill.
Do whatever you want.
Sometimes that's the best advice that you can give.
Well, and then, of course, the second you've been told to do that, someone starts pushing Dark and A main at the same time.
Well, at least you're looking at your crosshair to deal with that aggression.
Yeah, right. But T-stairs smoke, like already you're like you feel like uncomfortable about what's happened. You're going to have Safe Go and Rugs to clear it out. They have got a lot of mid space. It's SDY on the super passive line.
Just to reiterate, this is considered a T-sided map, so there's a reason that we're not even having the conversation and saying, oh, well, at least if they get 4, it might be okay. Is that even 4 at this point would not do? It would be still a difficult half to recover, to say the very least.
Even 6. 6 feels like it's still not enough right now.
It's considered like one of the few maps we have heavily T-sided. Like we've seen 14-1 comebacks when you get a good start, you know, like it's nuts. But 14-1 still on the cards here, and in the worst possible way. 40 seconds remaining. MIBR love to keep it close to the wire. Keeps them young, keeps them interested. And for now, the A bomb site will be tested. Safe leading the charge here. Breno behind him, and it's a 2-man setup to take all the aggro. The swing can come eventually from Krasnal. He doesn't even do his playing conservatively. Does a lot of damage, slowing them down. The bomb dropped. And I'm going to start winding it down here because it looks like this round is over. A solid A defense, well read. MIBR limp into round number 12 here with nothing. No plan this time, and it's half-by territory. And a tactical timeout, and again, I'm not really sure what you can say about this one.
Yeah, no, it's bleak for MIBR. This extra kill, this one from SDY onto Breno, did seal the deal with Warro catching Insani's mid-project. They're not in sync. You know, you're lacking that. The beauty of T-side Anubis is that for CTs, you end up having 3 fights you have to take at the same time, right? It can happen in multitude of different places on the map, but every single time MIBR have the potential for that. It's just not coming in at the same time. It's not that synchronicity that makes this T-side so potent when it's being applied in the right ways. For now, a conservative buy, no plant. I feel like I can say this stuff now, Henry. At this point, yeah. Well, you've kind of conditioned me. I know what I'm looking for. They need to plant the bomb, otherwise it's going to be Tech 9s and
at the bare minimum to even have a conversation about the follow-up round. Like a bomb would help, and unfortunately, this is like as bad as it gets. You can just go for an A rush. I think I don't mind it because it's Demka, and if he gets caught off, nade in his hand, perhaps maybe something can happen here. They get a quick plant down, but he's done the perfect counter. A smoke at the start of the round locks them out. Fortunately, the grenade doesn't hit everyone, as we'll see Warrow get in position, and what a position it is.
Whoa. Panic stations.
It's looking good.
Position for drop now, going straight aggressive through the smoke. It'll all boil down to the timing. I see one flash on exit. And there's this push off the back of it, just trying to read the sound, get an information in the ear, and drop now. Not going to be able to find that second. Oh, he will. Just barely. As Alex crucifies the screen.
No.
Oh, no.
It was close. It was frantic. It was chaotic, but Monte just had everyone there, and there was a moment where it looked like it could fall apart there, but the frags upon entry were just too good. Demka dropping the bomb in an uncomfortable spot, even more so towards the end of the round, as Sam Dayan confirms the final kill. That was the half by 11-1. As we get into round number 13 here, on track to replicate the scoreline of the first map, 14-1 on Vertigo in favor of Monte. This series just hasn't delivered for a multitude of reasons, but Warrow's been in a prime spot each and every time, continues to dominate here. Opening frag is his. A follow-up player is there, but he is dealt with by Bro, and another mauling is on the agenda here as Monte continue to frag out. That's looking way too comfortable now. 5-on-2, and there's surely nothing left in round number 13.
Yeah. I think Monte are a perfect representation of what the my opponents in CS2 have felt like. Like, this is the kind of team I'm playing against. Oh, they've pushed everything and they've hit everything. Great. Oh, yeah. Oh, cool. Okay.
Well, that's it, right? When they know that they can disrespect MIBR, when they know that they have this confidence and they're hitting everything, and no matter what they do, they can't lose. You're doing whatever you bloody want.
Yeah, and when you are in that stride, when you are in that flow state at that point, and your opponent in the opposite end of that spectrum, you just get scorelines like this. I mean, you know, I will remind everyone that may have just joined us or missed that first map. The context is, and we've reiterated throughout the series, MIBR, the downside of having to do it the nitty-gritty way by getting thrust into that low last chance bracket as early as the earliest team. You have to play the double best of 3 day at the end. I mean, that's the bitter pill of conceding so early in the group.
And again, that was, believe it or not, that was a full gun round. Didn't look like it, but they're on a half by again. 12-1, likely to be 13. The only thing that could betray Monte now themselves, if they overstep the mark, get too aggressive and get too comfortable, maybe they give up a couple towards the end. Even then, it wouldn't really matter. A 12-3 scoreline would be considered a monstrous success. Towards middle we go. Same old utility, and picking up the pace. Could have maybe even run through the flames here. First kill will go in favor of Monte, of course, and the second likely as well. Samda Young of a comfortable spray, confirming there's multiple players in towards middle, as they'll continue their push. Just limp in to the duel, and he's got such a prime position. He's got 2 more kills there, I would say. Warrow will chime into the proceedings as well, and this half fight has run very flat indeed. There's 1 player remaining with 4 points of health. That's ENCE. A fantastic tournament, but currently 3-13. There's nothing left in the tank, it seems. There's a double kill comes through with no HP, so let's see somehow gets a 1 tap here. There's nothing left to be done.
He's thinking about it. They know they got to buy potentially in the next round. You know, 13-1 will be what happens here.
Oof. Can't be back-to-back 14-1s, can it?
Oh, you'd hope not. But that's what we're in for. MIBR looking like they are not an Anubis team. And Monte, well, we know they are. They've had spectacular performances for the most part all through EPL on this map. I think they only lost it 1 time in a pretty close affair. Who was that against? Big and Oh, MIBR beat them on it last time they went toe-to-toe, so it looks like Monte have tightened up what they needed to.
Yeah, well, that was when ENCE was 28 frags, 100 ADR.
Right, right.
And 3 clutches going the way of MIBR during that series as well. We haven't seen any of that. And starting on this T side as well, it was their opportunity to get the juices flowing. Quite the opposite now. SDY, nice little lineup from him there. Oh,
one way, it's so sick.
You're not pushing that, that's for sure. Your little toe is just going to stick out.
I think you can actually learn that one in Refrag. I learned it the other day. It's a classic, timeless.
Well, now SDY's in this power position. He feels like he's done enough to repel the mid fight, and he's not wrong. They're going to park 1 double doors. That's ENCE. They like to have him lurking mid. But he hasn't caught a timing once.
Yeah, well, final round here. Looking to avoid the 14-1 scoreline. A beat split has been called. The Bombers in position towards Dark, but there's 3 CT members here. A double stack on the platform, and that's something bro. So whether you'll suspect 2 being there, I'm not sure. It's a great little setup here. 30 seconds. It's going to be another scramble towards the bomb site. MIBR don't have much room to deploy utility either. 3 coming out of Dark.
If they nail the molly towards Glyph, it would be this one. If it's a good molly, it's awkward for the 2 of them. Flashes are good too. They connect their shots. Maybe MIBR have done enough for a 2nd round to end it all on this T side. 2 rounds is not enough, but it's a whole lot more than 1.
Certainly is. Double, in fact.
Wow.
I thought we weren't allowed to do that on stream, that math thing, but you've nailed it,
I felt safe
Henry.
there, yeah, thank you very much. And indeed, it is quite a nice finish here. 1 player to find, Demka. He's great, but I don't think he'll be fighting his way out of this one, surely. It's not a 14-1.
No.
It's got to be.
Impossible. Unless he goes to the Ninja, and all of them lose their mouse and keyboards. It's done. 13 in the bank for Monte. 3 away from locking themselves in for the playoffs of ESL Pro League. MIBR, they got nothing left.
He's got a chance in this one. Simple! Makes it look too clean. remain supreme.
Monte remain in the lead, 13 to 2. I was going to say reign supreme.
Or remain.
Or remains supreme, and I ended up saying both.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're using it as a highlight, apparently, but that's cool. We're going to move on as Monte. They've got 13, and believe it or not, I'll do some maths for you. That's 3 away from 16.
Okay,
which is the number they need.
That certainly sets the tone. It could be our final half of Counter-Strike here in Group B. What a week it's been. But still, Monte need to find a couple more just to guarantee match points at the very least. They'll be on the T side now, the more favored of the two, believe it or not, even after posting a 13-2 first half. And it will be ENCE and Bruno working together, finding that first pick. They've got a lot more on their plate to deal with here. Samdai Young with a burst fire. Works out in the end. And now they've got the man advantage. Didn't actually take any damage in that final duel there. So it's down to exit and drop to try and rescue the pistol round.
Got the two Js, Jakey and Jay Raz on the 1s and 2s, or even, believe it or not, the 1s through to 0s.
Yeah, maybe not for much longer, though.
Mm-hmm.
MR12, and we're all wrapped up here.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking forward to that. I think some of the games, like as demonstrated today, can go a little bit too long.
Yeah.
Like when you've got a triple overtime game, 4.5 hours, maybe that's a welcome addition. Silencer again.
Won't be
How
happening.
many times will that strike?
You got MR12, no one's going to
It's always MIBR as well. It happened in the
silencer.
AG game like 3 times. So
I've seen that at least 4 times in the last 2 days. It's crazy.
what is that about? Why does it keep happening? Like, you're not smashing it on anything, but, well, Samdai Young smashing in the face of exit, unfortunately, as we do get closer and closer to match point. Pretty comfortable pistol in the end, and we do have MIBR with no choice but to force, you'd imagine. Can't really allow this to go match point so early on.
Yeah, no, that would be unheard of.
I was honestly hoping we get a real close game in this series. I was hoping MIBR would come out swinging after a big warm-up earlier, but we're just not getting that. Monte, look, at least they're showing their dominance. They were the heroic killers yesterday, and they're standing up to that today.
Oh, safe. Taking a lot of damage, not inflicting any. Down to 15 points of health. It is, of course, the Force. 2 pistols, 2 SMGs. And now ENCE being tested. Takes a lot of damage from the grenades at the start through the smoke there. They'll have to fall off and sacrifice mid-control. Making sure they go for all the motions here. Monte don't want to give any rounds up. Spamming the doors preemptively as they jostle for control towards middle. That will be theirs momentarily. It looks to be an A finish as well. And the good news is at least MIBR have numbers there. 3 players to be exact, starting to make their way in towards A main to have some sort of control on the bomb site. But 4 Ts now en route, and bear in mind, Safe only has 15 points of health, but it might not matter. Great shot there. They've got the opening kill.
Tag and bag strat, and already with a headshot on that scout, we'll see if Safe can do at least some more damage to allow the Deagles to reign.
Or remain.
Supreme.
Either or. Both are applicable.
Both.
Just choose one of them.
Just make a choice. That's really important.
It was hanging right there, I'm sorry. Let's see if Monte can find their way back into the round, or even into that A site. Exit going to be knocking them out just at the right moment, and now a 3v5 to win here. Well, 3v4. And Krasnal, the point man, with this Galil in hand, and AK's not too far behind. But speaking of behind, look at this flank coming through from Bro.
Yeah, waiting for Bro, yeah.
Step Bro, help me.
I'm stuck indeed, and looks like MIBR have done enough here. Avoiding match point, we said it was a must-win round. I think that goes without saying at this stage, but they've done it. They've avoided match point early on here. Nice work with this scout in the hands of Safe. Beautiful shot there to funnel them into a little B stack they had set up here. Good flank and damage with that MP9 at range as well. Impressive work. Galil to finish things off here as we see. And Force Spy in response. Monte on the back foot now. As their resources are drained, they'll only get $1,400 into round number 18 here. So Deagle's pretty much across the board. Krasnal has got a Mac 10 and just 1 smoke. So you assume something very fast is up next. You don't really have anything to work with. So you might as well group up, choose an area and see if you can trade out some kills. But there's a lot of firepower and no helmets on the T side. So yeah, they've got really nothing to work with here. Hoping they can find a 1-deeg and once again fighting for mid-control.
Yeah, it's wide open. MIBR not choosing to take those fights. And ENCE just going to be
taking a safe angle inside the A site to confirm any crosses. Equipped with that smoke grenade for an instantaneous delay.
Creeping in. Insani, util in hand, will be able to pull the MP9 out just in time. Waro not going through the bomb just yet and looking to catch a timing, but he hears these footsteps. It is going to be the body block. Insani knows, he knows, and he goes! They swap positions. Demka going to be able to save that. Insani falling to the nade from Sumdai Young, and Monte might just be winning this on a round.
No way!
No chance in doing it on.
Oh gosh, SDY, he's done. He's got dinner plans. This one is locked and loaded. 4 kills from SDY. Demka closes it out. And Monte will really just, they put salt into the MIBR wound. That was just one little glimmer of light at the end of a very long, dark tunnel.
How many world-class rounds are we going to see from Sumdai Young? He thought he's going to be traded out here, but sure, that second kill towards a main, absolutely disgusting. As we see match point ring in for Monte here. One more will do it, and the Force Spy, of course, has to come through now. MIBR operating with 1 rifle, an MP9, and a dream, as they need to find 12 in a row to avoid tournament elimination. They've come so far, but might fall at the final hurdle here.
Oh, the nade. Not going to quite connect, but that Galil is going to be doing the work that it needs to. Breno able to trade and give MIBR some kind of shining light to latch onto, to maybe make this round work. There's armor on a few other members. Surely we see a shuffle of that M4. Breno, he's feeling it. Maybe the only one that is feeling it. But he's feeling hurt on 20 points of health here. And Monte, they've left Waro with a smoke and a flash to try and lurk up a storm. Try and bait out any extra util. Oh, and A, as you mentioned, it's open, man.
Like,
it's open.
We're building all this tension, but like they're just going to walk in and plant the bomb, and it might as well be done. Because you obviously have no kits, Insani have no armor, no utility, and now no A bomb site. They can't believe their luck, and that's now smoked off as well. Yeah, this might be it. Our final team to make it to the playoffs from Group B. It's going to be Monte, and is there anything left to be said? I doubt it, but I'd love to see them try.
Yeah, I think this Waro flank has sealed the deal. Perfect timing on it, just as they probe into Krasnal's A site, and Demka locking it in. It's certain. It's a guarantee. The last team, the last seat of that Group B playoff table, it's Monte. And they do it in emphatic style, a thrashing 2-0 defeat. MIBR, they trip over their shoelaces after an intense series versus Evil Geniuses at the start of the day. Nothing left in the tank coming into this best of 3. Monte, the better team.
Yeah, I think that's the headline of it all. MIBR just didn't have anything left in the tank after a long, grueling series against EG. It took 4.5 hours. They came back, they gave everything that they had, but unfortunately just wasn't quite enough. 14-1 in the first half, really set the tone for this series. Couldn't get going, and they know they had a lot more to offer. It's a shame. MIBR will have to go back to the drawing board.
Wow, well, it looks like, MIBR, they've had a long day at the office. They've had a long series, but so have the fans at home. And I'd like to thank you all for joining us if you were here at the start and you're here at the end. But unfortunately, your hearts are probably broken just like us. Oh, and that's it. That's it for the day. But before we go anywhere, of course, we got the couch as well to say goodbye and also maybe say hello to a couple of the players just like us.
We players, are we?
Yeah, Monte simply speedrunning that series, and MIBR sadly out of gas. It's been a marathon day of Counter-Strike for them, and that coveted finish line, not even within touching distance or looking distance for the Brazilians, but for Monte and SDY as well. Is that the fastest series you've ever played, SDY? Because it seemed like it.
16, it was faster.
Okay, so there's one faster that you've done, but this takes a silver medal, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you expect them to be putting up more of a fight? Because last time we saw you face them, MIBR won.
Yeah. To be honest, we analyzed a lot of their demos and have pretty much confident opinion how we should counter that. So when it works. But also I think they was pretty tired because they played serious in the morning basically. But that's how it is.
So I missed the start of that, but were you talking about Vertigo in particular? It felt like you guys you knew what to expect. Every single round, it felt like you were, I'm not saying, you were kind of making kind of educated guesses about where they were going to be, and you were right every single time, especially on that first half.
Yeah, we were taking a lot of info on A, and that gave us freedom on the other side of the maps. We was rotating in time. We were missing it before, but now we're working on our Vertigo a lot. You can see it probably. And yeah, also Alex is getting better in banter. Can you say something about it?
Yeah. I mean, first time playing B on Vertigo. Probably the worst map in the map pool still. And then you get B.
Yeah.
4 molos and then unlucky, you know?
Whose demos have you been watching for B-site Vertigo?
A lot of different ones. I've been watching actually some of Source and of course 9.
Yeah.
I mean, the best Vertigo team in the world, right?
Good point.
And I've also seen Magix and Dunk. They play a lot of duos. And then, what else we watched? We watched ENCE.
We already understand that you're nerd, it's fine.
ENCE, and we made our own.
You're working hard. That's the key,
yes.
bro. What's it been like? Coming into a team. You're a young guy. You've got less experience than a lot of the people you're playing against, and people you're beating as well. And has this been a difficult adjustment coming and playing Tier 1 CS on LAN? Because you look very comfortable.
Well, that's something new. I don't feel 100% comfortable yet. First of all, speaking English in a team environment is way different than speaking your native language.
Yeah.
So that's one part. The other part, as I said in Cologne in an interview, it's the lights, the environment. But yes, I'm getting used to it. I'm creating some routines that will help me go on my way. So yeah.
Do you have any support in developing those routines and growing accustomed to this environment? I mean, I was looking at, the more experienced players on your team, or is there support staff? Is it something you're kind of going through with emotions with on your own?
I mean, I'm doing everything that I can myself, but also I'm seeking help a lot, especially this guy. He's helping a lot. Also, I have a great agent who is also helping me with the psychological stuff and my mentality before and after games. So yeah.
Well, one thing I will say is it's a very mature response. To be aware that there is strength in knowing when to ask for help and not having any shame in asking for help. Like you're like 10 years ahead of the curve, bro.
Yeah.
So like respect. Yeah, that's a good sign, really good sign.
Yeah, is that distracting going from playing in your bedroom to, like you mentioned, the lights and the cameras, having people walking around, taking shots of you the whole time? Is that a hard adjustment, or you found it pretty seamless?
At first it was. Now I feel like I'm getting more comfortable in the environment and just zoning in. But sometimes I zone in too much as well because I'm like a horse.
Blinkers.
Tunnel vision, yeah.
Gotta put it away.
Just zoned out, and that could also affect my communication because, of course, speaking English, I have to think before I say something. Instead of in Danish, I could just,
It just comes out, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, do you think that's something that you can see, like your grasp of the language is clearly very strong. Do you think that's something that, through repetitions is going to be quite a quick fix? We've seen examples. It took Zaiwu like 6 months to start posting the same ratings that he was when he had to go international. Do you feel like you can do that in a bit of a tighter time frame?
Definitely. The only thing is that I've played in a single Danish team. Before that, I was completely international. The only part is that I've played for 10 months Danish CS.
Right.
So that's the only difficult part.
SDY, now you guys are into playoffs. Congratulations again. What's the next couple of weeks look like for you? Obviously, you have a bit of prep time leading into playoffs. So what are Monte going to be focusing on?
Yeah, we will focus right now on online tournaments, to be honest. We have a lot of them, as always. And rebuilding our game part by part. We getting weak maps to the point that we can rely on them pretty much. Because last few months was pretty rough for us. And we hadn't find the flows that we need. But right now it's getting better, as you see. And also, I want to say that I really like this environment overall here. Awesome. Like, it's very chill, and I feel very comfortable here around all of these people.
Nice.
So, thank you, guys.
Hey, that's what we want to hear.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
man. We love that.
I feel like we need to, next season maybe you guys have a quicker run through the Pro League. Maybe we can get you on a cast or something. I feel like you'd be perfect for it. But obviously you had a lot of games to play this week.
Yeah, busy schedule for you guys.
Yeah.
I know that series was incredibly quick, but I think there's a round that stands out in all of our minds towards the tail end of Anubis. I think it was round number 18. Things got kind of chaotic. We've got it to run, and SDY, I want to know what was happening here. Things got kind of crazy.
This flick, yeah.
This is so stupid.
Yeah, the only one part I didn't understand, why all of them have first armor. We have force buy, all of them have first armor. And I took this M4, I headshot one guy, flick other guy, and both had first armor, only one bullet it took. It was very weird.
The whole game.
Yeah, the money wasn't a bin. I mean, they were getting, you guys are pounding on them pretty hard there, so.
Yeah, you trounced them, to put it politely.
Do you think it was just a case of them being tired after a long day, or you said you prepped and you knew what they were going to do? How much, what percentage is it? Is it just having to play such a long BO3, big break, coming back late? What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's a mix of these factors.
Yeah.
Because all of it together comes to the end that we qualify, they don't, sadly for them. But that's Counter-Strike life, I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we need to check in with our Air Force Aim High, and I'm not entirely sure who it's going to be from this series. So, production, if you could do me a solid and bring this one up and see who we're putting under the spotlight.
Yeah,
of course, it's got to be Woro. Can you tell me from your perspective, bro, in terms of his kind of leadership style and where he's going with it? Obviously, he's been brought back as a leader now. How can you describe him and what his style is kind of like in that?
I mean, Woro's perspective on the game is something unique. We all just, even if he does a weird call, we all just, okay, Woro, he said it, then we'll do it. He has some very unique calls, and I really like his ideas. This round, for example, that was just like completely Woro's idea. Okay, we do it, and it works out.
Full trust in the system, then. That's great. That's good to hear.
Interesting. Yeah, no, that's right. So
unique.
Woro says jump, you say how high.
Yeah.
Literally.
Okay.
Exactly.
Okay.
What do you mean by? Can you expand on that? Like you say, it has a unique, view of the game. What can you put that into words? I know it's very hard.
Like he reads the game completely different than some of our, like for example, Samdayong and myself. Maybe we look at it a bit more rational. He just goes by his instinct.
Feeling.
Ooh,
that's
interesting. So do you think that has potential to lead you into volatile scorelines? Like one day his intuition is right and you're 16-3ing teams to qualify. The other day it's wrong and you get these kind of long, tough, drawn-out games because it's just not quite right?
No, for that reason we have our coach and we have me.
Right.
And so all combined should be working fine.
Right, so it's like a Megazord, you've got intuition, then you have logic, and you've got reason.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that.
So, bro, if I were to say put a hole in one on this green, would you say yes?
Oh, Samdayong, he's jumping at the chance.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
no, I want to pass him. No.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Alexander, bro.
We might need to empty the hole.
No, that's fine.
No,
Take
that's
him
fine.
off.
Yeah, you're loaded.
Got holes
loaded
on both
up.
ends, obviously.
All right. The moment of truth.
You're riding such a high, qualified for the playoffs, and then you get a hole in one.
I believe. To finish off Group B. It's a hole in one. Fantastic teamwork, and that's how Monte have done it, qualifying to the playoffs of ESL Pro League Season 18.
I mean, we'll let you guys go, because I know we're into the late hours.
Yeah, thank you,
very much.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you, guys.
Safe flights.
Yeah.
See you in a couple of weeks. Yeah,
Man, isn't that crazy? Group B,
done.
all right.
2 weeks in the bag.
2 bloody weeks.
They
Group
fly by.
B. Yeah, but I was just starting to build my fantasy team for next group.
Oh God, I gotta get
Oh,
on
no,
that.
don't.
Have you seen the team?
It's scary. I mean, it's got in my head 2 favorites, but also I guess you could call it 3 favorites, right?
So
like
who would be number 3? FaZe Na'Vi.
I would say Fnatic. They look really good in Cologne.
Yeah.
I know they
Yeah.
fell a bit short. They had a great game against Cloud9. Afro looked really, really solid.
Big Afro
in his
fan.
debut. Big Afro fan. I liked what I saw out of Fnatic, and I think we have a lot more unknown rosters with M80 from NA. We have a
Yeah,
Chinese
first
team
time I got to see them,
Cyclone.
yeah.
Who else am I missing? Imperial. So,
9Z.
you know.
9Z, yeah.
Yeah, 9Z. So, like, I feel like we also underrated some teams in this group as well. But, I wonder what will happen over here in Group C next week.
One of the questions I have at the tip of my tongue is to do with Apex.
Yeah,
I'm
true.
very interested to see what happens. I've heard whispers that there is a potential clashing of roles that means we're not getting to see the most out of Jacob and Satsanito at the same time.
Yeah.
Which is something I'm going to keep an eye on, because if Apex can sort it out, they were a team that were really exciting to me, and it just hasn't quite been able to recover. With a new coach, though, maybe the thing is going to be interesting.
Yeah, very true.
Coaching change is really cool as well, and you know, they just came off the back of rocking that Sydney qualification, taking down some good teams. You know, Nafni's new Betboon team, 9 as well, 2-0. So they qualified for Sydney. That's a pretty good result. Coming off fresh off of these online games. So yeah, Apex, I can slip my mind that there's more teams than maybe I should be ready for.
Who is your Dark Underhorse, as Jacob
Dark
would
Underhorse.
actually call it? Yeah, shout out
well,
Pimp
someone
one
that
time.
can maybe bring us a fresh of breath air, Alex. Who could it be?
Ooh, fresh of breath air, M80.
Yeah, I like that. I've gotten behind this project. It's they're wrecking out in NA. They've got Swisher. They've got Malbs, who I felt like was a player who we saw destroy.
Yes.
You know, in the NA scene, playing in Brazilian teams, speaking Portuguese as well as English, and then kind of just fell off the radar for a bit. So he's back in an NA team. Yeah, M80, but probably I think they'll do better than EG, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think that's a correct take.
Yeah, I also think the group is a little lighter, maybe. Although anything can happen here in Pro League.
Yeah, man. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
Crazy shit's happened, and I think it will continue to happen. Should we check in with our badges, maybe?
Oh yeah, who's winning?
Remember, there are badges.
There's a lot of badges.
on the line. And there's a
always.
lot. If we can take a look at these beautiful mannequins here. Yeah, I think we've added so many in this.
Where did you get each and every one of them, Freya?
I'm so glad you are.
We painted something amazing. We obviously caught some bees. That's why we have the bee badge. We ate some burgers. We skinned some pineapples. We caught some crabs.
Of course.
We went to space, obviously. Thanks, Trace, for that one. He's not even on my team.
No.
And I am, if I'm hearing correctly, Team Counter actually won this week. Oh, watch out. Just be careful with her.
It's not Henry. Don't take him down with you. Don't yank him.
Which means you got to vote somebody off Team Strike.
Got to kick someone?
Yeah, you do, because you're a big loser.
Wait, do I get to pick
who's
who?
the biggest loser? Yeah, I mean that might take some time to figure out.
That's so hard.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be anyone.
It could be anyone.
Do you want a minute to think about it?
Yeah, I think I do.
Should we take a look at some lovely scenes from Malta?
Oh, good idea.
Whilst we do that. Yeah, let's check it out.
It's damn beautiful out here today. Luckily, I can enjoy this with some of my friends. One of them being Henry. We can start with him right here in the middle. We've got Machine and then Mac down on the end. It's a nice day, also kind of not at the same time, Henry.
Yeah, we've come out to the east coast here of Malta. This is Tigney Point, one of our favorite spots. Now, after a couple of hard weeks' work, I wanted to bring Team Counter and Team Strike out just to show some unity here. It was a win for Team Counter this week. We're bouncing back, but still, we wanted to bring the boys. That's one of our favorite spots and show them what Malta's all about. So here we are.
Yeah, the little island that could.
Yo, for sure. I mean, what we've got here is, like, I know that Mac has been seeing Medina, and I told him that you have to see Valletta from Tigney Point. It's beautiful here. We have had a lovely kind of moment swimming around. I spoke to the safety team earlier, though. They told us that given the choppy nature